Chapter 1 Reversed Joshua. In the northern capital, autumn had deepened. As twilight descended on Theroad the Resort, the mountains were ablaze with Theusofel, and everything seemed to be intoxicated with autumnal splendor. Thweel soft hikar crunch of fallen leaves, which rustled in a gentle symphony. Pushing pent the car door, she felt a cool breeze brush against their cheeks. Abelaf Mr. Rain began to fall, Thedraplitz delicateleka stransofade, while mapli leaves floated down from the trees, landing softly in her apricot-colored cashmere coat. Shoha pluckadali from aircoat, her luscious casting shadows over her downcast eyes, Asher thoughts whirled chaotically in her mind. Since the end of their relationship, her boyfriend had not spoken to her for a month. 7 years. Indeed, these marked these events since she had met the Tindifferentman. Yet the amants had only lasted 6 months, fraught with constant arguments, devoid of the Thulanasency and protection they had shared in high school. Could it be that Mentrola change their hearts after 7 years? A gust of wind stirred her scarf, snapping Gerbictori, she retrieved an umbrella from Thika and made her way toward a private hot spring in the resort. Upon entering, she found the atmosphere serene and tranquil. Should he approach at the hot spring pool, glancing around but failing to pother Belliusman, just as he reached for her phonotacal hum, a mocking voice interrupted her thoughts. Mr. Fuse on the second floor. Should he's in dead to the viewing lounge on the second floor. Nestled deep within the mountains, this private retreat was suffused with Therakoromophanuine. There she spotted Mr. Thurklining on a sofa, cradling a pampered Persian cat in his arms. Surrounding him were severe aloft hemist prominenti gentlemen from the northern capital, all enveloped in a haze of smoke. At Mr. Fussfeet Satana formed Masser. Ah, brother Fu, your wife has arrived. Every on a turn de noon is on to gaze at the young woman standing at the staircase, an extravagant sinathatsia men incongruent with the scholarly or at hate enveloped Shua. Who, still dressed so formally for the hot spring. Fu Henning remained unfazed, absently stroking the Persian cat shed. Shu approached him, seizing the opportunity for an explanation. I sent you a message, beauty odintriply, was that photo from Ariel? Don't you have anything to cite home? Fu Henning showed no acknowledgement. Only when thickaten his arm shadows adoft did he lazily lift his eyelids, casting gaddis interested glance hereway, yet remain silent. In that moment, it struck her that this man was not in a to for explanation suddenly other swore obliged to explain Hamzel Vestohim. The second floor boasted an open railing, and as the autumn intensified outside, a cold breeze swept through Shuhi's expression Rusalem, then let's part ways, Mr. Fu, continuing like the service no purpose. Fu Henning extend a finger, on de near be attendant immediately offer a dim a cigarette, deftly lighting it for him. Hein hull deeply, Ario jealous? Apologies, Busey and Jorfus makes Melosa my appetite. With that, Shoha turned to leave. Unexpectedly Fu Henninjik's heled smoked slowly and gestured for the attendant to block her path. Shuho pivoted, what do you mean? The Messor silently observed. The young Master Fu, hailing from a prestigious family in the northern capital, had lived a life of luxury, never having faced a defiance except from Joshua. Du Totherain, the lighting wasdom. Warm light enveloped Shua, Herginal Brausen delicati feturus radiating gaserani beauty, her apricot kotaxen to a tingair fair complexion. Fu Henning to Conother drag from a cigarette. After dating for 6 months, they had never shared a babe, and even holding hands made him blush. When the past a street vendor selling grid string bracelets, shines Zisteden sifting through a pile of trinkets to Findona with their names inscribed, painstakingly crafting a braceletage of him, oblivious to its sport quality and whether he would have and wear it. When he gifted her lingerie, she branded him apart. Don't threaten me with a barekup. Fu Henning flicked the from a cigarette, exuding ganero of nonchalance, after a month of silence, haveo comido terms with me Christian? Have. And theen sir? Show his resolvo is soon wavering, I won't live with you, nor will I wear lingerie for ya. Why must you be sasta born, as known her they've dated for 6 months without sleeping together, im not a monk. Because urea tedabir. As Shua reached Thester case, his voice at her netisi, you've ever said the roles, Joshua if you take another step, where it truly finished. Chapter 2 Reunion in the rain with a gentle breeze. Amidst Tegazisiphone lookers, Shua retraced her steps to Fu Henning's side. A rippley flutter swept through Tech Road. Indeed, no woman could resist brother Fu. Ah! Someone gasped. Without hesitation, he seized a glass of red wine from the but and splashed it directly onto Fu Henning's face, startling Persian Katin his arms, which bolted away. He was so focused on breaking up that I forgot a wash orifice. Fu Henning's expression darkened, his lips curled into ascol, 3 seconds clianed up. Thier seemed to freeze. Under the scrutiny of every present, she hurriedly grabbed a couple of napkins, while Fu Henning remained composed, seated on the sofa, unmoving. Heclo set his eyes, anticipating she had to obediently approach and wipe the wine from his face, yet after a prolonged silence, she still hadn't moved. He opened his eyes. To his surprise, she was leisurely wiping third wine from her own cashmere coat, tossing the said napkin into Thetrish, and leaving without a word. Clatter. As she descended the second step, the sound of fadeable being overturned decode, glassware shattered into house end pieces. Theshered soft hue wine bottle scattered everywhere. This was his wrath. Theracarom of wine filled the air, and the crimson glass fragment stumbled on his steps beneath her, mirroring the fractured state of their relationship. Every owner scrambled to console the esteemed Mr. Fu. A young woman sitting beside him debated the whiny on his cheek with a handkerchief, speaking softly, "Mr. Fu, don't bupsid, it's raining outside, and the mist in the mountains is thick. I said say for Shawato drivi alone, perhaps you should koakerna taliv. Don't worry about you're spoiling her." Shohisi lashes fluttered slightly. Without looking back, she strode out of the hot spring retreat, removed third string bracelet from Marist, and tossed it into the trash on the first floor. Night had fallen. The Rhine fell in a gentle patter. She opened her umbrella, the mountain mist shrouding her navel, as the wind whipped the raindrops against the fabric, the sound of her echoing in her muddled mind. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself. The cold air pierced her lungs, and as she withdrew the umbrella, Sheklin bed Tothakar, her hands saying nearly numb. Just as she was about to start the engine, something caught her attention. She pushed the Penthakar Duragan and walked around the vehicle, and indeed, beneath the passenger seat, she discovered a stricket seeking refuge from therein. The faint mews he had heard earlier were a note of figment of her imagination. Thank goodness she hadn't started the car. Crouching down, she illuminated the small creature with her flashlight, revealing a drenched, emaciated kitten. Fresh blood stained the ground beneath the carriageways endured. With its fur soaked, its eyes were wide and unblinking as it gazaduputher. So pitiful. A stark contrast to Fu Henning's Persian cat. She reached out, hoping to coax the kittenet, but it startled and scurried beneath the car, trembling and too frightened to emerge. There were snacks inside the car, so she retrieved a protein bar. Crouching in front of the vehicle, she placed the protein bar in her palm, softly coaxing the straight, "Come here, little one, I want 30. Meow. The little stray, dragging its injured leg, hesitantly approached her. Shuhisia sparkled with warmth, her attention solely on the kitten beneath the car umbrella she held tilted, and she was oblivious to the cold rain so aching her. She extended her hand and gently stroked the little orangey cat's head. The crisp sound of cooing filled the air. The kitten seemed to have been starving for ages, and having suffered an injury to its leg, it stood on 3 legs, trembling as it munched on the protein bar in shoes palm. She broke the barantas molar pieces to fade it. The little orange cat devoured the food eagerly. As the temperature dropped, it did not shelter on nunato fade tafterthismal, Ike was soon certain when it would eat again. She observed the tiny creature, now larger than her palm. Shanada set the tights lefty was swollen shut, nearly impossible to open. Without hesitation, she scoopity took to take it to the hospital for treatment, but the frightened kitten squirmed and cried out. "Don't be afraid." She opened the car door, laid down a few napkins in the seat, and placed the little orangey cat inside. The kitten, terrified, leaped out of the car. With untrimmed claws, it accidentally scratched Chua Shandisitfold. Thwound instantly welled with blood. The little orange cat looked back, only glistening with moisture, as if realizing Jith had hurt her hand, yet, driven by instinct, it fled for its life. Shua gasped in, turning to find the kitten again, but her vision was obscured by the dim light, and the ground was littered with a fallen, withered maple leaves. The little orange cat had vanished. It was like lithotite wouldn't survive the cold rain. Her umbrella had been blown toward the cliff railing with the wind, and as I stepped forward to retrieve it, a gust of wind rose, threatening to send her tumbling over the edge. Suddenly, a strong pair of hands grasped her wrist. Shoha turned sharply. Above her, a black umbrella appeared, shielding her from the rain. She looked up to see the man stand intelligently, holding the umbrella. Their eyes met, and in the rain a gentle breeze stirred. His gaze was like polished obsidian, deep and captivating amidst Teda skymist. Time seemed to stand still. Sure, you studied the young woman's face for a moment before releasing Harist, softly saying, "You don't need the told umbrella, this no one is for ya." Ash spoke, his slender fingers extended the umbrella toward Shua. "Thank you." Shua snapped back to reality. The umbrella fully and well crafted, but the man had already internet to leave a dark grey canny parked a few meters away. She could still sense the crisp scent of cedar lingering in the air around him. "Sure, you opened the car door." Just before stepping, he turned back. The night was beginning to unfurl, the sycamore leaves fluttering down in the rain, and across the distance the exchange glances, as if they might self-slow it in their quiet, lingering gaze. "But careful, the roads are slippery and Thurin, don't go near the cliff, and don't look for that cat again, it's safe with him." "Okay." Shua smiled. Now under the little arranged Cathajona missing had rescued it. She felt that this man looked somewhat familiar, yet she couldn't recall where she had seen him. Then she heard him add, "Your hand is bleeding, remember to go to the hospital for a shot." "Thank you." "Do you need a ride to the hospital?" Shusha shook her head, hesitant to enter a stranger scarred nose don't know each other. "Let's await we'll meet again soon." With that, he departed into the car. Shua stood still, her cashmere coat drenched, clutching the black umbrella tightly, watching as Kana slowly drove away. Pain throbbed in her hand. She climbed into her car, closed the umbrella, and settled into the driver's seat, feeling gutturally disheveled. With a soft sigh, she removed her soaked scarf. Chester Ted the engine. The windshield wipers rhythmically swept away the rain. Shua pressed the accelerator, leaving the resort behind, glancing at her hand, marked with two deep scratches from the stray cat. She needed to get to the hospital quickly for a vaccination. That man had said they were acquaintances. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, Shekel the Tricolwahos. His demeanor exuded an air of refinement and seriousness, reminiscent of all educated intellectual. Could he perhaps be a young professor at university? Chapter 3, The Background of Shui. The enigma. After receiving the vaccine, one must observe for half an hour before departing. At the end of the workday, the observation room is bustling with individuals. All accompanied by companions, save for Shui, who sits alone on a bench in the corner. She gazes at her swollen little piglet-like foot. In addition to the vaccine, she also received immunoglobulin. The dosage was somewhat substantial, with injections administered to her hand, arm, back, and thigh, leaving her hand swollen and too painful to drive. Buzz, her phone vibrates. Shui retrieves her phone from her pocket. It's her good friend Shermu, calling. Mumu, did that scoundrel Fu Henning truly cheat? Yup. Outside the window, the dusk is thickening, and with the window open, the temperature is rather chilly. Unable to endure the cold while seated by the window, Shui rises and stands in a spot sheltered from the wind to take the call. Damn, he really did betray you. Isn't he afraid of the consequences? Shermu, with her forthright demeanor, is so incensed that she virtually wishes to leap out of the phone. Where is he? Give me the address, I'm going to find him. Today, it's either his end or mine. Don T go after him. Fu Henning, having grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, is accustomed to flattery and has always been the one to dominate others in a place like Kyoto, where power reigns supreme. Being wronged is her own affair. She cannot drag Mumu and the Sher family into trouble. Shui leans against the wall, seeking support, and softly states, "I've completely severed ties with him. From now on we will lead separate lives and no longer communicate." A breakup with Fu Henning should be celebrated. He looks like a cheap piece of lingerie, and even a stray dog won't want to drink the yellow soy milk from his brain. He is done for now. Whoever wants him can have him. Absolutely spot on, beautifully articulated. Despite her misfortunes, hearing her friend's voice brings warmth to Shui's heart. When will you return to Beijing from your business trip? I'll pick you up. It's been ages since we last met, and I miss you. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Let us have a cozy catch-up as evening descends. The streets of the northern districts of Beijing are aglow with neon lights reminiscent of a dazzling painting. While taxis weave through the bustling thoroughfares, the driver glances at the young girl by the window. Lost in the rain-soaked scenery. How old are you? Still studying? 22. Still in school. My daughter is about your age. she just got accepted to Beijing Normal University. Back in September, I accompanied her to register. And the campus is magnificent. Shuhi looks at the talkative driver, offering her congratulations. Congratulations, girl. Which university are you attending? Beijing University. The driver makes a turn. Wow, that's the best university in the country. At 22, are you perhaps pursuing a master's degree? Is it challenging to get into graduate school there, first year of PhD? The driver's eyes widen in astonishment. You're a doctor at such a young age? Is it a direct PhD program? Indeed, the vehicle arrives at the Moon Bay community in the city center. Shuhi thanks the driver, opens the door, and steps into the complex, since embarking on her PhD journey. She has not lived on campus. As the elevator ascends, she gazes at the black umbrella in her hand, a sturdy 32 rib design, clearly capable of withstanding strong winds. She recalls the gentle voice like jade. Don't keep the old umbrella, take this new one. It is for you. Shuhi grips the umbrella handle tightly, her gaze resolute. Upon returning home, she plans to gather all items related to Fu Henning, pack them into a box, and dispose of them in the trash bin downstairs. Ding! The elevator arrives at the 6th floor, and the doors open, holding a package. Shuhi wipes her wet fingers on her clothing, raises her hand to unlock the door with her fingerprint. Only to find the door ajar. Inside, she hears the familiar voice of a middle-aged man. Welcome back. She and Zhou Hongfang have been estranged for many years. At this moment, every light in the room is illuminated. The living room is bright. And seated on the sofa is her father Zhou Hongfang, alongside his wife, Xiang Mei. Shuhi is the illegitimate daughter of the Zhou family. Her mother, Ruan Lan, tragically passed away during childbirth. Before marrying, Zhou Hongfang traveled to Sydney and attended a Guzheng performance, where the performer was the enchanting Ruan Lan, only 18 years old. He fell in love at first sight and pursued her under a false identity. Ruan Lan did not acquiesce. Years later, even after marrying, Zhou Hongfang could not forget the girl from Sydney and returned to see her, only to find that a decade had passed. By then, Ruan Lan had endured tremendous upheaval, having lost her parents and reached her lowest point in life. Zhou Hongfang assisted her with the affairs of her family and again sought her affection. When Ruan Lan inquired about his marital status, he raised his hand and swore he was unwed. After they began dating, Ruan Lan asked Zhou Hongfang if he wished to marry her to end their long-distance relationship. He was so frightened that he vanished from her life. Ruan Lan never attempted to contact him again. Later, a friend informed Zhou Hongfang that Ruan Lan was about to give birth, and the child was likely his. Overwhelmed by fear, he sneaked into a private hospital in Sydney while keeping it from his wife, Xiang Mei. In an attempt to erase the traces of his infidelity, Ruan Lan suffered an accident, and only the child survived. When the paternity test results arrived, it turned out the child was indeed his. No matter how he calculated, the timing was always wrong, yet the results were undeniable. He took the child out of the hospital, ready to dispose of the evidence when he was discovered by his wife, Xiang Mei. He cradled the infant, pretending to soothe the child. Xiang Mei and Zhou Hongfang were initially respectful of each other, but over time, they grew to resent one another. Their marriage was bound by complex family interests, and she found it impossible to divorce. Xiang Mei understood that given Zhou Hongfang's temperament, he would not allow any scandal regarding his private life to surface in the media, or else his career would be irrevocably damaged. This child had no support. He would find ways to abandon or eliminate it. While holding the infant on their way home, Xiang Mei's thoughts were tumultuous as she contemplated how to care for the child. Suddenly, the baby's tiny pink fingers grasped her OWND. In that moment, her heart softened. Perhaps she should keep the child safe for now, ensuring its safety, and later, once the child matured a bit, she would see if there was a suitable home for it. Xiang Mei is a literature professor at Beijing University. She does not overly dote on Shuhi but is considerate enough, providing her with the same quality of food, clothing, and necessities as her own children. The name Shuhi was chosen by Xiang Mei after careful consideration from a dictionary, reflecting her emphasis on knowledge and her beautiful wishes for Shuhi's future. Xiang Mei told her two children that Shuhi was a child she found abandoned by the roadside. Hoping they would not reject her, the elder brother and sister treated Shuhi kindly. The first word Shuhi uttered was Mama, calling out to Xiang Mei, taught by her sister, who adored holding her little sister and playing with her. Shuhi learned to speak by mimicking her sister from a young age. Zhou Hongfang has asked Xiang Mei on multiple occasions when she would send Shuhi away. Xiang Mei has never given a definitive answer. Until she turned 8, little Shuhi was unaware of her status as an illegitimate child. Despite the challenges, their mother raised all 3 children to be well-mannered and educated. She still remembers how, upon returning home from work, she would buy 3 portions of candied chestnuts, one for each child. Their mother would help the young Shuhi with her homework and teach her how to hold a pen. On the day of Shui's winter break in the 3rd grade, the Zhou family's driver followed the usual routine of picking up the elder sister from high school before fetching her. The sister gifted her little sister a small gray toy. However, fate had other plans. That day, at the elementary school entrance, the Zhou family's driver had barely driven a short distance when a drunken driver barreled towards them. The vehicle was headed directly towards the side where Shui Saturday, the elder sister, Zhou Zijing, instinctively shielded her sister, switching places just in time. The incident occurred so swiftly that Shui focused on the small gray toy her sister had given her. Failed to notice the oncoming car. All she remembers is the moment her vision darkened, enveloped in a warm embrace, as a deafening sound of destruction filled the air. The sister absorbed the impact meant for her younger sibling. In that catastrophic car accident, the intoxicated driver claimed the lives of 3 elementary school students and ended the life of 17-year-old Zhou Zijing. Protected by her sister, Shui survived. The police, piecing together Shui's account of the event, informed the Zhou family that had Zijing not switched places at that critical moment, it would have been her who survived, as Zhou Zijing sustained broken ribs that pierced her internal organs and died on the scene. When the doctor announced her death, Xiang Mei wept silently, kneeling beside Zijing's lifeless body, unable to rise again. Subsequently, Xiang Mei fell into severe depression, isolating herself at home, clutching Zijing's photograph and refusing to go out. The drunken driver was later sentenced to death. That evening, Zhou Hongfang rushed home from the police station. Upon entering the living room, he saw Shui standing at the doorway of her mother's bedroom. In a fit of rage, he stormed upstairs, grabbed little Shui by the collar, and hurled her down the stairs. Little Shui tumbled down the steps and landed on the floor, still unable to sit up when she witnessed her father draw a belt and strike her mercilessly. The first lash landed on Shui's head. As he beat her, he shouted that had it not been for Xiang Mei's soft-heartedness in raising Shui, the family's driver would never have gone to pick her up from the elementary school. And Zijing would not have died because of her. He roared, questioning why it was not Shui who had perished. Hearing the commotion, her elder brother Zhou Xinji rushed to embrace his younger sister, while Zhou Hongfang, in a fit of rage, struck both his son and daughter. Shui, attempting to intervene, faced her father's wrath as he hurled insults at her, calling her an illegitimate child, hurling venomous words at an 8-year-old. Her brother covered Shui's ears, urging her not to listen, but she still heard everything, and the truth dawned on her. She was not her mother's biological daughter, yet her mother had treated her with such kindness, better than her biological father ever had. In the Zhou household, her father never favored her. Each time he returned home with gifts, he never brought anything for Shui, and when he cheerfully distributed presents, she would secretly hide in the corner. She gazed at her father as he retrieved one gift after another, desperately wishing he would produce a present meant for Shui from his briefcase. Alas, that moment had never come. Her father had declared that Shui was unworthy of receiving gifts. Chapter 4. On a snowy night, Shiryu rescues Shui from the grasp of death. It was the height of winter, and the long-awaited winter break had begun. Her brother was forcibly confined at the Zhou residence by their father. On the day of her sister's death, Shui was expelled from the Zhou household, leaving with nothing but the small plush toy her sister had gifted her, affectionately named Little Grey. At the tender age of 8, she wandered aimlessly along the roadside, clutching the stuffed animal, her ankle twisted and throbbing with pain. Snowflakes fell upon the injury on her forehead, chilling her to the bone. Under her sister's protection, she had escaped unscathed from a horrific car accident, yet in the wake of her father's domestic violence and vehement tirades, she was left battered and bruised, both physically and emotionally. Her left eyelid was swollen from a strike of her father's belt, excruciatingly painful and unable to open, the skin a deep shade of purple. She could only rely on her right eye to navigate her path. The echoes of her father's furious shouts reverberated in her mind. Shui, in a daze, trudged forward, yearning to reach the underworld, hoping that the king of hell would take her away, returning her sister and her mother to her. She wept uncontrollably by the roadside, questioning why she was the one to survive such a tragic accident, a reality too painful for her mother to bear. How was she to live on? Shui longed for her sister, yet she was gone forever. In the bitter cold of -10 degrees, Shui was scantily clad, her body trembling violently as she moved forward, feeling as though the icy elements were penetrating her very being. In a fleeting moment, she thought she saw her sister. Her sister urged her to hurry home, to wear more clothes, and not to search for her any longer. As Shui collapsed into unconsciousness, a vehicle fortuitously passed by. It halted, and a young man opened the door, swiftly approaching her. The one who cradled her was an older brother. He saved Shui, enveloping her in his warm embrace, urgently reviving her to prevent further organ damage. Little Shua awoke 3 days later, surrounded by doctors and her classmate Mumu, who informed her that her uncle had brought her back from the roadside. However, he had already returned home to England. Mumu, exhibiting maternal instincts, revealed that her uncle was Shiryu. The doctor stated that had it not been for the serendipitous intervention of Shiryu, Shua, covered in bruises, would have frozen to death on the roadside. Having been in a critical state during the rescue, that blizzard, which had snapped countless branches, was what Shiryu had battled to reclaim her from the clutches of death. Zhou Hongfang turned away. His hair was gray and his frame frail, ravaged by illness, leading to his early retirement from public office, leaving him with little standing in the Zhou family. Shua's gaze fell upon Xiang Mei. Where was her mother? Had time treated her with any gentleness? This was the first time Xiang Mei had sought her out since her sister's passing. Between them lay a life lost. That of her own daughter, a thorn that pierced deep into both their hearts. Shua often pondered whether this thorn could ever be removed. From the age of 8 to 10, Shua had been raised by the Shi family. During those 3 years, Xiang Mei's health had deteriorated, and she had ceased teaching at Jing University. At 11, her brother brought her to Moonbei, nurturing her into adulthood. While attending university, Shua had overheard that Professor Xiang had worn an elegant watch on her left wrist for years to conceal a scar from a cut. Someone had seen the marks on her wrist. Zhou Hongfang was the first to speak. Shua, there is a marriage contract between the Zhou and Shi families, established by your grandfather and Mr. Shi. Our family intended to wait until both you and your sister came of age to inform you. But your sister's untimely demise was your doing. The Shi family is obliged to propose now, as you are the only daughter of the Zhou family. Zhou Hongfang. Xiang Mei interjected, knitting her brows. Reminding the man beside her, the responsibility for Zijing's fate lies with the drunk driver. The marriage contract was established years ago and has nothing to do with her tragedy. Does it not matter? Didn't the police investigating the accident say that back then? Enough. The sound of a sharp slap echoed as Zhou Hongfang clutched his rapidly swelling cheek, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His teeth nearly shattered, a dull throb resonating in his skull. Xiang Mei wasted no effort in her retaliation. Fortunately, she was unaware of his past abuses toward Shua, or he would have lost even the right to reside in the Zhou household. The color drained from Shua's face, her complexion nearly translucent, the delivery box she had been holding slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground. She crouched to retrieve it. Once again, her father tore open old wounds. Her hands trembled uncontrollably atop the box. Her knees weakened, unable to rise, as if all strength had been siphoned away. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence as Xiang Mei stood to leave. Shua lowered her head, too fearful to meet her mother's gaze. Only noticing that her mother paused briefly beside her, yet she continued onward. Just as Shua thought her mother would ignore her, a soft voice resonated from the doorway. That child from the Shi family is quite accomplished. Of good character, you should get to know him. Consider it a friendship. If you dislike him, inform me, and I shall refuse this marriage proposal. It is not a matter of necessity. Alright. Don't forget to take some cold medicine if you get caught in the rain. Tears welled in Shua's eyes, her vision blurred, and she opened her mouth, wishing to say something more, to communicate with her mother, but her throat grew increasingly swollen and painful, rendering her voiceless. Xiang Mei exited the house. Zhou Hongfang, waiting until his wife had distanced herself, dared to chastise, crying, "Oh, as if marrying into the Shi family would be a hardship for you. The Zhou and Shi families have been amicable for generations. This marriage was arranged years ago. Do you have any idea how exceptional that boy from the Shi family is? This union would truly be a boon for you. Then don't bestow it upon me." Shua stood, placing the delivery box on the table. Her voice icy. "You can wear the wedding dress and marry him yourself. I wish you happiness in your second marriage, and I'll give you 250. You, Zhou Hongfang was nearly apoplectic. If I were to wear the wedding dress, would that boy from the Shi family dare to welcome me? You think I ought to beg you, if only your sister. Enough, your mother won. Let me say more." Zhou Hongfang looked at his daughter, who was turned away from him. He distinctly recalled how well-fed and healthy Shua had been as a child. Now she appeared so thin and frail. And her brother had not skimped on spending money for her. It has always been your mother liaising with the Shi family regarding the marriage arrangements. According to the agreement, they will come to propose next week. Technically you could refuse, but the relationship between the families would be affected, and your mother would bear the brunt of the responsibility, having to humbly apologize to the Shi family, facing their disdain for a lifetime. Oh, remember when your mother attempted to take her life? If it weren't for Xianji discovering her in time and sending her to the hospital, your mother would have. Zhou Hongfang deliberately infused his voice with a tremor. Glancing at Shua, who remained unmoved. He had no idea what expression she wore, yet he knew her well. In this world, the two blades that pierced Shua's heart most painfully were the loss of her sister and the burden of her mother. For her mother not to be criticized, she was likely to marry him. Your phone number has already been given to the Sher family. That boy will contact you today or tomorrow. Shua turned, shooing him away. Get out. Her attitude, in stark contrast to that of her parents, ignited Zhou Hongfang's fury. You don't even respect your own father, and you call yourself a university student. How did your teachers raise you? Have you ever respected me? Shua seized a book from the table and hurled it at him. Not if you don't leave now, I'll tell my brother, and you'll get what's coming to you. If you dare to let Shinji hit me, I'll make you suffer. Then you might as well kill me now. You. Zhou Hongfang dodged the book, knowing Xiang Mei was still outside, and not daring to linger too long. He could only suppress his anger and leave, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang. Shua's heart raced. She raised her hand, noticing her fingers trembled uncontrollably. Her father's frequent destruction of objects in anger had conditioned her to feel inexplicable fear at loud noises. The clock on the wall chimed, marking the hour. Shua steadied her emotions, shedding her muddy coat, relieved that her sweater beneath remained dry. Though she felt somewhat lightheaded, she lay on the sofa for a while to recuperate. Her fingers inadvertently brushing against a warm bag. Shua lifted her head to see a bag of steaming roasted chestnuts resting where her mother had been seated. A mist gathered in her eyes, obscuring her vision. Since her sister's passing, she had not dared to indulge in roasted chestnuts for over a decade, often steering clear of shops that sold them, though they had been her favorite treat when her mother bought them. Shua wiped away her tears. With her small hands she peeled the chestnut shell, popping the still warm nut into her mouth to savor. How sweet the chestnuts were, how delightful, yet she sensed something amiss. The entry to Moon Bay community was strictly monitored with facial recognition, and security personnel checked the identities of all who entered and exited. How had Xiang Mei and Zhou Hongfang managed to come in? They even knew the lock code. Could it be that the person who handled the paperwork for this house years ago, and the workers who had come and gone for renovations, was Xiang Mei, not her brother? Shua touched her forehead, feeling a tinge of heat, and found some fever-reducing medication to take. Her hair was damp from the rain, and it felt unkempt, scratched by a small cat, but thankfully it was her left hand that had been hurt. She resolved to wash her hair with her right hand. Chapter 5. The betrothed is her uncle. The following day, the sky cleared. On a crisp autumn afternoon, Saturday, Shua awoke naturally, having slept under a warm blanket. She had been covered all night, and by the early hours her fever had subsided. However, she felt utterly drained. The curtains remained drawn, casting a dim light in the room. As she reached for her phone beside her pillow, she noticed a notification for a new friend request on WeChat. The sender's nickname was S. Someone from the Sher family. After freshening up, Shua busied herself tidying her bedroom. On her desk sat a small box, into which she placed all the items related to Fu Henning, gifts he had given her. Once everything was organized, she seated herself at her study desk, pushing open the two windows before her desk. A gentle breeze wafted in, and she gazed at the array of exquisite figurines laid out before her. Since her sister's passing, Shua found solace in sitting quietly, lost in thought. Daydreaming allowed her to empty her mind, to think of nothing at all, as if she had lost nothing, her sister still seated beside her, smiling and chattering away, expressing that her ambition was to teach at Jingda, just like their mother, nurturing countless students. Zijing had asked, what about you? What is your dream? Buzz, her phone vibrated with a notification. Half an hour earlier, Shua had accepted a friend request from someone whose social media was devoid of content. After inquiring about his name, she anticipated a response. Her mother had granted her the power of choice, yet no one had ever given her mother the same privilege. The thought of the grotesque scar on her mother's wrist made Shua reluctant to see her bowing and scraping an apology. Becoming fodder for gossiper Zhou Hongfang had indeed struck a chord in the most vulnerable corner of her heart. With red-rimmed eyes, Shua slowly lowered her head, staring at the name on the screen. She was somewhat familiar with the Sher family. Mr. Sher had 3 grandsons roughly her age, and she had interacted with the elder brothers, who were quite amiable. Sure you. The weather is lovely, would you like to join me for a meal? Shua was taken aback. Her uncle, her savior. He was Mr. Sher's youngest son, indeed still unmarried. Shua had thought that someone from the younger generation of the Sher family would be chosen to fulfill a marriage pact. But how could it be someone of a higher generation than herself? As a child, she had recognized Mumu's mother as her godmother, and Shuryu was her godmother's younger brother, thus she should address him as uncle according to etiquette. Her understanding of Shuryu was minimal. As he resided abroad, she only remembered that his father, Mr. Sher, was one of the most esteemed literary scholars in the country and a distinguished professor at Jingda. Mr. Sher had been married twice, and Shuryu was the child of his second marriage. His mother, of British Chinese descent, came from a family of merchants and had amicably divorced Mr. Sher years ago due to their long-distance separation. Shiryu maintained a good relationship with his parents, often splitting his time between the UK and Jingbei, eventually inheriting his maternal family's business and becoming a prominent figure in the financial world at a young age. Gracing the covers of numerous prestigious financial magazines, little Huigue, may I ask where we will meet? S. I will pick you up at Moon Bay, set the meeting time. Little Huigue, alright. I can be ready in half an hour, thank you for coming to get me. Although the day was clear, the wind was brisk. Before heading out, Shuha wrapped herself in a thick scarf, tucked her phone into her pocket, and carried a small suitcase out, discarding it in the dumpster downstairs. Wishing to sever all ties with Fu Henning, along the tree-lined road of the neighborhood, a row of tall maple trees stood. With a deep gray Cayenne parked beneath them, Shiryu leaned against the car, idly toying with a vibrant orange-red maple leaf. The autumn hues deepened, the maple leaves aflame, despite the passage of time. The leaves on the branches remained bright and vivid in late autumn. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at this affluent man. The long black coat accentuated his tall and slender figure. Paired with a white-gray cashmere turtleneck, his high cheekbones and deep-set features exuded an aura of superiority and charm. As if he possessed an innate magnetic pull, there was an air of refined coolness about him, reminiscent of the protagonists in Korean dramas. From a distance, amid the fiery maple forest, he appeared as a gentle breeze upon the river, a treasure bestowed by the creator. The phone rang. Shiryu shifted his gaze from the leaf and retrieved his phone from his pocket. Just as he answered, a young girl's voice came through the receiver. I'm almost at the entrance, Uncle. Where's your car? In the maple grove. Okay, I'll be there soon. Shiryu straightened up, looking toward the entrance of Moon Bay. Shuha emerged from the neighborhood, bathed in warm sunshine, clad in a fluffy embroidered knit sweater, white corduroy straight-leg pants, and simple casual white shoes. A soft and cozy cashmere scarf adorned her neck. Her long hair, fluffy and soft, was a gentle tea brown, exuding a classic warmth, dancing in the autumn breeze under the brilliant light. Shuha glanced around, spotting the deep gray car parked across the road beneath the maple trees. The only one there, beside which stood a man whose stature resembled a green pine. He must be Shiryu. Her first impression was that he was exceedingly tall, easily measuring nearly 6 feet 3 inches. She rushed over, yet with each step closer to Shiryu, she felt an uncanny familiarity in his features. It was him, the man who had given her the black straight umbrella at the resort last night. Shiryu's gaze fell upon Shua's expressive eyes. His almond-shaped eyes were clear and bright, filled with gentle warmth. He opened the passenger door, gesturing for her to enter, shielding her from the overhead car roof with his hand. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Anything will do. Shuha settled into the car, her eyes meeting Shiryu's as he walked around the front to take the driver's seat. The interior was infused with the faint, crisp scent of cedarwood. There was a mature and composed masculinity about him. Buckle up, Shiryu reminded in a deep voice, starting the car. All right. Shuha promptly fastened her seatbelt. The deep gray Cayenne cruised smoothly down the road, Shiryu's grip on the steering wheel steady, his speed leisurely. Shuha rested her small hands on her knees, still processing the shock from earlier. So when he had said last night, I suppose we know each other, this was what he meant. They truly were acquainted. His fingers, delicate as ancient jade, gripped the wheel with a faint trace of blue veins on the back of his hands. As he turned the wheel, the pristine bones of his wrists were subtly revealed, every inch of him exuding an exquisite beauty. Shuha observed Shiryu, aware that a man of his stature, even in silence, could convey the aura of privilege inherent to the upper echelons of society. Thank you. Shiryu remained focused on the road. For what? Shuha had long wished to express her gratitude to her savior. Her tone sincere, for saving my life. I had hoped to thank you in person, but you were abroad. Before reaching adulthood, she had been unable to travel abroad to express her appreciation directly, so she had written a thank you letter, passing it to her godmother, yet had never received a reply. Is it still painful? The man's voice was soft, like a stream flowing gently through a mountain gorge. Shuha paused, thinking he was referring to the wounds inflicted by her father when she was 8. She lowered her gaze, her long curled lashes concealing her expression. After a prolonged silence without a response, Shiryu clarified, does your hand still hurt from being scratched by the cat yesterday? Ha! Shuha came back to herself, murmuring softly, thank you for your concern. It doesn't hurt anymore. Is that little cat alright? It was pretty injured. Did it survive last night's autumn rain? She made it through. Shuha nodded. The sky stretched vast and blue, Tranquil like a deep sea, and the scenery along the way was breathtaking. She leaned against the window, quietly savoring the autumn beauty of Jingbei. The two shared no further conversation. Chapter 6, Initial Contact. He is a detail-oriented person. Shiryu took her to a wellness Chinese restaurant. Shua was familiar with this establishment, renowned as the finest in Jingbei, its elegant ambience making reservations a year-round challenge. Upon entering, one could behold the captivating sight of a meandering stream adorned with blooming flowers, the quaint bridge and flowing water, coupled with the ancient Chinese decor and a zither player. Provided a serene sanctuary amidst the city's clamor, she followed closely behind Shiryu, whose long legs seemed to stretch effortlessly. Perhaps it was her imagination, but it appeared he was deliberately slowing his pace. Allowing hers to feel less hurried, the server led them to a private dining room typical for Mr. Shi. Pausing to open the door, "Mr. Shi, Miss Zhou, please." Shiryu nodded, slightly inclining his body, raising an eyebrow in a gesture for her to enter first. Shua understood immediately and stepped into the private room, with Shiryu following behind. The temperature inside was just right. He removed his long black coat, neatly folding it and hanging it on the back of a chair. Shua stood by the window, her attention captured by a small bird that had landed on a tree branch. High in the light, its feathers shimmered with vibrant colors as it spread its wings. Joyful and free. A smile curved Shua's lips. It was a delightful sight. The poet Xie Zhuang from the southern and northern dynasties once wrote a piece titled Moon Ode, stating, "Skilled in supporting light over the eastern marsh, succeeding like the phoenix in the western void." In ancient times, the sun was elegantly referred to as supporting light, symbolizing brightness and hope, and this little bird truly resembled a bird of light. "What kind of music do you enjoy? We have musicians here." Shua was suddenly jolted back to reality. Turning around, Shiryu had already seated himself at the dining table, pouring brewed pu'er tea. The cashmere turtleneck he wore lent him an inexplicable sense of reliability. Shua sat across from him, leaning forward to pour herself a cup. She, too, enjoyed pu'er. "You've been vaccinated, so hold off on the tea for now." Shiryu reached over, gently taking the teapot from her hands and handing her a glass of fruit and vegetable juice instead. "Give it a taste. If you don't like it, we can ask them to change it." "Thank you." Shua accepted the nutritious and healthy drink with both hands, engaging him in conversation. "As for music, I enjoy old songs. What about you? For example?" "Classic Cantonese songs." Shiryu signaled to the server, who promptly moved to the music control panel in the center of the dining area and began playing the Cantonese songs she favored. The gentle melodies filled the air, starting with "I Just Like You." The song title caught Shua's attention, and she glanced at the server, who gave her an encouraging thumbs up. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze. Both had menus before them. Shiryu leaned back in his chair, savoring the fragrant pu'er tea, which soothed his lungs and lent him an air of relaxed languor. Meanwhile, Shua meticulously selected her preferred dishes. Previously, she had never dined at this wellness Chinese restaurant. After flipping through a few pages of the menu, she discovered that many dishes were infused with traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients. And the names were quite melodious. With her hand scratched by a kitten and a number of dietary restrictions, the health-conscious dishes at this establishment were perfectly suited for her to indulge in delectable flavors while nourishing her body. She had assumed that Shiryu, having grown up in the UK, would prefer Western cuisine. Chui communicated a few light signature dishes to the waiter beside the table, then turned to Shiryu, who was gazing down at his cup of tea. "Uncle, what dishes do you enjoy?" Shiryu hesitated momentarily. This meal was intended to be a familial gathering between uncle and niece. He placed the teacup on the table, his dark eyes holding a deeper meaning as they fixed on Shui. "Guess." Under Shiryu's penetrating gaze, Shui felt her eyelashes flutter. She lowered her head, adjusting her posture, knowing that meeting his gaze for even 2 seconds would lead her to capitulate. "Guess." Shui was unsure of her uncle's culinary preferences. Having navigated the turbulent seas of commerce for many years, this man possessed a sharp and discerning gaze, as if he could see through facades and penetrate the depths of one's heart. Leaving no room for comfort, the waiter was awaiting Shiryu's selection. The restaurant's owner was a close friend of Shiryu, and he had frequented this place often, usually only needing to utter the phrase "old custom." Shui focused intently. "I'm sorry, I can't guess." "Old custom, an extra dessert after the meal." "All right." The waiter made a note. An additional dessert appeared to be for Miss Zhou. All the waitstaff in the private room left. Closing the door behind them, while music continued to play, leaving the two in sudden silence, Shui sipped her vegetable juice. She later learned that tea could stimulate the nervous system to a degree, potentially interfering with the efficacy of vaccines from a medical perspective. Do you have classes next Friday? No. Shiryu traced the rim of his teacup with his fingers and spoke softly, as per our agreement. I will go to the Zhou family to propose. Do you have any concerns? You can discuss anything with me. No concerns. Shiryu scrutinized Shui's demeanor. When discussing marriage, she displayed no excessive emotion and did not inquire about him. She remained calm, holding her vegetable cup as if she had no interest in him whatsoever. Are you certain about marrying me? Shui set down her cup in mild surprise. Isn't it a betrothal arranged by both families? Or is there an issue on your side? If you have someone you like, we can both mutually withdraw from the engagement, which would help maintain the relationship between our families. I have no issues, he interrupted. All right. Shiryu casually asked, have you broken up with Fu Henning? Shui was taken aback that Shiryu was aware of her romantic situation and was surprised by his directness. Yes. We broke up yesterday. The waiter entered, bringing the dishes they had selected, placing them on the table, while the pastry chef prepared a visually stunning lime cheesecake mousse for Miss Zhou. Shui was instantly captivated by the exquisite mousse cake, which looked delightfully delicious. However, as it was a dessert meant for after the meal, indulging now seemed inappropriate. The table was filled with health-oriented dishes, and Shiryu, unconcerned with formalities, began to eat. Shui savored her chicken soup, rich in aroma with no hint of fishiness, the chicken tender and the steaming soup invigorating her entire being. Opening the window to feel the refreshing breeze, she leaned against the railing to listen to the music. The song transitioned to Truly Love You. Shui smiled, for it was her favorite Cantonese song. In her childhood, she loved to snuggle with her sister at bedtime, who would sing to her. Zijing had said that this song was written for their mother, and once Shui learned to sing, they would perform it together for her, bringing her great joy. Chapter 7. Shui, like a gentle and graceful woman from the Jiangnan region, gazed across the table at Shiryu. He continued to eat quietly, and just as he seemed about to lift his gaze towards her, she quickly looked down and took another sip of soup. Shiryu's eyes lingered on her features for a moment. The sunlight danced soothingly on Shui, illuminating her fair skin, and upon closer inspection, one might discern a delicate fuzz on her cheeks. As she raised the spoon to sip her soup, her slender wrist became visible. Her skin was smooth and flawless, and the two soon-to-be engaged individuals sat in tranquil silence, unaware of each other's thoughts, neither feeling compelled to speak further. Before Shiryu finished his meal, Shui excused herself under the pretext of needing the restroom, and after some searching, she finally located the restaurant's cash register. Intending to settle the bill, Shiryu had done her a favor, so propriety dictated that she treat him for their first meal. She would let him pay for the next one. The cashier greeted her with a polite smile. Well, Miss Zhou, Mr. Shi's meals here are complimentary, so there's no need to settle the bill. All right. Shui felt slightly embarrassed, a hint of awkwardness creeping in. Just as she turned, she spotted Shiryu on the second floor, having finished his meal. Their eyes met for a brief moment, his deep gaze scrutinizing her with an intriguing intensity. Shui feigned calmness. The restaurant manager approached. Miss Zhou, today we have a limited-time promotion, offering a blind box figurine to each guest in the private room. Shiryu approached, his posture straight and exuding an impressive presence. Many girls in the lobby turned to admire him. Clad in a trench coat draped over his strong arm, he was the epitome of elegance. The cashier had already taken out the blind box figurine and handed it to Shui. But as there was only one gift box, she asked, is it just one? Yes. Gazing at the exquisite patterns on the gift box, she imagined it contained a delightful figurine and offered it to Shiryu. Here. Why are you giving it to me? There's only one. I don't want it, you keep it. As he spoke, Shiryu moved towards the area where coats were hung, slipping on his trench coat and picking up Shui's scarf as she opened the blind box. Upon lifting the lid, Shui's eyes lit up. It was a small gray figurine. Though small, its details were exquisite and finely crafted, with the eyes carved so charmingly that it was rare to find a figurine so beautifully designed. Shiryu handed her the scarf, which she wrapped around her neck, placing the small gray figurine back into its box. As the two made their way out of the restaurant, Shiryu's phone rang, an incoming work call from his assistant. Please wait. His finger tapped the screen, answering the call and gesturing for Shui to wait for him in the lounge area. All right. Shui settled onto a nearby sofa where a coffee table held snacks prepared for guests. She took a piece of candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth, playing with the small gray figurine she had just received. While chewing the candy, she overheard two young girls on the adjacent sofa whispering about Shiryu's striking appearance and praising his hands as if they could be models. They even pulled out their phones to sneak a photo of his profile and hands. Shui, too, glanced toward Shiryu. He stood by the sunlit window, his demeanor calm and composed, exuding the charm of a mature man refined by time. He was leisurely engaged in conversation, with his long, strong hands resting on the windowsill. He was indeed handsome, both in appearance and in his hands. Before meeting Shiryu, Shui had no idea that her uncle looked so youthful and striking. She took out her phone and searched for Shiryu's name. His biography on Baidu was extensive, filled with various honors and titles. It seemed endless. Chairman and CEO of Hangshin Group for the Asia-Pacific region. The family business, Const, was based in the UK, spanning multiple sectors including finance, healthcare, cutting-edge technology, and oil and energy, which he managed alongside his brother in Europe. In recent years, through his exceptional leadership, Shiryu had expanded many industrial chains in the Asia-Pacific region. Shui's gaze lingered on one of his positions. 4 years ago, he was appointed as a distinguished professor at the School of Financial Management at Jingbei University, previously only occasionally giving lectures to finance students. However, starting this September, a course taught by Professor Shi was introduced. As she intended to check the academic schedule for his classes, her peripheral vision caught him finishing his call and approaching her, prompting her to quickly turn off her phone screen. "Shall we go?" Once outside, the warm sunlight made Shui drowsy, her head feeling heavy. As they walked towards the parking area, Shiryu walked ahead, asking, "Is there anywhere you'd like to go?" "Anywhere is fine." Shui recalled something and, concerned about interrupting Shiryu's work, added, "Was the call important? If so, you can go ahead and handle it. I can take a taxi home." It wasn't important. Shiryu pressed the car key, unlocking the vehicle, and opened the passenger door for her. Glancing back at the girl behind him, she had a warm, fair complexion, and at that moment, her delicate face was adorned with a faint dimple. Shui resembled a gentle and graceful woman from Jiangnan. Her voice was soft and soothing, akin to a classical melody infused with warmth and light, pleasing to the ears of those who listened. "You can call me without any formalities." "All right. Would you like to see some kittens?" Shui nodded, instantly perking up. "Yes." When the car stopped in front of the veterinary clinic, Shui looked up at the sign, captivated by the warm-hearted name, Green Cottage. If she remembered correctly, there were many green cottages in Jingbei City, and this chain of pet hospitals was quite reputable. She followed Shiryu into the clinic, which was adorned with warm wooden elements, with soft light spilling into every corner. The cats and dogs had separate waiting areas, and there were designated resting zones for each due to the implementation of a fresh air system across the entire area. The ventilation in each space here is excellent, creating a clean and refreshing environment. At the reception stands the owner of the pet hospital, Pei Shu, a man of high education and affluent background, whom the nurses affectionately address as Dr. Pei. He is currently instructing the nurses when he catches sight of a newcomer at the entrance. "Ah! Duo is here to see little Ju?" "Yes." Pei Shu notices the enchanting beauty beside Shiryu, poised and serene, unmistakably hailing from a scholarly family, and indulges in a bit of gossip. "Is this one yours?" "Fiancé-e." "Friend." The two voices chime in unison. The former is from Shiryu, and the latter from Shui. "Friend." "Fiancé-e." Shiryu gazes leisurely at Shui, who, flustered, averts her eyes, shoving her small hands into the pockets of her knitted sweater and opting for silence. She genuinely did not anticipate Shiryu referring to her as his fiancée. However, they are not even engaged yet. Shui ponders the endearing nickname Shiryu goes by, Duo, a charming and unique appellation that starkly contrasts with his demeanor. Pei Shu beams widely. "Follow me, it's on the second floor." Upon reaching the second floor, Shui spots the small orange cat from last night from a distance. It has been bathed and is now nestled in a small blue cage, lined with a soft blanket. Both its left eye and left ear are bandaged. Chapter 8, Little Ju, do you remember me? Pei Shu proceeds to explain the condition of the orange cat. This little fellow, just over 3 months old, has had its leg broken and sustained minor injuries to its skull. Its left cochlea has suffered irreversible damage, indicating it has likely been captured and abused. Its survival is nothing short of a miracle. Shuhi suddenly recalls Fu Henning's group of dubious friends. This kitten was found near a private hot spring with bloodstains on the ground. Could it be that they caught it, abused it, and then tossed it from the second floor? Fu Henning's Persian cat is known for its possessive nature, often bullying other kittens around its owner. Last night, Duo brought it in, and I performed internal fixation surgery on its leg to facilitate maximum healing of the hind limb. The intracranial injury will gradually heal on its own. But as for the left ear, it will likely never hear again. The left eye should regain sight in a few days. Thank you, doctor. Pei Shu glances at his watch, not wishing to linger. I have other matters to attend to. You two can take your time. Oh, and do bring me an extra portion of wedding candy. Shiryu nods, of course. As Pei Shu turns his back to Shuhi and approaches Shiryu, he lowers his voice. Which family does this lovely girl belong to? You've found yourself a partner, Haven Tu? Xianji's sister. Pei Shu raises his pinky finger, whispering, to steal away Xianji's sister and only inform us once you're getting married. Is that it? Fine, I'll kick you out of the singles group chat shortly. I'll only contribute 20 for the wedding gift. Shuhi crouches in front of the cage. Gazing at the sleeping little orange cat, warm sunlight bathes it, its belly round and well-fed, free from hunger and bullying. The vet must have bathed it before the surgery. Its fur is soft and fluffy, glistening like gold. The little orange cat is undeniably adorable. It's an incredibly heartwarming scene, and Shuhi feels her heart melt. She turns to look at Shiryu, who is admiring a row of succulent plants on the balcony. The cage remains unlatched and enchanted. Shuhi continues to observe the cat, reaching out to touch its soft fur when suddenly, her wrist is firmly grasped by Shiryu's strong hand. He squats down, coldly stating, having learned a lesson once. You still dare to touch it? They are so close that Shuhi can feel the brisk scent of cedar emanating from him, but he quickly releases her wrist. I won't touch it anymore. Shuhi obediently hugs her knees. Maintaining a respectful distance from the cat, just moments ago, Shiryu's thin lips were tightly pressed together, casting a chilling glance at her, more intimidating than a high school headmaster. His fingertip feels cool against her skin. His penetrating gaze falls upon Shuhi once more. Her shoulders are slight, seemingly fragile. When he grasped her wrist, she felt a wave of coldness wash over her. Shuhi watches the little orange cat, and as if sensing her presence, it awakens, its drowsy eyes focusing on her. In the next moment, it pushes itself up on 3 legs, crawling towards her. Despite Shiryu's imposing aura beside her, Shuhi hesitates to reach for the little orange cat. Its eyes are still misty with sleep, and it manages to unearth a hidden milk biscuit from beneath the blanket, clutching it in its mouth and dragging its injured leg towards Shui's feet. It lowers its head, placing the biscuit beside her. Astonished and delighted, Shuhi picks up the milk biscuit from the floor, realizing it was a life-saving morsel the little orange cat had hidden for her. Is this for me? The little orange cat tilts its head. Its only eye adorably gazing up at her. Emboldened, Shuhi gently rubs its little head, recognizing the biscuit in her palm as a gift from the cat, recalling how she had fed it a protein bar the day before. Little Ju, do you remember me? The doctor had mentioned that the orange cat's skull had sustained minor injuries, and it had lost hearing in its left ear. Being only 3 months old, she wonders how long it will take for its intracranial injuries to heal and when its left eye will regain sight. After securing the milk biscuit, Shuhi bids farewell to the little orange cat. As they leave, the kitten trails behind, reluctant to part ways. Initially unaware of its struggle on the floor, she is startled by a raspy meow. Meow. Turning around, she sees the little orange cat perched on her shoes, nuzzling against her ankle. Little uncle. Just as they reach the stairway, Shiryu pauses, turning back to see the pitiful little orange cat affectionately seeking Shui's attention. Attempting to be picked up. It has scratched you before. Shuhi looks at Shiryu, contemplating their future cohabitation after marriage. She tentatively asks for his opinion. Once the little orange cat is healed, will it continue to wander? Can I take it with me? Shiryu frowns. At that moment, Shuhi is unaware of Shiryu's obsessive cleanliness or that he has never been fond of keeping pets. All she hears is his forward response, if you want to keep it, then keep it. Before descending the stairs, Shiryu leaves her with a nonchalant remark, his tone revealing nothing of his feelings. Leaving her uncertain whether he likes or dislikes the idea, Shuhi stands frozen in place, suspecting that Shiryu is likely opposed to having a cat. The kitten has just undergone surgery, and she thinks it best to let the veterinarian monitor it for a few days before considering taking it home next week. Her brother loves animals, and she plans to gift the little orange cat to him. Upon exiting the pet hospital, the temperature drops, and a cold wind blows. Shui settles into the car, fastening her seatbelt, and awaits Shiryu's instructions for the next step. Shiryu, seated in the driver's seat, glances at her. Are you cold? Shui looks down at her knitted sweater and cashmere scarf. In fact, she is wearing a thermal layer underneath. Not cold. Then why are your hands so cold? Shui earnestly explains, it's always like this, it's nothing. Shiryu doesn't press the issue further. Shui touches her own hands, realizing they are indeed chilly. She has always had cold hands and feet, unable to warm up even in winter despite layers of clothing. Standing for too long makes her want to crouch down, which she finds quite comfortable. Shiryu starts the car. Are you supposed to go back to the hospital for vaccine shots soon? Yes, it's scheduled for the day after tomorrow. How many shots in total? 5. As November approaches, the temperature is not high today, and Shiryu turns on the car heater. I have an appointment at the hospital on Monday, I'll take you along. Okay. After finishing lunch and visiting the kitten, it's nearly 3:30, and time seems to drag on. As Shui observes the increasingly familiar route Shiryu takes, she asks, Little uncle, are we heading back to my house now? Do you want to go to my house? No. That's not what I meant. Shiryu replies slowly, going to my house is also an option. I have a Northern Song Ryukiln sky blue blaze wash there, since you call me little uncle. I, as the elder, should express my gratitude, right, dear niece? Shui senses a hint of sarcasm in his tone, yet she cannot find evidence to support her suspicion. What kind of address is dear niece? During her undergraduate studies, she researched Song Dynasty aesthetics, and she knows that Ryukiln is the most prestigious among Song Dynasty kilns. The sky blue glaze wash is a treasured artifact among the 4 essentials of the study. And such antiques are rare and precious, with the Northern Song Ryukiln series historically revered by collectors, worth over 100 million. She hesitates to accept such an extravagant gift from someone else. Shui fidgets with her fingers on the seat, mustering the courage to decline. Let us not go to your place just yet. I'm tired and would like to go home and take a nap. There's a bed at my little uncle's house. 2. I just want to sleep in my own bed. Shiryu chuckles lightly, ceasing his teasing, and drives her back to Moonlight Bay. Chapter 9. Her and Shiryu akin to a student and teacher. The Cayenne pulls up beside the Moonlight Bay community. Shui feels dazed, perhaps coming down with a low fever again. Leaning against the car window, drifting into a deep sleep. After what seems like an eternity, she hears Shiryu calling her, and she groggily opens her eyes. Have they arrived home? Shui brushes her slightly disheveled hair. She doesn't even know when she fell asleep. As she retrieves a blind box of figurines, she hears Shiryu say, First, let us go to the security room. I've arranged for someone to bring you some ointment. Okay. Thank you. As Shui attempts to exit the car, she finds the door locked. Turning her head, she sees Shiryu handing her a coat. Put this on before getting out. I'm not cold. Shiryu gazes at her with a calm demeanor. The car's heater is on. She had slept throughout the ride, and with the wind picking up outside, her frail constitution resembles that of Lin Dayu. Stepping out without proper attire could easily lead to a cold. With just a glance, Shui feels a lump in her throat, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. Shiryu's commanding presence is even more formidable than Fu Henning's. She accepted the coat that Shiryu handed her. It was a men's light luxury jacket, a subdued deep gray. As she donned his garment, the soft, comfortable interior enveloped her in his scent. This was the first time Shui wore a man's jacket, and she found herself wrapped in an unfamiliar masculine aura. The zipper, she obediently zipped up the jacket. It's on. With a soft click, the car door unlocked. Shui swiftly twisted the handle, opened the door, and was immediately greeted by the biting cold wind that rushed in, chilling her neck and causing her to shiver. Fortunately, she was wearing Shiryu's coat. As the window of the car slowly descended, she waved goodbye to him, saying, Take your time on the road to be safe, and could you send me a message when you get home? Go back, it's cold, he replied. All right. Once the Cayenne drove away, Shui let out a sigh of relief. She felt as though her interactions with Shiryu resembled that of a student and a professor, which was fitting, considering he was not only the head of the conglomerate but also a professor at Jingbei University. Shui walked towards the security booth of her community. Shiryu was tall, and his coat was oversized. As she raised her arms, she couldn't even see where her hands were, feeling as if she were wearing an adult's clothing. The security guard handed her a high-quality handbag that was placed on the desk saying, "Miss Joe, this was delivered by a gentleman with the surname Sure earlier today." "Thank you." Shuhei rolled up her sleeves and accepted the handbag. Upon exiting the booth, she opened the exquisite bag to find several boxes of German-imported healing gel, which Shuryu had prepared for the scratches on her hands. If applied in a couple of days, it would help eliminate the scars. Her steps gradually came to a halt. A fleeting thought flashed in her mind, too quick to grasp. She couldn't recall the name of the ointment her godmother used to apply on her wounds when she was a child. It seemed to be the same brand that Shuryu had gifted her. This healing gel was light and hydrating, offering a pleasantly cool sensation upon application, devoid of any stinging discomfort, and its scar-removing efficacy was remarkably good. However, it was quite expensive and difficult to find in domestic pharmacies. It was precisely because her godmother had applied so much healing gel on her in her childhood that the marks from her father's beatings had left no trace whatsoever. Awakening from her afternoon nap, it was already evening. Before sleeping, Shuhei had measured her temperature, which indeed showed a slight fever. She had already taken antipyretics beforehand. She opened her phone to browse the messages she had received. Noting that Mumu would arrive at Jingbei International Airport at 10 the next morning, arrived home. Whenever Shuhei traveled with friends, she would unconsciously say, "Send me a message when you get home," at parting. Feeling reassured only upon receiving their safe arrival notifications, she clicked on Shuryu's contact card and updated his notes. Searching through the chat history in the Jing University group chat, she found a course schedule previously shared by an alumnus from the finance department, indicating that Professor Sure taught 2 consecutive classes weekly, with an early Thursday morning class at 8. A new message notification popped up. It was from Professor Wei, her doctoral advisor. Upon reading the content, Shuhei fell into a state of bewilderment. The professor mentioned that his health examination report had come back with unfavorable results, and he would need to be hospitalized for several years of recuperation. He could no longer supervise her. "Professor Wei, the department will assign you a new advisor in the coming days. Shuhei, your research direction and course arrangements will be managed by the new mentor." Shuhei sent a message expressing her concern for her professor. Professor Wei was a renowned literary figure in the country, known for his amiable demeanor, yet she had only been his student for 2 months before being reassigned. Shuhei sighed. Her personality was slow to warm up, and she appreciated Professor Wei's gentle teaching style. Unsure of which professor she would be placed under next, her field of study was quite niche: classical literature. On Sunday morning, Shuhei took a taxi to Jingbei International Airport, having forgotten to drive her car back from the hospital. Calculating the parking fees based on Jingbei Hospital's rates, she realized it amounted to the price of 2 cups of milk tea. Soon, she would need to pick up Mumu and retrieve her car. Just as she exited the taxi and had yet to step inside the airport, she spotted a lively and adorable girl rushing out from the terminal. In the sunlight, Mumu looked like a little monkey liberated from Luzishan. He. Shuhei hurried toward Shirmu, and the two embraced. She felt weightless as the strong girl, Shirmu, spun her around 3 times. A customary greeting. Mu's laughter was always bright and melodious. After the spins, Shirmu released Shuhei, linking arms as they walked out, noticing the scratches on her hand. "What happened? Who did this?" "Fu Henning." "A little cat," Shuhei replied. Her left hand already less swollen, the 2 wounds had slightly healed, no longer resembling the gory sight from before. "Did you get vaccinated?" "Yes." Shirmu lowered her gaze, grasping Shui's wrist. "Keep your hand away from water for the next few days. I'll stay with you at Moon Bay, and you can leave the hair washing to me. I've learned to wash my hair with one hand." "Very good." Shuhei chuckled. "I've reserved a dessert set that you love. Do you have any other plans? If not, let us go eat." "Hold on, let me check with my assistant." Shuhei looked around, wondering where the assistant was. The next moment, she saw Mumu patting her belly. Activating her voice assistant in an adorably playful tone, "Little belly, are you there?" Shuhei laughed along, responding, "I'm here." "Are you hungry?" "Very." Shirmu raised an eyebrow, linking her arm with Shuhei's. "Let's go enjoy the dessert you've ordered." Shuhei took out her phone, opened the ride-hailing app, and entered the address of their usual dessert shop. "My car is still at the hospital, so I'll need to call a cab." "Wait a moment, I'll also call a ride to see who gets a better deal." "All right." After entering the address, Shermu saw the fare was 15, glancing at Shui's, which was 10. Did you have a coupon? I happened to get one. Shui ordered her ride, after a while without a driver accepting her request. And realizing she would have to wait a long time, Shermu noticed a shared electric scooter across the street, her eyes lighting up. I'll ride the little electric scooter with you. Ha! Just as the light turned green, Shermu grabbed Shui's hand and dashed over. A double-seater electric scooter, just released recently, let us give it a try. All right. Arriving at the shared scooter area, Shermu scanned a double-seater electric scooter with her phone. Grabbed 2 helmets from the basket and handed one to Shui. It rained a couple of days ago, so the helmets are a bit dirty. Shui, with a pack of disposable alcohol wipes in her bag, replied, no worries, I brought some tissues. A treasure box, hee hee. Shermu took the wipes from Shui, cleaned the helmet, brushed off the leaves and dust inside, and placed it on her head. You sit in the back. And open the GPS on your phone, I'll ride. Okay. Shui used the tissue to wipe down the helmet and seat, tossed the trash into a garbage bin, then put on her helmet and sat behind Shermu. Shermu hopped on the scooter, saying, hold on tight. MHM. Shui wrapped her arms around Shermu's slender waist. Here we go. Shermu twisted the handle, and the little electric scooter roared to life. The voice navigation on her phone announcing, navigation has started, head north from your current location. Shui pressed her cheek against Shermu's back, the sun shone perfectly, and a gentle breeze stirred. It was an ordinary weekend in late autumn as the 2 childhood friends rode the little scooter towards their favorite dessert shop. The scooter whizzed through streets and alleys, catching the wind as they chatted. Shui noticed their shadows on the ground, her hair dancing in the wind, whispering tales of joy. She tightened her embrace around Shermu, savoring the tranquil comfort of simplicity. Chapter 10, The Strong Girl. Boss Moo. Why do I feel like you've lost weight? Is someone bullying you? No one is bullying me, Shui replied. Shermu nodded. As the owner of a children's taekwondo center, she had been preoccupied with opening her 9th branch in the south, leaving little time for video calls with Shui. After 2 weeks back in Jingbei, Shui had noticeably slimmed down. She hadn't weighed herself in the past few days, possibly due to a seasonal flu that left her with little appetite. I'll eat more desserts later. That's the spirit. A sleek convertible sped past them, its fiery red body almost blinding. The young men inside whistled at them, calling out, hey beautiful girls, want to grab a drink? Sure. Shermu raised an eyebrow, laughing. I'll definitely swing by your table to toast when you're all dead. And I'll even buy each of you a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Seeing the stunned expressions on the young men's faces made Shui want to laugh. Throughout her life, in the realms of banter and brawling, Boss Moo had never lost. She was a taekwondo master. Even in high school, Fu Henning couldn't outtalk Shermu. The young man in the passenger seat, feeling affronted, turned his gaze to the well-behaved girl in the back of the scooter. Hey! Little miss, why so quiet? Your legs are quite long, perfect for wrapping around my waist. Boss Moo took it upon herself to defend. Are you envious just because of looks? The man instinctively glanced down at himself, his face darkening with anger. Just as he was about to retort, Shermu pressed on. What are you looking at, old lady? You planning to sew your open crotch pants with a needle? The fiery red convertible sped away from the two. Shui's lips involuntarily curled upward, giving Shermu a thumbs up, genuinely praising, Boss Moo, you're incredible, another victory. Ha ha, hee hee, I've got your back. At the intersection, the light turned red. Shermu noticed a cool-looking motorcycle police officer ahead. Striking a commanding figure in black tactical gear, she was about to stop beside the sleek black motorcycle to admire it. Moo moo, my little uncle and I are getting engaged. What? Bang, the small electric scooter collided with the large motorcycle. Shui, unable to see the road ahead, clutched Mumu tightly. As the sound of the impact reached her ears, her helmet slipped forward, obstructing her view. She hastily adjusted the helmet, her voice trembling with fear. Are you all right? Mumu? I'm fine, what about you? I'm okay. The two vehicles had only sustained a minor bump. Shermu apologized to the special police officer ahead. I'm so sorry, officer. You two, get out of the vehicle. The special police captain, donned in a helmet and sunglasses, spoke in a deep voice. How could you rear-end on such a wide road? you must not be distracted while riding, do you understand? Understood. Shu He and Shermu obediently exited the vehicle. To avoid obstructing the flow of traffic, Shu He pushed the small electric scooter to the flowerbed beside the road, waiting for the police officer's instructions. Shermu stole a glance. The special officer stood tall and robust, exuding a masculine aura, undoubtedly handsome and imposing, likely around 185 centimeters tall, appearing youthful, a peer of theirs. Next time you ride an electric scooter, will you be more attentive? I will. The two girls lowered their heads in acknowledgement of their mistake. Just as they were being reprimanded for 2 minutes, a black Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up beside them, and the rear window rolled down, prompting the special police captain to glance over. What brings you here? Just passing by. Shu He and Shermu lifted their heads to look, only to immediately lower them in reflex the next moment. Shiryu's dark eyes held a hint of scrutiny. What happened? Bai Songsheng, the captain of the Jingbei Special Police, had known Shiryu for many years. Considering him an old friend, yet Bai had no knowledge of the two girls' relationship with him. It's nothing. Bai Songsheng, not wishing to reprimand further, noted the two girls' sincere attitudes and acknowledgement of their mistake. We accidentally bumped into my car. Is anyone hurt? No. Shu He noticed some scratches on the back of the special officer's motorcycle and took out her phone. May I ask how much I need to compensate? I can transfer the amount to you. No need for compensation. Bai Songsheng had official matters to attend to, sitting on his motorcycle while earnestly advising, you too must pay attention to road safety and learn to cherish life. Shiryu, I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Shiryu nodded indifferently. Once the special police captain departed, the air grew suddenly quiet. Shu He stood at attention, feeling the intensity of Shiryu's gaze making her scalp tingle. Thankfully, her helmet offered some protection. Shermu felt like crying but had no tears. Among the elders of the Sher family, she feared her little uncle the most, and now that he had caught her in the act, she would undoubtedly face a stern lecture. Shiryu looked at the electric scooter beside the flowerbed. Why aren't you driving? I left it at the hospital. Where are you headed? I'll give you a ride. Great. I want a ride in the Rolls-Royce. I'll take pictures for my social media. It was Shermu who replied. She removed her helmet and took off Shui's as well, whispering, from the tone of little uncle's voice, he doesn't seem angry. Since there's a free ride, why not take advantage of it? I'll first park the electric scooter in the designated area. He wait for me in the car. All right. Shu He looked up and noticed Shiryu seated in the back. With a driver at the wheel, both the front passenger and back seats were available for sitting. Just as she pondered where to sit, he beckoned, come sit here. His voice was like the mist rising in early winter. Light and deep. Shu sensibly opened the back door and sat beside Shiryu, catching a glimpse of him observing her for a moment in her peripheral vision. Shiryu wore a custom-made dark suit. Maintaining a respectful distance between them, Shu glanced at Mumu. Shermu struggled to return the electric scooter in the parking area, pushing it left and right, but it still wouldn't fit. Damn, a prolonged, elegant exclamation floated into the car. Shu averted her gaze. She adjusted the thick scarf around her neck, covering the lower half of her face, and smiled secretly, her lips curving upwards. Boss Mu was simply adorable. After a while, Shermu got into the car and buckled her seatbelt, casually commenting, they charged me 20 yuan for the adjustment fee. Unbelievable. They claim it's not in the designated area. The heart of capitalists is truly ruthless. They will exploit every opportunity. Where can I even complain? As her words fell, an unusual silence enveloped the vehicle, no one uttering a word. Shermu quickly covered her mouth, aware that when she was angry, her voice became sweet as honey. She glanced at her little uncle and Shui's reactions in the rearview mirror. Her little uncle remained expressionless. Goodness, little Shui, hiding a smile with a scarf. Very well, I'll make sure to treat you to extra milk tea at dinner. Shiryu crossed his legs and calmly inquired, where are we headed? To a dessert shop called Tangnian Shirpian. The driver started the car. Shiryu had a meeting with the CEO of a burgeoning technology company to discuss investment at the golf course in the northern part of the city. He had witnessed the entire incident of the electric scooter colliding with the motorcycle and, upon recognizing the two girls, instructed the driver to pull over by the flowerbed. Mr. Sherd, should we head to the northern city first or the dessert shop? To the dessert shop. Shermu recalled Shuhi mentioning her engagement with her little uncle earlier and began typing a message on her phone. Buzz, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Shuhi took it out and glanced at the message. Boss Moo, you and little uncle are getting married, for real? Little Gray, for real. Boss Moo, how sudden, huh, I just got back from a trip. And you're already becoming my little aunt? Little Gray, I only found out the day before yesterday about the marriage agreement between the Joe and Sher families. Little uncle is proposing next Friday. But I don't know much about him yet. Boss Moo, we'll soon arrive at the dessert shop, let's talk more after we get out. The two exchanged messages back and forth. Shiryu remained composed, leaning against the backrest, holding a document, his attention focused on the risk management department's evaluation of the technology company. Chapter 11. Let's talk about little Uncle Tangnian Shi Pian. True to its name, the shop exuded a sweet and unique ambience, with romantic and fresh table arrangements. The furniture was simple yet elegant, complete with folding windows and lush greenery. Shuhi and Mumu typically favored sitting at the window bar. In the past, when there were no classes, Mumu would invite her to this hidden gem of a dessert shop to enjoy the air conditioning, indulge in sweets, and sip afternoon tea. If Boss Moo was busy with business, Shuhi would occasionally sit there alone, especially on rainy days, working on her thesis by the window while feeling a sense of peace and contentment. Shuhi had reserved the rose lychee tiramisu set. And upon their arrival, the waiter had already placed the small cake and tea drinks at their usual spot. Sunlight flooded the long wooden bar table, and the shop played a delightful playlist of sweet songs. Shuhi took a large spoonful of cake and savored it. Cheers! Shermu raised her cup of rose and jujube hot milk drink, to celebrate your breakup with that scoundrel. Cheers! Shuhi lifted her milk tea to clink with Mumu's. Taking a big sip, the rich rose fragrance blooming between her lips and teeth. I knew about her being a celebrity before. Have you watched her dramas? Shuhi poked at the rose jelly atop the cake with her small spoon. I've seen her movies. But I never expected to interact with her one day. What did she say to you? Shuhi lowered her eyelashes, her gaze lingering on the beautiful cake as she ate leisurely, the lychee flesh sweet. Tell me about little uncle. Do you know much about him? In terms of lifestyle habits, little uncle is quite particular. He has obsessive-compulsive tendencies and maintains a refined taste in food, clothing, and housing. You can tell just by his fashion sense. Obsessive-compulsive? Shuhi suddenly recalled the small orange she wanted to adopt yesterday when Shiryu hesitated for a few seconds. One year during a family gathering, I dropped a meatball into the soup while eating, and little uncle was sitting next to me. It splattered all over his face. The way he looked at me, oh my, he was smiling. Not a word spoken, but I still vividly remember that gaze. I had nightmares that night, dreaming that little uncle had transformed into my high school homeroom teacher. Shuhi could imagine the mix of a gentle smile and an intimidating gaze from Shiryu. Shermu shuddered and continued, but he truly is exceptional. He has always been the ideal child in everyone's eyes, graduating with a Ph.D. in finance from MIT at 25. 25? Yes, after graduation, little uncle worked in a financial investment bank on Wall Street for a few years. After a strong quarterly performance, he voluntarily exited the Wall Street investment bank to return to England and take over the family business. Shermu enjoyed her cake. Sometimes I feel like my little uncle is akin to the protagonist of a self-indulgent novel. Shuhi nodded in agreement. Besides work, he enjoys modern equestrian sports and shooting. Little uncle even won a gold medal in a small-caliber pistol shooting competition favored by Australian elites. Shuhi was curious, how could someone as outstanding as Shiryu choose to marry her? She preferred a simple and contented life, which starkly contrasted with Shiryu's character. Listening to the description, their interests and habits seemed worlds apart. Shermu leaned closer to Shuhi, resting her chin on her hands. Gazing into her eyes, let's talk about looks. Heh, do you think little uncle is handsome? MHM. How does he compare to Fu Dog in terms of looks? Shuhi candidly replied, Shiryu, he resembles the aloof male lead from a drama. Ha ha. In reality, there are no truly aloof men. Once they meet a girl they like, they surely want to get close to their wife in both subtle and overt ways. Shermu sat up straight, leisurely swinging her legs while continuing to enjoy her cake. How wonderful, I'm getting even closer with my best friend. Uncle and aunt, this couple is one I must ship. The waiter in the store. Familiar with Shui greeted her warmly. "Miss Shou, we have new membership activities at our store, would you like to take a look?" "Sure." Shui set down her small spoon and walked towards the cash register, where the waiter enthusiastically introduced the latest specialty pastries and the details of the membership events. Just before Shermu stood up to join her, he noticed Shui's phone screen light up. A strange message appeared. "Blocking my number won't help. I have many alternate accounts and can send you photos of me and Ning every day." Shermu picked up his phone, a surge of anger coursing through him. Glancing at Shui, who was engaged in conversation with the waiter and turned away from the bar area, he unlocked his phone and opened the message. It was from the dog son seeking a bed partner, containing explicit content, followed by a few more messages. "You wouldn't want me to personally go to Jingde to find you, would you? You know how terrifying the fan community has become in recent years. If my fans discover that you're monopolizing my boyfriend, TSK, I won't be able to intervene in the online harassment. And Ning mentioned that you suffered from psychogenic mutism at the age of 8, becoming a little mute, and only learned to speak in middle school. You were isolated by your classmates in elementary school, causing your sister's demise, and for many years, no one wanted to play with you. In 5th grade, you were also beaten up in the restroom, just out of curiosity. Does a little mute make sounds when crying? No malice intended. Don't morally bind a Ning, he owes you nothing. Not I in this day and age, who doesn't feign depression for sympathy, blah 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 blah." Shui had a general understanding of the 3 membership activities being launched and turned to Shermu. "Mumu, which activity do you prefer? There are 3 here, pick one." "Alright, I'll be right over." Shermu, facing away from the cash register, took photos of the messages for backup before deleting them all from Shui's phone and blocking the celebrity's alternate account. "Why are your eyes red?" Shermu rubbed his eyes and smiled, just a bit tired. Yawning. "Here, these are the posters for the 3 activities, take a look and see which one you like." As Shermu gazed at the posters, her thoughts began to race, contemplating various methods of retaliation. Step locking the throat, left hook, right hook, jump kick, side kick, front kick, alternating kicks, hard stomps. She wouldn't rest until she dealt with her in Fu Hining. Shui asked, "Which one do you want? I'll top up." Back spin kick. Monday morning, due to a vaccine shot, Shui took half a day off. The doctor who administered her last shot mentioned that the second dose only required 1 injection, preferably in the morning. She donned a warm lamb fleece coat, as the temperature had dropped significantly since last night and would remain low for several days. With the outdoor temperature at only 10 degrees, she stuffed her tablet and laptop into her backpack. Planning to catch up on her studies after the shot, Shui slung her backpack over her shoulders and dashed outside, having messaged Shiryu half an hour ago that he was already waiting at the community entrance. Remembering Shiryu's jacket, she rushed back to her bedroom, retrieved his coat from the wardrobe, folded it neatly, and placed it in a tote bag. Shiryu had a cleanliness obsession, and she had washed this jacket for him the previous day. At the community entrance, there was a dry cleaning shop, and when she brought the jacket in, the owner was astonished and refused to accept it. He insisted that the men's coat was a high-end bespoke Hermes new model, not available for sale to the public, and estimated its value at no less than 300,000. He advised her to take it to a luxury care shop for expedited dry cleaning, stating that if anything went wrong in his shop, he would have to bear the loss. Thus she went to the luxury care shop, where expedited dry cleaning cost her 500 yuan, which felt painful. She regretted it the night before, thinking that if she had known, she would have refrained from wearing his jacket. The cold medicine was only 15 yuan a box. Chapter 12, President Shi takes Shui for vaccination. Indeed, the temperature had dropped. Once Shui exited the building, she shivered from the biting cold. Counting the days, there were still 10 days until winter officially began, and she felt rejuvenated once she got into the car. Today, it was not President Shi driving. Shiryu's dedicated driver, named Ju Tuan, was around 40 years old. The car had the heater running in advance. This Rolls-Royce luxury business vehicle was customized, featuring spacious rear seating with 2 luxurious individual seats designed for comfort. "Good morning." Shui greeted Shiryu, handing him the exquisite tote bag. "Thank you for your jacket, it has been dry cleaned. No need to wash it next time." Shiryu took the jacket, noticing Shui's nose was slightly red, contrasting with her fair complexion. "How is your hand?" "It's healing." Shui raised her left hand for Shiryu to see. The 2 scratch marks were healing and would likely scab over in a couple of days. Wait about a week before using the healing cream. All right. Yutuan started the car. And Shiryu asked, have you had breakfast yet? I brought some bread. Shui's lips curved into a faint smile. She preferred carrying a backpack, which had ample space. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out a packet of caterpillar bread. Shiryu glanced at her breakfast. Eating caterpillar bread for breakfast? Are you a bird? What caterpillar is that big? I'm a tiger. This is bread. Want some? I brought 2 packets, 1 blueberry and 1 strawberry. No. Thank you. Shui stuffed the caterpillar bread back into her bag, having prepared 2 packets, intending to offer him one. As the doctor advised against fasting before the shot, she didn't dare to eat in his car. Planning to quickly resolve her breakfast after getting out, the hospital was about a 20-minute drive away, and while waiting at a green light, Yutuan activated the car's control screen music. As the melody filled the air, Shuhei looked up in surprise. A 40-inch interactive display screen rose in the center of the front partition, playing her favorite Cantonese playlist, with a smart control panel lighting up on the armrest for her to manage the playlist. The sound quality of the car's audio system was exceptional and crystal clear. As the green light lit up, the car slowly moved forward. Shuhei glanced at the man beside her, who was working on a tablet. Shiryu sat upright, wearing clean, transparent rimless glasses that accentuated his high nose bridge, appearing both distinguished and light. He was calmly processing emails. This was the first time Shuhei had seen Shiryu wearing glasses. Rimless glasses were the most visually appealing type. Yet they were challenging to pull off, as they required a certain bone structure. At that moment, Shiryu exuded a rational, cool intelligence. Noticing her gaze, he turned his attention to her, prompting Shuhei to smoothly avert her eyes and examine the flower pots lining the roadside. Near Jingbei Hospital. Yutuan signaled and parked the car in front of a breakfast shop, turning off the engine and looking back at President Shiryu set aside his work, calmly stating, "Let's go eat first." All right. Yutuan opened the car doors for them, and Shuhei followed the man inside. Today, Shiryu wore a high-quality deep brown woolen coat, impeccably tailored, exuding a sense of stability without losing fashion. Making him appear even taller and more elegant, she tightened her grip on the straps of her backpack. Reflecting on the journey, she noticed that Shiryu had not exchanged a word with Yutuan. Yet Yutuan managed to handle everything impeccably, anticipating his boss's thoughts. Since they were near the hospital, the breakfast shop was bustling with patrons operating on a self-service basis. Shiryu instructed the young lady behind him, "Go ahead and pick something light." "Aren't you eating?" "I've already eaten." Shuhei nodded. She went to select her breakfast, resolving to wake up earlier next time for her vaccine to avoid wasting his time. Shiryu settled into a windowside 2-person table, and as his phone rang, Shuhei noticed him quietly answering a call. She grabbed a cup of hot milk and 2 red bean buns, balancing her tray as she sat across from Shiryu. The conversation on the other end was entirely in English. Shuhei listened intently as Shiryu discussed a self-developed chip project within the group, mentioning an upcoming global technology expo in Australia where he had been invited to share the group's new findings in chip research. Just as she was about to savor her long-desired red bean bun, Shiryu's clear voice cut through, reminding her, "The hand-washing station is behind you." "Oh, right." Shuhei felt a bit embarrassed, obediently walking to the hand-washing station, dispensing some sanitizer, and washing her hands thoroughly. She glanced back at the man on the phone. Shiryu spoke methodically about plans, clearly focused on his work yet still managing to remind her to wash her hands. Returning to her seat across from Shiryu, she picked up the red bean bun and hurried to eat. As the buns from this breakfast shop were fluffy and soft, with a pleasing texture, Shiryu ended the call and observed her eating pace, remarking, "I'm not competing with you." Shuhei slowed her eating pace. In the lobby of the hospital, even in the morning, it was bustling with people. No matter when one visits Jingbei Hospital, it always feels crowded, drawing individuals from all over the country. Many complicated cases can only be treated here. As the hospital boasts the nation's finest medical team and advanced resources, registering for an appointment is as challenging as scrambling for train tickets during peak travel seasons. Just like Shuhei, Jingbei Hospital mandates that a second vaccine shot also requires an appointment, but she couldn't book with the same female doctor as last time. Shuhei removed her backpack, rummaged through it for her previous vaccination receipt, and took out her ID to book another doctor who could issue a new appointment. "No need for those, just follow me." "Huh?" Shuhei's gaze was momentarily frozen. "Uncle, I also need to register for the second vaccine here. I have yet to obtain a ticket." Just as she spoke, The esteemed president of Jingbei Hospital, Qin Huaid, approached with a steady gait, radiating an amiable charm. Carrying a briefcase that suggested he had just arrived at work from a distance, he proactively extended his hand. "Good morning, Director Shi. What brings you here personally? I have already arranged for a designated physician to administer the vaccine to your wife." "Good morning, President Qin." Shiryu stepped forward to shake hands with President Qin. Smiling as he replied, "In addition to the vaccine, there are other matters to attend to here." Shua quietly stuffed the pile of items in her hands into her bag, realizing that this time she could benefit from Shiryu's presence and avoid the hassle of registration and queuing. Qin Huaid, with warmth, retrieved his business card from his briefcase and handed it to the young lady beside Shiryu. "Oh, Mrs. Shi, here is my card. There will be specialized doctors available for the subsequent vaccine doses. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need assistance." "Thank you, President Qin." Shua, feeling flattered, accepted the card with both hands. She had seen reports about President Qin on the news, a distinguished expert recognized by the Health Commission, holding a high administrative position and possessing a profound influence within the medical field. Carefully, she placed the president's business card into the inner pocket of her bag. Following closely behind Shiryu and President Qin, she listened to their conversation, discovering that the medical company under Hongxing Group had been collaborating with Jingbei Hospital for many years. As the vaccination proceeded, the female doctor approached Shua, adjusting the rabies vaccine syringe while observing her penguin-like appearance. "Mrs. Shi, the second dose will be administered in your arm. Please remove some clothing to expose your left arm." "All right." Shua took off her thick lambswool coat. Being addressed as Mrs. Shi made her feel somewhat bashful, considering she was not yet married, but Shiryu seemed indifferent and had never corrected her accompanying her during the injection. Shiryu took Shua's scarf and coat, revealing her form-fitting apricot-colored thermal top, which she rolled up though it did not quite reach her upper arm. The female doctor remarked, "There is no one else here, shall we loosen the neckline a bit?" Shua's hand rested on the neckline of her thermal top. Fortunately, the fabric had good elasticity, and as the doctor held the syringe she was waiting, Shua pulled down her clothing, exposing one shoulder and a delicately curved collarbone reminiscent of a crescent moon. Having followed her sister in classical dance since childhood, Shua continued to dance, and her years of practice endowed her with an exquisite demeanor, akin to an elegant swan. Her long, delicate neck and flawlessly flowing shoulder lines resembled warm, soft jade. The female doctor dabbed iodine on a cotton swab and wiped Shua's arm. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as the doctor swiftly inserted the needle into the soft, fair skin of her arm, reassuring her, "It will be over quickly." After the injection, Shua felt little discomfort. The intense pain from the previous immune globulin injection had startled her, but this vaccine was relatively painless. She pressed down on the adhesive bandage and stood, bowing slightly. "Thank you, doctor." The female doctor, taken aback, replied, "You are too kind. It is well known that Hongxing Group places great emphasis on investments in medical technology, boasting numerous medical research institutions and a plethora of researchers. The group has developed various internationally advanced medical devices, such as high-precision imaging instruments, fully digital angiography machines, and whole-body bone density meters. Although these devices are costly, their top-tier functionality makes them highly sought after by hospitals across the nation. Thus, Director Shi maintains close collaborations with several renowned domestic hospitals, and with the presence of this gentle and charming lady, the wife of Director Shi, the hospital certainly treats her with utmost care. In the clean and tidy lounge, while Shua pressed on the injection site, she sat on the sofa, her shoulder and arm exposed, unable to dress just yet. Suddenly, her warm lambswool coat was draped over her shoulder. She looked up to see Shiryu. After receiving the vaccine, she needed to be observed for half an hour. Shiryu settled onto a nearby sofa, picking up a medical magazine to read. As they exited the lounge, it was Shiryu who helped her carry her bag. The bag, a soft pastel pink, was adorned with several small gray plush toys and figurines, creating a delightful contrast as Shiryu held it. Shua hesitated to trouble him. "I can carry the bag myself." However, Shiryu, glancing at a message from an old Chinese medicine doctor on his phone, did not return her bag but instead looked up to find the elevator. "The traditional Chinese medicine department is on the 7th floor. Let us go." Traditional Chinese medicine? Following Shiryu into the elevator, Shua noted that the hospital was bustling with patients. As the elevator doors opened, a crowd surged in, and Shiryu gently grasped Shua's delicate wrist, guiding her to a position at the back. Shua stood in the corner while Shiryu shielded her, ensuring she had a safe space amidst the jostling crowd. She gazed at him. Shiryu's broad shoulders and upright posture resembled a majestic pine. As if sculpted by nature itself, exuding an undeniable aura of authority, people in the elevator turned their attention toward him, men, women, and children alike, all captivated by his presence, which seemed to draw attention in any setting. Wow! A child tugged at their parent's sleeve, whispering, "Dad, look at that person, he looks very wealthy." Upon reaching the 7th floor, Shua followed Shiryu out of the elevator. The right side of the 7th floor housed the traditional Chinese medicine department, which was notably tranquil, with an architectural style steeped in antiquity. Shiryu found the office of the old Chinese medicine doctor, standing at the door and signaling for Shua to enter. However, Shua felt uncertain about going in. Shiryu's visit involved some degree of male privacy. She opted to sit on a bench by the door. "I will wait for you here." Shiryu observed Shua's swift movement as she sat down. "Do you think your fiancé needs to see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor? If necessary, it can be arranged." Shiryu gazed at Shua's petite face, her large clear eyes sparkled brightly, gazing at him with an innocence characteristic of a university student unacquainted with the world. Some words he nearly voiced were swallowed back, and he instead said, "It is an appointment made for you." Mr. Chu was a master of traditional Chinese medicine, well regarded in the field. "Please go in." Shua was somewhat surprised, before she could settle into her seat. Shiryu took her by the hand, and for some reason, she felt inexplicably anxious about seeing a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, her feet firmly planted on the ground, increasing friction. Shiryu, mistaking her resistance for stubbornness, remarked, "Are you rooted to the ground?" Yes. Ultimately, Shiryu maintained a stern expression as he pulled Shua into the room, and she felt like a small penguin being abducted, sliding across the smooth floor. Inside, Mr. Chu ambled slowly, engrossed in a thick ancient medical text. Now in his advanced years, his hair and beard were completely white, yet he appeared quite spry, dressed in a bamboo green linen robe, standing upright though his gait was slightly unsteady. With a slight limp in his right foot, Shua was gently guided into a chair beside the consultation table. Shiryu greeted, "Grandpa Chu." Only then did Mr. Chu withdraw his attention from the ancient texts. "Dui. You have come." Shua felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Traditional Chinese medicine was shrouded in mystery. As the saying goes, once a traditional Chinese medicine doctor makes a move, one knows the truth. No secrets could escape the discerning eyes and hands of an experienced practitioner. She cast a timid glance at Shiryu, who returned a calm gaze, his brow furrowed with the weight of years spent navigating the business world. Shua felt a chill run down her spine and quietly diverted her gaze. Mr. Chu took his seat, placing the weathered ancient book aside. "Come, child, place your hand on the pulse pillow." Shua laid her wrist upon the pulse pillow. The hands of the elderly doctor, akin to the bark of an ancient tree, thin and weathered, gently rested on her pulse. In that moment, Shua's heart hung in suspense. Time seemed to stand still. The room was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The pulse diagnosis lasted about 2 to 3 minutes. Throughout this time, Mr. Chu's expression remained largely unchanged. The corners of his eyes were lined with crow's feet, yet when he smiled, he radiated warmth and kindness. "There is nothing wrong, you are well. Though your qi and blood are slightly deficient, quite common, child, I will prescribe you a remedy. Please collect the medicine from the pharmacy next door." "All right, thank you, doctor." Shua sighed in relief as she withdrew her wrist. As Mr. Chu wrote out her prescription, his strokes flowed effortlessly, light and graceful, and soon he had completed it. Shua took the prescription to the adjacent pharmacy. Shiryu, however, did not accompany her. "I will wait here for you." "Okay." As Shua exited Mr. Chu's consultation room, clutching the prescription tightly, her bright gaze dimmed. The old doctor had intentionally dismissed her, likely to discuss her condition in detail with Shiryu. It was only when a patient's health was severely compromised that doctors chose to spare the patient from distressing news, opting instead to communicate with their family to avoid impacting the patient's morale. Shua glanced at the LED screen on the wall displaying the consultation schedule for traditional Chinese medicine. Mr. Chu only made his rounds at Gingbei Hospital once a month, and today was not one of his scheduled days. Shiryu had a rapport with Mr. Chu inside the consultation room. Shiryu approached the door and closed it. Mr. Chu's brow furrowed deeply, a pronounced crease forming between his brows, and his demeanor darkened as soon as Shua left. Her pulse is very fine and weak. At such a young age, she suffers from significant qi and blood deficiency, her extremities cold, and her organs depleted. I am unaware of her past, but from her pulse, it is evident that she has endured much hardship. Her gentle disposition suggests she harbors many grievances without expressing them. Mr. Chu sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy. Who is this child? Have her parents neglected her physical and mental well-being all these years? Does she not care about herself at all? It would be beneficial for her to come to the hospital earlier for some treatment. She is my fiancée. Are you living together? No. I have not concealed anything regarding her health from you, I have shared all that needs to be said. As of now, you are not cohabiting nor are you married. There is still an opportunity for a withdrawal of the engagement. Consider carefully whether you wish to marry her. I want to get married. Shiryu's expression remained calm. Unwavering in his intention to marry Grandfather Chu, I brought Shuhi to consult you about her health, not to investigate her circumstances as a means to gauge whether I should marry her. I knew you were a reliable lad. Mr. Chu chuckled. As since you wish to marry, I suggest you two move in together as soon as possible. Ensure she takes her Chinese medicine on time, visits the hospital for moxibustion regularly, and engages in appropriate outdoor exercises daily. I will write down a detailed regimen for her, and my assistant will send it to you shortly. Thank you, grandfather. Mr. Chu patted his shoulder reassuringly. Nurturing one's health is a long-term endeavor, so do not worry. DUI with me around and nothing is insurmountable. I have countless patients, many of whom were in worse condition than her, yet they have thrived under my care. Thank you for your concern. The car stopped at the entrance of Jingbei University. The two had not exchanged a word since leaving the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Shui's expression was one of quiet despondency, likely aware of her health situation. Shiryu was certainly also aware. Shui touched her hand, which remained icy despite the warmth of the car. She took a deep breath to steady her emotions before attempting to get out with her backpack. Having just received an injection. You should carry your bag carefully, or wear it crossbody. It's fine, it doesn't hurt anymore. Shui slung her backpack over her shoulders, and just before opening the door, she lowered her gaze. Her long eyelashes obscuring the uncertainty in her eyes, and voiced the thoughts she had been mulling over. Uncle. Shiryu's brow twitched slightly each time Shuhi addressed him as uncle. He felt as though she had aged him by at least 20 years. He looked at Shui, who had her back to him, unable to see her expression, but her tone remained relatively clear. The engagement can be called off if Zhou Shui. Shiryu's typically serene face darkened abruptly. Signaling to the driver, Mr. Yu, who promptly locked the car doors, the man's voice carried an undeniable authority. Was your agreement to marry me made of your own volition? Yes. I specifically asked you if there were any issues. What was your answer? No issues. You are of age now and must take responsibility for your words. An engagement is not a trivial matter. Do not utter the words withdrawal of engagement again. Shuhi nodded slightly. All right. Upon attempting to open the door, she discovered it was locked. She turned back, her expression complex as she looked at him, catching a glimpse of the profound darkness in Shiryu's eyes. He was visibly angered by her mention of the cancellation of their engagement. Shuhi recognized her fault in this situation and explained, I apologize, I thought you might be concerned about what Grandfather Chu said, or about my health. She did not wish to burden Shiryu with the so-called engagement. Shiryu had been kind to her. If both families could mutually withdraw from the engagement, it would offer a release for both her and Shiryu. Shiryu countered her, setting aside your health. If it had been me seeking medical attention today, would you have reacted the same way, immediately terminating our engagement? No. Shuhi assured him, do not be angry, I will not mention those 2 words again. What 2 words? It's puppy. Shiryu's stern demeanor softened slightly. With a soft click, the car door locks were released by Mr. Yu, who respectfully opened the door for Shui. As she exited, Shiryu handed her a gift box he had been holding. What is this? It's for nourishing your health, take it. Consume it before meals. Thank you. Shui accepted it, and the Rolls-Royce departed. As she entered the university, she was surrounded by students on bicycles, filled with vitality, laughing as they rushed to their next class. Many were walking in pairs, discussing which cafeteria to visit after class and what to eat. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. Zhou Shui took it out and opened WeChat. Shiryu had sent her a message featuring a list of nourishing foods recommended by the old doctor, along with the apartment number he had at Jing University. Deshiong Mao, balance your studies with some leisure, take a midday nap. And if you feel tired, you can rest in the faculty dormitory nearby. I've sent you my room number and password, you can go there anytime. Deshiong Mao, you only have a slight deficiency in qi and blood. And there are no other issues with your health. Do not overthink it. I will arrange for someone to prepare the Chinese medicine for you, and make sure you take it on schedule. Xiao Hui Hui, thank you. It seemed that Shiryu did not mind her health condition. However, when this man became strict, he could be quite formidable, especially when he fixed his gaze upon someone. It was a bit chilling. The road ahead was wide, bathed in the afternoon sunlight. Shui tucked her hands into the pockets of her lamb fleece coat, her steps feeling considerably lighter, sitting down beside a long bench. She opened the box she had been holding. The tonics inside were rather heavy, and since they were to be taken before meals, she decided to consume them now. What met her eyes was astonishing. It was a Ru Kiln sky blue glaze wash from the Northern Song dynasty, with agate incorporated into the glaze. It exhibited a heavenly blue hue, its firing technique exquisite, the glaze surface smooth and delicate. Flawless, as pure as a millennium-old iceberg. Shui had initially thought Shiryu was merely jesting about gifting her an antique. He truly was generous. This ancient artifact was hardly something one would consume before meals. Shui was reluctant to claim it as her own and dialed Shiryu's number. He answered promptly, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone nearby. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Did you send the wrong box?" "This is not food." "I did not send the wrong one." "This gift is too extravagant, uncle. Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept it. When are you free? I'll return it to you." "I'm not free." Shiryu's tone was steady. "If I gave it to you, it is yours to keep. There is no need to return it." Shui did not want to delay him further with her work, so she stored the box away in her backpack. She also felt uneasy carrying the backpack now, clutching it tightly to her chest and quickening her pace, safeguarding the priceless Ru Kiln sky blue glaze wash, planning to take it to Shiryu's place after marriage. As a form of return. Chapter 15, The Past Between Shuhi and Fu Henning. Jingbei Qingsui Entertainment Club. An opulent haven for the elite, where luxury knows no bounds, it is the preferred venue for the affluent youth of Jingbei to socialize and unwind. Often hosting significant collaborations and investment projects, naturally, Qingsui serves only high-end clientele, granting them an unparalleled experience of exclusivity. When Shirmu entered, he was struck by the lavish decor, the array of premium dining options, and the entertainment facilities that took one's breath away. "Would you like an introduction to our services?" the dedicated attendant inquired, following closely behind Shirmu. "We have just launched." "No, thank you, I'm here to settle a score." "Pardon?" The attendant was taken aback. Settle a score. Upon observing the formidable individuals accompanying the girl behind him, all donned in taekwondo uniforms, their black belts indicating their prowess, it was clear that a confrontation was imminent. Shirmu was able to enter this entertainment club because he had previously contacted Fu Henning. As this establishment belonged to the Fu family, and that scoundrel had instructed the front desk to grant him entry, Shirmu approached the door to the club's private swimming pool, pushing open the heavy door to find Fu Henning and a group of his dubious friends lounging in the rest area. Surrounded by various bikini-clad beauties, upon noticing the newcomer, two people entangled on the bench abruptly halted, donning robes and glaring at Shirmu with unsatisfied eyes. The air was thick with acrid smoke. Shirmu could hardly believe his eyes. So this was how the wealthy indulged themselves? What a coincidence! The actress who had provoked Shui was also present. What was her name again? Oh, Yao Feifei, swimming in the pool. The audacity of those two together was infuriating. It was time to take action. Shirmu's father was the owner of the Taekwondo dojo. Shirmu was merely the young master. One of the Taekwondo instructors behind her asked, "Boss, who has wronged you? Shall we step in now?" "Not yet." Shirmu rolled his neck, rolled up his sleeves, and stretched his arms. "If they gang up on me later, just record it, then retaliate with whatever standards we can afford." Understood. Shuhi and Fu Henning had known each other since their first year of high school, sharing the same desk for 3 consecutive years. Fu Henning spent his days sleeping in class and playing games during breaks, consistently ranking at the bottom of the school. Coming from a prestigious family, even the principal treated him with deference. No matter how the homeroom teacher rearranged the seating, Fu Henning always ended up beside Shui. In their second year, Shui once asked him why he insisted on sitting next to her. Especially since he ground his teeth in his sleep, a terrifying sound reminiscent of bones being crushed, disturbing her studies. Fu Henning replied, "Well, you're at least decent to look at." He added, "If you dare to spread rumors about my teeth grinding, I'll pull out your 2 little tiger teeth." Shui took this threat seriously, nervously touching her own tiger teeth, and was too scared to disturb this prince while heading to the restroom. However, his seat was positioned outward, effectively blocking the exit. Shui had no choice but to crawl under the desk, being a slight girl, borrowing from the desk of the student in front of her. and only managed to return by squeezing back through the desk. Fu Hanning languidly remarked, "If you beg me, I might just grant you a spot." Shui, incensed, retorted loudly, deliberately obstructing the path. "It's an act even a dog wouldn't commit. Do you take pride in this?" In that instant, the entire class fell into a hushed silence, acutely aware of Shui's past struggles with speech and years of isolation, even enduring an episode of bullying from which her dear friend Shermu had rescued her from a restroom. It was widely anticipated that Fu Hanning would retaliate. His temperament was fierce, and he harbored a penchant for vengeance, wielding both wealth and power as his family's abundant resources. He had even been audacious enough to physically assault the school's disciplinary head when provoked. "Your words are truly filthy," Fu Hanning muttered, begrudgingly rising to offer her his seat. Shui declared, "From now on, I shall sit outside, and you will occupy the inside. You've been given a face, Zhou Shui. Am I to be relegated to a cramped corner like some insignificant figure? What audacity! Do you think if you refuse to switch places, I shall transfer schools? Do you believe I have a preference for the inside seat? The feng shui is favorable, now move." Fu Hanning gathered his collection of comic books and exchanged seats with Shui, now nestled in a corner adorned with small figurines. During one instance, a newly appointed history teacher, unaware of Fu Hanning's background, hurled a textbook at him while he dozed, inadvertently striking Shui on the forehead and leaving her with a crimson mark. Believing the teacher was bullying her, Fu Hanning, like a provoked beast, seized a chair and charged the podium, engaging in a scuffle with the history teacher while the entire class attempted to intervene. The teacher bore the brunt of the altercation. It was rumored that the Fu family compensated the teacher with a substantial sum, and thereafter he never set foot in that class again, leading the entire high school to speculate about a romance between Fu Hanning and Zhou Shui. Yet, in truth, there was none. In the final citywide mock examination before the college entrance exams, Shui achieved the highest score in the humanities, inciting envy among her peers, who resorted to mocking her with the tragic tale of Zijin's demise, which affected her mindset. It was Fu Hanning who dealt with those tormenting Shui. The following day, Shui approached him with money, intending to repay her 3 years of protection fees, expressing gratitude for his defense during high school. Fu Hanning refused, stating only that Shui owed him a considerable debt of gratitude, which she promised to repay in due course. Not long after, Fu Hanning was dispatched abroad by family elders. Leaving without bidding Shui farewell, recently returned, he intercepted Shui outside Beijing University, demanding she repay her debt and accompany him. Fu Hanning, with an inherently rebellious spirit, would always manage to corner her, accusing her of ingratitude and dishonesty, insisting she owed him. Shui acquiesced to give their relationship a trial. After 2 months of courtship, a fortune teller proclaimed their fates were incompatible, prompting Fu Hanning to disrupt the fortune teller's stall, costing Shui money. A few days later, as Shui passed a roadside stall selling red strings, the vendor claimed that 2 strands symbolized eternal union. Fu Hanning dismissed the red strings as cheap and unworthy, suggesting he would buy her something extravagant from a jewelry store. However, upon hearing the phrase, "never to be separated," Shui inexplicably selected 2 names from a multitude of beads and crafted a bracelet. Fu Hanning, impatient, urged her to hurry. She presented him with a bracelet bearing her name, stating, "You need not wear it. Keeping it is sufficient." "All right," he replied, yet when she was not looking, he discarded it into the trash. Believing that only expensive items held value and that the trinket was merely an eyesore, Shui feigned ignorance upon witnessing this. Throughout their time together, they quarreled frequently, leading any observer to assume that Shui had harbored feelings for Fu Hanning for years, loving him unilaterally. Yet the reality was that Fu Hanning was the one pursuing her. Eventually, Fu Hanning gifted Shui a set of intimate apparel, urging her to move into his villa and share his bed. A proposal she declined. This led to a protracted Cold War between them. Meanwhile, Fu Hanning's social media exploded with various women eager to don intimate attire for him, causing Shui to block his updates. It was only days later that news broke of Fu Hanning's latest scandal, and Shui received a private photograph that shattered their relationship, prompting her to end things. Shermu approached Fu Hanning, exuding a palpable aura of fury, causing nearby girls to retreat, sensing an impending confrontation. Fu Hanning glanced toward the entrance but did not see Shui approach. Yao Feifei, frightened by the presence of several taekwondo instructors, scrambled out of the pool and trembled as she sought refuge near Fu Hanning, uttering, "Fu Zone." Fu Hanning cast her a chilling glare, rendering her immobile. In truth, her encounters with him were few. Yao Feifei surmised that her presence today was due to the Cold War between Shui and Fu Hanning. Having heard tales of Shui dousing him with red wine, such a proud individual would never lower himself to appease a woman, and her presence was intended to instill jealousy in Shui. Yao Feifei understood that Fu Henning bore no genuine feelings for her. His social media interactions were mere attempts to provoke Shui's jealousy, determined to usurp Shui's position. Yao Feifei enlisted the help of a skilled photo retoucher to fabricate a scandalous image, sending it covertly to Shui. Fu Zone, I'm scared. Yao Feifei feigned innocence. Shermu, unrelenting, berated her. Your Parkinson's tremors are evident. Yet you claim fear. Where was your fear when you tormented Shui, you little green tea? Shermu seized Yao Feifei by her collar, dragging her toward the pool as her cries echoed, Fu Zone. Save me, Shermu coolly assured her. Don't worry, once I'm done with you, your Fu Zone will be next. Fu Henning remained composed, gently stroking his Persian cat, bestowing a kiss upon its head. Never casting a glance at Yao Feifei, with a resounding splash, Yao Feifei was unceremoniously thrown into the pool, flailing ineffectively as she sputtered and coughed, her long hair obscuring her face. No one came to her aid. Emerging from the water, she resembled a pitiful, drenched cat, her doe-like eyes pleadingly fixed on Fu Henning as she whimpered, It hurts. Fu Henning remained indifferent. Shermu taunted, Why did you not cry out in pain when you struck others? Today, I merely tossed you in. If you dare bully Shui again, I will not hesitate to strike you. In a society governed by law, do you dare to threaten me? Call the police. Yao Feifei, and don't forget to summon your brainless fans too. Let us see who fares better in a confrontation. Yao Feifei, confronted by Shermu's fierce gaze and the imposing presence of her bodyguards, realized that this girl was indeed Shui's ally, fierce and unyielding, not one to be trifled with, seemingly a powerful figure in the capital. Yao Feifei, defeated, closed her mouth, refraining from calling the authorities. She recognized that she had instigated the conflict with Shui. Should this girl expose her messages to the police and media, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Shermu was ready to move on. Fu Henning raised his glass of red wine to his lips, savoring a sip before glancing at the enraged Shermu, casually inquiring, Is it just you? Where is he? With a sharp slap, Shermu struck Fu Henning, causing the glass to fly from his hand and shatter on the floor. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd as Fu Henning's fair complexion bore the evident imprint of her hand. Blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, the slap was delivered with formidable force, sending the Persian cat scurrying away. Yao Feifei, now out of the pool, also fled, realizing that Shermu was not merely issuing threats, she had dared to strike Fu Henning. Shermu seized the decanter and drenched Fu Henning with the remaining wine, exclaiming, You wretched creature, how dare you call for Yi? Fu Henning clenched his jaw, veins bulging in fury. You want to die? Shermu retrieved Yao Feifei's messages threatening Shui. What were you thinking when you disclosed He's background to Yao Feifei? She intended to confront He at Beijing University. Fu Henning, are you blind? Fu Henning furrowed his brow, noticing the scandalous image. You know well that her selective mutism is genuine. You're aware that she pursued a field of study favored by her sister. How could you trivialize her plight for your own amusement, making her the punchline of your escapades? Where is your conscience? Recalling the past, Shermu's eyes grew increasingly red. She was beaten by her father into that state. Abandoned for 3 years, yearning for her sister while shedding tears almost daily, psychologically tormented to the point where she could not speak normally. You two have been together for half a year, even a dog knows she cares for you sincerely. Yet you time and again neglect her, bickering without restraint. Be quiet. Fu Henning, irritated by Shermu's incessant chatter, seized the phone from her grasp, asserting that the contents were not his words. These are not my words. He tossed the phone back to Shermu and turned to confront the source of the messages. But the actress had vanished from the pool. Where is she? A man let out a furious roar, desperately searching for the whereabouts of Yao Feifei in the expansive swimming pool. Shermu, with piercing clarity, scolded, When you err, do not cast the blame solely upon women. You and Yao Feifei are both despicable beings. Did you not consider the consequences when you shared a bed with her, when you indulged in debauchery and trifled with others? Did you not think of the repercussions? And today, when you summoned Yao Feifei, were you oblivious to the outcomes? Men who cannot control their lower halves are nothing but trash. Fu Henning, you are utterly unworthy of He. When have I ever slept with anyone else? With a resounding crash, he kicked over the champagne tower, shattering glass all over the floor. In the eyes of the onlookers, it seemed as if Fu Henning wished to flay Yao Feifei alive. This was the first time Shermu witnessed the onset of a rage disorder. Indeed, Fu Henning suffered from intermittent explosive disorder, a condition marked by extreme emotional volatility, prone to erupting in intense anger over minor provocations. Throughout his life, few dared to provoke Fu Henning, which had given him an appearance of emotional stability, yet at this moment, he was evidently enraged. His friends, trembling in fear, stood up in unison. Previously, Yao Feifei had conducted a thorough investigation into Shu He and learned that she had become mute after the age of 8. They had certainly not anticipated that Yao Feifei would resort to exploiting Shu He's mutism in a private vendetta. Fu Henning's friends exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Shermu prepared to leave, knowing that staying could result in her being harmed. Her taekwondo skills could not match the fury of Fu Henning. He was right to seek retribution from Yao Feifei. A mutual biting between the two dogs. Yao Feifei would undoubtedly hesitate to confront Shu He at Jingda, having provoked the wrath of the volatile Fu Henning. Now she would need to find a place to hide. Her career in the entertainment industry effectively over. Fu Henning was her superior. Before departing, Shermu had a sudden thought. She glanced at Fu Henning, who was frantically making phone calls in search of Yao Feifei, and warned him, "Do not contact He again, she is already my little uncle, get lost." "You foolish fool, who cares about your opinion?" After hurling insults, Shermu felt cold sweat trickling down her back. Thank heavens he had broken up with this maniac. Fu Henning was indeed a sickly individual. If things did not go his way, he would go mad. As Shermu approached her coaching team, she lowered her voice, "Let us run. Aren't we going to confront him?" As the boss led her coaching team away from the swimming pool, she remarked, "We can't afford to take him on right now. Once I make it big, I'll definitely give him a beating worth 2 million. Chapter 17. The new doctoral supervisor is Mr. Shi Junting. Upon learning the name of her new doctoral supervisor, Shu He was engrossed in writing a report assigned by her public politics teacher. When she saw the name of the mentor assigned to her by the School of Literature at Jingbei University, she stood frozen for a full minute, as if struck dumb. It felt as if a great fortune had fallen from the sky. Her doctoral supervisor was none other than Mr. Shi Junting, a renowned literary historian in the country. A towering figure in the literary world, a vital member of the Education Committee, the chief editor of the Jingbei Translation Publishing House, and the president of the National Ancient Literature Research Association. He was also involved in the research and compilation of various literary textbooks across the nation. Shi Junting was the father of Shiryu. Shui clutched her phone tightly, dashing from the study area of the library to the rest area, where she sat on the sofa, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Filled with joy, she jumped up and down. In the past 2 years, Mr. Shi Junting had only taken on 2 doctoral students, one in ancient literature who was currently in their 3rd year, and the other being her, a first-year student in ancient literature studies. She had not anticipated that Mr. Shi would accept a new apprentice this year. The head of the department had provided her with Mr. Shi's contact information, urging her to reach out quickly to discuss her doctoral training direction and planning. Her heart raced, her hands trembled, afraid to call Mr. Shi directly for fear of stuttering due to nerves. She added him on WeChat and awaited his summons. "Shi Junting, Shui, my office is in Mingda Building 302. I am currently in Shanghai for a seminar and cannot return to Jingda for the time being. Xiao Huihui, received. Shi Junting, Xiaoyu mentioned he will be proposing to the Zhou family this Friday. I will accompany him, and you can ask me any questions then. Xiao Huihui, all right. Teacher. In the evening, her godmother called to say she had prepared a feast and asked if Shu He was free to join for dinner, with her backpack full of goodies. Shu He went straight to her godmother's house after school. He is home. Mumu's family resided in the Shengshi Yangguan community. As soon as Shu He entered, the person who greeted her warmly was her godmother. Shi Keiling, exuding a gentle charm, dressed in an apron, she was placing a freshly cooked portion of braised beef brisket on the dining table, which already held 7 dishes. Godmother. Shu He quickly changed her shoes and rushed toward Shi Keiling. Ready to embrace her, Shi Keiling patted her apron, saying, "It's all greasy." "No way." Shu He laughed as she hugged her godmother, who then patted her shoulder, asking, "Are you tired from studying? Today I made walnut and peanut milk for you and Mumu to nourish your brains." "Sounds great." While lounging on the sofa munching on sunflower seeds, Mumu leaped up and dashed toward Shui's backpack, exclaiming, "Did you bring me something delicious?" "I did. I also got Nian Nian a Ultraman figure. Where is he?" Shui unloaded her backpack, which was filled with treats as her study supplies were stored in a password locker at the library. Nian Nian was Muumu's younger brother. Muumu's eyes lit up. I love it. Nian Nian went to our grandpa's house because he scored a 6 in math, and grandpa is tutoring him. First grade math. A 6? Indeed, he is quite comparable to my past self, ha ha. Seeing Sher Kailing busy in the kitchen, Shui whispered, "Let us help with dinner, it's a bit much for godmother to handle alone. Mom usually cooks with Dad." 10 minutes ago, Dad went downstairs to buy cooking wine. He should be back soon. I tried to help, but Mom said I was in the way. Muumu suddenly pondered, wait. Now that you are her sister-in-law, should you call her godmother or sister? The two sat on the sofa, snacking. Shui opened a pack of jerky, leaning against Muumu like a sloth, feeding her a piece. This is a new product in the store, it's juicy and fragrant. Let me try. Muumu opened her mouth to taste it. Indeed, the thick slice of jerky had a substantial texture reminiscent of slow-roasted meat, sweet and savory, with a layer of sesame. The meat was tender and easy to chew. Muumu gave a thumbs up, proclaiming, "Delicious." A smile spread across Shui's face, her dimples shining like spring flowers. She also took a piece of jerky to enjoy. In the kitchen, Sher Kailing admonished, "You two should eat less junk food, save room for dinner. The dishes will be ready soon. Where is Olju gone to buy the cooking wine?" "Got it." Just then, Olju returned from buying cooking wine, sneaking in 2 servings of freshly fried chicken wings and placing them on the coffee table. He made a shushing gesture as Sher Kailing deemed these to be unhealthy fried foods. "Eat less for now, I'll help Kailing with the cooking." Shui and Muumu quickly abandoned their snacks, clutching the warm chicken wings, and stealthily dashed into the bedroom, locking the door behind them. Shui took a bite of the chicken wing, savoring its crispiness, the exterior crunchy while the inside remained tender. Seasoned with just a hint of chili powder, making it quite appetizing. Muumu squatted on a chair, having already devoured 2 pieces. "Oh my, this is amazing, I haven't had it in ages. It's truly delicious. Oh. By the way, has that dog's son contacted you in the past few days?" Shui replied calmly and gently, "I deleted his WeChat and blocked his number. He sent me a friend request last night, saying he wanted to meet. I didn't agree. I heard he went abroad again, being arranged to study group management under a famous businessman, and will inherit the Fu family business upon his return." "That has nothing to do with me." Muumu nodded, "Right. It has nothing to do with us." A knock sounded at the door. Shui and Muumu quickly hid the chicken wings. With Muumu going to open the door, Sher Kailing caught the scent of fried chicken. "Dinner is ready." You two have been eating fried chicken again, haven't you?" "Oh no, Mom, I haven't eaten any unhealthy fried junk food in ages. You can ask He. I'm incredibly disciplined now." Sher Kailing turned to Shui, "Really? Is that so?" Shui, with chili powder smeared on her face, shook her head, hands behind her back, and earnestly replied, "I truly haven't." Chapter 18, Shiryu proposes. Shui welcomes on Friday morning. The Zhou family's car had arrived at the base of Moon Bay. After years, Shui found herself once again seated in the Zhou family vehicle. Due to the special occasion, she wore a traditional red dress, fashioned from luxurious material, a gift dress from her brother. Her hair was styled in a high bun, adorned with a red bow. Thinking there would be no one in the car, she opened the rear door only to find Xiang Mei seated inside. "It's cold outside, come in." "Okay." Xiang Mei, dressed in an elegant and dignified qipao, exuded grace like poetry. As Shui took her seat, she noticed up close how her mother possessed delicate features, her skin well maintained. Indeed, time does not defeat a beauty. The phrase "a well-read mind is a radiant one" perfectly encapsulated Xiang Mei's aura. In her arms, Shui held a large gift box, a present she had bought for her mother the previous day. She had spent hours shopping with Muumu in various malls in Jingbei. With her mother right beside her, she summoned her courage and handed over the gift box. "This is for you." Xiang Mei accepted the gift box, softly asking, "Can I open it now?" "Of course." As she delicately opened the exquisite gift box, a gentle fragrance reminiscent of a bouquet of carnations enveloped her senses. The carnation symbolizes maternal love, happiness, and gratitude. Shua also gazed at the gift box, hesitant to call out Mama, letting the carnations articulate her feelings instead. Her brows lifted slightly as she observed not only the fresh bouquet of carnations within the box but also a beautifully wrapped Su embroidery silk scarf. This scarf had been meticulously selected by her in the mall, showcasing the timeless elegance of traditional handcrafted artistry, gracefully depicting charming gardenias, with a texture and sheen that were exquisitely refined. Beneath the Su embroidery gift box lay a perfume set and a collection of warm clothing for early winter. As she closed the grand gift box, Xiangmei placed it on her lap, her fingers tracing the embroidered clouds on the box, her gaze softening as she remarked, "I truly adore it." A subtle smile graced Shua's lips as she witnessed the sun rising in the distance. The first light of dawn casting a rosy glow over the shadows of morning, gradually illuminating the world with its brilliance. On the journey to propose, Shi Yu personally drove to the Zhou family's residence. With his cousin Shijun sitting in the passenger seat, as it was customary for elders to be present during significant occasions, Xiaoyu expressed his desire to marry Shua soon, requesting assistance in selecting a favorable date. Having lived for over 70 years, he found it amusing to be assigned such an impromptu task. For him, any day was a good day for two people in love to wed. However, he mused, if the couple did not cherish their marriage, even the most auspicious date would be of no consequence. He had learned much about Shua, recognizing her strong ambition. While studying at Jingbei University, she had not only garnered numerous awards and honors but had also excelled in the IELTS academic examination, achieving an impressive score of 8, exempting her from public English courses during her doctoral studies. She had published 2 papers in core journals, both included in the prestigious Jingda publications. With only one direct PhD spot available in ancient literature, she had successfully secured her position through her literary prowess and academic research capabilities. Yesterday, during a casual conversation, Shijun had inquired about Shua's future career aspirations, to which she had expressed her ambition to teach at Jingbei University. "Father, have you chosen a date?" "There are plenty of good dates. But according to Jingbei customs, after the proposal comes the marriage registration. You and Shua must go to obtain the certificate, followed by an engagement ceremony, and finally the wedding." Shiyu recalled Mr. Chu's advice. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, "Let us aim for November. I wish to live together with her sooner rather than later. Is there any superstition regarding this?" "No superstitions, as long as both families agree. However, Xiaoyu, why rush into marriage? Shua is not going anywhere." "You can never be too sure." Shijun nodded, respecting his cousin's youthful perspective. "Very well, you young people have your thoughts. I will discuss this with Professor Xiang shortly, just listen for now. You must have known Aunt Xiang for many years." "Indeed. We are colleagues. It has been over a decade since I first met her." Shiyu approached with a grand bouquet of roses. Entering the Zhou family's banquet hall, the Zhou family's servants were busily transporting a variety of precious gifts. As the Shiyu family had sent an abundance of proposal gifts, ensuring every detail was attended to, Shua emerged to greet him, and Shiyu's gaze fell upon her. She wore a vibrant and enchanting red dress today. The neckline was shaped like rose petals, featuring a graceful, traditional design that accentuated her slender waist, her dress flowing like a blooming flower, exuding poetic elegance. As she walked, the red fabric swayed gracefully, shimmering like jewels in the light. Shua epitomized the quintessential Eastern beauty. Clad in red, she radiated a timeless charm, her delicate features enhanced by the dress, which contrasted beautifully against her fair complexion. Today, she wore a subtle yet elegant makeup, more striking than any bold application. Suddenly Shiyu was struck by the idea of a traditional Chinese wedding, which he felt would suit her perfectly. "Thank you," Shua said, accepting the large bouquet of roses from Shiyu. The initial sweet scent transforming into a lingering, soothing fragrance that was utterly captivating. "Hello, teacher." Shua approached Mr. Shijun, bowing respectfully. She felt a jittery excitement akin to a young monkey meeting its revered master, having only seen Mr. Shijun in photographs and references before. Today marked their first encounter in person. Despite his graying hair, Mr. Shijun retained a handsome visage radiating a scholarly elegance, particularly in his bright, warm eyes that conveyed a resilient spirit unique to seasoned literary scholars. He handed Shua a generously wrapped red envelope. "Here, Shua, it is a pleasure for us to meet today, and I am certain that you will shine as brightly as the roses." "Thank you, teacher," Shua replied. Hastening to his side to accept the envelope. Chapter 19. A traditional Chinese wedding. Snow is destiny. Xiangmei informed that Zhou Hongfang had suffered a stroke and was hospitalized, sipping tea brewed by the servants. Shua felt uncertain about the truth of this news. However, in the past, during significant gatherings at the Zhou family, Xiangmei would always ensure Zhou Hongfang was kept away. The elders from both families engaged in amiable discussions about the wedding date and other arrangements. While she simply listened, with Shiyu calmly savoring his tea beside her, stealing a glance at him, she pondered what thoughts occupied his mind. Shua diverted her gaze, continuing her tea, reflecting on how her mother and Mr. Shijun were both literature professors at Jingda, undoubtedly having crossed paths frequently. Her mother was also a doctoral advisor and concurrently the president of the Contemporary Literature Research Association. Their conversation flowed easily. Reminiscent of old friends, devoid of any formality or distance, they were indeed longtime acquaintances. As a servant refilled their tea, it had been a while since she had enjoyed tea. This particular brew was delightful. Shua contemplated having a third cup when Shiyu lightly nudged her shoe with his foot. Unnoticed by the two parents across from them, she looked toward Shiyu, yet he did not return her gaze. Oh, she remembered that she had recently been drinking herbal medicine for her health, and this tea was rather strong, so she ought not to indulge excessively. Shua set down her teacup outside the banquet hall. There stood a jujube tree planted by the Zhou family. She recalled that this tree had been there since her childhood, adorned with numerous small bird cages hanging from its branches. The little birds seemed to sense the day's joy. Fluttering about energetically, chirping cheerfully, expressing their excitement, the banquet lunch was held at a renowned 5-star international hotel in Jingbei. With essential matters settled, they would return to their respective homes after the meal. And the wedding preparations would begin. Shua had not anticipated the wedding date would approach so swiftly. Listening to her mother and teacher's conversation, it seemed that the Shiyu family was preparing betrothal gifts. While the Zhou family was organizing various arrangements according to local customs, both families appeared eager to commence the preparations. The intricacies of engagement and wedding planning were being managed by Xiangmei and the elders of the Zhou family. With her mother assuring her that she need not concern herself with anything, the soon-to-be bride simply needed to eat well and await arrangements. By afternoon, as they exited the hotel, the air was refreshing, and the elders were in good spirits, suggesting a leisurely stroll. Shua and Shiyu followed behind them. It was the cusp of late autumn and early winter. Under a clear azure sky, maple leaves fluttered gently in the breeze. Sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a playful dance of shadows upon them as they walked. After some time, Shiyu grasped a maple leaf, cradling it in his palm. Shall we head to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Now. Shiyu paused, turning to her, surprised by her expression, and calmly replied, right now, do you wish to? Sounds good. Shua nodded readily, recognizing they would have to register eventually, but I need to change my clothes at Moonbei first and grab my identification. After obtaining their marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shua gazed at the small red booklet nestled in her palm of the holder. Zhou Shua, she had truly become Shiyu's wife, and the man who had once saved her life was now her husband. Despite their still nascent familiarity, did this count as a life-saving grace, returned in kind? Originally, the Civil Affairs Bureau was fully booked, but with a single phone call from Shiyu, he managed to secure an appointment. A staff member even came to greet them. As the warmth of the booklet barely seeped into her hands, Shiyu stated earnestly, I have a safe, I will take care of the marriage certificate. This was Shua's first encounter with such a notion. She regarded him skeptically. Uncle, would someone really steal a marriage certificate? You can never be too careful. But I haven't even warmed it up yet. Why would you need to warm it up? Are you planning to eat it? I don't like to eat that. Shua blushed, handing the certificate over to Shiyu, who tucked both of their marriage certificates safely away before moving to open the passenger door for her. No need to call me uncle anymore. You can just call me by my name or perhaps address me as. Having already settled into the car and buckled her seatbelt, Shua realized that calling him uncle was no longer appropriate now that they were married. Or perhaps she could call him. Her eyes twinkled as she softly uttered, DUI. Being addressed so gently as DUI left Shiyu both amused and bewildered. What do you mean by DUI? Call me husband. Husband. Shua blushed again. Shiyu raised an eyebrow. The control panel displayed an incoming call from an unfamiliar number, and he donned his Bluetooth headset, answering while starting the car. As dusk approached, Shua observed the man beside her. Shiyu wore a pristine white shirt, the collar slightly unbuttoned, sleeves rolled up neatly, exuding a calm and composed demeanor as he conversed. The caller ID revealed the area code 0061, indicating an international call from Australia. Whatever the caller said, Shiyu responded with a gentle smile. I'm with my wife. We're heading to the pet hospital to pick up a kitten she has been caring for. I'll be sure to bring her to meet you when I have the chance. After hanging up, Shua inquired, Are you considering getting a cat? I am. The car glided smoothly along the bustling streets of Jingbei, which seemed eternally alive with activity. Shua leaned against the window, taking in the scenery along the way. Perhaps it was the evening glow that made everything appear particularly beautiful, perhaps it is her recent life of tranquility and stability, free from the burdens of worry, that has rendered Shiryu less severe and imbued him with the elegance befitting a scion of a distinguished family. In that moment, Shui mused that it would be wonderful to continue living in such peace. If it were not for the confines of the car, she would have longed to extend her hand to grasp a handful of carefree, liberating breeze, to cherish it privately and never release it again. Their wedding was set for late November. In the early winter, when the snow would fall, Shui recalled a popular saying that snow on the day of one's wedding is an auspicious omen, a promise that the couple would share a life of deep affection and grow old together. Moreover, the snow signifies a bountiful year ahead, thus, many couples prefer to hold their weddings amidst the winter snowfall. It was within the romantic Chinese-style wedding that Shiryu had orchestrated that Shui gazed through the theater windows, witnessing the pure white snowflakes dancing gracefully in the air. When the snow descended, it fell lightly and soothingly, whispering a melody unique to winter. What are you thinking about? Shiryu inquired. The first time I met you was also on a snowy day. The snowfall was heavy. Reminiscent of the day Shiryu had rescued her, suddenly a word came to Shui's mind. Though she was uncertain whether it was apt for the snowy scene, destiny, it felt as if the heavens, in their mysterious ways, had intertwined her fate with Shiryu's in this flurry of snow, culminating in nearly 15 years of circling back to one another, and now she was marrying him. After the afternoon banquet concluded, Shui noticed that outside a thick, soft blanket of snow had accumulated on the ground. The snow fell, chilling yet serene, and it was the perfect moment to brew a pot of hot tea in the warmth of the house. To recline in a rocking chair and admire the snow, watching the sky painted with white. A gust of wind brushed past Shui. She reached out her hand, and a delicate, crystalline snowflake landed softly in her palm. Sister, I am married now. Chapter 20, How to Spend the Wedding Night. Qingfeng Villa. This privately built mansion is located in the central urban area, adjacent to the Central Greenheart, a premier national wetland park. Characterized by its tranquil and elegant environment, it is a Chinese courtyard that harmoniously integrates feng shui with landscape architecture, boasting a superior geographical location and profound cultural value. Qingfeng Villa stands as a paragon among luxury residential districts in the capital. The design encompasses 5 courtyards: the front yard, central courtyard, side yard, backyard, and main courtyard. The classical garden, rich in Eastern aesthetics, is infused with modern elements: corridors, artificial hills, ponds, and viewing platforms, all exuding grandeur and elegance. To the north of the inner courtyard lies the main residence. Facing south, designed over 2 stories for the owner's occupancy, the household staff resides in the backyard. As dusk fell, the master bedroom was situated on the 2nd floor of the main house, with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. Shui could fully appreciate the beauty of the courtyard, where the heavy snow adorned the sturdy ginkgo tree with charming blossoms. Solid white marble pillars decorated each courtyard and pavilion, showcasing the magnificence of this Chinese estate. Shiryu was in the shower, having indulged in quite a few drinks at the afternoon banquet. Shui had already bathed and was now clad in a new red silk nightgown. Its soft fabric a delightful caress against her skin. She pondered how to navigate their wedding night. Ever since they obtained their marriage certificate, Shiryu had gone on a business trip to Australia, neglecting to send her any messages, save for a brief visit during the engagement banquet where they exchanged but 3 words. It had been so long since she had seen him that he felt increasingly unfamiliar. Earlier, when she returned home, she had spent some time playing with Xiaoju, the little orange cat, in the leisure lounge. Though Shiryu had forbidden Xiaoju from entering the master bedroom, now, the little cat slept in the pet room. Cared for by the staff, the sounds of the bathroom ceased, indicating Shiryu would soon emerge. In a flurry, she dashed to the large bed, burrowing beneath the covers, turning her back to Shiryu and positioning herself at the edge of the bed. Pretending to sleep seemed wise. Her heart raced, tension tightening in her throat. What would happen when Shiryu entered the bridal chamber? Shiryu opened the bathroom door and approached the bed, noticing that Shui had already fallen asleep. He picked up the remote control from the table and drew the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows shut. The bed was generously spacious, and she lay at the edge. As Shiryu approached her, Intending to pull her closer, he caught sight of her tranquil sleeping face. A contemplative expression crossed his features, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her fingers clutched the quilt, and her brows knitted together, hinting at fear. After a moment of hesitation, Shiryu refrained from touching her, retreating to the opposite side of the bed. The distance between them could comfortably accommodate 3 more people. The lights in the master bedroom dimmed entirely. Shiryu lifted the covers and lay down, feeling the weight of the alcohol pressing against his temples. Outside, the cold wind rustled, and the snowflakes continued to drift. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. In the dim light, sensations magnified, Shui gradually relaxed her taut nerves, slowly opening her eyes to the darkness of the room. She realized she had been overthinking. Shiryu held no feelings for her, he would not touch her. She believed the wedding night would pass in this tranquil manner, but in the middle of the night, as she turned in a drowsy state, she fell from the bed with a thud. The silk quilt tumbled down with her. Fortunately, a soft blanket lay beside the bed, and as she stood up rubbing her knee, she intended to replace the dislodged quilt. With a soft click, the warm night light on the wall was switched on by Shiryu, who had awakened and sat up, looking at her sprawled on the floor. "Did you hurt yourself?" "No." Shui handed him the quilt, feeling slightly apologetic. "I'm sorry for waking you." Shiryu glanced at the wooden silent clock. It was 3 in the morning. He could sense that this girl was both timid and earnest in her sleep, not daring to roll over and disturb him. Perhaps she had relaxed a bit in the latter half of the night, turning over once, resulting in her fall from the bed. As Shui spoke to him, her voice was soft and gentle, like the snow drifting outside. Shiryu pondered why she always seemed to carry an indescribable caution, treating everyone with a careful politeness that felt distant. With others present, she could not find peace in her slumber. Today was Thursday, and a flicker of interest crossed Shiryu's eyes as he asked in a low voice, "Do you have class today?" "I do. I will sleep in the guest room. You should rest well." "The guest room?" Shui watched as Shiryu picked up his phone from the bedside table, slipped on his slippers, and stepped toward the door. She could not discern his expression in the dim light, but his decision to sleep in the guest room on their wedding night surely indicated anger. Just as she took a couple of steps to explain herself, Shiryu halted at the doorway. Shui stopped as well, gazing at him, unable to read the man's demeanor shrouded in shadow. Shiryu stood at the door, his hand resting on the doorknob, his tone calm. "Mr. Chu advised you to ensure you get adequate sleep and not to stay up late. Once you familiarize yourself with the environment of this home and grow closer to me, we can share a bed then." "Then I will sleep in the guest room. This was originally your room. We are married now, every room in this home belongs to you as well. There is no distinction, so do not overthink it, just go to sleep." Shui nodded. The door was gently closed by Shiryu. His actions were soft and deliberate, unlike Zhou Hongfang's forceful slamming of doors. Shui stood in the spacious master bedroom, lingering in thought for a long while. A knock on the door roused her from sleep, accompanied by the respectful voice of a servant from outside. "Madam, you need to take your medication on an empty stomach this morning, and there is an early class today. It is time to rise." "Okay." Shui stretched, realizing she was now in the center of the large bed. She had slept soundly after Shiryu's departure. The faint scent of cedar lingered on the sheets, a fragrance likely softened by a perfumer, gentle and pleasant. It was still early, and Shui reached for her phone on the pillow. Glancing at the screen, there were 2 missed calls and 2 text messages. She opened them to read. "Are you still angry? When will you accept my friend request? Yao Feifei has been blacklisted." It was from her ex-boyfriend, who had maintained a lofty demeanor since their Cold War and his infidelity. She could not forget that chilling autumn rain, the encroaching night, and the enveloping mist. When he had spoken harshly, overturned the coffee table, disregarding her safety. Now, he had the audacity to reach out to her. Shui chose to ignore it. Then it struck her, Fu Henning must think they had not broken up. Given his tone, it seemed so. Shui resolved to inform him of her marriage to prevent further misunderstandings. After composing her message, she sent it to Fu Henning. "Mr. Fu, we have broken up. I have married Shiryu." Fu Henning replied with a message, "Silly girl, if you want to make me jealous, at least choose a reason that sounds credible. Your chances of marrying Shirmu are greater than with your little uncle." Shui, he was insufferable. Just as she was typing a response, Fu Henning arrogantly sent another message. "I've been very busy lately, and I've already tried to soothe you. Please stop causing trouble. I don't want to argue with you. I have to focus now, so I'll be putting my phone away." Soothe. Shui scrolled through their chat history. Which of his messages could be considered soothing? She promptly blocked his new number. In the eyes of these privileged young men from the Beijing elite, regardless of how outrageous their behavior may be, it is always others who are deemed unreasonable, their sense of superiority ingrained in their very being. Chapter 21. A verbal thank you was not sincere enough. Shui rose and made her way to the bathroom. Pushing open the double doors of the spacious bath, she found the design ample. Crowned with a dome that perfectly housed a constellation of sparkling lights, directly ahead was the bright, spacious double sink, with the left room designated as the independent bathing area, which was further divided into a shower and a bathtub section. The right room contained the toilet. Seated at the vanity, Shui tended to her skin. Glancing at the back of her left hand, she marveled at how the skin repair cream had worked wonders. Swiftly erasing the scars from her scratches without a trace. On her left ring finger sparkled her wedding ring, its setting intricately carved into a snowflake by a master jeweler, adorned with natural diamonds. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the door, the voice of Shiryu resonated. Is it convenient for me to come in? Of course. Shui rose to her feet and witnessed Shiryu pushing the door open. He seemed to have just finished his morning exercise. Still clad in a bamboo-hued sports outfit, his muscular contours perfectly harmonious and fluid, with long straight legs that boasted proportions even more impeccable than those of male models. Good morning, I came to retrieve my clothes. All right. Shiryu headed towards the cloakroom. While Shui began to comb her hair, the vanity was crafted from exquisite rosewood, beautifully carved and polished, with two spotless windows that offered a clear view of the outside world. The snow had ceased, and the morning light was breaking through as suddenly a chill grazed her neck as an unfamiliar sensation struck. Her hair was being lifted. Instinctively Shui shrank to the side, startled into awareness, causing the comb to clatter to the floor. Shiryu bent down to pick up the comb, and upon noticing Shui's instinctive reaction to evade him, coupled with the fear etched in her eyes, her unabashed terror was palpable. The man, both perplexed and intrigued, inquired, "Why are you avoiding me?" Shui sat up straight. Obediently Shiryu adorned her neck with a shimmering gemstone necklace, remarking, "Shui, do I resemble a terrorist?" Not at all. Then why do you act like a mouse facing a cat? Shui lowered her gaze. Recalling the moment she lost her focus, suddenly startled when someone grabbed her hair from behind. In elementary school, she had been dragged into the restroom by classmates, who had yanked her hair from behind, parading her before all the students in the hallway. Would you like to apply for a 2-week honeymoon leave from school? I can take you to England for a few days. Shui hesitated for a moment before softly replying, I'm sorry, but final exams are next month, and I have many courses in the first year. I haven't finished my studying yet. Just study hard. Can it be during the winter break? We'll discuss that later. For now, focus on your studies. The dining area of the main residence was located on the first floor. Shui had finished her Chinese herbal medicine long ago. As she descended the stairs, she noticed two servants attending to the tall potted plants beside the staircase. In the distance, the rosewood dining table had been set up by the butler, adorned with a lavish breakfast. Shiryu was already enjoying his meal. The interior design was exquisitely crafted. Directly facing the table was a built-in oversized screen television, broadcasting the morning financial news. Shui washed her hands at the U-shaped island countertop adjacent to the dining table. The breakfast was a delightful fusion of Eastern and Western cuisines, featuring a variety of main dishes and fruits. The chief steward of Qingfeng Villa was Jiang Choyun, who meticulously followed Mr. Chu's instructions to provide the lady with nourishing meals. This morning, the kitchen had prepared a soup of red dates, goji berries, and white fungus for her, along with an assortment of delightful pastries to enrich her blood and energy, all beautifully shaped to stimulate the appetite. Any leftovers could be packed into a bento box for snacks. Whole grains were also a vital source of nourishment. The chef had steamed baby pumpkins, corn, and brown sugar buns. Shui sat across from Shiryu, taking a piece of the brown sugar bun shaped like a bear. She took a bite, finding it soft, sweet, and surprisingly filled with red bean paste, a favorite of hers. The chef had clearly put thought into the presentation. She indulged in a brown sugar red bean bun along with a few other pastries. Shui glanced at Shiryu, who was eating leisurely. Today was Thursday, and he had 2 finance classes at Jingbei University in the morning. An odd atmosphere enveloped them. It dawned on her that Shiryu's expression was rather indifferent. After some contemplation, Shui decided to take the initiative, picking up a delectable brown sugar bun and placing it on the plate beside Shiryu, saying, "This tastes wonderful." Shiryu responded. After breakfast, Jiang Choyun packed some pastries and 2 pieces of gelatin cake into a bento box for Shui as snacks. She placed it in her backpack. Qingfeng Villa was a 20-minute drive from Jing University. Shu He found her car keys in her backpack, and Jiang Qiuyan cheerfully remarked, "Madam, the sir is also going to Jing University today." Shu He detected the underlying implication. The sound of an engine caught her attention. She looked towards the entrance hall to see Shiryu's Cayenne parked outside. As the window rolled down, his expression was solemn. "Are you taking the car?" "I can give you a ride." "Sure." Since they were both headed to Jing University, and it was Shiryu himself who would be driving, Shui promptly made her way outside, opening the passenger door and settling in. As the vehicle started, Shiryu glanced at her, saying, "Buckle your seatbelt." As the car approached the northern gate of Jing University, Shiryu found a parking spot and halted the vehicle. Shui slung her backpack over her shoulders, thanking him before exiting. "Thank you. What is your daily KPI for expressing gratitude to me?" "KPI?" Shui looked at him, bewildered. Although the car had stopped, Shiryu did not make any move to exit. Instead, he leaned back, gazing at her with an indifferent demeanor. "Anyone would think I'm your boss, not your husband." Shui delicately rephrased, "You're driving me to school, and I sincerely wish to express my gratitude." "Verbal thanks? That doesn't seem sincere enough." Then, hearing his unenthusiastic tone, she pondered briefly and asked, "How would you like me to express my gratitude?" "Sure, you recalled something. Have you brought your guitar?" "I have." "Wait," Shui was taken aback. "How did you know I play the guitar?" She had started learning to sing the Cantonese version of "I Truly Love You" when she could finally speak in the first year of middle school, and began playing the guitar thereafter, even registering a music account under the name Xiao Hui Hui Plays Guitar. She had never disclosed this to anyone. "The system pushed your account to me," Shui internally gasped. In the videos posted on that account, she had never shown her face, nor did she frequently update it, having even set her privacy settings to "Do not recommend me to people who might know me." She had over 60,000 followers. The videos were quite raw, unedited, featuring her casually singing some Cantonese songs and others requested by fans. The followers were all adorable, never criticizing her. Shiryu observed the rosy hue spreading across Shui's cheeks. She was indeed a young girl. Somewhat shy. He chuckled. "You won't stop updating, will you? When did you discover it?" "I forgot." Shui turned her gaze away, her earlobes flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly mortified. "I'm just an amateur. I sing casually and not very well." "Perhaps you could unfollow me and follow someone better?" Shiryu glanced at his watch. There were still 15 minutes until class began, and we have prepared a practice room and a dance room for you at the second floor of the West Garden. You can practice there during your free time. "Okay, thank you, my shoelace is undone." Shui quickly corrected herself. She almost let slip again, bending down to tie her shoelaces. Shiryu wore a barely noticeable smile. "Let your verbal thanks be replaced with a guitar performance instead." "All right." Shui's fair cheeks gradually lost their fiery hue, and she sighed lightly. "If you wish to hear something, I can play for you at home tonight. What song would you like to hear?" "Anything." Shui resolved that she would avoid hitching rides with Mr. Sure unless absolutely necessary. Being under his scrutiny was truly mortifying, akin to having her carefully constructed sanctuary invaded by an unexpected intruder. Chapter 22, Customized Service. First meeting with Yu Ting after attending 2 classes on the comprehensive study of ancient texts. It was nearly 10 o'clock, a required course for her major. Professor Hong's classroom prohibited students from using their phones. Shui packed her bag and exited the teaching building, heading to the library to complete her assignments. Just then, her phone rang. Upon answering, a young woman introduced herself. "Hello, Mrs. Sure. Mr. Sure has arranged a customized service for you. My surname is Yu, and I am the employee responsible for coordinating this matter. May I ask when you are available?" Shui's movements momentarily slowed. "Customized service?" "Yes." "Please hold on, I will reply to you shortly." "All right." After hanging up, Shui sent a message to Shiryu to verify the woman's claims, as he should have finished his finance class by now. "Xiao Hui Hui, someone just contacted me, saying she is responsible for the customized service." "Did you arrange this?" "Dixiong Mao, yes." "Xiao Hui Hui, what is it for?" Shui stared at the screen, waiting for a reply, but he did not respond further. It seemed Shiryu had no desire to engage in conversation with her. Just as she was about to turn off her phone, she noticed an image at the top of the group chat. Clicking on it to enlarge, she saw a picture of the finance department's teaching building. Although classes had ended, Professor Schur was surrounded by a throng of students, all vying to ask him questions at the podium. A smile crept onto Shu Hye's lips. Sure, you maintained a calm demeanor. Patiently addressing the students, who resembled fans swarming in idle fresh off a flight, blocking his way, classmates in the group were sharing gossip. Night sky, Professor Schur's wedding ring is so shiny. We asked him why he didn't take a honeymoon leave with his wife. And guess what he said? Morning flowers, stop teasing us, just tell us. Born to be deceptive, since when did the finance department get a male model teacher? You all are so lucky. Professor Schur's physique is, drooling emoji. So attractive. Night sky, Professor Schur said his wife didn't accompany him, huh? Southern Alley, it feels like Professor Schur sounded a bit aggrieved saying that. Shu stared at the screen. Recalling Shu Yu's expression from the morning, she silently added in her heart, it's not that I intentionally didn't go, I have final exams. You're Professor Schur, you only need to create the exam papers and can fail others. I'm a student. I have to take the exams, and if I fail, I'll be at the mercy of the professors. If I fail, I won't be able to receive any academic honors in the future. Kite's tail, red beans grow in the south, and Shu Yu is a male model. At the tender age of 23, the captivating allure of the young stepmother is undeniable. Shu Yu's waist. A lethal weapon. I was born to deceive, someone quips. Professor Schur must engage in regular exercise. His physique epitomizes the golden ratio. Just a glance at his waist reveals strength. Oh, how fortunate his wife must be each night. I am utterly envious. Another chimes in, my mother warns that long usernames attract foolish followers. Is there a link to that dark burgundy shirt he wore? I wish to purchase one. Likewise, a third voice echoes, I desire the same outfit. Night as starlight twinkles as a user comments, I was born to deceive. Senior knows how to entice men, what a gluttonous girl, no sultry antics in the group, don't lead the freshman astray. Suddenly, a vivid image floats into Shu Hye's mind, the moment Shu Yu entered the master bedroom after his morning workout. He stands tall, his physique taut and powerful, beads of sweat cascading down his sculpted collarbone, undeniably alluring, exuding an intense sexual tension. In that instant, she dared not gaze too long, yet the memory remains exquisite. The chat group is abuzz with lively discussions, sharing gossip and amusing anecdotes. The latest chat features a video of a live performance by a Peking opera teacher. UAU, teacher Liang's Peking opera is unparalleled. Moonlight to the west. She is the lead performer at the Beijing Peking Opera House. An esteemed artist. Tomorrow, there will be a joint performance class open to all majors. In a quaint CAF near Peking University, Shu pushes open the door to find a woman seated by the window. Engrossed in her work on a laptop, this is her first encounter with Yuting. The crisp sound of keyboard strokes fades as Yuting turns her gaze, their eyes meet. Yuting, clad in a sophisticated suit with slender high heels, vibrant lipstick, and exquisite jewelry adorning her ears, possesses strikingly beautiful eyes reminiscent of delicate peach blossoms shimmering with allure. Shu Hye's initial impression of Yuting is that of a radiant beauty. Her brilliance captivating. Yuting neatly closes her laptop and strides toward Shu, extending her hand with a polite smile. Mrs. Schur, it's a pleasure to meet you, here is my business card. Shu shakes her hand. Receiving a sheet card that bears Yuting's title. To Shu Hye's surprise, she appears to be in her 20s yet holds the esteemed position of Director of Public Relations at Hengxin Group. A senior leadership role. How could Shu Yu have arranged for a high-ranking official to handle the bespoke services? After selecting their coffees, Yuting presents Shu Yu with an iPad. Her speech flows logically as she introduces the realm of bespoke services. Shu glances at the iPad screen displaying details of customizations, including clothing, bags, shoes, and jewelry, with collaborations featuring illustrious brands such as Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, and Chanel. In an era where personalized demands are on the rise, bespoke services have become the new darling among the elite. Yuting measures Shu Hye's dimensions with a soft tape. Though Shu is somewhat slender, her posture is upright, radiating an inherent elegance, a quality often found in dancers. These brands release new items each month. Should you have any questions or specific requests, feel free to contact me. I will liaise with them. Alright, Shu replies. Already feeling everything is in place, thank you. Yuting beams, may I add you as a friend? Of course. Shuhei retrieves her phone to accept the request. Still imbibing herbal medicine, she chooses a pudding milkshake. Rich and creamy flavor, devoid of tea or caffeine. Mrs. Sher, do you have any specific style preferences for your customizations? None. The light dances around them, and Shuhei's gaze softens as she smiles. I'm Shuhei, we seem to be of similar age. So you may call me Shuhei. Very well, Yuting nods, gently stirring her coffee. Her gaze lingers on Shuhei's features, sensing that she is a polite and composed young woman, somewhat introverted. Yuting has a general idea of the style suitable for Shuhei's customizations. As Shuhei walks back to Peking University, she contemplates where to have lunch, when suddenly, her eyes catch sight of an unmistakably familiar silver Maybach approaching. This area is frequented by patrolling police, with pedestrians and students milling about. The driver slows down, searching for a parking spot. Upon recognizing the Maybach's license plate, Shuhei quickens her pace towards the university gate. Zhou Shuhei. Why are you running? Fu Henning calls out from the car, prompting her to accelerate even more. He attempts to call her. The number you have dialed is currently on call, please try again later. Fu Henning is taken aback. How long has this number remained in the black hole? He switches to another number he previously used to contact her abroad, which has not been blocked. He needs to find out why she is running away. The number you have dialed is currently on call. Please try again later. Fu Henning curses under his breath, tossing his phone onto the seat beside him. She had publicly splashed red wine on him, embarrassing him, and after their Cold War, he had deliberately lowered his stance to appease her. Having explained everything that needed explaining, unfortunately Shuhei has recently become spoiled and now it is noon, and during this time, outsiders cannot enter the Peking University campus. He loosens his collar, a surge of inexplicable anger bubbling within him. Exacerbated by the traffic jam, he scolds, finding a parking spot is such a hassle, you 1T need to work tomorrow. I'm sorry Mr. Fu, the driver apologizes. He has become the nth driver for Fu. Recently Fu has just entered the group, feeling constrained by a host of senior directors. Chairman Fu advised him to endure for a while, to achieve some results first. Fu's temper is unpredictable, often erupting at the group. Chapter 23, Steamed Dumplings with Dual Fillings. Shuhei sits on a student bus within the campus, heading to the nearest cafeteria. Her phone vibrates, a call from Shiryu. Are you done with your work? Yes. I am. Come have lunch at the faculty dormitory, I'm here. Shuhei glances ahead, realizing they are about to reach the cafeteria. I'm eating at the cafeteria. What are you having? Shuhei frowns. Surprised by Shiryu's sudden interest in her meal, soup dumplings. What filling? Shuhei is taken aback, mushroom and cabbage with carrot dual filling. Dual filling? To her astonishment, Shiryu coldly dismantles her pretense, his tone stark and unwavering. If you're at the cafeteria, then who is sitting on the bus right now? Your doppelganger. Shuhei whips her head around. Outside the bus window, sunlight filters through the ginkgo leaves, illuminating Shiryu, who stands tall, briefcase in hand, locking eyes with her. A wave of embarrassment washes over Shuhei. How could one feel so mortified? She disembarks the bus awkwardly, trudging heavily towards Shiryu, her breath constricted. Weekly greeting. What a coincidence. Would you like to join me for lunch? You can use my meal card, it's my treat. Am I a trafficker from Myanmar? No. Am I your creditor? Neither. Then am I the king of hell, a calamity? No. Then who am I to you? Shuhei answers candidly, husband. Shiryu glances at his watch. His expression stern. You do remember I'm your husband. Now tell me, what does your constant avoidance of me signify? I'm sorry, I won't avoid you next time. I've waited for you since 10 o'clock. And now you act as if you'd rather sprout 8 extra legs to escape my sight. What exactly are you afraid of? 8 legs belong to an octopus. Where are your mushroom, cabbage and carrot dual filling dumplings? Shuhei feels as if she has been called out by her teacher, mustering the courage to say, I was just about to head to the cafeteria to order. I was craving soup dumplings. He. Shuhei stands at attention, her expression serious. No he. I see you as a soup dumpling. Shiryu turns, striding towards the faculty dormitory, heart pounding. Shui follows closely behind, anxiety swirling within her. Suddenly, Shiryu halts, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinizes her. Go eat your dual-filling dumplings. Shu-hee, feeling guilty, lowers her gaze. The intensity of his dark eyes feels overwhelmingly oppressive, as if her scalp were being shaved. She has aired, standing small before him, the scene reminiscent of a professor reprimanding a wayward student. Professor Sure. A group of students on electric bikes wave enthusiastically at Shiryu. Interceding for Shui, don't scold her, she is so beautiful, as long as she submits her assignment next time, it's all good. Exactly, Professor Sure, your assignment is too difficult, it's not our fault we can't produce answers, even Xiao Yuan's search didn't yield any. Professor Sure. Will next week's class be online or offline? Will you be coming to Peking University? Shiryu responds sternly, online. In the gaze of Shu-hee, Shiryu strode towards the faculty apartment without uttering another word. She followed closely behind him, exhaling in relief. Professor Sure, do you have class today? Yes, an early class. Beneath the faculty apartment, an elderly mathematics professor from Kyoto University, who had been rehired, was locking his bicycle without wearing his glasses. Upon noticing a young girl trailing behind Shiryu, he made a blind guess. Brought your daughter to work, huh? She is my wife, Shiryu retorted, his expression darkening. Apologies, my eyesight is failing, the old professor hastily responded. Fumbling for his glasses, and upon putting them on, he recognized the girl more clearly, exclaiming, Oh, I know her, if I am not mistaken, she is the student who sang in Cantonese at the opening ceremony. Am I right? Shiryu raised an eyebrow, indeed. Shui couldn't help but stare in astonishment. The old professor had a remarkable memory. That was 4 years ago when she performed the Cantonese version of Truly Love You at her undergraduate opening ceremony. May I ask you a question? Inside the elevator. Shui's soft voice reached his ears. Shiryu's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he lowered his gaze towards the young girl behind him. Speak. Shui withdrew a piece of OO milk candy from her pocket and offered it to him as a peace offering. Did you also attend the freshman opening ceremony 4 years ago? Yes. Shiryu observed the single piece of OO candy resting in her delicate palm. Her hand small and slender like jade, snow-white and smooth, with nails trimmed neatly. Do you think a piece of candy can pacify my anger? He added another piece. Shiryu hesitated, caught between words. With no other choice, he accepted her blatant bribe of 2 OO candies. The apartment was on the 5th floor, equipped with a fingerprint lock on the door handle. Shiryu opened the door, placed his briefcase on the entryway cabinet. Composed himself, changed his shoes, and asked, Why haven't you come over for a nap recently? The library is also a place to sleep. Lying on the table? Yes. Shuhei removed her backpack and hung it on the coat rack at the entrance. Changing into a brand new pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet, it was her first time entering the faculty apartment, which had been newly built 2 years ago, featuring a serene environment and modern decor. After surveying the surroundings, she noted it had 2 bedrooms and a living room. Lying down to sleep is not good for the cervical spine. Prolonged periods can lead to spinal deformities. I hardly come here, so it sits empty. All right. Shiryu was busy with work. If he had to travel for business, Thursday's class would be conducted remotely, so he rarely rested in the faculty apartment. Shui felt her anxiety dissipate, realizing his tone had softened, indicating he was concerned for her, and it seemed he had calmed down. She vowed not to provoke Shiryu again. Shui finally believed that the teaching profession was indeed meant to keep students in check. Lunch was arranged by Shiryu, delivered by someone he had instructed. The room had a television. Shiryu enjoyed watching the news, and the midday news broadcast resonated throughout the space while eating. Shui's phone, resting on the table, buzzed incessantly, the notifications vibrating with a persistent buzz, buzz, buzz. It was not just 4 times, the buzzing continued. The dining table was made of natural marble, amplifying the sound of the vibrations. Shui went to the restroom and hadn't yet returned when Shiryu approached her phone, intending to check for any urgent messages, just as his hand was about to descend. The restroom door swung open abruptly. Shui rushed out, snatching her phone before he could reach it. Chapter 24. Checking the phone, feeling guilty, she clutched her phone nervously, relieved she had exited in time. Had Shiryu seen her saved contact name as Big Bad Cat, she would have been in serious trouble. Shiryu regarded her with a knowing look. What's this? Have you started dating? No. Then why the guilty conscience? Hand over your phone, it's a routine check. Shui immediately concealed her phone behind her, softening her stance, her voice barely audible. Everyone has their secrets on their phone, it shouldn't be shared. What's there between husband and wife that cannot be seen? Shiryu picked up his own phone, unlocked it, and casually handed it to Shui. Here, feel free to browse through my friend list. Look at whatever you wish, and you may check any other apps as well. Shui was taken aback, the suddenness of his openness was overwhelming. Shiryu was so forthright, she glanced over and noticed a pinned contact in his chat app, her ID avatar. Saved under wife. The rest were mostly work groups and a few friends. Shui was astonished. How could there exist a man without any secrets? Her reluctance to let Shiryu check her phone was not merely due to the big bad cat contact name. Most importantly, there were intimate exchanges with Mumu, filled with chat records that could not see the light of day, occupying nearly 30 gigabytes of her WeChat storage. Even a couple of lines could spell trouble. Moreover, Mumu often sent flirty emojis that, if leaked, could lead to account suspension. Since Mumu was her only close friend, she was unwilling to delete these cherished memories, thus she remained obstinate in not allowing Shiryu to see. Shiryu reclaimed his phone, placing it back on the table, his gaze fixed on Shui's obstinate little face, his lips pressed together, his dark, narrow eyes revealing little emotion. He removed his glasses, approaching the entryway cabinet. He retrieved a cleaning cloth from his briefcase and methodically wiped his lenses. As Shui observed Shiryu's smooth profile, his gaze lowered, his expression inscrutable. She wondered what he was contemplating during this silence. Once he donned his glasses again, he resumed his seat to continue his meal. The man appeared calm, absorbed in the television, casually switching channels as if nothing had transpired. Shui leaned closer, her head bowed, her long, silky hair cascading down as she cautiously explained, I am not dating. Shiryu began to focus on a sports event, responding indifferently, if you wish to date, then go ahead, you're at the age where it's appropriate. I won't interfere. Shui stood in stunned silence for a while before sitting across from Shiryu. His words made it sound as if he were her uncle. Shui opened her friend list, pointing out the series of messages from teacher Shi Junting, placing her phone on the table for him to see. These messages are from my teacher, sharing some cutting-edge papers and books. That's why my phone kept vibrating. What do you call him? Teacher, Shui replied, momentarily oblivious. Jo Shui, if I were a bit older, I'd be in the ICU from your antics. Upon hearing this, Shui realized Shiryu was genuinely upset. After a moment's reflection, she recognized her mistake. In her rush to explain, she had forgotten to address teacher Shi Junting as dad. I'm sorry, I'll remember to call him that next time. Her voice was soft, her fingers unconsciously clutching her clothing, her apology sincere. Shui noticed a small dish had appeared beside her, which Shiryu had prepared while she was in the restroom, containing peeled shrimp and some high-protein meats. There was also a portion of mushroom, cabbage, and carrot dumplings. Even though Shiryu had been angry earlier, he remembered her saying, I want to eat dumplings, and arranged for them to be bought from the cafeteria. The two remained in a tense silence for a while. A palpable, intimidating pressure surrounded the man, his eyes locked on Shui, who, feeling the weight of his gaze, averted her own, her back prickling with cold sweat. Shiryu did not continue eating, and she found herself frozen in place until her stomach audibly protested. She pressed her hands against her belly, but it continued to rumble, louder now, and she looked helplessly at Shiryu. She retrieved her last 2 pieces of OO candy, placing them on the table and slowly pushing them towards him as a peace offering. Shiryu's gaze fell on the candy she had offered. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he sighed softly and spoke gently, put away your phone and eat, the dumplings are about to get cold. Okay. Shui picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a carrot-filled dumpling, intending to take a bite, but paused, placing it in the dish beside Shiryu instead. Thank you for waiting for me to eat. He had even peeled the shrimp for her and selected nutritious meats. Shui felt it was only right to offer him the first dumpling and express her gratitude. Shiryu picked up the dumpling, taking only a couple of bites when his phone rang. It was a work call, the caller ID showing his assistant, Xiao Su. He set down his chopsticks and stepped out onto the balcony, speaking in a low tone, don't wait for me, you eat first, then take a nap. Okay. Shui nodded obediently. Shiryu's call lasted a considerable time. Shui realized he often received calls, regardless of work hours or resting time. He held multiple positions and was always busy. Even as she finished her meal, Shiryu remained on the balcony, deep in conversation, just as she pushed open the door to the guest bedroom. Preparing to take a short nap, she heard his deep voice from behind, "Go sleep in the master bedroom." "Okay. Tonight, the driver will pick you up after school." Shuhei nodded lightly. Shiryu rolled up his shirt sleeves, tidied the dining table, wiped it clean with disinfecting wipes, turned off the living room television, donned his coat, changed his shoes, and left with his briefcase. Shuhei entered the master bedroom, which was sunlit, filled with warm light. But it was evident that the room had not been used. Shiryu had never slept here. As she recalled her arrival at the apartment, she remembered the new slippers prepared for her in the shoe cabinet at the entrance, and the fresh sheets and covers in the wardrobe of the master bedroom, which bore a faint scent of laundry detergent, indicating they had already been washed. She lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for an extended period. The lunch had not been overly greasy. It was prepared by Shiryu for her. Although he was supposed to finish work by 9:40, he remained at the school near noon, waiting for her to eat. She had deceived him while on the bus, claiming she was enjoying a delightful meal of twin-flavored dumplings. Shuhei regretted her instinctive decision to evade Shiryu's company at that moment. Later that evening, Shuhei retrieved her guitar. Shiryu had expressed a desire to hear her play during their journey to Peking University, and she intended to perform Blue and White Porcelain, a song with exquisite lyrics and melody. Perhaps it would serve as an apology to Shiryu. She was still uncertain whether he was truly upset with her. She had indeed made mistakes that morning, repeatedly causing him displeasure. Perhaps she would play him two pieces shortly after dinner. Butler Jiang guided her to tour the second floor of the Shiyuan, where a dance studio and a music room had been prepared for her. "Madam, the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner advised that you engage in appropriate exercise daily," Butler Jiang conveyed, adhering to the suggestions provided by Mr. Chu. "You may choose to practice dancing or yoga. We also have a gym at home, so you can select any form of exercise." The gentleman reminds you to proceed gradually and avoid intense aerobic activities at the outset. Once you have replenished your energy, you may join him for a morning run on an empty stomach. "All right." Shuhei glanced out the corridor window. The night was thick and heavy, with moonlight delicately sprinkling upon the treetops in the courtyard, casting vague and dim shadows. It was already 9 o'clock, yet Shiryu had not returned home. Shuhei changed into athletic wear in her bedroom and headed to the gym, where she jogged on the treadmill for approximately 20 minutes, with Xiao Xiaoju sitting beside her. Observing that as she jogged, Xiao Xiaoju stealthily crept behind her and climbed onto the treadmill, only to tumble off as the belt slid backward, a clumsy yet endearing sight. Shuhei picked up Xiao Xiaoju, placing it aside while gently ruffling its head. "Your hind leg has just healed. Don't run, sit here and wait for me." Xiao Xiaoju sat there, dazed and obediently waiting. After her run, Shuhei had worked up a light sweat, performed some stretching, and returned to her room for a shower, seeking to rest. A warm bath after exercise often made her drowsy. By 11 o'clock, she was so fatigued that her eyelids felt heavy. She draped a coat over herself and stepped outside, intending to check if Shiryu had returned and whether he still wished to hear her play the guitar. Butler Jiang informed her, "The gentleman has not yet returned, madam. You should retire for the night." Thus Shuhei returned to her bedroom. The guitar remained on the table, and as she lay on the bed, her eyes closed within 2 minutes, plunging into a deep slumber. Perhaps Shiryu no longer desired to hear her play. Chapter 25, each in peace, unbothered by the other. The following day, as Shuhei sat at home for meals, she noted the absence of Shiryu. Both breakfast and dinner were solitary affairs at the dining table. She was unaware of Shiryu's whereabouts. Butler Jiang discreetly inquired about the gentleman's activities from Assistant Xiao. It was unusual for a butler to pry into the master's affairs. Assistant Zhao's response was vague, merely stating that Mr. Shi was occupied with semiconductor industry acquisitions at the group, and he could not divulge any private matters concerning Mr. Shi. Consequently, Butler Jiang reassured Shuhei that the gentleman had been working overtime at the group. Attempting to alleviate her concerns, however, he observed that Shuhei did not inquire further. Butler Jiang had previously served in a prominent family and understood that relationships like that of Shuhei and Shiryu, which lacked emotional warmth, could not be easily mended. Their mutual tolerance was perhaps the best form of coexistence. According to customs in Jingbei, on the third day after marriage, the couple was to return to the bride's family for a visit. Thus Shuhei finally saw Shiryu that morning as the household staff loaded gifts into the car. Shuhei discerned a pattern. Whenever a Cadillac was involved, it was invariably driven by Shiryu himself. On their way to the Zhou residence, Shiryu cautioned her, Don't forget to attend your acupuncture appointments on time. You can have Mumu accompany you. I will be on a business trip tomorrow and 1T return for half a month. Understood, Shuhei nodded, softly replying, stay safe, and may your work proceed smoothly. Shiryu pressed his lips together, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately lapsed into silence. The journey was lengthy, yet no further conversation transpired between them. At the Zhou residence, in the back garden, the snow had melted to reveal a bright sunny day. The weather had been splendid lately, and a servant prepared a cup of warm milk with red dates for Shuhei, who cradled it in her hands, savoring it slowly. The garden was empty, with lunch still being prepared. She sought a breath of fresh air. Truth be told, Shiryu had been sitting beside her earlier, and their silence felt reminiscent of two parties in an arranged marriage from ancient times. A sense of restlessness swelled in her chest, prompting her to step outside for a stroll. Xiang Mei approached, carrying 2 plates of freshly baked pastries. I had intended to invite Mumu over for a gathering, but that child refused to come, she remarked. Shuhei stood to accept the plates of osmanthus pastries, noticing her mother seemed significantly thinner, her voice lacking vitality, with red veins visible in her eyes. Had she not been resting well? Mumu has been quite busy with work lately. A year prior, Mumu had separated from her brother Zhou Xianji, which had caused Shuhei considerable distress, leading to a serious illness. This once healthy girl had languished in bed for a week, awakening each day in tears. The reasons for their breakup had not been disclosed to Shuhei, and her brother remained tight-lipped when she inquired. Zhou Xianji had voluntarily requested a transfer to participate in the Western Xinjiang Aid program. Leaving Jingbei behind, Xiang Mei lifted a plate of osmanthus pastries and gently said, Shuhei, your brother returned home today. He just inquired about your whereabouts and suggested you send this plate of freshly made osmanthus pastries to him and Shiryu. My brother is back? Yes. Shuhei hadn't seen her brother in quite some time. He had purchased a ticket to attend her wedding, but due to work commitments, he was unable to make it. It seemed that the aid program lasted about a year, and by now, the time must have concluded. Shuhei carried the osmanthus pastries into the living room, finding neither Shiryu nor her brother there. A servant informed her they were in the study on the 2nd floor, and she headed up. Pushing the door open, she saw Shiryu and Zhou Xianji seated at opposite ends of a Go board, engaged in a game. A refined and warm voice greeted her. The study was bright and tidy, and the man's features were gentle, with an air of elegance. The light filtering in from the window danced upon his countenance, and his serene smile was like a gentle spring breeze. It was Zhou Xianji, an ethereal presence, as beautiful as a jade mountain. He was clad in a solid black administrative jacket, exuding an aura of authority, and appeared to have just returned home without the time to change before being drawn into a game. Brother. Sure, you. Poised with a white stone, was about to make a move when he turned to look at Shuhei, who stood beside the Go board with a plate of osmanthus pastries in hand. These are made by Mother. For whom? Shiryu teased lightly as he placed the stone. For the two of you. Shuhei maintained a neutral demeanor as she placed the pastries on the coffee table. Do you know each other? Not well, Zhou Xianji replied. Placing a black stone, Shiryu cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Xianji before using a white stone to capture a piece. Observing the board, Shuhei noticed numerous stones already in play, indicating that the two had been engaged in their game for some time. She found it hard to believe they were not well acquainted. As December approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid each morning. When Shuhei opened the curtains, she could see the silver frost blanketing the ginkgo trees, while many plants in the garden were moved indoors by the butler for warmth. Peking University courses were gradually concluding, and the exam period was on the horizon. Shuhei followed a routine of library, cafeteria, and Qingfeng Villa, a predictable cycle. It might be hard for others to believe, but since Shiryu's business trip, she had not exchanged a single word with him. She was even unaware of his destination. Nevertheless, Shuhei continued to live her life. This arrangement was, in fact, quite agreeable, allowing her considerable freedom. This mundane existence was precisely what she had envisioned from the beginning. During the first semester at Boe, aside from completing her required courses, Shuhei penned a brief paper on the Northern Song dynasties when Yuan Enghua, which Professor Shi Junting had helped her revise 3 drafts of. She submitted it to a core journal, and the editor had informed her that it had passed the initial review. The external review would take 2 months. If accepted, this would mark her 3rd publication in a core journal. Over the past half-month, Shuhi occasionally visited the Moon Bay to tend to the flowers she had nurtured, watering and trimming them. Later, Aunt Zhang arranged for some of the flowers from Moon Bay to be relocated to Qingfeng Villa. Saving her the trouble of commuting, Shuhi also contemplated moving a wish bottle, kept in her bedroom cabinet, to Qingfeng Villa. This bottle had accompanied her since she was 8, filled with colorful cards containing her musings, a record of her growth. The wish bottle had been a gift from her godmother when she discovered her inability to speak. Concerned for her, her godmother had purchased it when Shuhi returned from the library to Moon Bay. It was past 9 in the evening. The winter nights always carried a biting chill. Before entering the building, she noticed the bare branches of many trees in the community, and all was silent. Arriving at her doorstep, she unlocked the door with her fingerprint. Upon pushing the door open, she was greeted by dimness. Since her marriage, the place had been unoccupied, and after the plants were moved, it felt even more desolate and empty. Just as she reached for the light switch, she noticed something amiss: a pair of men's leather shoes beside the shoe cabinet. Walking into the living room, she spotted Zhou Xianji standing on the balcony. The moonlight had a particularly cold quality, and the stars were sparse. The man's silhouette was tall and slender, his gaze deep and distant, a smoldering cigarette between his fingers casting a flickering glow. The smoke curled around him, and he stood there quietly, his demeanor shrouded in subtle melancholy, outlined by the soft light, resembling a snow-covered mountain isolated from the world. "Brother!" Upon hearing someone call him from behind, Zhou Xianji turned, lowering his gaze as he extinguished the cigarette. Chapter 26. Elder brother, with a refined demeanor, gracefully tucked the photograph of Zijing into his pocket and stepped towards her, his handsome features emanating a gentle warmth. "Have you returned home?" I came to fetch some things." Shua felt a lightness on her shoulder, suddenly recalling that she had yet to remove her heavy backpack. It was Zhou Xianji who approached, assisting her in shedding the burden and placing it on the sofa. Noticing her frostbitten fingers, he went to the kitchen to fill a warm water bottle for her. "Here, warm your hands." Shua accepted the small warm water bottle, its heat spreading from her palms throughout her body. "Thank you, brother. What need is there for thanks between us?" Zhou Xianji poured her a cup of water from the teapot on the coffee table. Feeling a sense of relaxation, Shua sat on the sofa, quietly observing her brother. His gentle brows and elegant demeanor resembled a noble bamboo, embodying integrity. "Have you had dinner yet?" he inquired. "Not yet." Shua wondered how her brother happened to be lost in thought on the balcony. In truth, he seldom stayed at the Zhou residence. When she was 11, he had cared for her at Moon Bay, accompanying her as she grew up. Later, he moved to a villa in the Xiqing district. "What would you like to eat?" "I'll prepare it." "Clear soup noodles." Both Shua and Zijing preferred a lighter taste. In their childhood, they had adored the clear soup noodles their brother made. His culinary skills were exceptional. Shua remembered an occasion when her sister devoured 2 bowls of noodles and lay on the sofa, rolling about in a state of fullness. Zhou Xianji ruffled his sister's hair. "All right." Having been uninhabited for quite some time, the refrigerator was empty. Zhou Xianji arranged for fresh vegetables and eggs to be delivered, along with a box of pastries. Whenever he cooked, Shua would always assist him in the kitchen, and this time was no exception. The decor of Moon Bay resonated with the warm, healing cream style favored by girls like Mei. The lighting was warm-toned, and the kitchen was spacious, with a spotless stove. A small pot was already boiling water, ready for the noodles. At the counter, Zhou Xianji was preparing the broth for the clear soup noodles while Shua washed the vegetables. "How are things between you and Shiyu?" Upon hearing that name, Shua paused in her washing, chuckling softly. "Things are going quite well, he is a good person. Though he was a bit fierce." A warm, low laugh ensued. The water in the pot had boiled, and Zhou Xianji added the noodles, saying with a smile, "I should record that statement and send it to him, so he can understand his good person card." "Are you quite familiar with him?" Shua did not know much about her brother's friends. "Well enough," Shua softly exclaimed, lifting a leaf of the vegetable to divert the topic. "Brother? Look, doesn't this leaf resemble a small fan?" "Indeed." Zhou Xianji's eyes crinkled with a smile as his gentle voice inquired, "How many bowls of noodles would you like today, he?" 2 bowls. After dinner, the night was deep. Zhou Xianji drove Shua back to Qingfeng Villa. She placed the wish bottle hidden in her bedroom drawer into her backpack and cradled the box of pastries in her arms, gazing at the bustling street. In the opulent city of Kyoto, the traffic was perpetually flowing regardless of the hour. Shua watched Zhou Shenji's focused profile as he drove, conversing about mundane matters, his smile ever present, yet a flicker of melancholy crossed her gaze. Zhou Shenji exuded refinement, restraint, forbearance, and solitude. He appeared as warm as jade, but there was a subtle hint of desolation in his eyes. Today, as he returned to Moon Bay, she wondered if he was thinking of her. And of Zijing as well. In the villa in Xiqing, he resided alone. A dull ache settled in Shua's heart. Had she known better than to remove those flowers and plants, she was certain her brother felt a pang of emptiness in the now vacant room. Remembering something, she quietly asked, Did Mom take the supplements I bought for her? During her last visit, May had not been in good spirits. Shua had an inkling as to why. Her sister's Memorial Day was approaching, and their mother was troubled. Shua had gone to the pharmacy and health store to purchase many supplements, sending them to her brother to give to their mother. As the Memorial Day drew nearer, Shua found herself increasingly reluctant to appear before her mother, yet she could see that within the family union between the Zhou and Shi families, their mother maintained her dignity, never missing important occasions and being considerate to guests. Outside of these formalities, however, her mother felt quite distant to her, but barriers still existed. Don't worry, Mom is feeling much better. At the traditional Chinese medicine department of Beijing North Hospital, Shua lay on the moxibustion bed. The female doctor here was quite skilled. Regular moxibustion could unblock meridians, warm the body, and replenish vital energy and blood. After treating the Guanyuan acupoint, the doctor adjusted the height of the bed. Below, Shermu's mouth was agape, as if about to devour an ostrich egg, watching the doctor twirl a burning moxa stick above Shua's head. Oh my, she didn't moxibust her head last time. The female doctor laughed. This is the Baihui acupoint, which is also beneficial for improving vital energy. Shua dared not move during her first moxibustion. She had been quite fearful of the smoke-emitting moxa stick, feeling an intense warmth at the acupoint. Now, after several sessions, she had grown accustomed to it. After completing the moxibustion, she felt a warm sensation enveloping her body. Her limbs and joints relaxed. She had even broken a sweat on her abdomen, and her breathing had become significantly smoother. The entire moxibustion session took about half an hour, with the doctor repeatedly reminding her to keep warm and to leave the hospital only after half an hour, to prevent cold from entering her body. When will Uncle return? I don't know. Shua donned a knitted hat. She had specifically worn a long down coat with 2 thermal garments underneath. He said he would be on a business trip for half a month, but it seems that half a month has already passed. Did you two have a quarrel? Not quite a quarrel. Really, just before he left, I made him upset. Perhaps he is still angry and does not wish to speak to me. Shermu tied a thick scarf around Shua's neck. Uncle isn't one to sulk. If he is upset, he usually expresses it directly, and his emotional control is quite good. Then, the matter is resolved. Shua's thoughts wandered. Is that so? Of course, unlike Fu Henning, that fool who holds grudges without saying a word and throws childish tantrums, surrounding himself with a bevy of admirers to show off how popular he is. Let's not mention Fu Henning, it's bad luck. Right. Shermu mediated. As the saying goes, couples may quarrel at the head of the bed, but reconcile at the foot. When Uncle returns, you two can share a sleep, and all will be well. I didn't tell you, but we actually sleep in separate rooms. Ah? Shermu's eyes widened in shock. Sitting beside Shua, once the female doctor had walked away, she whispered, Why are you two sleeping separately? Speak honestly. Did this quarrel arise because Uncle is lacking? We are in the traditional Chinese medicine department. You could get him some tonic to bolster him. Mumu's imagination was always so vivid. Shua chuckled and shook her head. It's not because of that. He seems to be quite capable. Then you two have never. Shua understood what Mumu was implying. No, we haven't. What about your wedding night? Surely you held hands or exchanged kisses. He hasn't done anything a husband should do? I pretended to be asleep, so nothing happened. Wow, pure revolutionary friendship. Uncle has such a good physique, better than male models. It's free, so why not seize the opportunity? Shua put on her shoes and tied the laces. Whenever I interact with Shermu, I subconsciously regard him as an elder, not daring to entertain any inappropriate thoughts. I feel the same way when I see Uncle. It's like a mouse encountering a cat. Chapter 27 An Unexpected Encounter. A great adventure. Shermu's eyes lit up. Oh, cousin? Spotting a woman passing through the corridor, Shermu raised an eyebrow and pulled Shua's hand, rushing outside. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yuting turned around, holding a prescription from the Chinese medicine doctor. Mumu, what are you doing here? Shua, you're here too. You two know each other? Shermu's surprised gaze shifted from Yuting to Shua, who nodded. We've met once. So? You were moxa busting? Yes. Shermu linked her arm with Shua's, introducing her to Yuting. Hee, Yuting is my cousin, so that makes her your cousin too, right? Cousin. Shua addressed her sweetly. Why Yuting cleared her throat. This carefree girl had inadvertently elevated her to the status of an elder sister, while Shua was technically her boss. We're the same age, there's no need to call me sister, just call me Yuting. Shermu was always straightforward. What brings you to the Chinese medicine department? To see the doctor. Hearing one sentence from you is like Zhuangzhou achieving enlightenment. It was Saturday. In the biting cold of winter. Why Yuting wore only a light brown trench coat. As she exited the hospital, a chilly breeze swept by, causing her to shiver. Here. Shua handed her a small warm water bottle from her pocket. Smiling. I just filled it from the hospital's hot water dispenser, it might be a bit hot. Thank you. This seemingly inconspicuous little warm water bottle had saved Yuting's day. As she walked towards the parking lot, her curiosity piqued. You carry a warm water bottle with you? Yes, I hate the cold, so I bring it along. Shermu chose a well-reviewed private dining establishment known for its light and delicious dishes. Someone recommended this small restaurant to me before. It's not very large but is an old brand with authentic flavors. Shall we give it a try? Shua and Yuting replied in unison, sure. In a quaint little eatery nestled within the ancient alleys of Beijing's Xiqing district, the charm of old-world streets is unmarred by modern embellishments. This inconspicuous location is not easily discovered by new patrons unless recommended by someone. The establishment is run by an elderly couple, who converse in a genuine Beijing dialect. Outside the shop stands a poplar tree, its leaves stripped bare by the chill of winter. At midday, with the sun casting a warm glow, the proprietor brings out a small parrot in its cage and hangs it from the tree's branches. The lively little creature, adorned in vibrant green plumage, enthusiastically greets customers with a cheery, welcome. 3 young women dine together, and the proprietress has thoughtfully chosen a table by the window for them. Life in bustling Beijing moves at a brisk pace. Yet on this rare day off, Yuting savors the opportunity to bask in the winter sun, engage in pleasant conversation, and indulge in a sense of tranquility. The dishes presented are all recommended by the proprietress: steamed fish, stir-fried bok choy with tofu, sweet and sour spare ribs, braised pork, the local specialty of roasted duck, donkey rolling, and tomato egg soup, filling the table to the brim. As they chat, Shermu rolls the roasted duck meat in a lotus leaf pancake, dips it in sweet bean sauce, adds some scallions and cucumber strips, and remarks, if he manages to get published in a core journal this time, the 3 of us should return to this restaurant. Even though it's a bit far, their roasted duck is simply delicious. Absolutely, replies Shui, enjoying her steamed fish. If I get accepted into graduate school, I'll treat you all. Why Yuting agrees, noting the authenticity of the roasted duck. I'll take a portion to go later. Shermu reminisces, back when I was working on my thesis, my professor commented, please send your work Luo Tuoxiangzi abroad, consider it a roundabout way to save the nation. Shui furrows her brow in confusion. Isn't the author of Luo Tuoxiangzi Laoshi? Yuting, gathering her long hair into a ponytail with a small elastic band, catches on to Mumu's implication and chuckles. Shui, she's referring to the real Xiangzi. Shermu shows Shui a note on her phone, and Shui nearly chokes on a fishbone, always amused by Mumu's antics. When Shui smiles, her 2 small canine teeth peek out, and her cheeks form delicate dimples, making her exceedingly charming. Leaning closer to Shui, Shermu whispers, I've managed to turn my professor into Sister Xianglin. Eating now, Yuting interjects, cousin, where has your uncle disappeared to on his business trip? He has been gone for over half a month. He hasn't been duped into going to Myanmar for kidney trafficking. Has he? Yuting shoots her a glance. Would you dare repeat that in front of Mr. Sher? I wouldn't dare. Shermu mimics, rubbing her arms for warmth. Your uncle doesn't look like someone who would be involved in such dealings. Yu Ting's eating suddenly halts. Having spent years in the public relations department, her keen perception catches something amiss. Although Mumu's words seem to be in jest, the use of the word where suggests that Shui, who is quite close to her, is unaware of Mr. Shure's whereabouts on this trip. They must have discussed it, and it's possible that there has been no communication between Shui and Mr. Sure. During the past month and a half, pondering this, Yu Ting rests her chin on her hands. Let us play a game of truth or dare. Sounds great. Shermu eagerly agrees, losing interest in the roasted duck. That sounds thrilling, but is there no truth involved? Only dares, Yu Ting clarifies. Shui, unfamiliar with the game, recalls seeing classmates play it in high school. What are the rules? I'll set up the drawing. Yu Ting takes out her phone, opens a mini program, and creates a drawing game for dares. The players simply need to click, and the wheel will spin automatically. There are two options, dare and no dare. The person selected for a dare must heed the instructions of the other two players and undertake a challenge. Why Yu Ting goes first. She places her phone in the center of the table, and both Shermu and Shui watch with keen interest as the wheel slows down and the pointer gradually comes to a stop, landing on no dare. Cousin, your luck is extraordinary. How fortunate, Shermu exclaims enviously. Hesitating to be the second to click, nudging Shui, you go second, and I'll click third. Alright, Shui replies, rubbing her hands together, taking a deep breath, and performing a little ritual that makes Yu Ting chuckle. Indeed, Shui is quite an endearing girl. Shui taps the screen, and the pointer begins to spin. Shermu, reveling in the excitement, chants, dare, dare, dare. Ha, it's truly a dare. Shui resigns to her misfortune. Shermu is about to suggest that Shui tell the proprietress, we want to dine and dash, when Shui beats her to it, saying, Shui, give Mr. Sure a call. Shui's expression freezes, feeling that calling Shuryu is akin to calling the king of hell. Even the thought of his face sends shivers down her spine. Shermu gives her a thumbs up, then pokes Shui in the side, grinning, call uncle, and I'll decide what you say. Shui, accepting her fate, pulls out her phone and, with a resolute breath, dials Shuryu's number. Keep your conversation somewhat restrained, otherwise, if you anger him, I'll be in trouble when I get home. Is he strict? Pretty much. He acts like a teacher. Not like a teacher, he is a university professor. It's natural for students to fear their teachers. Yu Ting can't help but laugh at Shui's words, realizing that she is still quite intimidated by Mr. Sure, perhaps due to their recent marriage, as she hasn't fully grasped his character. During the past half-month, Mr. Sure has been in London, discussing plans for mergers in the semiconductor industry with family elders. Given the current market trends, governments and enterprises worldwide are increasingly recognizing the significance of the semiconductor sector, which finds applications in security, consumer electronics, cameras, automotive, and mobile phone manufacturing. Last month, the Domestic Securities Regulatory Commission introduced new guidelines for the listing of semiconductor companies, making it more challenging for many to go public, leading them towards mergers with established semiconductor giants. In recent years, Hongxin Group has invested heavily in the semiconductor industry, and Mr. Sure aims to initiate large-scale mergers in the domestic sector. Over the past month, he has also acquired a renowned wafer manufacturing company in Singapore, with both parties having reached an agreement on the sale of equity. The call connects quickly. At this moment, Shui is uncertain whether Mr. Sure is abroad or if there is a time difference. Summoning her courage, she calls out his name. Shuryu. Yes, I'm here. His voice resembles that of an auctioneer, seamlessly switching between English and Chinese, his intonation elevating the bidding. Yu Ting recalls that today, Sotheby's in Hong Kong is hosting an auction for ancient art treasures, hinting that Mr. Sure might be in Hong Kong. Shermu, with an eager expression, presses her ear to the phone to eavesdrop, passing a note from her phone to Shui. Shui glances at the note that reads, I miss you, hubby, but struggles to utter the words aloud. She gestures change it. Shermu promptly suggests, how about saying DUI, when are you coming back? I want to cuddle with you. Shui winces, preferring the first phrase. After a long silence, the clamor on Mr. Sure's end gradually fades as he seems to move to a quieter location. What's wrong, Shui? I'm here. I miss you, hubby. As the words escape her lips, Shui's cheeks flush crimson, and she wishes she could vanish into a mouse hole, silently praying for Mr. Sure to hang up quickly or to have not heard her. Shermu's smile stretches from ear to ear. Yu Ting, suppressing her laughter, stands up and tugs on Mumu's ear, pulling her aside with a warning glance. They're having a conversation. Let us not eavesdrop. Have you been eating mushrooms? Mr. Sure teases. No. Have you been taking your medicine on time at home, exercising, and doing moxibustion? All on schedule. Very obedient. I'll be home the day after tomorrow. Shui hastily hangs up the phone, placing the hot device on the table, uncertain how she will face him upon his return. The little eatery is not crowded, but Yuting feels that Mr. Sure's last words, very obedient to "I'll be home the day after tomorrow," resonate like something a parent would say to a child. Rather than a husband to his wife. It's now Shermu's turn to spin the wheel. Taking a deep breath, she waves her hands in a mystical manner, absorbing the energy of the universe. Her fingertips landing on her cousin's phone screen. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, all deities, quickly reveal yourselves," Shuhei murmurs. "Dare." Indeed, the pointer slowly halts, pointing to the dare option, causing Shuhei to burst into laughter. While Shermu's smile freezes into a grin, why Yuting asks Shuhei, "Will you announce it or shall I? Let us teach her a lesson." "You go ahead, cousin, leave something for today, so we may meet again in the future." Yuting raises an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before taking the phone and typing a note. "I'll send you a post on social media with these words, let me see." Shermu takes the phone, glancing at the contents. "Sister, you might as well just kill me." Under Yuting's stern gaze, Shermu reluctantly types out the post, urgently seeking a partner. "Gender does not matter. Accommodation provided, move-in ready, interested parties please DM, serious inquiries only." Shuhei and Yuting both give Mumu a thumbs up. As fate would have it, after enjoying their lunch, the weather gradually shifts to a somber hue. The initially azure sky replaced by a cold gray overcast. Initially planning to go shopping, the weather forecast warned of rain mixed with snow by evening. A biting cold wind began to rise, chilling to the bone. Before heading out, Yuting returned the pleasantly warm thermos to Shuhei, gently admonishing, "It's time to go home. The weather has changed, don't catch a chill." "All right." This time, Mumu was driving, with Shuhei seated in the passenger seat. An unsettling feeling of heaviness settled in her lower abdomen, a dull ache that had persisted since their meal. However, her menstrual cycle was still a week away. "Hee, you don't look well. Are you cold?" "I suppose so." Shermu cranked the car's heater to maximum, escorting Shuhei back to Qingfeng Villa. "Have Aunt Jiang brew a bowl of ginger soup for you. Drink it and get some rest. If you feel unwell, just contact me." "Okay, Mumu, drive safely. And send me a message when you get home." Upon her return to Qingfeng Villa, Shuhei headed to the bathroom. Indeed, her period had arrived. The last time, the female doctor had mentioned that moxibustion could stimulate the uterine area, potentially causing it to arrive earlier if done near that time, which was entirely normal. But why was it so painful this time? Earlier that morning, she had opened the bedroom window for ventilation. Now, as she approached the window to close it, she noticed the wind had picked up and raindrops were falling rapidly. The moment the cold breeze swept in, the air she inhaled felt as though it had turned to ice. Shuhei's limbs were icy. After changing clothes, she nestled into bed, her hand resting on her abdomen. For young women, menstrual cramps could indeed be excruciating. The underfloor heating was quite sufficient, yet her feet remained cold. "Madam, are you feeling unwell?" Aunt Jiang had noticed Shuhei's pallor earlier when she hurried upstairs and had tea come out since, after some contemplation, Aunt Jiang decided to enter the bedroom, with the master not home. Shuhei was a girl who tended to keep her troubles to herself, and she hoped nothing unfortunate would occur. Shuhei slowly opened her eyes and shook her head. "I'm fine, Aunt Jiang. I just want to take a nap. I had lunch with friends, so there's no need to prepare anything." "All right." Aunt Jiang tucked Shuhei in, closed the curtains, and turned off the lights. Shuhei appeared serene in her slumber, evidently exhausted. Before leaving, Aunt Jiang had noticed a bag of sanitary pads on the table and placed them in the drawer, realizing that the mistress's period had begun. Chapter 29, Menstrual Cycle. Brown sugar water in Shuhei's memory. There had never been thunder during winter in the northern capital. At this moment, the night had deepened, and she curled beneath the covers, her head buried, sleeping fitfully. Outside, the rain mixed with snow had transformed into hail. The sound of it pelting against the window was sharp and disconcerting. Thunder rumbled, as if tearing the sky asunder. The entire city was enveloped in severe convective weather. This natural phenomenon known as thunder snow was exceedingly rare. Heralding a forthcoming blizzard, Shuhei felt a chill, her mind clouded, drifting in and out of sleep, tossing and turning until she opened her eyes to a pitch-black room. She had no idea what time it was. The pain in her abdomen persisted, prompting her to visit the bathroom once more before returning to bed. The cramping in her lower abdomen caused her brow to furrow tightly. In her dreams, she imagined herself rising to take an ibuprofen, yet each time she awakened, she found herself still in bed, having not taken any pain relief. Layers of nightmares pressed down upon her. In days, she heard footsteps nearby, and the bed sank slightly. "Shuhei, A melodious voice softly called her name. Moments later, the covers were lifted, and she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Blinking her eyes open, her blurred vision registered the soft glow of a night lamp illuminating the room. Outlining the striking features of the man before her, his glasses glimmered faintly under the light, and his eyes, somewhat obscure, were focused intently on her. "You're home." Shuhi thought she might still be dreaming, feeling drowsy again. She closed her eyes, her voice nasally and soft from just waking. I'm home." A pair of warm, dry hands rested on her forehead, checking her temperature, which was normal. He then touched her small hand. Noting her body felt cold, Shiryu wrapped Shuhi snugly in the blanket, holding her close, brushing aside the fine strands of hair near her ear, and lifted a cup of warm brown sugar water from the table. "Here. Drink slowly." Shui's awareness sharpened completely. It was brown sugar water, pleasantly warm and not scalding. Shiryu was feeding her. "But I thought you weren't coming back until the day after tomorrow? Did I sleep for 3 days? That can't be right, he must have returned early." After finishing he felt warmth spreading through her stomach. "Do you want more?" She indeed felt a bit parched. Observing Shiryu's gentle demeanor, full of patience, which was devoid of the usual formalities, she nodded slightly, and Shiryu poured her another cup, this time warm water, quenching her thirst, returning to her side to feed her. "I can drink by myself." "I'll feed you." Shiryu handed her the water. And she took a sip, as he reminded her, "I'm not competing with you, we have plenty of time, just take your time." Shuhi began to sip slowly. After finishing the cup, her thirst was finally quenched. And as she lay back down, the word thank you lingered on her lips, but she was distracted by Shiryu holding a hot water bottle, lifting the covers to place it at her feet. Suddenly warmth enveloped her, and Shui's eyes brightened slightly. She rested her feet atop it, the heat radiating through her body. Her feet were no longer cold. Shiryu took another hot water bottle. Seated at the edge of the bed, letting his warm palm rest on the bottle until it heated up, then slipped it beneath the covers, gently pressing it against her lower abdomen. Such intimate gestures caused Shuhi to shyly inch away towards the center of the bed. "Stay still." Shiryu gazed at her, teasingly adding, "You know, the way you're looking at me right now is akin to how one regards a superior, all respectful and cautious. Shuhi, you are my wife, I would never harm you. So don't be afraid." Was she imagining things? For the first time, she sensed a tenderness in Shiryu's tone. He was 9 years her senior, a man seasoned by the world, resembling a serious elder with an air of composed maturity and meticulousness. Yet now his voice was deep and soothing, reminiscent of soft stones gently colliding, affirming she was his wife and that he would never hurt her. Shuhi propped herself up on her elbows, inching closer to Shiryu, lying beside him. "This way, it doesn't quite feel like I'm addressing a superior, does it? Is this okay? Call me husband." Shuhi sensed Shiryu was teasing her. Yet she couldn't find evidence to refute it. "Husband," she murmured, her lips parting gently. "I didn't hear you, your voice was too soft." Shuhi's cheeks flushed crimson as she called out, "Husband." Good girl." Shiryu continued to massage her, his long fingers lifting her nightgown slightly to make skin contact. The warmth from his palm would provide more heat to her abdomen. Shuhi diverted her gaze. Recalling how he had just called her, "Good girl," how strange. Her lower abdomen felt warm, yet her face seemed to be roasting, gradually heating up. Shiryu gently rubbed her belly, and Shuhi remembered the pain she had experienced during her menstrual cycle. Typically relieved with a heating pad and ibuprofen, preferring to keep her discomfort to herself, few people cared enough to inquire, as she worried they would find her troublesome. How did Shiryu know? Feeling his palm warm against her, he continued to heat the water bottle and placed it on her abdomen, applying gentle pressure. Shiryu frowned upon sensing Shui's slight frame. She was so thin, with hardly any flesh on her waist. "You should eat more, gain some weight, don't diet, being a little plump is healthier." I am gradually increasing my food intake, I've been exercising. Yet I just can't seem to gain weight." "Avoid exercising during your menstrual cycle." "All right." Shuhi noticed that Shiryu was still dressed in a crisp shirt and trousers, the collar slightly unbuttoned. His shirt hugging his toned waist, suggesting he had come to see her without changing. "Did you come home early? Did it interfere with work? I'm feeling much better, you don't have to. Nothing is more important than taking care of my wife." His sincere and gentle words made Shui's heart skip a beat. Shiryu again warmed his palm, placing it against her soft belly, following the doctor's recommended massage techniques to alleviate her pain. Is it feeling any better? If the pain persists, I can fetch you some painkillers. It's much better, I don't need any medicine. Get some sleep. Shuhei, I'll be right here. Okay. Thus, they quietly shared the space, Shuhei gradually closing her eyes, relaxing her body, relishing in his care. The gentle warmth of his massage diminished the cramping sensation significantly. In truth, this was Shuhei's first experience with brown sugar water and the first time someone had cared for her during her menstrual cycle, standing by her bedside in her moment of discomfort. Outside, the hail battered against the glass, producing a crisp, resonant sound, while the muffled thunder persisted. Perhaps it was the presence of Shiryu that allowed Shuhei to drift into a deep, restful sleep. No longer fearing the chaotic sounds of the storm outside, Shiryu ceased the massage, rising to refill a hot water bottle, ensuring it was warm but not scalding, placing it against Shuhei's abdomen. Tucking her exposed hand back beneath the covers, with the impending blizzard predicted for the northern capital, Shiryu rummaged through Shuhei's backpack, filled with school supplies, but could not find the keys to the car she had driven. He opened the desk drawer, searching through all 3 levels, yet found nothing. Just as he was about to close the drawer, he discovered a beautifully crafted bottle at the bottom, adorned with numerous handcrafted stars and cartoon stickers. The bottle was labeled Hehe's Wish Bottle. Inside were many rainbow cards scattered haphazardly, with several cards visible from the outside. September 16 Light Rain. Sister, today I turn 9 years old, and my godmother has gifted me a birthday cake. I still cannot speak and am uncertain if I will ever be able to sing again. I deeply regret not having learned to sing properly with you before. My psychologist, who is also my mute language teacher, tells me that I am too eager, which hinders my recovery. July 2 ND, Rainy. My teacher says my mathematics skills are poor and that I am specializing in just one subject, making it difficult to gain admission to Beijing University. I have enrolled in a mathematics class. The ordinary junior high school in Beijing does not accept students like me, and if I cannot speak by the end of this summer, I will have to attend a special school. Sister, at that time, I will share with you my life at the special school. August 13 Sunny. Sister, my aphasia has been cured. Today, I can speak. I recited an ancient poem to my brother, and he cried. He took me to enroll in junior high school, and in September, I will be attending the same school as Mumu. September 10 Sunny, I can sing Truly Love You now. I bought a beautiful wooden guitar. Sister, can you visit me in my dreams today to see my guitar? Actually, I just miss you. Sister, I want to sing this song for you. I really want to. January 3 RD, Overcast. It has been a long time since I last dreamt of you. Sister, November 9 Foggy. He's wishes to become a bird that brings light. September 20 Sunny. Sister, I have been accepted into Beijing University. The new student orientation ceremony was lively, and today I sang for my mother, who was present in the audience. June 7 Light rained. I want to visit the zoo to see the small animals. Chapter 30. Do you not feel any pain in spending money on me? Besides the cards, there are many children's oil paintings at the bottom of the wish bottle. Shiryu picked them up and unfolded them. These paintings were created with oil pastels, exhibiting a naive style. Crafted during the time when Xiao Shui could not speak, each oil painting features a large sun and a beautiful little bird, with feathers shimmering in vibrant colors, lively and free-spirited. One painting depicts mother, brother, sister, and Xiao Shui. Shiryu closed the drawer. There were many rainbow cards in children's paintings, but he could not bear to look further. His gaze fell upon Shui's face once more. Her body was frilier than usual, lying on the bed, thin as paper, breathing so lightly while asleep that it was almost imperceptible. This girl resembled a long-forgotten, sickly stray cat. Had she previously suffered from psychological aphasia? Shiryu glanced around and found her car keys on the coffee table. After taking them, he left the master bedroom and dialed Zhou Stinji's number on his phone the next day. Heavy snow. When Shui awoke, she discovered she was hugging a plush warm water bag, still warm, and the one at her feet was also hot. It was unlikely for a warm water bag from last night to still be so warm. Shiryu must have replaced it for her. As she sat up, she heard a noise at the bedroom door. Shiryu pushed it open, speaking with the servant outside. Instruct the kitchen to prepare lunch. Understood, came Aunt Zhang's voice. During their time together, Shuhei found Aunt Zhang very kind, like a cherished vintage wine, rich and comforting. Awake? Yes. Shiryu held a cup of warm water, placing it on the bedside table. Does your stomach still hurt? Not anymore. Shuhei drank the warm water. She had slept comfortably last night, her stomach warm, and the pain had subsided. As she lifted the covers to put on her shoes to head to the bathroom, she suddenly noticed her slippers had been replaced with new cotton ones. Where are my sandals? In the bathroom. Who wears sandals in winter? Wear them while showering, your feet are cold, so wear cotton slippers at home. Oh. Shui bent down to put on her shoes. Suddenly, a pair of distinctly skeletal hands appeared in her view. Shiryu was squatting in front of her, holding a thick pair of cotton socks, gently putting them on her feet. Shui's ankles were slender, her skin as white as jade, and she flinched in surprise when he grasped her ankle. Don't shy away from me, the man spoke softly. Shui supported herself on the bed, looking down at him. Shiryu's features were strikingly handsome, appearing beautiful from any angle. Thank you. The cotton socks were mid-calf, protecting her ankles. Shui appeared dazed, lost in thought. As Shiryu began to put on the other sock, she never expected that this privileged young man would lower himself to put on socks for her. There is a new smart foot bath in the bathroom. From now on, every night, Aunt Jian will prepare herbal materials for you in the foot bath. Soak your feet for 15 minutes daily. Okay. Shui went to the bathroom, and while brushing her teeth, her mind kept recalling his attentive care from last night and his action of putting on her socks. After freshening up, she wanted to formally thank Shiryu for returning home early to take care of her and for promptly replacing her warm water bag. Shiryu was arranging a painting at his desk. The curtains were drawn open, and outside, it was snowing heavily, the snowflakes intertwining in a blanket of white, judging by the thickness of the snow. It had not stopped since last night. Just as Shui was about to speak, Shiryu turned around, gesturing for her to come closer. What is this? There is a special auction in Hong Kong. Since your specialty is ancient literature, I thought you would like this painting. I bid on it yesterday, and it's a gift for you. Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. The painting was evidently of great value. A well-preserved landscape from the Song dynasty, with delicate brushwork depicting rolling mountains and swirling clouds. So he had gone to the Sotheby's auction yesterday to acquire an antique painting for her. Shiryu rolled up the antique painting and placed it in a box, handing her a bank card. This is my salary, and I am giving it to you. Shui hesitated to accept it. She understood that this was not merely Shiryu's salary. He simply wished to gift her the card. Shiryu took her small hand and pressed it into her palm. She held the bank card tightly. Shiryu had already gifted her a Northern Song Rukiln Celadon wash, arranged for a brand to provide her with custom clothing, and now presented her with an expensive antique painting. Along with a bank card, Shui remained silent for a long time, staring at the card's design, finally whispering as if to herself or perhaps to the man before her, "Do you not feel any pain in spending money on me?" "Why would you think that?" Shui remained silent. Standing still, throughout her life, no one had ever showered her with such extravagant gifts. Her father's words, "Shui does not deserve gifts," cast a long shadow over her when she purchased something slightly expensive as a child. Her father would scold her harshly in front of the servants, destroying the items she bought, claiming that no matter how much money they had, it was not meant for her. This led her to feel deep guilt every time she spent money. At that young age, she couldn't earn for herself. Later, she was cast out of her home, left to fend for herself, injured, and suffering from a rare form of psychological aphasia. Her godmother spent money on her treatment and hired a psychologist. She knew the treatment was costly and desperately wished to speak, to no longer waste her godmother's money, but the more anxious she felt, the harder it became to articulate her thoughts. In school, she faced ridicule from many, feeling utterly miserable. When her godmother discovered her foolish actions, she scolded her severely, saying that if Shui were to die, her sister's efforts would be in vain, and she must live well. Her godmother would give her plenty of pocket money, yet she gradually developed a habit of not daring to spend freely. Even as she grew older, the deeply rooted shadows still haunted her. Shiryu slowed his pace of speech. "If I do not spend money on you, should I spend it on other women? Shui, am I not your husband?" "Yes." Shiryu noticed that Shui was only wearing a thin nightgown. He retrieved a thick sweater from the closet and helped her put it on. "It is only natural for a husband to give his salary to his wife. From now on, buy whatever you want, do not concern yourself with its worth. Only whether you like it. My money is earned for you to spend." Shui felt a lump in her throat. All right. Her nose tinged with sadness, her eyes stinging, her heart ached as if a piece had been taken from her. The faint scent of cedar wafted from Shiryu, crisp and pure. It felt as though she had not seen him in ages, as if their last encounter was a century ago. "Why are you crying?" Shiryu gently wiped away her tears. Shui kept her head down, touching her cheek where the cold water lingered. Had she been crying? It seemed so. Clutching the bank card tightly, she tried to stop the tears, her lips trembling. Her voice barely above a whisper. Did you forgive me? What? Her voice was so soft that Shiryu could not hear clearly. The height difference between them made it difficult for him to see her clearly. He only noticed the large glistening tears falling from Shui's eyes, one after another like a string of broken beads. Her complexion was pale, even whiter than the snow outside. It's nothing. Shui tucked her hair behind her ear. Shiryu leaned against the desk, reached out to gently ruffle the girl's hair, coaxing her. Your voice is beautiful. It is the most melodious I have ever heard. Shui furrowed her brows in confusion. Why was he suddenly praising her voice? Shiryu used a tissue to wipe her cheeks clean of tears, changing the subject with a lazy tone. Did you not say you missed me? Shouldn't there be some expression of that? Remembering the words she had spoken yesterday, Shui felt a blush rise to her cheeks. I am hungry. Feeling guilty, she turned to walk towards the door. She certainly couldn't admit that she lost a game of truth or dare and thus expressed her longing for him. If Shiryu found out, he would likely be furious and reprimand her. She dared not meet Shiryu's gaze, fully aware that someone in a position of power could discern the innermost thoughts of a young girl in an instant. Suddenly, her wrist was seized by the man's strong hand. Shui was gently pulled back by Shiryu, turning to face him, the refreshing scent of cedar enveloping her senses. Standing before him, they were mere inches apart. Why are you running away? Why hide from me? Their eyes locked. And Shiryu's elegant and handsome visage loomed large before her, the corners of his eyes lifting in intrigue, a playful smile dancing in his gaze as if he were a cunning fox. Chapter 31. A kiss is just a kiss, why do you bite? Shui averted her gaze, trapped in Shiryu's firm grip, struggling to break free. Perhaps their proximity was too intimate, as her porcelain white skin visibly flushed. Even her ears discreetly turned a shade of crimson. She caught the sound of the man's deep, soft chuckle from above. Lowering her head, she felt the place where Shiryu held her wrist grow increasingly warm. A strange and unfamiliar sensation spreading through her limbs. Do not cultivate the habit of looking down, Shui. Raise your head. Shui lifted her gaze, only to be met with a pair of fathomless eyes. Deep as the ocean, Shiryu encircled the slender waist of the young girl, drawing her closer. On her tiptoes, she instinctively curled her arms against his solid chest. A cool sensation brushed against her forehead. Shiryu kissed her. In an instant, Shui's mind went blank, her heartbeat faltered, leaving her momentarily speechless. Just as she took a step back, Shiryu's lips parted slightly. Try hiding from me again. She did not hide. Merely caught off guard, Shiryu observed her startled demeanor. Are we not legitimate? You make it seem as if I am having an affair. Do not move. Shui stood frozen like a wooden puppet. Shiryu closed the distance once more, kissing her again, this time not on her forehead, but on her lips. Their lips met. Shiryu held the back of Shui's head, claiming her lips in the wintry snow. The familiar scent of cedar filled her senses, and Shui felt dazed, her lashes fluttering. Having never been kissed before, she obediently closed her eyes. The kiss was gentle at first, like cool snowflakes landing on her lips, but soon deepened, transforming into a warm embrace, their lips entwining as his possessiveness became increasingly apparent. Shui felt herself drifting in a haze. When Shiryu finally withdrew, Shui bit her lip. Catching her breath, wondering why she felt slightly addicted, his kiss was rather pleasant. Suddenly Shiryu leaned in and playfully bit her lip. That hurts, Shui complained, her voice trembling. Endure it, or bite back. With a misty gaze, Shui opened her mouth to respond, but he kissed her again, enveloping her in his distinct masculine aura. Unbeknownst to them, their positions had shifted. Shiryu embraced Shui, turning so that she was seated on the desk, while he leaned over, pressing her hands firmly beneath his, leaving no chance for resistance. Shui tilted her chin slightly, their lips entangled. The man's assertive kiss gradually overwhelmed her, rendering her weak. As lunch was being prepared, Butler Jiang had gone to the master bedroom, leaving the door ajar. Just as she was about to knock, she caught sight of the scene inside and turned away with a smile. The servants busied themselves with the lunch preparations. One of them asked, Sister Jiang, lunch is ready. Should I summon the master and mistress? No rush, let them be, came the reply. Understood. Your first kiss? Shiryu released her, the girl in his arms breathless, her lips glistening like freshly washed cherries. Sweet and alluring, prompting her response, though her kissing skills were rather naive. It's not, Shui protested, her cheeks still flushed, her lips bore a hint of color from the kiss, making her look irresistible, and Shiryu gently brushed the dampness from her eyes with his fingertip. Oh. Who do you think is better, me or that Fu fellow? Fu Henning has never kissed me. Do you have other ex-boyfriends? Just him. I gave my first kiss to my sister, kissed her cheek. At this revelation, Shiryu was taken aback, a faint smile gracing his lips as he rose and headed outside. Let us go eat. Shui hopped off the desk and followed him, her fingertips grazing her lips. Still tinged with pain from his bite, Shiryu turned to see her looking somewhat pitiful. What's wrong? A kiss is just a kiss, why do you have to bite? Just because. Having returned to Beijing early, Shiryu went to his study after lunch. Outside, the snow continued to fall. Adjacent to the dining area, the U-shaped island featured an open kitchen and a dessert baking section for leisure cooking. Feeling inspired, Shuhei decided to make candied chestnuts. Aunt Jiang. Hearing the sweet call, Butler Jiang, who was busy trimming plants, paused. Madam, what is it? Do we have any raw chestnuts at home? I want to make candied chestnuts. Yes. Rarely did the madam make a request. And Butler Jiang's eyes sparkled with joy, as if it were a festive occasion. She hurried to the kitchen to procure a generous supply of raw chestnuts, still unwashed due to the urgency. I'll wash them. Shuhei donned a headband. Casually tying her hair into a bun, rolled up the sleeves of her loose sweater, and began washing the chestnuts in the kitchen sink. Butler Jiang adjusted the water temperature for her. As Shuhei attentively cleaned each chestnut, placing the washed ones into a nearby basket, Butler Jiang noted that this Shuhei exuded a warmth and charm, no longer just a girl with an icy demeanor. What made you think of making candied chestnuts? I want to make them for my little uncle. Oh no, for the master to taste. After washing the chestnuts, the next step was to score them with a knife, just a small incision to enhance flavor during cooking and baking. As Shuhei stood at the cutting board, her hand hadn't yet grasped the knife when Shiryu swiftly took it from her. I'll do it. Shuhei raised an eyebrow. Oh, when did you come over? The butler discreetly led the servants away. Shiryu placed the knife on the board, unbuttoning his shirt cuffs and removing his watch to wash his hands. You said you wanted to make them. Shuhei corrected him. I said I wanted to make candied chestnuts. I never claimed I wanted to make anything else. They exchanged glances. And upon noticing Shui's flushed cheeks, Shiryu's lips curled into a faint smile, clearly amused. My wife is too bashful. The atmosphere grew slightly intimate. Fortunately, they were alone, and Shui touched her warming cheeks. Realizing that his earlier comment had been intentional, but was rather impolite, Shiryu observed Shui's adorably naive reaction. Stop playing coy, what's the next step? After Shiryu had prepared the chestnuts, Shuhei placed them into a pot, adding cold water and a pinch of salt, following the instructions from a social media post. Now we need to boil them for 20 minutes. How do we spend these 20 minutes? We wait. Shiryu couldn't help but chuckle. Shuhei had a serious yet cute demeanor, reminiscent of a little orange cat that sneaks into the kitchen, hiding behind cabinets, waiting for its meal to be ready. Kiss. Shiryu's request was succinct. Ha! Shuhei thought she misheard. As Shiryu approached her, she glanced around, ensuring they were alone in the open kitchen. But you just kissed me not long ago. Is there a limit to how many times I can kiss you? Suddenly, Shuhei felt weightless as Shiryu lifted her effortlessly, placing her on the clean countertop, ensuring she wouldn't feel the chill from the surface. Close your eyes. Shuhei complied, feeling her chin gently lifted by him. Her mind racing with thoughts, Shiryu was quite domineering. As he leaned in, Shui's porcelain skin was illuminated, the fine hairs on her cheeks visible, his cool lips brushed against hers, like tasting a soft, sweet cotton candy. Outside, snow swirled in the air, serene and gentle, their lips melding together. This time, Shuhei dared to open her eyes, witnessing the captivating winter scenery beyond the frosted glass, as well as Shiryu, who stood before her. The small pot on the stove emitted a gentle bubbling sound. Shuhei once again closed her eyes, her heart racing as though electrified. This time, Shiyu's kiss lacked the overwhelming force of before. Yet it gradually deepened into a tender entanglement, their lips and teeth intertwining in a manner that was delightfully pleasurable. It dawned on her that even the most aloof and dignified individuals possess soft lips. Shua pondered absent-mindedly, contemplating whether Shiyu's exceptional kissing skills indicated a plethora of former girlfriends. Such expertise must surely be honed through practice, right? Shua winced, touching her bruised lips, and accused, "You bit me again. You're such a weirdo. One can get distracted even while kissing." Shiyu lightly tapped the young woman's forehead with his finger. Shua covered her brow, secretly cursing his mischievousness. This man not only bit her but also dared to poke her. When the maid arrived with honey and a brush, she found Shiyu at ease. His features relaxed as he deftly fished out chestnuts from the pot with a slotted spoon. Meanwhile, his wife, Shua, with her doe-like autumn eyes and flushed cheeks, sat at the counter, gently massaging her lips. Upon noticing someone approaching, Shua quickly leaped down from the counter and placed the cushion back onto the rosewood chair in the dining room. The maid, after delivering the items, left with a knowing smile. It was evident what had transpired. The lady's lips were slightly swollen, and one could only wonder how long they had been kissing. Indeed, the couple's affection had blossomed when the roasted chestnuts were ready. Their aroma wafted through the air. Little Juju sprang out from behind a hiding place, her tiny nose twitching as she approached Shua, nuzzling against her feet and seeking affection. Shua crouched beside the little orange cat. Noting that the bandage over her left eye had been removed, restoring her sight. As Shua stroked Juju's head, she caught a whiff of the milk-scented body wash, undoubtedly a result of Aunt Jiang's grooming. Each time Shua caressed Juju, a low, buzzing purr emitted from the little cat, a sign of comfort and contentment. Shua had added Dr. Pei's contact as a friend and had inquired about this phenomenon. He explained that it was an expression of a stray cat's happiness upon finding a safe haven. Seeing Juju eyeing the roasted chestnuts with longing, she asked Shiyu, "Can the cat eat roasted chestnuts?" "Probably not. Should we ask Brother Pei? I have him in my contacts now." Shiyu raised an eyebrow, a casual smile playing on his lips, as if he had misheard. "What did you call him?" "Brother Pei." Shua explained, "A few days ago, I went to the pet hospital to buy treats and milk for the cat. And Dr. Pei told me to call him Brother Pei. He should be calling you sister-in-law, taking advantage of you." Juju mewed longingly, and Shua composed a text to Dr. Pei, also sending a picture of the roasted chestnuts. Dr. Pei replied promptly, "Dr. Pei, not suitable for her. Dr. Pei, the sugar and starch content in roasted chestnuts is quite high. This little cat has just recovered and has a sensitive stomach. It could easily lead to indigestion. Perhaps in a while." "Dr. Pei, your chestnuts look delightful. Where did you buy them? The little orange can't eat them, but I certainly can." "Shua made them myself." Shiyu carried the freshly baked roasted chestnuts into the living room. Sitting on the sofa to snap a photo and post it in the Singles Nature Reserve group chat, Shiyu, image, Shiyu, "My wife made these roasted chestnuts, they are quite sweet. If you all want to try, I'll ask her to make a bigger batch next time." "Dr. Pei, nothing fits you like yoga pants." "Dr. Pei, this is the Singles Nature Reserve, you should pay attention to what you say." "Dr. Pei, just married, and already bragging about your wife. Have you never seen roasted chestnuts before? Have you finally gone bankrupt? I'll buy you a portion from the roadside one day." "Shiyu, I'm not bragging about my wife. Do you want me to brag about yours?" "Sorry, I forgot, you don't have a wife. The pet hospital has plenty, but your bed is empty and lonely." "Dr. Pei, forwarding link. Beware, the toxicity of roasted chestnuts is severe. Learn about the dangers to humans. After reading these 3 points, you'll never touch them again." "Shiyu, even my dad doesn't forward those senior citizen links anymore." "Dr. Pei, by Songsheng, Brother Shang, hurry and kick him out. I've never asked you for anything." "But kick him out, I can't stand his chatter." "Zhou Xianji, you should at least check if they're cooked before eating. Don't end up back in the hospital." "Shiyu?" "Zhou Xianji, once he made me a plate of stir-fried vegetables that were undercooked and I was sick for a day. The doctor diagnosed it as food poisoning after being discharged. She made me a pot of black-bone chicken soup, claiming she followed the tutorial to the letter, assuring me it was well cooked. That night, I ended up back in the emergency room, meeting the same doctor again." "Dr. Pei, haha, what did the doctor say?" "Zhou Xianji, the doctor remarked that I was hard to kill, enduring successive poisonings yet managing to smile through it all." "Dr. Pei, by Songsheng, I'm the only one still working overtime on the weekend. Those chestnuts look wonderful. I'll come by your place to try them sometime. Shiyu, Songsheng, as per tradition, let us have dumplings at your place this New Year's Day. By Songsheng, sure. Chapter 33, She couldn't find her car keys. Shiyu gazed thoughtfully at the platter of roasted chestnuts. Shua. There's nothing wrong with the production process of these roasted chestnuts. Right? Of course not, I followed the tutorial to the letter, they're definitely done. Hearing her familiar words, Shiyu began to assess the potential hazards of the chestnuts, noticing Shua watching him expectantly, eager for him to taste them. Shua stepped closer, extending her hand. Don't believe me, I'll eat one first. I'll eat it. Shiyu intercepted her hand, plucking a roasted chestnut and popping it into his mouth. After a couple of chews, he released a sigh of relief. It's cooked. Thankfully, chestnuts are forgiving, easy to prepare, and devoid of toxicity or prohibitions. Having boiled the raw chestnuts for a considerable time and air-fried them, Shiyu had been meticulous about the process, thus it was practically a joint effort with her, and there were no issues. Is it delicious? Shua beamed like a child seeking praise. A feast. As Shiyu savored the roasted chestnuts, he commended her culinary skills. My wife's craftsmanship is exquisite, far surpassing what one finds at roadside stalls. Aren't you going to try some? It's for you, I'm full. With a sense of fulfillment, Shua stepped away. She hadn't realized before, but Shiyu was quite adept at flattery. Continuing to indulge in her affection for the cat, she knew her culinary skills were sound, though her brother's stomach was somewhat delicate. Don't you want to name the little cat? Shiyu inquired, prompting Shua to contemplate carefully. It struck her that the day she encountered little Juju was also the day she had last seen Shiyu. Juju had been injured, and Shiyu had rescued her, taking her to the green cottage. Coincidentally, the first time she met Shiyu, he too had rescued her after an injury. What an extraordinary coincidence. Shua cradled the soft little orange cat and kissed it gently. She is adorably silly and a girl. How about the name Juju? Does it sound nice? He turned to her, and as she smiled, her eyes sparkled, her brows curving like a crescent moon, revealing two charming little canine teeth, exuding vitality and energy. Juju is lovely. When we have a daughter in the future, you shall name her. Upon hearing this, Shua coughed uncontrollably, her fair complexion growing increasingly flushed. Goodness, Shiyu's words could scare the living daylights out of someone. He never ceased to astonish. Little Juju tilted her head, observing Shua, and gently patted her arm, as if trying to soothe her cough. Shiyu lifted the teapot and poured a cup of warm water for Shua. Come drink some water, you might choke while cuddling the cat. On Monday morning, the relentless snowfall had finally ceased. The weather forecast still warned of an orange snowstorm alert, and while the snow removal efforts on the streets were commendable, the elementary, middle, and high schools in northern Beijing remained closed. Many universities, however, continued with classes, and with the final exams approaching, Shua had just a few sessions left this week before the semester ended. Her first class at 8 was with Professor Liu, known for his strictness and penchant for creative attendance checks. After breakfast, Shua returned to her bedroom but could not locate her car keys anywhere. She crouched on the floor, searching under the sofa, yet they were nowhere to be found. How peculiar. She always placed her keys on the coffee table. Butler Jiang had prepared some pastries for Shua in a bento box. As Shiyu collected it, he approached the master bedroom door on the second floor, ready to knock when he caught sight of Shua crouched in a comical and bewildered position within her room. Hearing footsteps at the door, Shua stood up. Have you seen my car keys? No. I left them on the coffee table. Unhurriedly leaning against the doorframe, Shiyu opened her bento box, pinching a piece of peach pastry and tasting it. Finding it overly sweet, perhaps you should ask your uncle? Shua paused for a few seconds before grasping his pun. Aren't you my uncle? Playfully, she teased, Little uncle, where are my car keys? No idea, dear niece. In the realm of banter, Shua found Shiyu unbeatable. She finally understood why his nickname was Dui. He truly had a knack for repartee, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Shiyu strode gracefully past her. She noticed he was clad in a tailored black cashmere coat, with a sharply pressed custom suit beneath, presumably on his way to work. Shiyu handed the bento box back to Shua. The luxurious silver watch on his wrist indicated it was already 7:20. He spoke calmly, be mindful of the time, don't be late, I'm off to work now. Shua watched helplessly as Shiyu departed. The route from Qingfeng Villa to Jingbei University and Hangxing Group is conveniently aligned, yet he sauntered off without so much as a hint of courtesy to offer her a ride. Indeed, men can often be unreliable. Time was of the essence, and Shua hastily stuffed her bento box into her backpack. Lacking the luxury to search for her keys, she dialed the driver who had previously taken her home. At the crucial moment, however, her call went unanswered. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, she sighed. During the morning rush, hailing a taxi could take an eternity, and if she opted for the bus, the nearest stop would require a sprint to the Wetland Park station. Indeed, even if she had 8 legs, she would surely be late. Just then, a Rolls-Royce glided into the courtyard. A gentle breeze stirred the snow atop the treetops, and as it fell, the rear window descended slowly. Shiryu leaned back against the seat, exuding an air of elegance, and inquired, "Would you like a lift for a short distance?" "Yes, please." Shua's eyes sparkled with delight. Driver, you had already opened the door for her. Inviting her inside, she hurried to the back seat and slid in. The car already warmed in anticipation. As the vehicle roared to life, it set off towards Jingbei University. Shua exhaled in relief, a charming dimple appearing on her cheek. How delightful it was to catch a ride. She now had ample time and had feared being chastised by Professor Liu. Shiryu perused a financial morning report with an air of leisure, crossing his long legs and adjusting his glasses as he remarked, "If it weren't for me, you would have been late." The casual gesture of adjusting his glasses momentarily left Shua speechless. He was surprisingly refined. "Indeed," she replied as she retrieved a thick notebook from her backpack, pressing a button on the armrest. A small table unfolded smoothly, remaining level. She had been rather lazy over the past couple of days and had yet to address the 2 questions Professor Liu had left her with. Noticing her silence, Shiryu began to tease her. You still have to drop a couple of coins if you take the bus out on such a chilly day. Surely you could show a little gratitude for hitching a ride with me." "Sure. Would you prefer Alipay or WeChat? How much is it?" Shua pulled out her phone, appearing ready to pay for the fare. She leaned in closer. "Perhaps you should shorten your reflex arc a bit." Shiryu raised a hand and gently tapped her forehead with his cool fingertips. Nudging her back, rubbing her brow, Shua straightened her posture. Chapter 34. The man who takes advantage and plays innocent. Shua contemplated thoughtfully shortening her reflex arc. Oh, perhaps Shiryu intended for her to replace her customary thank you with a guitar performance, just as she had done the last time she rode with him. "You want me to play the guitar for you?" Shua asked. "You've already owed me a guitar performance," he replied, clearly intent on extracting something from her. Playing the fool, Shua began to negotiate. "But I don't possess any other talents. Surely 2 guitar songs would suffice?" With a calm demeanor, Shiryu responded, "Classical dance." "Absolutely not." Shua immediately rejected the idea. A vivid image flashed in her mind of herself in a dress, twirling and dancing for Shiryu while he lounged on the sofa, casually eating seeds. The thought was so embarrassing it felt akin to a scene from ancient times where a concubine performed for an emperor. "Oh, no dancing, no dancing." Suddenly Shiryu's vision darkened. Almost instantly he felt a warm, soft sensation on his cheek, fleeting yet palpable. The delicate fragrance of the girl wafted through the air, a blend of white jasmine and fresh tea, reminiscent of a mountain spring under the moonlight, unmarred by the mundane world. After the kiss, Shua turned her gaze to the window. Emu was right. Shiryu was indeed handsome and well-built. And for her, it was free. Why not seize the opportunity? A kiss would surely suffice to prevent him from demanding anything further. "You're taking advantage of me." Shiryu's deep, dark eyes met hers. Shua was left speechless. What a man who takes advantage and plays innocent. The young girl felt slightly flustered, a layer of delicate pink gracing her porcelain neck, her cheeks tinted like blossoms in spring. Shiryu chuckled softly, no longer teasing her, and returned to his newspaper. Driver, you played a classic Cantonese song as the car glided smoothly along, the melody akin to a gentle drizzle. The snow lining the roadside reflected a brilliant white, dancing in the interplay of light and shadow, all blending into the depths of the man's profound and elegant gaze. In the office of the Fu Group, a pure white Persian cat lounged on a velvet cushion, its fur gleaming like a luxurious silk scarf, soft and fluffy. Fu Henning was grooming it, spoiled by its owner. This Persian cat possessed a rather regal temperament, aptly named Hubao. When Assistant Feng entered, he found Fu Henning sprawled on the sofa, his dark hair only half-dried, clad in a loose bathrobe that left his chest almost bare, revealing a well-defined physique. Young Master Fu was indulging in his feline companion, though this was a workplace. And such behavior seemed excessive. The room was thick with the mingling scents of cigarette smoke and wine. Young Master Fu had even set up a pool table in the large office, where his childhood friend Gu Chuan was currently engaged in playful banter with him. Two young scions gathered together, reveling in their idle amusement. Assistant Feng felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. Unfortunately, young Master Fu was the sole heir of Chairman Fu, who was still active in the group. Rather than learning management, young Master Fu squandered his days aimlessly. Approaching the sofa, Assistant Feng handed a document to Fu Henning, stating, "Young Master Fu, Yunta Technology has ultimately decided to sign a merger contract with Hengxing. Yunta has chosen to sell, but not to us. I have compiled information on other companies. Does it matter?" Fu Henning interjected. "Yunta Technology is quite formidable in the domestic circuit design field." Fu Henning frowned. Tossing the comb aside, and cradling the Persian cat, he pet its head in annoyance. "The contract is already signed. What purpose does it serve to bring this up now? Sure, you is older than me, and has navigated the business world far longer. He is of the same generation as my father. What point is there in comparing me to him?" Assistant Feng fell silent, realizing he hadn't intended to compare young Master Fu with Shiryu. Why had young Master Fu reacted so defensively? Shiryu from Hengxing Group was sharp and astute, fully grasping the market dynamics. The two were simply not on the same level. Fu Henning seemed to harbor a significant animosity towards Shiryu, his words lacking grace. "A cunning old fox from Wall Street, adept at playing the social game. I look down on him. His very presence irks me. Into losing out is to be expected. I have no interest." Assistant Feng, like a counselor, he implored, "If you had attended the final gathering, Yunta Technology would not have sold to Hengxing." Fu Henning's gaze turned frigid. "Do you still wish to work here? My father wouldn't dare raise his voice at me. Who do you think you are?" Gu Chuan chimed in, helping to mock. "Exactly, you assistant, always nagging. How can a dog bark at its master? Do you expect to keep receiving your allowance? Do you realize that Shiryu is only 2 years older than you and could easily be your father? Be quiet." Fu Henning shot Gu Chuan a glare. Calling someone a dog was a bit much. Assistant Feng felt a heavy weight in his chest. The primary business of the Fu Group revolved around the development of communication chips, holding a significant position in the industry. With the new policies introduced by the Securities Regulatory Commission, the semiconductor industry was experiencing a wave of mergers and acquisitions. Hengxing Group, which had acquired Yunta Technology, had also expanded into the semiconductor sector in recent years, growing rapidly under Shiryu's leadership, even acquiring a renowned wafer manufacturing facility in Singapore at great expense. It was evident that Hengxing aimed to establish an independent research and development chain in the semiconductor industry. The head of Yunta Technology shared a strong bond with Chairman Fu. Yet during the contract negotiations, young Master Fu had been busy feeding the cat shrimp at a social gathering, dismissing the Yunta representative with arrogance, declaring, "I'm the one buying you out. What right do you have to act superior?" Men are often sensitive about their pride. And the gathering ended on a sour note. This acquisition was paramount for young Master Fu, and Assistant Feng waited outside Yunta Technology's building for 3 days. By now, Yunta had proactively reached out to Hengxing, eager to sign a contract. Seeing Assistant Feng's persistence, Yunta decided to extend young Master Fu another opportunity. Assistant Feng had arranged a gathering, prepared the talking points, and all that was needed was for young Master Fu to attend. Unexpectedly, young Master Fu stood them up, claiming his alarm hadn't gone off. Faced with such blatant disrespect, Assistant Feng resolutely declared, "Young Master Fu, I wish to resign." "No send-off," came the reply from Gu Chuan, who had been engrossed in his phone, adding mockingly, "Hey, go collect your allowance from the finance department." It's the first time I've seen someone brave enough to talk back to their boss. Assistant Feng clenched the documents in his hand. The repeated insults had left him feeling shaky, a hint of moisture gathering in his eyes. The documents contained the merger plan he had worked tirelessly on for young Master Fu. Last night, while burning the midnight oil, he had considered how young Master Fu's loss of Yunta would surely become a point of leverage for the older board members of the group. Chapter 35. Without achievements, you cannot marry her now. Faced with such humiliation, Assistant Feng turned on his heel and left the president's office. These scions, buoyed by their deep-rooted family enterprises, carried an air of invincibility, often failing to consider the consequences when belittling others. Yet, as the saying goes, it is easy to seize a kingdom, but difficult to maintain it. If young Master Fu continued to squander his time, the group would inevitably meet its downfall under his stewardship. Upon witnessing Feng the assistant depart, Fu Henning languidly stroked the cat, lost in thought as he recalled the tears glistening in Feng's eyes prior to leaving. His composed brows gently furrowed. Although Feng's words were rather unpalatable, their competency was undeniable. Ji Yuquan's harsh words, likening him to a dog, were somewhat excessive. The Persian cat had succumbed to slumber. Fu Henning rose, fastening the belt of his bathrobe, and approached his desk. He picked up the receiver of the landline, hesitating for 3 minutes, his fingers reluctant to descend, ultimately abandoning the idea of making the call. So be it. If he chose to resign, then resign. It was, despite Feng's abilities, he lacked an understanding of decorum. His father would arrange for another assistant, and there was no need to bow to a subordinate. Gu Chuan leaned in closer to Fu Gu. Guess who I ran into this morning while passing by Jing University? Get lost, I'm not interested in hearing about it. Your ex-girlfriends are either shark-faced or have the visage of a shoehorn. Their features all asymmetrical, and kissing them would undoubtedly result in a crooked nose. Can't you find someone who hasn't undergone cosmetic surgery? Damn, are you attacking my taste now? Oh, so your beloved Shui is perfect? She's as skinny as a stick, lacking any curves, front and back being identical. She won't let you kiss, touch, or sleep with her, though she possesses the countenance of a classical beauty. What is the point of courting such a chaste woman? Boring. Say another word. Fu Henning's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon him. You can't say anything back? The figures of your girlfriends are likely made of silicone. Be careful when you sleep, lest you crush them upon turning. Gu Chuan's lips twitched. Bro, stop cursing. I concede. I will never again criticize Shui's figure. Your words are venomous. Seated in his executive chair, Fu Henning flipped through a pile of exasperating work documents, adorned with various annotations penned by Feng the assistant on sticky notes. Having recently assumed the role of CEO of the Fu Corporation, his lack of business acumen was evident, yet this assistant had provided comprehensive and meticulous assistance within the documents, even writing numerous encouraging phrases such as, "Keep it up, CEO Fu." Gu Chuan circled back to the initial topic. I encountered Shui, are you listening? Speak. Gu Chuan lounged against the desk, adopting a nonchalant posture. I stopped her and called out sister-in-law. You won't believe it. Ha, she even deliberately wore a diamond ring on her finger. A diamond ring? Fu Henning's expression shifted slightly. In that fleeting moment, his heart felt as though it had been struck by a mallet. Taut with tension, the residual ache lingering in his chest. Ji Yuquan slapped the table. It's fake. Are you certain it's fake? With this remark, Gu Chuan also wavered in certainty, yet, who would buy Shui a large diamond ring? Gu Chuan asserted confidently, I can tell at a glance that it's not real. Given her miserly nature, she would definitely opt for a 9 yuan 9-cent package deal. However, it does look authentic. She even knew to choose a large diamond, deliberately showing it to me, claiming she was married. He intentionally showed it to you? Of course. Fu Henning lowered his gaze, toying with an exquisite lighter, as if musing aloud, perhaps she really is married. She claimed to have wed her uncle, but my father mentioned just yesterday that Shiryu is still single. Who in their right mind would marry their own uncle? Shiryu is significantly older than her. Shui is merely deceiving you. Have you not noticed how she cherishes your presence? From my experience, she is likely trying to provoke you into marrying her. Marry her? Yes, I suspect Shui wishes to wed you. The flicker of unease within Fu Henning dissipated entirely. His furrowed brows gradually unfurled. Were it not for Shui deliberately showcasing a fake diamond ring to Gu Chuan, he might have begun to believe in her marriage, especially since she had not engaged with him for an extended period. These reports were indeed unbearable. How could they be so convoluted and lengthy? Staring at them for too long left him bewildered. Fu Henning leaned back in his chair, remaining silent for a considerable time, his expression dimming. I too wish to marry, but she is a love child. Until I achieve some measure of success, my father will not allow me to marry her. He repeatedly emphasizes that I must familiarize myself with the corporation's operations before discussing marriage. Come on. You two have been together for nearly 8 years. Of course, you'll get married. She doesn't even know you joined the corporation for her sake. If she found out, she would surely cry. Do not mention this to He. Fu Henning's lips quivered. Shui's lineage was already a source of pain for her. He sat in silence for a while, straightening his posture, putting away the lighter, and retrieving one of the substantial stack of documents. Preparing to read it attentively. He slapped the documents against Gu Chuan's leg. You should leave too, your presence has prevented me from working. I'm leaving. Once the office fell silent again. Fu Henning took out his phone and dialed Shu He's number. The number you have dialed is currently on another call, please try again later. He retrieved a new phone from his drawer. Containing a freshly acquired number. He had long memorized Shui's phone number, with his fingertips dancing over the keypad. His thoughts were a tangled mess. After a moment of hesitation, he finally pressed dial. And the call connected swiftly. Hello, good day. It was the long-awaited voice. Shui's tone was gentle, sweet, and melodious, soothing the heart and stirring a protective instinct within him. Hello, are you there? Fu Henning gripped the phone tightly. The thought of Shu wearing a fake diamond ring churned emotions within him, and as he opened his mouth, he was met with the sight of a multitude of documents awaiting his attention. His father's words echoed in his mind: if you wish to marry that love child from the Zhou family, you must familiarize yourself with the corporation's operations and satisfy the board members first. Ultimately, Fu Henning suppressed the impulse to converse with Shu. He gazed at the screen, pausing for an extended moment, his handsome face appearing somewhat fatigued, his fingertip hovering over the red button as he ended the call. Returning to his work with utmost seriousness. In contrast to falling snow, Shu found the melting snow to be far chillier, truly embodying the saying, falling snow is not cold, melting snow is cold. At noon, she returned to the Moon Bay to retrieve her spare car keys. Upon returning home, she discovered that her brother had thoroughly cleaned the house, leaving it spotless, yet he no longer resided in Moon Bay. Shu was unaware of the reasons behind her brother's separation from Mumu. She still remembered how her brother would patiently tutor her and Mumu in their studies during their childhood. Mumu loved visiting Moon Bay, enjoying the lessons her brother, Xianji, would provide. She openly expressed her admiration for him, claiming he was her superstar. Each visit, she would bring an array of treats along with a confession letter. Saving her pocket money and New Year's gifts to buy gifts for he and Xianji, Zhou Xianji treated Mumu as a younger sister, embodying propriety and decorum. In those years, Mumu trailed behind Zhou Xianji like a devoted follower, her sunny disposition bringing joy to those around her until she reached adulthood, after which her relationship with him gradually grew closer. Later on, Mumu successfully pursued her idol, and during her relationship with Zhou Xianji, she would share moments of happiness with Shu daily. When Shu learned of their breakup, she found it utterly unbelievable. They offered no explanations. Shu mused that something significant must have occurred to bring tears to such a bright and cheerful girl for an entire week. Despite this, Mumu remained carefree and lively. Choosing to refrain from mentioning Zhou Xianji, as if her 10-year infatuation with him had never graced her life, exiting the Moon Bay community, Shu approached the bus stop, coinciding with the peak rush hour, where a throng of people awaited the bus, jostling together. Aren't they married? Why are they separated? A cool, irreverent voice rang out. Shu turned to locate the source. Fu Henning had appeared, leaning lazily against the bus stop. His demeanor casual and his lips curled into a slight smile, seemingly in good spirits. His long fingers toyed with the lighter, flicking the lid open and shut with a cheerful rhythmic sound that hinted at his bright mood. My living arrangements have nothing to do with you. The bus bound for Jingbei University had arrived. And as Shu took a step forward, her delicate wrist was suddenly grasped by the man behind her. He gave a gentle tug. Let go, I'm getting on the bus. I'll give you a ride. Shu furrowed her brows, attempting to shake him off like an unwelcome adhesive, then turned again as the bus driver scolded, What are you two lovebirds fussing about? Can't you pick a proper occasion? With that, the driver closed the door and departed. Fu Henning released his grip after being reprimanded by the driver. Shui's expression darkened, and she spoke sternly. How many times must I repeat myself for you to comprehend? We are no longer a couple. If you touch me again, I will report you for sexual harassment. Oh. Fu Henning seemed unfazed. What about your 9 yuan 9-cent diamond ring? Shui touched her finger, after the final class with teacher Lu that morning. They had gone to the library to review ancient texts as part of a group activity. She had removed the ring, fearing her classmates would think she was showing off, and placed it in her bag. I didn't wear it, I was afraid it might blind you. Oh. My, your temper has certainly improved. It's only natural, didn't you say I've been spoiled? Fu Henning flicked the lighter, retorting, What about your little uncle, didn't he throw you a wedding? Let me Your ex-boyfriend attend, I'll buy your old man a couple of boxes of brain tonic. Shuha recalled her wedding day, when Fu Henning had been sent abroad by his father and had even had his phone confiscated. He returned to the country only after her wedding banquet, naturally unaware that she had hosted one. But look at you standing next to Shiyu, perhaps it's your anxious appearance, with all the money you make. Why not indulge in some skincare products? One might think you've gone bankrupt. Who taught you to speak so harshly? My husband. Alright, I certainly haven't taught you such things. Shuha felt a sense of satisfaction from scolding him. Fu Henning chuckled softly, placing his lighter into his pocket, then pulling out a ring box containing the 5-carat diamond ring he had just purchased. In a rare moment of sincerity, he said, "Throw away the fake one and wear this real one. It's for you, I know you." Before he could finish, Shuha hailed a taxi. In the freezing weather, her hands felt as frozen as carrots as she opened the car door, swiftly getting inside, just before closing the door. Fu Henning stepped forward and grasped it, saying, "Are you still concerned about Yao Feifei? She's already left Gingbei." "Mr. Fu, you have many confidants. Without Yao Feifei, there are still Li Feifei, Zhao Feifei, and Sun Feifei. I assume you won't miss me? Are you jealous?" The taxi driver, having overheard the gossip, realized the man was unfaithful and was pestering the girl, finally losing his patience and scolding, "Can't you see the girl isn't interested in you, you're just asking for trouble?" Fu Henning's voice dropped to a husky tone, "Hee, let me out of this little dark room. I promise not to contact any other women, just give me 6 months, and we can get married." "Alright? You should change your Persian cat's name." "Why?" "It's irritating." With a soft thud, Shuha calmly closed the car door. The taxi driver looked up politely and asked, "Miss, where to?" "Jingbei University." "Girl, let me advise you, a woman should never forgive a cheating man. You're not married yet, you still have a chance to turn back. Infidelity is like domestic violence, there is either none or countless times. I've seen too many such examples around me." "MHM." Shuha smiled faintly, her tone resolute. "I will not forgive a man who cheats or commits domestic violence." As the view of Moon Bay community gradually faded away, Shuha caught a glimpse of Fu Henning still standing straight in place, holding the oversized ring box, his dark eyes fixed on the taxi. She was in the past, Fu Henning despised the chaotic atmosphere of bus stops and subway stations, yet at this moment, he stood immovable amidst the crowd, tall and slender like a solitary tree. Shuha did not look back at him. The damage already done would not dissipate with belated affection. A relationship, once ended, is truly over. No amount of consolation or reparations holds any significance for the one who has been hurt. Fu Henning, you are a thing of the past. As evening fell, delicate snowflakes began to drift down. The Rolls-Royce returned to Qingfeng Villa, and in the dim light of the snowy day, Shuha noticed the garden lights illuminating the courtyard. She wondered which architect had designed this grand and magnificent Chinese mansion. Just looking at the street lamps, retro lanterns gleamed with a translucent brightness, surrounded by glass enclosures, topped with intricately carved wooden eaves to shield against the wind and rain. Under the hazy glow, snowflakes fell gently. Shiyu casually asked, "Have you found your car keys?" "No." Shuha took out a new key from her pocket and smiled, "But I retrieved a spare key from Moonbay so I can drive my car tomorrow." Shiyu nodded slightly. A glimmer flickered in his ink-black eyes. Chapter 37, the little pouch Shuha embroidered. As they exited the vehicle, Master Yu held up a large black umbrella for the two of them. Shiyu took it and shared it with Shuha as they walked into the living room of the main house. Once inside, warmth enveloped them, and Shiyu folded the umbrella, handing it to a servant. As Shuha took a couple of steps, he gently grasped her shoulder with his large hand, causing her to look up in surprise. Shiyu stood beside her, lightly brushing the snow from her down jacket. She wore a fluffy scarf and hat shaped like a little tiger, with the scarf covering half her face, both adorable and warm. When Shiyu's gaze fell on her fingers, he noticed the absence of her wedding ring. He frowned. "Where's your wedding ring?" "It's in my bag." Shuha retrieved a small box from her bag. Inside was her wedding ring. "We had a practical lesson today, so for safety, I kept it in my bag. If it's inconvenient to wear the ring, string it on the necklace I gave you, that way it won't get lost." Shuha smiled lightly. "Alright." She slipped her small hand into the pocket of her down jacket and pulled out an antique-looking gift, a pouch she had embroidered the day before after working all afternoon. Compared to the antiques and luxurious jewelry Shiyu had given her, the small gift seemed rather insignificant, and she wondered if he would dismiss it like Fu Henning or toss it aside. Nonetheless, Shua presented it openly to Shiyu, saying, "A small pouch, it's not very expensive, I embroidered it, and I hope you won't mind." "A gift for me? MHM." The man smiled, his usually austere gaze softened slightly. "Shua, the sentiment is priceless, it cannot be measured by money." Shua stared at him. Realizing that handcrafted items infused with emotion are beyond monetary value, true sentiment is invaluable and precious. Shiyu examined the gift she had given him. It was a sky blue embroidered pouch, delicately crafted with a pearly sheen and adorned with a sun and a vividly colored little bird. Complemented by two elegant Chinese knot tassels, inside were soothing herbs meant to promote sleep. The fragrance was calming, with hints of traditional medicine and a subtle jasmine aroma, perfect for placing beside a pillow to relax the nerves and soothe the heart. In addition to the herbs, there was a safety talisman Shua had prayed for at the temple. Shiyu seemed to recall something. On their wedding night, when he slept next to Shua, she had a lovely pouch beside her. He had asked, "Is that your pouch?" "No, I embroidered a new one. A couple's version." Shua fell silent. So far, Shiyu appeared quite pleased, and she refrained from mentioning Mumu, or her brother, or that Fu Henning had also received a similar pouch that looked exactly the same. Shiyu raised an eyebrow, discovering yet another skill of Shua's. She was multi-talented, resembling a refined beauty emerging from an ancient painting. "You can embroider?" The room was warm, and Shua removed her scarf and jacket, revealing a custom-made sweater dress, her demeanor soft and gentle. "I know a bit. When I lived at Mumu's house, my godmother often embroidered pouches, but after all this time, my skills are still rudimentary. And I can only manage simple patterns. Embroidering that little bird is not easy." "Oh, it has a name. It's called the Lightbird. I practiced for a long time to get its feathers right. How does it look?" "Beautiful." Shiyu had never heard of a bird called the Lightbird. The little bird embroidered on the pouch was cute and lively, its feathers vibrant and colorful, reminiscent of a child's painting that Shua had hidden away. Perhaps it was a creature born from her imagination. Shua's wish was to be a lightbird. Shiyu asked, "Curious, what does lightbird mean?" "Nothing, just a name I made up." She was unwilling to elaborate, and Shiyu did not press further, carefully placing the pouch into his clothing pocket. At that moment, Steward Jiang approached, carrying a pile of herbal medicine bags, a mysterious smile on his lips. "Madam, the herbal pharmacy has sent the new supplements as you requested. Please check if all the herbs are included." "Me?" Shua appeared bewildered. Usually, the herbal pharmacy would send her medicines to help her body. And since she was not well versed in medicine, how could she have requested new supplements? "Yes, please verify, and if everything is in order, I will arrange for the kitchen to prepare them for the gentleman to drink early." "For whom?" Shiyu, having changed his clothes, stepped over to Jiang and picked up one of the herbal packages, adjusting his glasses as he scrutinized the healing properties listed on the tiny labels, his dark eyes half closed. "Madam is very considerate of you. These are all the supplements she ordered for you." Shiyu's expression darkened further. Among the herbs were deer antler, yam, Siberian ginseng, and other tonics meant to enhance male vitality. Jiang presented 2 bottles of kidney supplements, saying, "And this medicine, which was also sent from the hospital." "This isn't from me." Shua quickly defended herself, her heart racing upon seeing the name of the supplements. She had already imagined where she would bury herself tonight. Enhancing male vitality was a connotation no man could withstand. She cast a furtive glance at Shiyu. His lips were tightly pressed, his throat bobbed, and the depths of his black eyes gradually darkened, an eerie calmness suggesting a storm was brewing. He returned the herbal package to Jiang and turned to Shua. "How come I never noticed before that our Shua is so thoughtful?" I truly didn't do it." Shua realized the situation was turning dire. She took 2 steps back and saw Shiyu unbuttoning the top button of his shirt with one hand, his fingers gripping the exquisite tie, giving it a gentle tug. He removed the tie, holding it in his hand. The echoes of the monkeys on both banks never cease, and the lifeboat has crashed into the great glacier. He. Run quickly. Zhou Shuhe, stop right there." Shiryu's voice was cold and heavy, determined to deal with her. However, Shuhe had already fled without a moment's pause, moving faster than any athlete, her strides covering 3 stairs at a time. At Shiryu's shout, Shuhei ran even faster. Only a fool would stand still and wait to be punished. She was like a panicked rabbit, darting towards the master bedroom, locking the door behind her. Leaving Shiryu outside, she cursed the long spiral Roman staircase built in the main house, having turned 3 corners. What did it mean for this man to loosen his tie? Could it be that Shiryu intended to bind her with it? And then ruthlessly deal with her. The sound of steady footsteps approached from behind, and just as Shuhei entered the master bedroom and was about to shut the door, a strong pair of hands suddenly pressed against the sturdy wooden door. Shiryu's tall figure stood before her. Keep running. The master bedroom has a dressing room, under the bed, beneath the sofa, under the coffee table, in the desk drawer, in the flower pot, in the fish tank. And in the bathroom. Do you wanna hide in any of those places? No, it wasn't me. Shui's pupils trembled, terrified, as she pushed against the door with all her might. The most frightening scene was right at that moment. This man was far too strong. No matter how hard Shuhei pushed, the wooden door did not budge. Shiryu stood in the backlight, beams of light enveloping his tall and upright figure. His silent, deep-set eyes exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. He looked down at her, like a hunter with a keen gaze. Look at how guilty you are, yet you still say it wasn't you. It truly wasn't me. If it wasn't you, then why are you running? I don't know, my legs just started running. Chapter 38, a pampering head pat. Shuhei strained her arms, still attempting to close the door. I am going to sleep. You move your hand away, don't trap me. Sleeping at 7? Yes, young people tire quickly. The young girl subtly hinted at their age difference, causing Shiryu's expression to darken even further. Not only did you buy supplements, but you also started to think I am getting old, right? No. Shuhei suddenly realized what dangerous words she had uttered. Shiryu pushed the door open, entering the bedroom, locking the knob behind him. His tone calm and collected. Shuhei, stand straight. Shuhei immediately straightened her back, standing at attention. The moment Professor Shur commanded stand straight, she complied instinctively, not quite understanding why. Perhaps it was a natural obedience of a student towards a teacher. Entirely a reflex response. The supplements were certainly not ordered by her. She couldn't possibly say it was Mumu who ordered them. If Shiryu found out, both she and Mumu would be in trouble. Though the heating was ample, she shivered. Shiryu turned on the light in the master bedroom, striding towards her with his long legs. Shuhei panicked, retreating step by step. This man's expression was calm. Emotions concealed, yet it was this very calmness that was most terrifying, more so than the fog that rises in the depths of the mountains. Shuhei felt her legs weaken. She was genuinely afraid. As she stepped back, she suddenly bumped into the edge of the desk, leaning against it with no retreat left. There was a teacup at the edge of the desk, out of her view. As Shiryu raised his arm to move the cup, in that instant, Shuhei instinctively closed her eyes tightly, her shoulders hunching, her delicate brows lightly furrowing, her eyelashes trembling slightly. The man paused momentarily. One only exhibits such a fearful expression when anticipating a hit. When he raised his hand, Shuhei nervously shut her eyes and turned her head, believing he was about to strike her. There's a cup on the desk, be careful. His low and gentle words filled her ears. And the tension in Shuhei's heart eased slightly. Then, she felt a firm yet gentle hand softly caressing her head, a very pampering gesture. It was as tender as when she would stroke the head of little Juduo. Shuhei slowly opened her eyes. Shiryu had moved the cup to a safe position, his hands tucked into his pockets. Seeing that she was no longer so frightened, he gazed at her leisurely. Now tell me, what gave you the impression that your husband is inadequate? You are capable. Shuhei immediately retorted, deflecting blame. The medicine Aunt Jiang provided must have been sent to you by mistake. Perhaps one of your friends is concerned for you and sent it. It truly wasn't me. Whether I am capable or not, we must try to find out, right? No need for that. You just look like what? Shiryu chuckled. Just impressive. Upon hearing the man's deep, magnetic laughter, Shuhei felt a hint of mischief glimmering in his eyes, as if he were teasing her. Where's your candy? Give me one. Okay. Shuhei's eyes curved into crescents as she immediately pulled out 2 pieces of milk candy from the pocket of her knitted dress. Offering them to him in her palm, unbeknownst to her, her beloved candy had become her talisman. It was a curious phenomenon. Whenever she angered Shiryu, all she had to do was present him with candy, and upon eating it, he would forgive her, calming his temper. Shiryu accepted the candy from her palm, unwrapped one, and consumed it. Is it sweet? Shuhei inquired, this flavor being one she had recently purchased. Not as sweet as you. The man, recalling that Shuhei had not been feeling well lately, ceased his teasing and turned to leave the bedroom, his tone relaxed and casual. Tell Mumu that this year, Uncle is giving half the usual amount for New Year's money. Like a small shrimp, neither large nor small, to teach her a lesson. Oh. Shuhei was bewildered as to how Shiryu had deduced that the herbal medicine had been ordered by Mumu. If he knew it was Mumu who had ordered it, why was he still playing games with her, making her think that Shiryu had truly been affected by the tonics for kidney enhancement? The car emblem standing tall on his Rolls Royce should be an Oscar statuette. What? The voice of Boss Mu came through in a video call, sounding distraught. Oh dear, where did this pot of dung come from? Sure, Mu was practicing yoga. And upon hearing that the New Year's money had been cut in half, she lay on the yoga mat, pounding a soft yoga ball. I swear it wasn't me. I wouldn't dare to order anything for Uncle that's for enhancing virility. Shuhei, who was focusing on her skincare routine, paused. Wasn't it you? It truly wasn't me. Boss Mu began to throw a tantrum. I'm just a homebody, how could I have this pot of dung dumped on me? The New Year's money has decreased by 33,000, where am I supposed to go to complain? Uncle usually gives more. Shuhei's expression grew increasingly dazed. Mu was deep in thought. Pacing back and forth in the bedroom like a detective, carefully piecing together the details of the matter, after a while, her eyes lit up. I know who it is. Who? It's Uncle. He must truly be incapable. How can he still sleep in separate rooms when warm? Fragrant Jade is at home. I don't understand. If I were to marry you, I would want to be intimate every night. He secretly bought herbal medicine to boost his health, but unfortunately, Aunt Xiang found out. Now, he is in an awkward position and desperately needs a scapegoat. Shuhei listened to Mumu's ramblings. And then, Mu chuckled lightly, having grasped the essence of the situation. Uncle is cunning. Dumping this steaming pot of dung on my head, in this way he won Tilu's face and can also cut my New Year's money by 33,000. Wow, that is simply killing two birds with one stone. Case solved. Shuhei lay on the bed, pulling the covers over herself. If Uncle hears this, the remaining 33,000 will be gone too. No damage. Mu was tidying up her yoga accessories. How can the whispers of the boudoir be heard by men? If men hear us, we'll be finished. Before sleeping, Shuhei pondered again. Those tonics were not ordered by Mumu. Who else could it be? Chapter 39. Shui's car won't start. President Yu. Are you not leaving yet? I'll work a bit longer. You all go ahead. Be careful on the road. In Jingbei, the city center. It was already past midnight. In this precious location, the headquarters of Hangshan Group was brightly lit. Towering buildings surrounding a grand and magnificent office building. In the office of the Public Relations Director, Yu Ting was still working late, her fingers skillfully dancing across the keyboard, focused on handling the proposals at hand. The marketing department was urgently needing brand research strategies. President Yu, it's already 12:30, are you not leaving? A knock sounded on the office door, and the director's assistant had already packed her bag, ready to leave. Yu Ting remained focused on her computer screen, raising her coffee cup only to find it empty. You go ahead and leave, get home and rest early. I'll just make a few final adjustments, it won't take long. All right. Before leaving, the assistant poured Yu Ting another cup of coffee. The clock on the desk ticked away, and by 3 in the morning, Yu Ting had finalized the strategy proposal and sent it to the relevant marketing department personnel's email. The bottom of her computer screen was plastered with many sticky notes. While Yu Ting stretched her stiff arms, gently massaging her shoulders with a small hammer, tearing down the completed tasks and tossing them into the nearby trash bin. As her gaze fell upon a certain photo, she momentarily lost focus, a calm and composed expression marred by a hint of gloom. Her phone vibrated on the desk. Mom, Ting Ting, why haven't you come home yet? Working late again? Mom, your uncle has introduced you to a match. He is a big leader in the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. Take a day off tomorrow to go on a blind date. Remember to put on some pretty makeup. Go have a meal with him, and be nice, don't throw coffee in his face like last time. With a gaze imbued with melancholy, Yu Ting chose not to respond to the message. The last suitor, after exchanging but a few words, insinuated that a woman's makeup was merely a means to entice men, questioning whether she had ever been subjected to the predatory advances of her superiors at work. and expressing incredulity at how she had managed to secure a white-collar position at such a young age. Why did he not inquire about her educational background or the efforts she had made in her career? The act of spilling hot coffee on him was already a testament to her restraint. Such a man, steeped in antiquated societal views, deserved to have his thick skin stripped away and be buried alive. Only to be reborn anew. His inability to match a woman's capabilities led him to malign and spread rumors about her success being reliant on men. On her computer, a photograph of Bai Songsheng was affixed. He stood tall and handsome in his black SWAT uniform. With high cheekbones and deep, penetrating eyes, years of service had bestowed upon him a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, radiating an unmistakable sense of security unique to his profession. It was Bai Songsheng who had rescued her several years prior when, under the influence of copious amounts of alcohol at a social gathering, she found herself being forcibly led to a hotel by a middle-aged executive. This encounter had incited the executive to leverage his connections to undermine Bai Songsheng. Bai Songsheng was genuine in his dealings, and Yu Ting held him in high regard, crafting numerous chances to pursue him. As they spent more time together, their bond deepened. At that time, he was not yet a captain. Despite the exorbitant cost of living in Jingbei, Bai Songsheng's salary was modest. Nevertheless, he always covered the expenses on their dates and never failed to present her with gifts. In the freezing winter, he would stand in line for her favorite takoyaki, his body chilled to the bone, his eyelashes frosted with ice. On her birthday, he spent 3 months' worth of salary on an LV velvet bag she adored. Whenever Yu Ting faced troubles at work and vented her frustrations upon him, Bai Songsheng would patiently sit by her side like a devoted automaton, enduring her tirades without a word of protest, waiting for her anger to subside before taking her to her favorite restaurant, where he would order dishes tailored to her preferences. Yu Ting introduced him to her parents, but after a half-hour conversation with her mother, Bai Songsheng's demeanor shifted, growing distant, and eventually their relationship faltered. It was only during a heated argument with her mother that Yu Ting realized the extent of the humiliation Bai Songsheng had endured that day. As an orphan without familial ties in Jingbei, he had been subjected to her mother's scathing remarks, labeled as a kept man and ridiculed for his lack of resources and connections. She had even arranged for his modest rental apartment to be taken from him, forcing him to reside in a staff dormitory devoid of personal space for the following years. Her mother made it clear that Yu Ting's annual salary had already reached a six-figure sum. She demanded to know when Bai Songsheng would be able to provide a fully paid villa in the city and a Mercedes S-Class for Yu Ting, claiming that only then would she consent to her daughter's relationship with him. Yu Ting was acutely aware that a standalone villa in Jingbei would cost at least 60 million. Bai Songsheng chose not to jeopardize Yu Ting's future. He never disclosed her mother's derogatory comments or the tactics she employed to undermine him. As he ascended the ranks and garnered accolades, he was pursued by numerous women, and many influential figures sought him as a prospective son-in-law. Yet, he remained steadfast in his principles, which resulted in relentless oppression. Bai Songsheng's integrity rendered him ill-suited for the harsh realities of life in Jingbei, despite his towering stature and handsome appearance. He lacked the acumen to exploit his relationships with women for personal gain. Perhaps he was simply too principled. When Yu Ting departed from the company, snowflakes danced through the air. The winter's chill remained biting, frosting her eyelashes as the cold wind swept across her face, causing her to shiver. Yet, Bai Songsheng was no longer by her side. Shui had only been driving for a year, with 2 learner's permits adorning the rear of her car. She placed her backpack in the passenger seat and buckled her seatbelt, catching sight of Shiryu, who was approaching his Cayenne with a briefcase in hand. Had Yu not arranged for a driver today? As Shiryu pressed the key fob, the Cayenne chirped in acknowledgement. He glanced at the person who had been covertly observing him and inquired, "Are you in need of a ride?" Shui smoothly averted her gaze, replying, "No, thank you." "Are you certain?" "Thank you truly, but I can drive myself." Shui was hesitant to accept a ride from Mr. Shi. Upon reflection, every time she had been in his car, he resembled a pirate captain, always managing to extort something from her with his serious demeanor. Last night, she had intended to play guitar for him as a favor, but he had told her to wait until New Year's Day. On that day, he planned to take her to a friend's house for a New Year's Eve celebration, where Pei Shu and Zhou Xianji would also be present. Coincidentally, that friend was none other than Bai Songsheng, the SWAT captain who had previously apprehended her and Mu on the street. Thinking back, Bai Songsheng had a pleasant demeanor. When he had caught them, he had not sought to make things difficult for them, instead cautioning them to value their lives and prioritize safety. His motorcycle had sustained damage, yet he had not demanded compensation from them, likely opting to repair it at his own expense. Shu adjusted her seat and turned the key in the ignition. The car failed to respond. She twisted the key again, but the vehicle refused to start. She tapped the dashboard, reminiscent of older generations attempting to fix vintage televisions with a gentle pat. The dashboard lights were functioning normally. Chapter 40, One's Own Home, No Need for Hostility. The Cayenne roared to life. As the half-open window allowed the light to cast a diagonal beam across Shiryu's handsome features, he deftly maneuvered the vehicle in reverse. Shiryu, Shui called out in haste as the Cayenne was about to drive away. Please wait. My car won't start for some reason. It won't start? Shiryu pressed the brake, bringing the Cayenne to a halt, concern etched on his face. Don't panic, try turning on the headlights and honking the horn. All right. Shui activated the headlights, they illuminated brightly. She pressed the horn, which sounded, yet the engine stubbornly refused to start. The battery is functioning, and there's fuel, right? Yes. Check if the gear is in the correct position. Shui glanced at the gear shift on her right. Confirming, it is correct. Shiryu picked up a glass thermos beside him, took a sip of pu'er tea, and contemplatively stated, it could be a malfunction in the starting system or unstable fuel pressure. It won't be repaired immediately. I'll have you come to fix it for you this afternoon. Okay. Shui was utterly bewildered. Terms like starting system malfunction and unstable fuel pressure were foreign to her. As a novice, she was completely ignorant of diagnosing vehicle issues and had no knowledge of repairs. This black Audi A6 had been a gift from her brother, a new car just a year old, costing over $400,000. It was disheartening for it to break down so soon. With no other options, Shui unbuckled her seatbelt and retrieved her backpack. The dilemma arose. How would she get to school? Shiryu calmly secured the lid of his thermos and placed it aside. Lightly pressing the accelerator. As Shui observed the Cayenne preparing to leave, she hurriedly clutched her backpack and approached his window. Please don't go yet. Is there something else? His expression remained composed. Shui squared her shoulders and raised her chin defiantly. My car is broken. Can I catch a ride with you today? Our routes align. Admittedly, she felt somewhat embarrassed. Moments earlier, Shiryu had kindly offered her a ride, inviting her twice, yet she had so nonchalantly declined, exuding an air of aloof independence. Yet, fate had conspired against her. And now her car was incapacitated just as she needed to head to the wetland park to catch the bus. Shiryu, known for his cool demeanor, could very well refuse her request. Shiryu gestured with his eyes. Get in. Thank you. Shui's eyes widened in surprise as she quickly opened the door and settled into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Shiryu was truly kind, a man of stature. He exhibited an extraordinary level of tolerance, readily agreeing to her request without causing her any discomfort. She expressed her gratitude politely. I owe you one, otherwise I would have been late again. You've been a great help these past few days. Let me treat you to a meal sometime. When is sometime? Shui's expression froze. She hadn't expected Shiryu to be so direct. Sometime was merely a polite expression, often overlooked and untranslatable. Perhaps he was still unfamiliar with the deeper nuances behind the Chinese language. Shiryu, unfazed, teased, oh, so you were just being polite, without any real intention of treating me to a meal? Then I'll pretend I didn't ask. Shui cleared her throat, forcing a smile. How could that be? It wasn't just a formality. I genuinely want to express my gratitude by treating you to a meal. All right, when? You're quite busy, so let me know what works for you. How about the winter solstice? This Friday, when you don't have classes. Sounds good. As the vehicle exited Qingfeng Villa, Shui pulled out her phone, opening Xiaohongshu to search for suitable dining places for girls treating their bosses. Numerous guides from fellow sisters appeared, advising that one should first ascertain the preferences of the esteemed guest, selecting an elegant venue, preferably a Western or Chinese restaurant, while avoiding casual eateries like hot pot or roadside stalls that might dampen the mood and hinder negotiations. Shui found this advice reasonable, recognizing that Mr. Shi was indeed a man of discernment. At a traffic light, Shiryu's fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel, his gaze resting on Shui's face. He noticed her brow furrowed, intently focused on the screen displaying her research. Lost in her world of Xiaohongshu, he cast a glance at her experience post, encountering terms such as the client father and the inability to reach an agreement. With a gentle closure of his eyes, Shiryu inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly before reopening his eyes. It felt akin to striking a fist against cotton. Internally, he chanted to himself, "It's my own, it's my own. One must not be fierce, one must not be fierce." He extended his hand, lightly tapping her forehead. "Shuhei, am I your client father? Shouldn't you be searching for where is suitable for a date with your husband?" "Oh." Shuhei regained her focus, rubbing her brow as he tapped her again. "You really are a dim-witted girl." Shiryu cast her a fleeting glance. With just that one glance, Shuhei stifled her smile and straightened her posture. Although it was Shiryu who was mocking her lack of understanding, a warm sensation coursed through her heart. Her lips curling into a faint smile, she altered her search term to "where is suitable for a date with your husband." One location caught her eye. With a beaming smile, Shuhei presented her phone to him. "This cat CAF is so beautiful, shall we go and pet the cats? Do I look like a cat to you? Alright." It seemed Shiryu was not keen on visiting the cat CAF. Shuhei, with her fair fingers, scrolled through one experience post after another, her gaze fixed as she continued browsing other couple date spots. Unbeknownst to her, the dawn had quietly dispelled the thin mist over the eastern sky. Rays of divine light dazzled the eye. Was the sky clearing? Shuhei raised a finger to shield her eyes from the blinding brilliance, distinctly observing the golden halo filtering through her fingers, transforming into a stunning golden-orange feather. In her moment of distraction, a deep, melodious voice from the man resonated, akin to a musician gently playing a guqin. "Let us go to the zoo." "The zoo?" Shuhei murmured, her thoughts drifting to distant realms. A trip to the zoo, allowing Hehe to capture images of her beloved little animals to preserve them in her wish. Jar.at Hanshin Group. Pei Shu lounged nonchalantly in a broad, plush executive chair, his hands stroking the armrests as he surveyed the office's decor, bright and grand. "Xiao assistant, are there any projects today that require my investment?" Xiao Su rolled his eyes discreetly at Pei Shu's nonchalance, carrying a freshly brewed pu'er tea over to pour him a cup. "This pu'er just arrived, do give it a try. That lad Shiryu just loves tea." Pei Shu lifted the teacup, gently blowing on it. "He dresses so fashionably, yet holds a thermos glass. One would think he's an old cadre, haha." Just then, the office door swung open. Chapter 41, Classical Dance. Stunning, the newly arrived Shiryu entered, placing his briefcase on the desk and removing his cashmere coat. "Once you're done showing off, move aside from my spot. You're arriving even before your boss." "Hehe, this executive chair is truly comfortable. Why not gift it to me?" "Scan to pay. Come on. Business has reached your brother's doorstep. The last time Shuhei came over to buy cat treats, I let her have them for free." Shiryu narrowed his eyes. "What do you call her?" "Sister-in-law." Pei Shu covered his head, fearing a beating, as he sauntered over to the sofa, chuckling. "You truly are fortunate to marry such a gentle and beautiful girl. Shuhei is soft-spoken and easy to get along with." "You better not bully her." Shiryu raised an eyebrow. "What brings you here? Speak up." Pei Shu casually remarked, "Why hasn't Yu Ting come to work today? I didn't see her in the public relations department earlier." "She took leave." Shiryu picked up the remote control. Opening the curtains, light streamed in. The weather had recently cleared, and the sunshine was delightful. The weather forecast indicated that the day of the winter solstice would also be sunny, perfect for a leisurely outing. Why did she take leave? Blind date. Pei Shu could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. Rushing over to the desk, leaning against it, "Wait, how could you approve her leave? Don't you realize that after New Year's, I will be approaching 30, and I still haven't married?" "Sure, you organized the materials needed for the board meeting, a reasonable excuse. Why not approve it? If she finds someone, what will I do? Cool it?" Pei Shu pressed down on the documents Shiryu had opened, producing a postcard from his pocket. "This is my confession letter. Could you take a look and see if it's presentable? You're the first to become single in our group, most accomplished. If my writing isn't up to par, could you help me revise it? No rush." What era is this, still writing letters? I dare not speak to her face to face. Her birthday is next month, and I plan to confess, placing this letter among the roses for a surprise. Shiryu did not glance at the letter, gently advising, "Her heart only belongs to Song Shang, you know that." Pei Shu, with your qualifications, if you were to change partners, you would have been married off long ago. But she and Shanggu broke up almost 5 years ago. I specifically asked Shanggu. He said he no longer has feelings for Ting Ting. So I can pursue her. Do you believe that? Pei Shu lowered his gaze, his expression dimming. I've waited 5 years. I want to give it a try out. If I fail, I won't cling to her. I'll let go of that thought and move forward. Xiao Su reminded President Shi. The board meeting is about to start. Shiryu stood, taking 2 folders as he walked toward the door, resting his hand on the doorknob. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Leave the letter on my desk. I'll take a look when I have time." Dude. You're like a brother to me. Pei Shu beamed. After Shiryu departed, he placed the letter on the desk, preparing to leave the office, but the constant flow of people made it awkward to be seen with it. He was uncertain when Shiryu would finish the meeting. Pei Shu pondered for a moment, picked up the letter, and tucked it inside the book that Shiryu read daily. At Qingfeng Villa. Steward Jiang noticed little Orange Bud donned in an adorable pink cotton jacket, which protected her belly and back, appearing quite lovely. "Madam, did you purchase this little jacket?" "I sewed it," Shuhi replied, cradling little Orange Bud. She had added some down to the cotton jacket. Recently, she noticed that Bud had grown accustomed to the environment of Qingfeng Villa, becoming increasingly mischievous and playful, often sneaking out to play in the snow. With winter's chill, she feared Bud might catch a cold. Steward Jiang increasingly marveled at Madam's skillfulness. Having already finished dinner, Shuhi played with the cat teaser for a while, and since it was Thursday, her menstrual period was nearly over, she felt quite eager to practice some dance. Having lived at Qingfeng Villa for a while, she had never used the dance room. Shuhi headed to the 2nd floor of the west courtyard. Little Orange Bud followed closely behind her, behaving like a little shadow whenever Shuhi was home, trailing her to the dance room that Shiryu had constructed for her spanned approximately 130 square meters. With a spacious and clean dance mirror in front and panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows on the left, the overall decor was modern and minimalist, adorned in warm coffee tones, with a small tea table and sofa in the corner. Featuring soft cushions, Shuhi marveled that this dance room was even more exquisite than the one she had enrolled in. Inside was a changing room filled with various dance outfits. After changing, she selected her favorite classical music. After stretching, Shuhi began to dance. Little Orange Bud tilted its head, observing Shuhi as she extended her limbs, and after a while, it happily meowed, joining her in a dance. Prancing around and leaping joyfully, Shiryu had a social engagement that evening and returned home later. Finding no sign of Shuhi in the living room, Steward Jiang, setting aside his tasks, approached Shiryu. "Madam has begun exercising today. She is dancing in the dance room. I wonder if she is slacking off." Shiryu merely responded with a hum. He went upstairs to change clothes in the guest room, leisurely heading to the west courtyard to supervise Shui's workout. The night was ablaze with brilliance, and the room shimmered with light. Shuhi danced gracefully, clad in an ink wash-style dance dress that accentuated her lovely figure. Her swan-like neck was long and delicate, her waist soft and slender, the curve of her shoulder blades was elegant, and her entire body appeared to glow with a pink hue under the indoor lights, enchanting the heart. The ink-wash dance melded martial arts and theatrical movements, embodying a harmony of strength and gentleness, steeped in the historical elegance of the East. As Shuhi danced, she caught sight of Shiryu standing at the door through the dance mirror. She was unaware of how long he had been there. Leaning casually against the doorframe, arms crossed, he exuded an air of relaxed nobility, a look of contentment upon his face. Shuhi, startled, halted her dance, having been so absorbed that she had not noticed his presence, and turned to Shiryu. "Aren't you working late today?" "What, only when I work late do you dance, hiding from me?" "I'm not hiding from you," Shuhi retorted playfully. Observing her flustered demeanor, Shiryu likened her to a fawn that had just emerged from the forest, adorably innocent. "Who have you danced for?" Chapter 42. He did not kiss for so long today. Shuhi couldn't help but curl her fingers. "Sister, and you?" Shiryu's expression softened. "You dance beautifully, continue dancing. I'll supervise your exercise." "I've been dancing for quite a while." Shui's ears turned slightly red as she switched off the classical music in the dance room. "I've met today's exercise quota. I won't dance anymore." "Oh. Madam is shy." Shui's cheeks gradually warmed. At that moment, she noticed Shiryu's usually pale complexion flushed with a faint red, contrasting with his usual mature and composed demeanor. Gazing into her eyes, a hint of tipsiness added a certain splendor to her demeanor. "Have you been drinking?" Shiryu did not approach Shuhi. He had already changed his clothes before arriving. The girl could still detect it. "You have social engagements tonight?" "Since the car accident." Shuhi had grown somewhat sensitive and anxious about the scent of alcohol. In the past, Fu Henning had a penchant for drinking and smoking, often leaning in close to her when inebriated. Pulling her into an embrace and attempting to kiss her, she would push him away in repulsion. He would even offer her a bottle, urging her to partake as well. This behavior often led to quarrels between them. And while Fu Henning would apologize once sober, the bond between them grew increasingly tenuous. Shuhi had never consumed alcohol. Xiaoju Duo appeared dizzy, swaying as she danced. Shuhi squatted down to lift Duo, whose small size made it easy to embrace with both arms. "I'm going to take a shower." With that, Shiryu left the dance room. As he descended the stairs, his gaze remained clear. Shuhi disliked the scent of alcohol. Though she did not voice it, after changing out of her dance attire, she made her way to the main living room. After washing her hands, she grabbed an apple from the coffee table. She filled a small pot with purified water to boil. The open kitchen had honey, so Shuhi peeled the apple with a paring knife and sliced it into strips on a small cutting board. After boiling the apple strips for 10 minutes, she added some honey, creating a homemade hangover remedy. Apples are known to nourish the spleen and stomach. Carrying the hangover tea, Shuhi approached the door of the second-floor guest room and gently knocked. The door swung open, and a refreshing scent of men's shower gel wafted toward her. Shiryu had just bathed, his silk robe draping loosely around him as he toweled his hair. Water droplets cascaded down his neck. Lingering on his exquisitely contoured collarbone, there was a lingering haze in his gaze. This scene was irresistibly tempting. Shui's heart skipped a beat, and she unconsciously swallowed, politely turning away. "I made you some hangover tea." "Turn around, how else can I drink it?" Shuhi complied, handing him the tea. "Be careful, it's hot. You should eat the apple too, it's good for your stomach." Shiryu chuckled softly. "There's nothing about me you cannot see." Noticing the flush on the young girl's cheeks, he accepted the tea, placing the steaming cup on the table, turning back to see Shuhi about to leave. "Wait a moment." Shuhi paused. Just as she turned, the pair of large hands suddenly clasped her waist. Drawing her closer, he led her into the guest room. The refreshing scent of wood enveloped her senses, crisp and clean, devoid of any hint of alcohol. The door closed, and Shuhi found herself pressed against it. Shiryu's tall frame looming over her, his chin lifting her gaze. The masculine aura enveloped her. The memory of her stunning dance lingered in his mind, softening his heart as he leaned down to gently kiss her lips. His lips felt slightly cool. Just as Shuhi regained her senses, he pulled away, ruffling her hair. "Thank you for the hangover tea." He had drunk, so it was merely a fleeting kiss, devoid of any desire. Shuhi remained leaning against the door, touching her lips. Today, his kiss and tea lasted longer. The following morning, at the Beijing North Wild Animal Park, Shuhi and Shiryu had spent just the right amount of time together. Discovering that he was a quintessential planner, regardless of the task, he meticulously organized his time and activities, proceeding methodically, demonstrating an aptitude for decision-making and a keen attention to detail. He could be deemed a master of time management. Just like now, despite his apparent disinterest in small animals, he had prepared a detailed itinerary to guide her through a visit. Shuhi, on the other hand, was a free spirit, going with the flow. Often lazily enjoying her leisure time, preferring to stay at home rather than engage in meticulous planning. The last time she visited the zoo was over a decade ago. Back then, she was in first grade. Having aced her midterm exams and earned a trip to the zoo as a reward from her mother, who had dressed her in new shoes and styled her hair in an adorable bun. Drawing a cute little apple on her cheek, while her mother purchased animal feed, she had sneaked some spicy strips, resulting in an upset stomach. The winter zoo was far less crowded than in summer. And Shuhi found herself quite fond of the tranquil atmosphere. The animal feed supermarket. Shiryu led Shuhi to select meat for feeding the animals. Turning around, he noticed Shuhi observing a little girl at the entrance. Clad in a tiny pair of overalls, squatting down to sneak a taste of jelly, her mother, having finished purchasing animal feed, spotted her daughter devouring the entire jelly and rolled up her sleeves to scold her. "Naughty girl. That's meant for you for the whole day. Aren't you cold? What if you get a stomachache?" The little girl dashed off, her mother in pursuit. Shuhi. Startled, Shuhi shook off her momentary melancholy. Her gaze shifted to Shiryu, who was retrieving a piece of candy from his coat pocket, placing it in his palm. "Here, have some candy." Shuhi accepted the treat, recognizing it as one of the new flavors he had given her last time. There was one left. She unwrapped the chocolate candy and popped it into her mouth. It was quite sweet. Chewing on the candy, she asked him, "Which flavor do you prefer, chocolate or original?" "Original." Shuyi decided to buy some more original flavored candy for later. After selecting the animal feed, she sat by the window on the right side of the sightseeing bus. These buses were bulletproof, ensuring safety. Shiryu sat beside her. Passengers gradually filled the bus, and Shiryu leaned back in his seat. Pulling out a beautiful DSLR camera from his backpack, "Here, I'll give you a camera and teach you how to take better pictures." Shuyi glanced at the camera in his hand. It was a sleek, pure black design, appearing quite heavy. Regrettably, at the age of 22, she had never used a digital camera. Noticing her sitting far away, he smiled gently. "Shuyi, come closer." "All right." Shuyi moved a bit closer. Had he changed his perfume? As she neared him, she detected the fresh scent of cedar mingling with a hint of rose, softening the otherwise distant air and adding a touch of warmth. Shuyi found the buttons on the camera perplexing. Shiryu patiently explained the basic functions, his voice steady and soothing. After his first explanation, he patiently reiterated it a second time. Shuyi listened intently. Shiryu was attentive to her feelings. This scene made her momentarily dazed, as if she were a student of Professor Shur, sneaking out for a date with him. No wonder his students adored him. His focused and patient demeanor was utterly charming. "Did you understand?" I did." Shuyi grasped it on the first go. "Thank you, Professor Shur." Shiryu raised his hand and lightly tapped her forehead. "Thank you for what?" "Thank you, my husband." Shuyi rubbed her forehead where he had tapped. Unable to recall how many times he had done this, the gesture had become uniquely his. Chapter 43, An encounter at the zoo. The sightseeing bus had begun to move slowly. Ahead lay the predator area, where adorable brown bears would come to solicit meat from tourists, even waddling sideways. There were also tigers, lions, and cheetahs. If visitors could only feed them from within the vehicle, prohibited from opening windows or disembarking. "Look! It's a brown bear." Shuyi's eyes sparkled as she instinctively grasped Shiryu's clothing. He glanced down at her delicate, porcelain-like hand, observing her cheerful demeanor. It's time to feed them." "All right." Shuyi had assumed that the small animals would stay indoors during the frigid season. But unexpectedly, the brown bears were quite lively, eagerly surrounding the sightseeing bus. She extended the meat from the feeding area to the brown bear. The bear devoured it quickly, appearing rather clumsy. After finishing, it stood up against the glass. Tapping on the window, seeking more food from Shuyi. Several other brown bears rushed over, competing for morsels. In their playful tussle, the bears bit at each other, vying for the food within the small opening. "They're fighting," Shuyi remarked. "Look to the right, there's a little brown bear that resembles you in spirit." Shuyi was momentarily speechless. Shiryu had bought a considerable amount of meat. Holding it in his hands, feeling lighthearted and joyous, Shuyi took some from him. A polite little brown bear approached, chubby and standing on its hind legs. Gazing at Shuyi eagerly, Shiryu provided a voice for the bear. "Excuse me, may I have a piece of meat?" "Thank you, but if it's inconvenient, I understand." Shuyi chuckled, surprised by this adorable sight of Shiryu. "Can I feed it 2 pieces?" "You can feed as many as you like." Shuyi took 2 pieces of meat and fed them to the little brown bear, which excitedly devoured them. As the bus moved on to the next stop, the little bear followed behind reluctantly. "You seem to have a good rapport with the brown bear." Shuyi was unsure whether Shiryu was complimenting or teasing her. He appeared to enjoy playfully teasing her. Shiryu had captured a few photos of Shuyi interacting with the animals, her eyes sparkling and her little tiger teeth accentuating her cuteness. Her delicate features gradually blossomed with liveliness. The bus driver was quite kind, stopping at each station to allow passengers to feed the animals. After about half an hour, Shuyi had fed lions, tigers, and leopards, when a pack of hyenas approached. Shiryu noticed Shuyi freezing in place. "Why aren't you feeding them?" It looks a bit like Fu Henning, so I don't want to." Shuyi found the hyenas rather unappealing. Shiryu let out a low chuckle, picking up a piece of meat and tossing it into the feeding area, saying with a hint of significance, "Hyenas need to eat too, let us feed them a piece." It was early morning, and the animals were in high spirits. Quickly finishing the meat in Shuyi's hands, she turned to Shiryu. "It's all gone." "You are too generous," he said, handing her his camera. "Here, take a picture. Those tigers in the distance look quite lively." Shuyi accepted the camera, noticing it was filled with many of her photos. Shiryu had a remarkable talent for photography, capturing angles that perfectly suited her taste. "Your photos are beautiful. It's the person in the photos who is beautiful." As noon approached, the sun warmed their skin. "Are you thirsty?" Shiryu inquired. "A little." There was a beverage stall nearby, and feeling somewhat fatigued from wandering, Shuhei wanted to take a break. Shiryu took out his phone. "You go rest in the lounge for a bit, I'll get us some water." "All right." Shuhei settled onto a bench. Shiryu stood in line at the beverage stall, and many girls nearby were eyeing him. As the ancients said, beauty lies in the essence, not merely the exterior. Shiryu, with his jade-like complexion, was exceptionally handsome. Crafted with care by the goddess Nuwa. "Joe Shuhei, is that really you?" A sudden voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to see Lin Yueshi approaching. In elementary school, this person had led a group to drag her into the restroom for bullying. And Mumu had rescued her, even reporting the incident to the police. However, as the bullies were under 12, Lin Yueshi had feigned remorse at the police station, claiming she would never bully classmates again, and thus faced no substantive punishment. The police merely offered a warning, leaving no record. A well-dressed man, resembling a successful individual, accompanied Lin Yueshi, their arms intertwined, likely her boyfriend. "Darling," Lin Yueshi tiptoed to kiss the man's cheek. Acting coy, "I ran into an old acquaintance. Could you fetch me a bottle of water while I catch up here?" The man's sharp gaze lingered on Shuhei for a moment. She was serene and gentle, indeed a beauty. Lin Yueshi's expression subtly shifted, a hint of annoyance bubbling within her as she squeezed his hand. "I'd like a red bean milk tea, 7 parts sugar. Please get me a cup." After he left, Lin Yueshi sat opposite Shuhei, propping her chin on her hand. "Shuhei, still unable to speak, I see?" Shuhei remained calm as water. "What does that have to do with you?" "Ha ha ha." Lin Yueshi appeared harmless, reminiscent of a neighborly older sister. "That's wonderful. I'm happy for you that you're not a little mute anymore. It's Friday. How is it that you haven't found a job after graduating university?" "Oh wait, have you even attended university? Just wandering around here. Are you dreaming of the day you caused your sister's demise? Aren't you wandering as well?" Lin Yueshi scoffed, sizing up Shuhei's attire and shoes. Noting they were all top luxury brands, even the casual bag beside her was a new Hermes model, she wondered which wealthy individual Shuhei had attached herself to. "Are you trying to compete with me?" "Sorry to disappoint, but I returned from studying abroad and secured a position at Heinshing Shuhei. I hope your outfit isn't a high imitation." Shuhei smirked. "Internship period? So what, I'll be confirmed as a full-time employee after the new year. It's a workday today, aren't you skipping out?" "It wouldn't be good if your boss found out." Lin Yueshi crossed her legs, brimming with confidence. "I can step out once I clock in. There are no executives here. My position is quite easy. Do you know how much Hengxing pays?" "How much?" Lin Yueshi gestured. "This is the pay during the internship. Imagine when I become full-time." "That high?" "You remaking me want to apply at Hengxing myself." "Do you think Hengxing is a place you can just waltz into? Which prestigious university did you attend? Have you completed your studies? Do you possess a noteworthy degree, any overseas study experience, any impressive work history? With just your looks, you'd only be a mistress for my boss. He just got married not long ago." Shuhei remained composed. "What if I were your boss's wife?" "You're dreaming." Lin Yueshi, high and mighty, looked down on Shuhei, who maintained a pleasant demeanor, her emotions unwavering, as if observing a clown. Lin Yueshi furrowed her brow, sensing a significant change in Shuhei's aura, after years apart. She was no longer the timid girl she once was. Why was it that nothing seemed to provoke Shuhei anymore? There was no trace of fear in her eyes. The Shuhei of their childhood had been so melancholic. That year, she had been dragged into the restroom, held down by 2 classmates who made her kneel and bow, pouring cold water over her head. Shuhei had a speech impediment and couldn't cry for help. Yet her friend, Shermu, wasn't easy to mess with. She burst into the restroom, grabbed Shuhei by the collar, and shoved her face into the toilet. Lin Yueshi vividly remembered drinking a lot of toilet water and even having her face scratched by Shermu. It was an unforgettable experience. "Mr. Sure." The boredom on Lin Yueshi's face vanished upon seeing the man approaching, shining like a star. She was taken aback with excitement, quickly rising and adopting a gentle, caring smile. "Shiryu." It was indeed Shiryu. The man approached Shuhei, holding drinks and a box of snowflake pastries, speaking softly. "Your favorite jasmine milk green tea. The snowflake pastry was just made. Try it and see if it's sweet." All right. Shuhi accepted the hot jasmine milk green tea from him. Appreciating his thoughtfulness as he had already inserted a straw, after taking a sip, she smiled. It's delicious, you should sit down and rest for a while too. Lin Yueshi stood there, unable to believe her eyes. She was certain she hadn't made a mistake. This refined man was indeed Shiryu, the CEO of Hanshin Group, her superior, but how could someone of his stature be with Zhou Shui? Shiryu turned to the young girl standing opposite. Is she your friend? Shui smiled lightly. Yes, an old friend. She took care of me when we were young by dragging me into the restroom for a lesson. I couldn't thank her back then as I was unable to speak. What a coincidence. She returned from studying abroad and joined Hanshin. She is your employee. Shiryu, she is skipping her internship today, so let us not hold it against her. Lin Yueshi's grip on her hands tightened, her earlier arrogance vanishing. It was a workday, and she had skipped out. Only to run into the big boss. Shuhi was relishing her moment of triumph. Chapter 44. When did she ever bully you? Shiryu's expression turned frosty as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yueshi. What is your name? Which department are you from? The temperature around them seemed to drop by 10 degrees. Lin Yueshi took a step back. This man stood tall and imposing, especially with his piercing, sharp eyes. His presence was overwhelmingly strong. And his words carried no warmth. Lin Yueshi felt intimidated, her face paling further, afraid to speak. No one is unafraid of their superior. Speak. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, coldly demanding. Lin Yueshi trembled. Her body quivering slightly, her voice faltering. I'm from the marketing department. Lin Yueshi. Mr. Sure, you're fired. Lin Yueshi's lips went pale, after finally returning from studying abroad to secure an offer from a large company. Just days away from her confirmation, working in Hanshin was an opportunity many international students coveted. Lin Yueshi, who had a penchant for lying, stammered, I took a leave today. Tell me, who signed off on that? I. Lin Yueshi felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. She glanced at Shui, who was calmly sipping her milk tea and enjoying the strawberry snowflake pastry that Shiryu had brought her. Seemingly unconcerned about their old classmate, Lin Yueshi dared not meet Shiryu's fierce gaze. Her confidence dwindled. I didn't bully Shui, it was just a little joke. She took it seriously. You can ask other classmates. Moreover, she caused her sister's death. Mr. Sure, you must see her true colors. She is the best at pretending to be a little white rabbit to gain sympathy. The number of men she has deceived over the years must be countless. And she had a relationship with Fu Henning. They even shared a bed in high school. Did you know about any of this? Shiryu remained unfazed. He presented recorded evidence from his phone, speaking slowly. Do you think I should believe you or my wife? Lin Yueshi was utterly astonished. Shui hadn't lied. She had indeed married Shiryu? She had truly become the boss's wife of Hanshin? In addition to your unauthorized absence, I will add a record of bullying, disrupting the company's atmosphere. Furthermore, for the operational disruptions you caused. The company will seek compensation according to our standards. Also, your earlier defamation against my wife infringed upon her right to reputation. Expect a lawyer's letter at home. Lin Yueshi dug her nails into her palm. Shiryu had recorded the conversation, the last trace of color drained from her face. Many HR departments conduct background checks during interviews. If she were fired from Hanshin with a bullying record, competitors would exploit this information. Defamation indeed infringed upon her reputation rights, and she would face legal consequences. Shui paused her enjoyment of the snowflake pastry, surprised that Shiryu had astutely recorded evidence, not expecting him to unconditionally side with her. I'm sorry, Mr. Sure. Lin Yueshi began to apologize, bowing her head, her large eyes glistening with tears, not daring to make a sound, sobbing in front of Shiryu. Shui felt a wave of nausea. I want to see the capybara. All right. Throughout, Shiryu had been carrying her backpack and camera, now holding her hand as he led her to the reptile house to see the capybara. Lin Yueshi hurriedly followed a few steps behind. She wiped her tears, yearning to explain herself to Shirzong once more, hoping he might reconsider pressing charges against her. Would being sued leave a permanent mark on her record at the police station? Upon witnessing Shirzong's attentive care for Shui, observing him lean in to listen to her, and noting the palpable aura of a devoted husband surrounding him, Lin Yueshi halted in her tracks. Her lofty pride forbade her from groveling before Shui like a drenched cat. She would never bow her head in front of Shui, yet now Shui was the matriarch of Hanshin Group. capable of whispering sweet nothings into Shi Zhong's ear, and she was certain that retaliation would ensue. "Here, your red bean milk tea. What was that girl's name again?" The man purchased 2 cups of red bean milk tea, intending to gift one to the lovely girl from earlier, but after scanning the area, he found no trace of her. What a pity, he had hoped to obtain her contact information. That girl was truly a rare beauty. Lin Yueshi, fuming, knocked the red bean milk tea to the ground, her temper flaring. How dare Zhou Shuhe marry so well? What gives her the right? She used to be a mute, a coward, forced to kowtow me. And I slapped her countless times. How could someone like her possibly end up with Fu Hanning, and now marry Shiryu? The milk teacup shattered on the ground, splattering liquid onto their shoes. Passers-by cast curious glances, and the man, annoyed at the stain on his polished shoes, glared at her. "What with the tantrum? When will you learn to temper that spoiled attitude of yours, apart from your parents? No one in society has the obligation to indulge you if you call others cowards, yet look at yourself, you're nothing short of a neurotic, a bitter woman." With that, the man wiped his shoes with a tissue and left without a backward glance. Lin Yueshi was seething with rage. She had intended to leave the zoo, but the chaos around her threatened to be captured on video by meddlesome tourists, potentially making its way online. Glancing at her boyfriend, who was utterly indifferent, she felt a surge of injustice. Tearfully, she picked up the 2 milk teacups from the ground, cleaning up the spilled red beans. The capybaras were utterly zen, round and plump with short legs and nostrils pointed skyward. They appeared adorably foolish, embodying the most stable state of being among small animals. Due to the cold, they remained indoors. Shuyi had specifically bought a few oranges to place on the capybara's head. And indeed, they lay lazily, hardly moving, exuding a delightful foolishness. Shiryu stood beside the young girl. Shuyi, with a gentle demeanor, quietly played with the capybara, tossing the 2 little oranges, seemingly unfazed by the earlier disturbance. "At what age were you bullied by her? Which school?" Shuyi smiled innocently. "I don't remember." She understood that Shiryu wanted to help her, and with a gentle smile, she added, "At that time, my godmother had reported it to the police, and she apologized to me at the station." "Was that all she did?" "Yes." Shuyi lowered her gaze, her voice ethereal. "Apart from the apology, that was it." A sudden pang of pain shot through Shiryu's chest. He had intended to clarify the timeline of Shui's bullying, arranging for a lawyer to assist her in pursuing charges. But recalling that she only began to speak in middle school, it dawned on him that she must have been under 12 when she was tormented, far beyond the statute of limitations. Furthermore, under the minor protection law, children under 12 cannot be held legally accountable, and the police could only focus on education. "Shiryu, the capybaras are really fun, you should give it a try too." Shiryu approached Shuhei, crouching down to take an orange she had purchased and placing it on her head. "You resemble the capybara." Balancing the orange atop her head, Shuhei laughed. "It's nice to be like it. Living life carefree like a capybara. Seeking only tranquility is a truly fortunate existence." Shuhei pondered. "Are you really going to use recordings to sue Lin Yueshi?" "Of course," Shiryu replied, pinching Shui's soft cheeks to comfort her. "Do you think I'm playing around with her?" "Shuhei, trust me, trust in the power of public opinion. I will ensure she publicly apologizes to you, not just for today, but for the bullying you endured as a child. Bullies must face the consequences of their actions." Shuhei felt a sting in her eyes. His words resonated with strength, softening her heart unknowingly. Shuhei explained, "I never dated Fu Hanning in high school, nor did we ever share a bed. We only talked for 6 months. 6 months? Shuhei noticed the profound surprise and bewilderment in the man's eyes. Yes. Just 6 months, and there were 2 months of silence between us. All right, understood. A subtle smile graced Shiryu's lips as he removed the orange from Shuhei's head and placed it on the capybara's head. The capybara moved, causing the orange to tumble down, and the man remarked with double entendre, "See, you've learned to fight back, well done." Shuhei picked up the orange, holding it tightly, pondering whether Shiryu's words were meant to awaken her. Chapter 45, New Year's Day in the North. Dumplings are traditionally made to celebrate many significant holidays. With a 3-day holiday for New Year's, Shuhei informed Mumu that she would be spending the New Year's Eve at Captain Bai's home, prompting Mumu's younger brother, Nian Nian, to excitedly urge his sister to take him along. Nian Nian idolized the special police force and wished to meet his hero, Shirmu, also fond of festivities. Prepared some gifts and took the first grader along to visit Captain Bai. On the afternoon before New Year's Day, Shuhi accompanied Shiryu to an old residential compound in the suburbs of West City. Shirmu and Nian Nian hitched a ride with their uncle. This neighborhood had once been allocated to high school teachers. Though the facilities were somewhat outdated, the environment was serene and quiet. Shuhi glanced at Shiryu, who walked beside her. 3 days prior, Lin Yueshi had been compelled to publicly apologize, releasing a video on social media that was widely reported by numerous marketing accounts, revealing that she had bullied more than one classmate. Lin Yueshi bullying remained a trending topic, fueled by capital behind the scenes. This had also led to many reports of bullying involving elementary and middle school students. With netizens rallying to support the victims, Lin Yueshi's mother had contacted Shuhi the previous day via phone and text, hoping that Shuhi would show mercy and record a video of forgiveness. She also wanted Shuhi to persuade other bullied classmates to sign a reconciliation agreement, allowing Shishi to escape unscathed, arguing that Shishi had merely acted thoughtlessly as a child. Her mother lamented that Shishi was now afraid to leave the house, fearing public scrutiny, having lost her cherished job and facing severe depression, crying incessantly at home. Shishi's future seemed utterly ruined. Shuhi blocked Lin Yueshi and her family, resolutely refusing any reconciliation. Nian Nian bounced around, tugging at his uncle's clothing. Which floor is the police uncle's house on? I want to see the police uncle. The 5th floor. Shiryu ruffled Nian Nian's hair. As the door swung open, Shuhi was taken aback to see the strong and valiant special police captain wearing an apron, creating a delightful contrast. At that moment, Bai Zong appeared quite domestic. He had a cleanly cropped hairstyle and sharp eyebrows, standing tall and upright. Come in, welcome. Upon seeing Bai Zong covered in white flour, Shiryu placed the gift box on the entryway table. Didn't we say we'd wait until everyone was here to get started? I needed the dough so that we could eat sooner once everyone arrives. Nian Nian gazed up at Bai Zong, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, what a handsome police uncle. Bai Zong, fond of children, ruffled Nian Nian's hair. And who is this? Hai Shirmu entered, greeting Bai Zong. Captain Bai. Ah, it's you, and you. Bai Zong recognized Shuhi and Shirmu as the girls he had encountered previously by the roadside. Shiryu. Why didn't you introduce them when we met last time? I was on duty during your wedding and didn't get to meet her. Well, now you have, Shiryu said, wrapping an arm around Shui's shoulders to introduce. This is my wife, Shuhi, and here are my niece Mumu and nephew Nian Nian. Welcome, welcome. Bai Zong's home was decorated in a minimalist style, revealing that he lived alone and kept the place meticulously clean. He poured tea for his guests, and the coffee table was laden with an assortment of fruits and snacks. Nian Nian, what cartoons do you like to watch? Bai Zong squatted beside the sofa. Observing the somewhat shy little boy, offering him a handful of candies, Uncle will give you the remote, just point it to your favorite channel. Thank you, Uncle. Nian Nian accepted the remote. The little one had been sitting beside his sister. Still a bit reserved, but with the police uncle's coaxing, he happily turned on the television. Shuhi placed her guitar down. Shirmu held a cup of hot tea. Are you going to play a song today? Yes. Shiryu said it would be livelier with more people. Shiryu rolled up his shirt sleeves and entered the kitchen, washing his hands to help Bai Zong with the preparations, and Nian Nian set down the remote and dashed into the kitchen. Standing at the door, obediently propping himself against the frame, I want to help the police uncle with something too. So good. Shiryu praised him, assigning a task. Come on and help your uncle and me keep an eye on the crabs in the basin. Yay! Nian Nian entered the kitchen. Just as Shuhi and Mumu were chatting about the television program, the doorbell rang again. Shirmu paused her snacking on chips. Is there another guest? Yes. Shuhi had a hunch about who it might be. Shirmu set down her snack and eagerly went to the entryway to open the door. As she swung the door open, she met a pair of clear, gentle black eyes. Time seemed to freeze as the two locked eyes. Zhou Xianji gazed deeply at the girl before him, his expression darkening gradually, his grip on the gift bag tightening, knuckles turning pale. Moo. Zhou Xianji greeted. 2 words, neither too heavy nor too light, escaped his lips as if they had been brewing within his heart for an eternity. Calling to her with a blend of steadiness and gentleness. I'm suffocating, Pei Shu remarked, lifting the heaviest box, peering out from behind Zhou Xianji to take a glance ahead. Xianji, why aren't you leaving? Oh dear. What a surprise, it turned out to be his ex-girlfriend across the way. Shermu averted her gaze, she lowered her eyes, saying nothing, returning to the sofa to sit beside Shui, picking up the snack bag from earlier to continue munching on potato chips. Shui observed Mumu's expression, her eyes were clear and shallow, her demeanor subdued beneath her curled lashes, revealing little turbulence. Mumu extended the chips towards her. Try some, they're quite good. All right. Shui reached for a potato chip. Sister. The 6-year-old Nian Nian, holding a large crab in one hand, dashed over to Mumu and Shui, boasting, "Sister, little aunt, look, it's a brave big crab, alive, so much fun." Nian Nian's chubby little face was splashed with water as Shui took a tissue and gently wiped it dry. "Be careful. Don't let the crab pinch your hand." "Okay." Pei Shu approached, teasing the little one, "Hey, why isn't the crab tied up?" "I untied them all." The innocent Nian Nian, feeling sorry for the crabs, placed the 2 crabs, significantly larger than his palm, on the ground to let them escape. They looked so pitiful when they were bound. Shui and Mumu exchanged glances. This little rascal had secretly untied the crabs. Indeed, soon the kitchen echoed with Shiryu's cold reprimand as he stood at the doorway glaring at Nian Nian. "Sure, Nian Nian, come here, you little troublemaker, cutting all the ropes, causing chaos wherever you go." Then, Shui witnessed a horde of crabs crawling out from the kitchen, a sight to behold, about 20 crabs in total, with more still inside. Pei Shu laughed uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha." Shermu was also taken aback, these crabs moved quickly. Scuttling in all directions, she tugged at her brother's ear, "You're showing off again. But the crabs are so pitiful." "If you're so capable, don't eat them, and then don't say they taste good right now. You're more pitiful than the crabs. Be careful not to get spanked by your uncle." Nian Nian was most afraid of his stern little uncle. Spotting Zhou Xianji standing at the back of the living room, the little fellow's big eyes sparkled as he hurried behind Zhou Xianji, clutching his long legs. Brother-in-law, save me, I don't want to be spanked by my little uncle, it hurt so much last time." "Shermu, Zhou Xianji chuckled silently, bent down, and tapped Nian Nian's nose with his finger, then carefully examined Nian Nian's small hands to ensure they had not been pinched by the crabs. "I'll go catch all the crabs. And then you won't get spanked." "Okay." Nian Nian nodded, most obedient to his brother-in-law. Zhou Xianji took off his outer coat and hung it on the coat rack by the door, rolling up his sleeves to start capturing the escaping crabs. Tidying up the mess for little Nian Nian, Shui and Shermu also joined the crab-catching crew. Shermu chased after a large crab that was running towards the sofa, reaching out just as Zhou Xianji caught it first. The crab pinching his finger with force. Chapter 46, Playing Guitar. Sunny day. Shermu was momentarily stunned. The crab's pincers were sharp, and blood oozed from his fingertip. She instinctively reached out her hand but quickly withdrew, avoiding looking at him, muttering softly, "Deserved it. Yes, my fault." Mumu was willing to speak to him. Zhou Xianji's brows lifted slightly as he seized the crab. He gestured to Shui, indicating, "You and Mumu take a break. Don T catch crabs." "All right." Shui understood her brother's intent and pulled Shermu to sit on the sofa. Shermu resumed watching television, munching on chips after calling her name 3 times and waving her hand in front of Mumu's eyes. Shermu finally snapped out of her reverie. "You've sat on the remote, the volume is gone." Shermu felt embarrassed and quickly shifted her position. Having been lost in thought, Pei Shu caught a crab and walked over to the children. "Come on. Nian Nian, let us see whose crab runs faster." "Yay!" Little Nian Nian, holding a skewer of candied fruit bought by Uncle Pei, selected a crab and cheered for his crab in the living room. "Run fast, run fast." The child's laughter was sweet and innocent. Shui leaned against the back of the sofa, watching Pei Shu and little Nian Nian's crab race. The lively reunion scene filled her heart with joy, a gentle smile gracing her lips. As it stood, little Nian Nian's crab was in the lead. Nian Nian handed his candied fruit to Shui, urging her to take a bite, and pouted, "Little aunt, look at my crab, isn't it fast?" What a sweet child Nian Nian was. Shui's heart melted. Taking a bite of the candied fruit, she affectionately ruffled the little darling's hair, praising him. "Nian Nian is truly amazing, your crab is number 1. He. Shermu discreetly poked her. Shui turned her head. Shermu munched on chips absent-mindedly while Zhou Xianji's hand got pinched by a crab. it's quite satisfying. Brother's hand is bleeding? MHM. Shui understood that while crab pincers are non-toxic, they carry bacteria, and if not promptly treated, could lead to an infection. Mu wasn't feeling satisfied. She was worried as Zhou Xianji was deftly capturing the crabs, having caught many due to his haste, leaving several bright red wounds on his hands. He was currently in the kitchen dealing with the large crabs. Shiryu had just turned off the meat grinder and was preparing dumpling filling beside the cutting board, noticing Shui's anxious expression. He hurried to wash his hands at the sink and approached her. What's wrong? Is there a first aid kit at home? Where are you hurt? Shiryu grasped her hand, inspecting her from head to toe as if reviewing a student's assignment. It's not me. Shui pointed to Zhou Xianji's hand. Brother's hand is hurt. Bai Songqing found the first aid kit in the study. It was quite complete. Xianji. Don't worry about the crabs for now. Come, let us disinfect your hand. All right. Zhou Xianji paused his work. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed several wounds on his palm, which he hadn't noticed before. Bai Songqing, as a special police officer, was quite experienced in handling injuries, having endured many dangerous tasks himself. He applied a band-aid to Zhou Xianji's hand. Keep it dry, Shiryu and I will take care of things. Shui noticed there was corn and ribs in the kitchen. She could make corn rib soup and volunteered. I can cook, I can help. The men exchanged glances. Looking at one another, even Bai Songqing, who was straightforward and sincere, cleared his throat, unconsciously pressed his lips together, and gently kicked Shiryu's foot. Zhou Xianji subtly signaled to Shiryu, during the new year. Let us not poison everyone in the house with food, it would be too late for regrets then. Shiryu understood and wrapped his arm around Shui's slender shoulders. Leading her out of the kitchen. Girls shouldn't be in the kitchen, we'll handle it. I can cook. I highly appreciate your culinary skills, dear. Let us save your cooking for home. Don't give them any of it, just look at Pei Shui's greedy expression. If he gets a taste of your cooking, he'll be over every day, and we won't be able to drive him away. All right. Shui was somewhat bewildered as she was led out of the kitchen. Shiryu was rather stingy. Her corn rib soup was quite fragrant, yet he complained about Pei Shui's greedy demeanor in having him over for dinner. Just then, Pei Shu, amidst the crab race, sneezed. This was already the third round, and Nian Nian had won again. The little fellow was so delighted, even understanding to comfort Uncle Pei. Don't be sad, Uncle Pei, I'll treat you to spicy strips. Saying this, Nian Nian pulled a pile of spicy snacks from his hoodie pocket and handed them to Uncle Pei. Spicy, ha ha ha. Pei Shu adored this adorable little bundle. Bai Songqing looked at the dough in the bowl. Leaving it for a moment, it had softened significantly and was ready to be cut into small pieces and rolled out for dumplings. Among them, Songqing's cooking skills were the finest. During previous mid-autumn festivals or New Year celebrations, they would all come to his house voluntarily. Songqing's life was quite monotonous. Aside from missions, it was all about missions. He was an orphan, with no family in the world, save for these few like-minded friends. Zhou Xianji spotted Shui's guitar. Why don't you play for everyone? All right. Shui brought her guitar over. Sitting on the sofa, she glanced around. Bai Yu's house wasn't large, and the music played in the living room could be clearly heard in the kitchen. What do you want to hear? Mu leaned closer to He. Grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds to leisurely munch on, suggesting a song. I want to hear a Chinese song, any will do. Hawaii is the best. Then how about Sunny Day? Recently, the sunny days following the snowfall had brightened her mood like the radiant sun. Bringing a sense of ease and comfort, Shui placed her phone beside her, secretly recording. As the new year approached, she wanted to send a video to her fans wishing them a happy new year. She plucked the strings. Her delicate, pale fingers danced lightly on the guitar strings as the melody of Sunny Day began to play, lively and cheerful, and soon Mumu began to hum along. At that moment, the moon rose slowly. Time flowed gently. On this evening of gathering with friends, the light and airy notes fell silently upon the softest corners of the heart like the gentle moonlight. Shui's guitar skills were exceptional. There was not a single note out of tune. During her solo, the musical atmosphere was filled with deep emotion. The guitar's sound was clear and soothing, allowing one to relax both body and mind. Nian Nian lay on the sofa, stealthily munching on his spicy strips while humming along to the song. As Shirmu sipped her water, she noticed that the trash bin was overflowing with wrappers from spicy strips. Glancing over at Nian Nian, she found him still munching away. She pinched his cheek gently and admonished, "Eat fewer spicy strips. Be cautious lest you upset your stomach." Oh, Nian Nian replied, his mouth smeared with grease. Prompting Shirmu to clean him up with a tissue. In the kitchen, Bai Songshang was busy preparing some home-cooked dishes, Pei Shu was rolling out dumpling skins, Shiyu was making dumplings, and Zhou Xianji was assisting Songsheng. Unable to tolerate Pei Shu's poorly rolled dumpling skins any longer, Shiyu remarked, "The skins you roll resemble you, uneven and lumpy." "Hey, my curvaceous figure has been honed over a long time, this is not unevenness, but rather a bewitching curve. If you're envious, just say so," Pei Shu retorted with a smirk. As Pei Shu hummed a tune played by Shuyi and tossed a neatly rolled skin to Shiryu. He teased, "You intentionally had Shuyi bring the guitar over so you could show off, didn't you? I know you too well." Chapter 47, Still Need to Undress? Nian Nian furrowed his brow. Clutching his rumbling stomach, his legs tightly tensed, it seemed he was experiencing stomach troubles. He was on the verge of a meltdown, desperately needing to use the restroom, but he couldn't find one. Was it only in the master bedroom? The master bedroom belonged to the police officer, and he didn't dare to barge in uninvited. Feeling embarrassed, Nian Nian crawled up onto the sofa and tugged at his sister's clothing, hoping she would take him to the restroom, but he was too shy to admit his predicament, fearing a scolding. He tugged and tugged, but his sister didn't turn around. His aunt played 3 delightful melodies, while his uncle urged her to take a break, and his sister began gossiping again. She loved to crack sunflower seeds while chatting away about others. Nian Nian could hold it no longer. Shirmu opened their class group chat and showed Shuyi the messages. Lin Yueshi made a complete fool of herself. I heard from a friend that she not only bullied you but several others as well. Back in 2nd grade, she broke a girl's rib and forced her to record a video. Her rib broke? Yes, now bullying incidents are causing quite a stir, and she's trending. Marketing accounts are reporting on the matter. Wiping down the guitar. Shuyi felt a sense of vindication. She brought this upon herself. I feel no pity for a bully, just think of the shadows she cast over others. Lin Yueshi moved yesterday, and the neighbors are all gossiping. Her parents couldn't stay in their original neighborhood, and no one knows where they've relocated. Also, someone in the group mentioned that Lin Yueshi is changing her name. No one knows what kind of alias she'll adopt. Imagining Lin Yueshi as a pariah. Shirmu felt a sense of relief. I should have made her drink a few gulps from the toilet back then. Shuyi wrapped her arm around Shirmu's, leaning against her shoulder like a sloth. You saved me. Not just once. She had few friends, and having Shirmu was enough. We have the same mother. Whoever bullies you is bullying me. Wait, is it because I mentioned the toilet that I can smell something? Shuyi detected it too. But upon glancing back, she noticed the bathroom door was closed. When Shirmu turned her head, she spotted Nian Nian standing awkwardly beside the sofa, his little hand clutching his bottom, frozen in place. Little one. Are you all right? I'm fine. Nian Nian mumbled, his head hung low in distress. Shirmu continued to gossip with Shuyi, while Nian Nian's gait seemed slightly off as he stealthily approached Zhou Xianji. Casting a pleading glance towards him, Zhou Xianji noticed the little fellow hiding at the door. Nian Nian, he called out, approaching and squatting beside him, only to find Nian Nian cowering against the wall, looking pitiful as he bit his lip. What's wrong? Nian Nian leaned closer to Zhou Xianji's ear and, after much internal struggle, finally spoke in a soft, quivering tone, Brother-in-law, I had a little accident in my pants. Could you lend me your pants to wear? I promise to help you pursue my sister. Zhou Xianji's calm eyes widened in disbelief. Nian Nian clasped his small hands together on the brink of tears. His pants were already soaked from behind, and an unpleasant odor was wafting through the air. The damp fabric made him increasingly uncomfortable. Shiryu, having finished making dumplings, walked to the kitchen door and spotted Nian Nian looking like a guilty little mouse. In a determined tone, Shiryu said, You little rascal, what trouble have you stirred up now? Nian Nian took a step back. His uncle had arrived, and he feared that his indulgence in spicy strips would result in his bottom being treated like popcorn. Oh no, he truly was in trouble now. Zhou Xianji stood up and lowered his voice. Your nephew has an upset stomach. He is a bit messy in his pants. We should take him to clean up, otherwise he'll be uncomfortable. Shiryu's dark eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at the little boy clutching his behind. An unpleasant scent lingered in the air, and Shiryu's face turned pale. He gently closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly opened them again. A 6-year-old boy shouldn't be having accidents in his pants. Shiryu pointed towards the restroom. Sure, Nian Nian, can't you go to the toilet? Is your bottom numb? Can't you feel anything? It's already like this, please don't scold him. Nian Nian nodded, his misty eyes looking pitiful. Yes, uncle, it's already like this, let us think about what to do. I don't want the girls to know about this. Can you keep it from Aunt and my sister? I promise I won't eat so many spicy strips again. Sure, you tapped Nian Nian gently on the forehead, you're still concerned about your pride. What followed was a humorous exchange between two cleanliness-obsessed men, each reluctant to take charge. Shenji, as his brother-in-law, you should take him to the restroom and clean him up. I won't compete with you for that duty. Don't be silly, Shiryu, you're his uncle. It is more appropriate for you to take him. It's a great opportunity to foster the uncle-nephew bond. How could I possibly take that from you? Not at all, the brother-in-law is closer. As of now, I am still stuck in the little black room as Nian Nian as former brother-in-law. You're his uncle, and he adores you. Nian Nian clutched at his damp pants. I'm uncomfortable, uncle. Mama said that when you're old, I'll still have to bring you eggs to visit. Sure, you picked up Nian Nian's clothes, I owe you one. The man's strong hand lifted the little boy as if he were a chick. With Nian Nian's small frame dangling in the air as his uncle carried him off to the restroom, Nian Nian felt as if he was flying upon seeing his uncle push open a door. He was surprised to discover a restroom outside. He had been too foolish to find it earlier. Zhou Xianji went to the kitchen to fetch 2 pairs of disposable gloves since they were at Songsheng's home. He thought for a moment before mentioning to Songsheng, Nian Nian has a bit of an upset stomach and his pants are dirty, can we borrow your restroom? Of course, do you need any anti-diarrheal medication? Songsheng, still cooking, was easygoing and didn't mind a child using the restroom. I have some medicine for diarrhea and stomach pain. If Nian Nian feels uncomfortable later, he can take some. Thank you for being so accommodating. Songsheng, we're all friends, it's no trouble at all. There are clean clothes in the bedroom, just had it's warm in there. Let us get Nian Nian into some summer shorts. Zhou Xianji nodded. Having ordered children's pants for Nian Nian, which would take about half an hour for delivery, Songsheng was very thoughtful and generous. In the bathroom, Nian Nian stood in the shower area while Shiryu stood 2 meters away, instructing him, take off your clothes and dirty pants and toss them in the trash. Okay. Nian Nian obediently removed his sweatshirt and pants, leaving him only in his child-sized underwear, which was bulging. He timidly clenched his small hands and asked, do I need to take off more? What do you think, are you planning to wear them into the new year? Zhou Xianji entered the room. After Nian Nian had stripped down, Shiryu approached the shower area, picked up the shower head, and tested the water temperature with his hand. Next time, don't eat so many spicy strips without having a proper meal first. You're just a child, your stomach is delicate. Did you hear your uncle? Yes, I heard. Is your stomach still hurting? Not anymore. Is it cold in there? Uncle Bai's house is very warm. Zhou Xianji donned the gloves and took the shower head, rinsing Nian Nian off. Chapter 48. The messy child. Shiryu stood nearby, teasing the little fellow. You disobedient little rascal, during the new year, eating so many spicy strips, you can't control either end. I should record this for your wedding day to show your future wife how ridiculous you looked. Nian Nian giggled. I like Xiaomei, I want to marry her. Why do you like Xiaomei? She said I was handsome. How shallow. Zhou Xianji turned off the shower, avoiding touching the shower gel that Songsheng usually used. Sure, you've checked the drawer for any disposable shower gel. Got it. Sure, you found a single-use shower gel in the drawer beneath the sink. Tore it open and poured it into Zhou Xianji's palm. Zhou Xianji began lathering Nian Nian with fragrant bubbles. The water was warm and Nian Nian was covered in frothy suds. Nian Nian poked at the milk-scented bubbles, exclaiming, wow, these bubbles smell so good. Zhou Xianji cooed at the little boy. Yes, Nian Nian smells delightful. Oh, sure, you washed his hands with disinfectant 5 times, scrubbing thoroughly. You keep washing him, I'll take out this trash. Okay. Zhou Xianji washed with great care, rinsing Nian Nian 3 times in total. He turned off the shower, wrapped Nian Nian in a soft towel, dried the water droplets off and put him in a pair of dry shorts that were slightly long and loose. Zhou Xianji tightened the strap a bit, saying, the new trousers will arrive soon. Nian Nian, for now, you can wear Uncle Bai's. Don't forget to thank him later. MHM. Nian Nian nodded understandingly. and I also want to thank Brother Xia and Uncle Xiao. Today, Uncle didn't spank me either, hee hee. Dinner was quite lavish. As the host, Bai Songsheng prepared 12 dishes and even ordered a 3-tiered fruitcake. The dumplings were also ready. Shenji and Shui abstained from alcohol, opting for cola instead. The dining table was spacious, and the steamed hairy crabs were served in a large pot. Pei Shu brought it to the table and pinched his earlobe, saying, "Try it with the sauce I made, it's absolutely fragrant." Little Nian Nian savored the hairy crab that his brother-in-law had peeled for him, exclaiming, "So fragrant." Zhou Xianji sat across from Nian Nian, constantly serving him dishes, peeling crabs, and even cutting a piece of cake for him. Nian Nian exclaimed, "Mua, thank you, brother-in-law." Shi Mu glanced at his brother's trendy outfit, feeling perplexed about what this little fellow could possibly be thinking all day. Just moments ago, he was lamenting over the crabs, and now he was relishing them. Fine. Zhou Xianji's crab was indeed delicious. Shi Mu shifted closer to Shui, no longer wishing to engage with the small trader beside him, who was happily calling out brother-in-law with every other bite. Looking at Shui and Uncle Xiao, Shi Mu smirked slightly. The couple was subtly flaunting their affection. Shui was peeling hairy crabs for Shui, who took a bite and found the crab roe rich and the meat tender, saying, "Delicious, why aren't you eating?" She noticed that both Shi Yu and his brother had little appetite, while the happiest one at the table was the little one, Nian Nian. "I'm not very hungry," Shi Yu replied, hesitating. After a moment, seeing Shui had already eaten 3 crabs, he reminded her, "Crabs are cold in nature, eat them in moderation." Okay. The plate beside Shui was piled high with the dishes Shi Yu had selected, all her favorites. Being in a large group, he was concerned she might feel shy. She picked up a dumpling and asked, "Did you make this? It's decent, right?" "Very beautiful, I didn't know you could cook." Shi Yu ruffled Shui's hair, saying, I can make some. If you like dumplings, I'll make them for you often. It's not difficult to wrap dumplings." Songsheng's culinary skills were indeed exceptional, and Pei Shu was enjoying the meal immensely. He raised his cup of cola, saying, "Come on, it's almost New Year's, let us toast. Happy New Year." Nian Nian stood up, holding his cola to clink with the elders, proclaiming, "Wishing Uncle Xiao prosperity as vast as the East Sea and longevity as enduring as the South Mountain." Laughter erupted at the table. Such words were typically reserved for the elderly. Shi Yu nearby froze like a statue, trapped by the proclamation, "Thank you, Shi Nian Nian." Shui nearly choked, laughing so hard it hurt her stomach. Nian Nian was simply adorable. Shi Yu gently patted Shui on the back, wondering if it was really that funny that he looked at Nian Nian's silly expression and quipped, "Uncle Xiao also wishes you a pile of big duck eggs." "Ha! Hee hee, I've already baked many duck eggs. Grandpa said he doesn't want to tutor me anymore, fearing I'll end up in the hospital. Can I come to your house for tutoring after winter break?" Dream on. Just as Shi Yu finished, he reconsidered. "Alright, you can come to my house during winter break. Let Aunt Xiao tutor you." Shui was taken aback. Nian Nian coming over meant she and Shi Yu would have to share a room. Otherwise, the curious little one would report to Grandpa, and Shi Junting would think their relationship was in trouble. Living apart, Nian Nian rushed to Shui's side, hugging her arm and cutely whining, "Yay! Aunt Xiao is from Jingbei University. My dream is to get into Jingbei University or Tsinghua University and become an astronaut. I'll take Xiaomei to outer space to grow vegetables." Shui pinched the little soft-cheeked face, saying, "I'll make you delicious food then." Okay. Pei Shu, enjoying his ribs, comforted, "Nian Nian, don't feel pressured. Not only children with good grades are good kids, I think you're great." MHM. Nian Nian smiled sweetly, turning to Shui, wishing Aunt Xiao eternal happiness. "No worries, stay healthy." Shui smiled warmly, "Thank you, Nian Nian." Pei Shu pointed at himself, "And what about me? What do you wish for Uncle Pei?" "Wishing Uncle Pei to have fair skin." Pei Shu touched his face. "Am I that dark?" Zhou Xianji couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, it's alright, a very healthy complexion. Nian Nian is just straightforward. She didn't mean to imply you're dark." Wishing Uncle Bai peace and safety. Nian Nian jumped down from the stool and specially clinked cups with Uncle Bai. Knowing that police officers sometimes engage in dangerous work, that he wished all the police uncles and aunts safety, Bai Songsheng felt deeply touched, raising his cola to toast with Nian Nian. "Uncle also wishes little Nian Nian peace, joy, and good fortune." Nian Nian declared. Lastly, I wish sister and brother-in-law to reconcile soon and have a precious. Before he could finish, Shermua's heart skipped a beat, quickly covering Nian Nian's mouth. Not daring to look at everyone's reactions, such a small mouth, always babbling without a filter, just eat your food. Zhou Xianji's lips curved into a slight smile. Throughout the meal, Nian Nian was a little ball of joy. Making everyone laugh continuously after dinner, they didn't rush to leave but helped by Songqing tidy up. Little Nian Nian was quite diligent, taking a cloth to wipe the table. The little fellow was a bit short. Standing on a stool, Shui lifted Nian Nian down, reminding Nian Nian, standing on a stool is dangerous. Shermu remarked, let him fall on his bottom, that'll teach him to behave. Shu found an A4 paper and gave Nian Nian a math problem to solve in the corner. If a well is 10 meters deep, and a little frog climbs up 3 meters during the day but falls back 2 meters at night, on which day can the little frog climb out? Right, think about which day the little frog climbs out. Nian Nian, bewildered, asked, Uncle Isn't it nice at the bottom of the well? Why does it want to climb out? What if it falls and gets hurt? There are no doctors in the well. Shu found himself at a loss for words. Pei Shu helped Nian Nian calculate, casually saying, 7 days. Shermu frowned, Isn't it 10 days? After quietly calculating in her mind, Shui whispered, I think it's 8 days? Zhou Xianji affirmed, 8 days. Bai Songqing echoed, 8 days. Shu looked at Pei Shu. Chuckling, you've overindulged in crabs, go back to elementary school and find your math teacher to ask how many days it takes. Even a PhD hasn't extended their studies. Pei Shu picked up a cake fork, I'm just joking. Nian Nian huffed, actually, it doesn't take that long, it can climb out in half a day. I'll help the little frog with a rope. Chapter 49, Cold War celebrating the New Year signifies another year of growth. Shui had completed all her courses for the semester, and now it was exam week. Sitting at her desk, she retrieved a rainbow card from her wishing bottle, writing a life diary for Zijin. Outside the window, the sky was clear and blue, as if washed with water. January 2 indeed sunny. Sister, I received a national scholarship a few days ago, 30,000 yuan. I bought Mama Jade bracelet. I heard Jade can bring safety. As winter break approaches, I haven't dared to contact her, thinking of giving the bracelet to my brother, presenting it in his name to her. I hope Mom stays safe year after year. Due to the exam week, much content needed to be memorized. Speaking out loud in the library would disturb other students, so Shui had been primarily studying at home recently. Shu told her she was free to use his study. His study was spacious, with tall bookshelves filled with many classic literary works from both domestic and international authors, as well as some economics books. It was evident that Shu enjoyed reading. After 3 hours of memorizing public political course material, Shui stood in front of the bookshelf during her break, browsing through the rows of books, when she suddenly spotted Tagore's Stray Birds. She tiptoed to take the book down. Judging by its wear, Shu had likely finished reading it. Shui settled into a soft chair by the desk, revisiting the book. As she opened it, a card fell out, a beautifully crafted postcard. Initially thinking it was a bookmark from Shu, she picked it up to return it to the book. Upon reading the message on the back, her mind went blank. She felt her fingers tremble slightly. Causing the book to drop to the floor, she picked it up and placed it back on the desk, clutching the letter as she sought out Shu. The date on the confession letter was recent, after their marriage. Shui tightly gripped the confession letter written to Yuting, her legs feeling light and her thoughts a jumbled mess as she contemplated confronting him for clarity. Today marked the last day of the New Year's holiday. And Bai Songqing was visiting. Shu was sparring with Bai in the gym. Shui dashed to the gym's entrance. She saw Shu and Bai Songqing in their combat gear engaged in a friendly match. Conversing, and just as she stepped in, Bai Songqing asked, "Did your confession succeed?" Shui stopped in her tracks, leaning against the wall, holding her breath in anticipation. During the break, sweat trickled down Shu's forehead to his neck as he removed his boxing gloves, saying, "Not yet, next week is Yuting's birthday, and I'm preparing to confess then." Bai Songqing responded with a soft Sitting on the steps, he lowered his dark eyes, slowly removing his gloves, sweat streaming down his hair and into his eyes without him noticing. Shu handed Bai Songqing a bottle of mineral water, saying, "I've forgotten where I put that letter, I'll look for it later." Hearing footsteps approach, Shui's lips turned pale as she quickly turned and fled back to the study. Returning the confession letter to the book, after tidying up the study materials on her desk, Shuhi wore a melancholic expression as she exited Shiryu's study, where remnants of the freshly purchased snowflake pastry from the morning still lingered. The sweet aroma wafting through the air made her feel nauseous, as if she were struggling to catch her breath. During the past 2 months of their marriage, she had believed Shiryu to be a man of great responsibility. A gentle and considerate husband. Oh you have grown too comfortable lately, so comfortable that you have forgotten the painful lessons imparted by your father and ex-boyfriend, with 2 exams awaiting her the next day. Shuhi returned to the master bedroom, locked the door, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. She retrieved her study materials and settled into the lounge chair on the balcony, with a highlighter in hand. She diligently marked the key points in her textbook, yet despite her previous ability to memorize passages in merely a few minutes, she now could only recite them mechanically. Her retention was abysmal. And knowledge eluded her grasp. Frustrated, Shuhi set the book aside and donned her headphones. Lying back in the rocking chair, she selected her favorite song, allowing herself to relax as she turned up the volume and closed her eyes. Perhaps a good sleep would do her well. Shiryu pushed open the study door, only to find the small girl who often studied there absent. During the 3-day holiday, Shuhi had immersed herself in her studies. And now he wondered where she had gone. Noticing her study materials were no longer on the desk, it was as if she had never graced the study with her presence. Shiryu closed the study door and descended to the first floor, where butler Jiang was preparing lunch. He casually inquired, "Have you seen Shuhi?" "Madam left for the master bedroom just a moment ago," came the reply. Returning to the second floor, Shiryu knocked on the master bedroom door. There was no response. He turned the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. Calling her name twice from outside, he was met with silence, causing his brow to furrow slightly just as he was about to dial Shui's number. The door swung open from within. Shuhi stood there, her gaze indifferent, her voice tinged with a hint of coldness. "Is there something you need?" "Lunch is ready," he replied. "I'm not hungry, you needn't call for me," she stated curtly. Closing the door with decisive efficiency before he could utter another word, Shiryu stood there, stunned for a full minute, her cold expression lingering in his mind. He descended the stairs, whereby Songshen was putting on his coat, saying, "There's an urgent task, I must return to the team." "Very well, do take care," Shiryu replied, taking a seat at the dining table. Observing the spread before him, he instructed butler Jiang, "Pack some of Shui's favorite dishes into a takeaway container and deliver it to her. We mustn't let her study on an empty stomach." Butler Jiang looked perplexed. "Shall I call Madam down?" "No need, she has exams tomorrow and may be feeling anxious today. Just take the food upstairs, she will eat when she sees something she likes." "Understood." The following morning, after finishing his workout and changing clothes, Shiryu noticed Shuhi was absent from breakfast. Butler Jiang stood by the table. "Madam left for school half an hour ago by bus. She mentioned she wouldn't be having breakfast and that dinner need not be prepared for her." "By bus?" "Yes. Her car is still under repair." Shiryu sensed something amiss. She didn't eat breakfast? "No." Scouring the group chat for the exam schedule at Jing University, he noted that Shuhi's first exam began at 8:30. It was now 7 o'clock. Why is she going so early? After sending Shuhi a message, he put down his phone and, in a stern voice, asked, "Who upset her? She is introverted and doesn't express her grievances." "Absolutely not." Butler Jiang dared not speak plainly. Shuhi was the lady of Qingfeng Villa, revered and catered to by everyone, fearful of neglecting her in any way who would dare provoke her. "Yet, Mr. Shi, it seems Madam is indeed upset with you. Perhaps sulking. You, who are typically so astute, are rather bewildered at the moment. It's time to coax her. Perhaps you might still share dinner together tonight." After finishing the 2 exams, it was noon. Shui's hand felt as if it might cramp from all the writing. Stepping out of the examination hall, she basked in the warm sunlight, feeling a sense of ease and comfort. In the first public politics exam, the key points highlighted by the professors were all covered, and she had managed to memorize each question adequately. The second exam was not particularly difficult either. Learning brain. He smiled gently, stretching languidly, and was greeted by the sight of a young couple on an electric scooter, deeply engrossed in a passionate kiss. In the midst of a bustling crowd of students who had just completed their exams, the boy's hand wandered over the girl's thigh, their affection palpable. He instinctively erased that fleeting memory, taking a detour to pull out her phone just as Mumu's WeChat message arrived. "Boss Mu, daily watering of little seedlings. Boss Mu, sweet verses, my treat, what do you say?" "Boss Mu, tempting." JPG, Little Gray, coming, I'll be there in 15 minutes. At the dessert shop's counter, Shua sipped her milk tea and opened her phone. Next week is my cousin's birthday. Should I gift her a lipstick or a watch? 3 images appeared on the screen. These 3 shades of CL lipstick are all the rage lately. Hee, which one do you think looks best? Shua's eyelashes fluttered slightly. A dull ache spread quietly from her ribs, and her clear eyes dimmed ever so slightly before curving into a subtle smile as she gazed at the 3 lipsticks on the screen. A gentle breeze wafted in, teasing the strands of hair by her ear. Enjoying a mousse cake, Shua remarked. The vintage strawberry red and rose bean paste color are both lovely. Yuding is stunningly beautiful. She can pull off any lipstick shade. Chapter 51 Inch forced to clear up misunderstandings. My Hee is also a great beauty. If only to compare Westlake to Hee, she looks splendid with both light and heavy makeup. Ha ha ha. Shua couldn't help but laugh. Shermu said, I'll buy both the vintage strawberry red and the rose bean paste for you. Actually, they are gifts for you. I've already purchased a watch for my cousin. But it's not my birthday. Hee, one doesn't only receive gifts on birthdays. Shua opened her bag, revealing 2 white jade bangles inside. She had planned to give them to Mumu after dinner, but letting her wear one now would also be nice. The scholarships and research grants she had saved up were just enough to buy 3 jade bangles. Try this bangle. Wow, the bangle was exquisitely polished. Smooth and lustrous, and Shermu sat up straight, smiling as she extended her wrist. Shua helped her put it on. Shermu touched the bangle, the texture delightfully soft. It's beautiful, you really know how to choose bangles. Is the other one for you? Let me put it on you. It's not mine. Shua handed the velvet gift box to Shermu. It's for my godmother, you can give it to her when you get home. Jade is a symbol of safety. All right. Shermu graciously accepted it. She noticed the absence of adornment on Hee's slender wrist, unchanged from before. Hee never allowed herself to indulge in gifts. Shermu planned to head to the jewelry store shortly to select a white jade bangle for Hee. Shua scooped a spoonful of cake. I was scrolling through Xiaohongshu today and saw a post. What post? If one accidentally discovers their husband cheating on a certain day, what should a girl do? Should she bravely confront him about divorce regardless of the consequences, or weigh the pros and cons to maintain a facade of harmony, living their separate lives? Damn, what husband, that is a long-lost ex-husband. Discovering infidelity means kicking him to the curb and sending him off to seek enlightenment. Shua murmured, kick him out. Shermu's gaze sharpened, resolute. Exactly, why maintain the status quo with a cheating man and waste your precious youth? Hee, let me tell you, there is no shortage of men in this world. Infidelity in marriage is betrayal. And betrayal cannot be forgiven. Shua's chaotic thoughts suddenly crystallized. She would return home with that confession letter and confront Shermu directly. If he truly liked Yuding, then they could part amicably, allowing him to pursue his happiness. After all, Shermu had saved her life. She didn't want to complicate matters and affect the relationship between their families. A peaceful breakup would be the most ideal outcome for both of them. Here. Shermu removed her phone case. She and Hee had the same phone model, and the back of her case bore bold letters. I'd rather believe in ghosts than in a man's words. Although my uncle isn't the type to indulge in debauchery. This phone case serves as a self-reminder. If my uncle sees it, don't say it was a gift from me, or I might lose the remaining 33,000. Do you really think Shermu isn't flirtatious? Shermu tapped her head. I assure you. Before marrying you, my uncle didn't have a single girlfriend. He was single for over 30 years? Yes, my mother said my uncle has known since childhood about his engagement to the Zhou family. Hence he kept himself pure, waiting to marry you. This statement startled Shui. It suddenly dawned on her that 4 years ago, when Shermu attended the Beijing University opening ceremony, he watched her perform a song. And at that moment, he knew she was his fiancée. Later, when she dated Fu Henning, Shermu was aware of it too. What must he have felt? Shua removed her own phone case and handed it to Shermu, which also had several words inscribed on the back in a charming, playful font: peace and joy, everything as one wishes. Shermu held up Shua's phone case to the bright sunlight. The transparent case made the words glimmer. Then let us wish for peace and joy for both Hee and me. And for everything to go smoothly. Qingfeng Villa, study room. When Shua returned home in the afternoon, Shermu had not yet finished work. She stood before the bookshelf, searching for the book Birds of Passage, but after 3 thorough searches through the cluttered shelves, She couldn't find it. She distinctly remembered it being within her reach. It wasn't on Shermu's desk either, and Shua regretted not taking a photo yesterday. Shermu was cunning and might have sensed something amiss. Hiding the confession letter away, with another exam tomorrow, Shua could only retreat to her bedroom to study, planning to discuss it with Shermu when he returned home later that evening. Buzz, the phone on the desk vibrated. Startling Shua awake from her slumber, the room was shrouded in darkness as she rubbed her stiff neck. A glance at her phone revealed it was 7 in the evening. Outside, dusk had settled in, and a breeze began to stir. In the winter of Beijing's north, it grew dark around 5 or 6 each afternoon. Mumu had sent a message. Boss Mu, I have a business trip tonight, can I borrow your suitcase? I just realized the wheels on mine are broken, and the new one I ordered won't arrive until tomorrow. Little Gray, sure. Shua turned on the bedroom light. Her suitcase sat on the balcony. Filled with an assortment of items, she dragged it into the room, crouching down to find it mostly filled with undergarments, placing the clothes on the bed before taking the empty suitcase outside. Just as her fingers grazed the doorknob, the bedroom door swung open. Shua stepped back 2 paces. Shermu entered, his gaze falling on the suitcase she was pushing. As she attempted to leave with the suitcase, Shermu firmly grasped her wrist, locking the bedroom door behind him and seizing her suitcase. His expression darkened slightly. Where are you going? Delivering a suitcase. Shermu clearly didn't believe her. At this hour, who are you delivering a suitcase to? Let go of me first. Shua set the suitcase down, trying to break free from his grip, but his hold was neither too tight nor too loose, rendering her unable to escape. Shermu led her towards the sofa. I'm delivering it to Mumu, let go of me. Shua braced herself against the floor. The disparity in strength between them was evident. Before Shermu, she felt like a fragile scholar, being drawn step by step towards the sofa. Chapter 52. Good baby, sweet, Shermu. Yes, I'm here. Shua was reluctantly seated on the sofa, curling her legs up and grabbing a cushion as a shield. What do you want? Let us clarify things, otherwise you won't be going anywhere. Shermu pulled a chair from beside the desk and calmly sat across from Shua, gazing at her steadily. Tell me, why have you been avoiding me and acting sulky these past few days? Shua straightened her back. In this moment, he resembled a stern headmaster conversing with a student. Since it was a conversation, Shua met his gaze with composure and bluntly stated, Do you have feelings for Yuding? Who? Yuding, the director of the public relations department at Hongxing. Mumu's cousin. Shermu paused slightly, a flicker of light passing through his eyes. You read Birds of Passage in the study yesterday and found that confession letter? Yes. Since you were in the study, didn't you compare the handwriting on the confession letter with my business documents to see if they matched? Shua had overlooked that detail. However, she didn't dare to rummage through Shermu's corporate files. The documents reviewed by the chairman were likely to contain Hongxing's business secrets. Her first reaction upon seeing the confession letter was to confront him for clarification, only to hear him mention his intention to confess next week. Could it be that she had misunderstood Shermu? Shua asked. Wasn't it you who wrote it? It was written by Pei Shu. Yesterday, Captain Bai asked you if there was a confession. Was he inquiring whether Pei Shu had confessed to Yuding? Yes. But how did Pei Shu's letter end up in your book? Shermu unlocked his phone and handed it to Shua. Pei Shu has liked Yuding for 5 years but was too timid to confess in person. After writing the letter, he came to me at the company, wanting me to take a look. That absent-minded fellow stuffed the letter into my book. It's also my fault for having a poor memory. After the meeting, I forgot about the confession letter until Song Sheng asked me about it yesterday, and that's when I remembered I still had it. Shua looked at the phone he handed her. What is this? The password to my phone is 0519. You may send a message to anyone and inquire if I have ever had feelings for other women. You may also ask Pei Shu whether that letter is indeed his, not just today. Shua, in the future, you can check my phone whenever you wish, without needing my consent. Shua returned his phone to him. The tension that had gripped her body began to ease, her brows slightly arching, and the glimmer in her eyes became fragmented yet gentle, hinting at a sense of joy. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. I apologize, I misjudged you, she confessed. Sure, you've nonchalant replied. You went to the gym yesterday, why didn't you come in and ask me directly? Clarify things face to face. Shua hesitated, lost in thought. Indeed, she sought out Shiryu for clarity yesterday. Upon discovering the confession letter, her surprise had been palpable, harboring a flicker of hope that the letter wasn't penned by him. Driven by possessiveness, wishing that Shiryu had no affections for anyone else, yet, upon hearing him express his intention to confess, a sense of disappointment settled within her. At that moment, it felt as though the comfort and care Shiryu had provided her over the past 2 months of marriage were but fleeting bubbles, beautiful, radiant, yet so ephemeral. For a brief instant, she had been too afraid to confront the reality of Shiryu's changing heart, too scared to admit that she had been cast aside once more. Hence she lacked the courage to confront him. When she later heard footsteps approaching, panic seized her, prompting her to flee. Now reflecting on her behavior, retreating to her bedroom and locking the door felt akin to that of a timid little turtle, one that was fearful and apprehensive of being hurt. A sudden cool and soft sensation brushed against her nose. Shiryu gently curved his finger, playfully tapping her nose, his voice low and resonant. Shua, the vows we declared during our registration, I shall not go back on my word. Should misunderstandings arise, we shall clarify them face to face, lest they linger overnight. Shua gazed at him quietly, the sincerity in his gaze and the gentleness of his words felt like a feather, softly brushing against the most tender parts of her heart. Mei Chum, she replied with a smile. All right, misunderstandings clarified. Shiryu arched an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes. Now, consider how you shall make amends. Make amends? Yes. Having neglected me for 2 days, leaving me to my thoughts, you must compensate me in some way. Shua bit her lip gently, acknowledging her fault, her fingers unconsciously gripping the cushion. How do you wish for me to compensate you? Come here. Kiss me. Shua's cheeks flushed instantly. In the past, such intimate gestures as kissing had always been initiated by Shiryu, causing her heart to race as their gazes locked. Shiryu remained silent, his intense gaze fixed upon her, a teasing smile dancing on his lips as he patted his lap, seemingly inviting her to sit. Not going to kiss, he quipped lightly, rising to leave. Then forget it, I am not blessed with such fortune. Sure you. In that fleeting moment, as he turned, soft lips graced his. Shua stood on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around his neck. You, close your eyes. Shua murmured softly. Shiryu chuckled, his large hand encircling her slender waist, drawing her closer. Her kiss felt too gentle, prompting him to deepen it. Shua felt herself lifted effortlessly, her lips parting as she trembled, gazing at him with fluttering lashes. Shiryu settled onto a chair with her straddling his lap, their lips meeting once more. A slight smile graced Shua's lips. Shiryu's breath grew a tad heavier, while her heart raced, a sweetness enveloping her being as he captured her lips again. The minute hand of the clock circled endlessly. In the tranquil bedroom, their breaths intertwined, the air thick with the scent of desire. Shua's lips glistened with a luminous hue, and as the kiss deepened, she found herself gasping for air, letting out a soft whimper as she began to shy away. I'm tired. Shiryu released her. But before she could catch her breath, he tightened his grip around her waist, pressing her firmly against his chest, kissing her once more. At that moment, he resembled a child yearning for candy, never satiated. Shua sensed something amiss. Blinking drowsily, she realized he had become aroused. Suddenly alert, she pushed against his shoulder, awkwardly hopping off his lap. Shiryu, noticing her cheeks flush intensely, caught her gaze, and Shua distinctly saw the deep ripples of desire swirling within his eyes, unveiled. Fervent longing. As he stood, extending his hand to seize the blushing girl, Shua slipped away like a smooth little eel, teasingly laughing. I'm off to deliver the suitcase. You should go to the bathroom. Zhou Shua. She pushed the suitcase out, not daring to glance back at the man's sullen expression, only hearing his voice, slightly hoarse and laden with unsatisfied desire. Shua's hand rested on the doorknob as Shiryu, calm and composed, remarked, truly my good little darling. You may evade the initial day, but not the 15th, there will be plenty of time for me to handle you. How do you plan to handle me? I am your wife. Wife, do take a guess. Chapter 53, lured into the bathroom. It was the afternoon. Just as school was letting out, various luxury cars lined the entrance of the elementary school, drivers standing by to collect their young masters and princesses. Shua stood before a starch sausage stall, bundled like a plump penguin, holding the hand of the just dismissed little boy. Sure Nian Nian. The air was chilly, and her breath formed mist as she spoke. One starch sausage, please. Would you like it spicy? Nian Nian. Can you handle spicy? Yes, I want it, invincible, explosively, spicy. As Shi Nian spotted the sign on the stall, he tugged at Shua's sleeve. "Auntie, it says here 1 for 3 yuan, 2 for 5. Indeed. I think buying 2 is more cost-effective." Shua ruffled Nian's clever head. Pulling out her phone to scan the payment code, "Boss, add 1 more, I'll take 2. The stall owner rolled the sausage and the chili powder 3 times, adding a touch of cumin. Flashing a mischievous smile at the little boy. "Hope it doesn't burn you." The invincible explosive sausage, bright red and purely spicy, was ready. Nian bounced with excitement, taking 1 sausage, and handed the other. Devoid of spice, to his aunt. 3 meters away, in a luxury car, Shiryu lightly tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, observing the scene of big and small friends relishing their starched sausages. It evoked a feeling of normalcy, as though he and Shua were merely picking up their child from school. Once inside the car, the warmth enveloped them. Shi Nian sat in the back seat, his mouth smeared with chili powder, gasping for air. Shua initially intended to sit beside him, but upon catching a certain meaningful look from Shiryu, she fastened Nian's seatbelt, closed the back door, and took the front passenger seat instead. "What about mine?" Shiryu inquired. "Your what?" "Oh, you both have 1 each, there's none for me, the driver." Shua secured her seatbelt and turned to Shiryu. Noting how his mature demeanor seemed mismatched with the casualness of the stall's offerings. "You still enjoy starched sausages?" Shiryu replied with a lazy smile. "Why can't I enjoy them? Then I'll buy you 1 next time." Shua thought to appease him. Reaching into her pocket for a piece of milk candy, unwrapping it, and offering it at Shiryu's lips. "Your favorite, the original flavor." Shi Nian chimed in. "No, Uncle likes Auntie, not the original milk candy." Shiryu raised an eyebrow finally. "Uve made your 6 years of meals worthwhile." As he savored the candy, he playfully bit her fingertip. The cool sensation sent Shua retracting her hand in surprise. After all, they were merely sharing candy. Why was he biting her finger? What a peculiar habit. Shua's earlobes flushed, her cheeks blooming like delicate pink blossoms after a rain. "Uncle!" Nian, overwhelmed by spiciness, his tongue tingling, extended a little finger to calculate. "Look, 1 sausage costs 3 yuan, 2 sausages 5, therefore buying 3 isn't cost-effective, right?" Shiryu, offering impromptu parenting advice. "No wonder your math score is only 6. Why not be bolder and buy 4 sausages, then treat your uncle to 2. "Oh right." Little Nian's mouth gaped in astonishment. As if he had unlocked a new world, buying 4 sausages would indeed mean $2.50 each. Shiryu cast a calm yet authoritative glance through the rearview mirror. His tone reminiscent of a strict teacher. "Young man, no foul language." "Oh." Nian made a zipping motion across his mouth. Shua retrieved 2 tissues from her bag, pulling out a bottle of milk, and handed it to Nian. "Here. Wipe your face and drink some milk to ease the spiciness." As Nian sipped the milk, he declared, "Next Monday after school, I'll buy 4 to give 1 to Xiaomei." A hot burp. Shua queried the little one. "Who is Xiaomei?" "My girlfriend." A multitude of question marks filled Shua's mind. She was certain she hadn't misheard. Exchanging glances with Shiryu, she burst into laughter first. Nian, you're 6 and already have a girlfriend?" Little Nian gestured nonchalantly, "As easy as pie." Shiryu chuckled. But the smile faded as he sensed a deeper implication from his little nephew. Just yesterday, Nian had caused their grandfather to be hospitalized when Shua brought fruit to visit Shi Junting. She found him in a patient gown, practicing stress relief exercises in the VIP ward, with a tutorial playing on the television. She could hardly fathom what the teacher had endured. Could elementary school students wield such power? As the elder recited softly, "Do not be angry, do not be angry. Anger breeds illness, and no one will replace you. Your children and grandchildren will have their own fortunes. Do not toil for them like a beast of burden." Thus, the mischievous little rascal Nian was delivered to Qingfeng Villa. A question arose during dinner when the kitchen prepared an array of dishes favored by children. Nian, fond of clinging to Shu, for only she would refrain from swatting his bottom, inquired, "Auntie Shu, in which room do you and uncle sleep?" At this, Shu instinctively glanced at the man across from her. There sat Shiryu, leisurely enjoying his meal, his gaze shifting from the financial news to engage with little Nian. "Take a guess." Shui placed freshly squeezed juice beside Nian, attempting to divert the conversation. "Here. Nian, have some orange juice I made for you." I know.
Nian Nian pointed towards the master bedroom on the second floor, adorably declaring, Uncle used to sleep there. You're in that room, Auntie Shu.
Can I sleep in the adjacent guest room? I don't want to sleep in the dreamlike children's room. I'm a grown-up now. Shui's expression tightened. The guest room was Shiryu's sanctuary. Still adorned with his personal belongings, she needed to hastily clear it out to avoid any slip-ups. Little Nian Nian had a loose tongue. If Shi Junting discovered this, it was likely he wouldn't be discharged from the hospital until spring of next year. After dinner, Nian Nian, cuddling a small orange blossom, settled on the living room sofa to watch Peppa Pig, his tiny hands gently caressing the blossom's head. Shiryu headed towards the study. Shui hurried after him, grasping his wrist, lowering her voice. Wait, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? With Nian Nian at home, we can't sleep in separate rooms anymore. You mean sharing a bed? Shui nodded. Shiryu, hands tucked in the pockets of his loungewear, hesitated, his expression revealing his inner conflict. Is that appropriate? Don't other couples sleep in the same room? Just pretending, Shui observed him, feigning innocence. When she urged him to return to his own room, he seemed to relish the situation. Father has been hospitalized due to anger. If he finds out we're sleeping apart, this year will be unbearable for him. Can you pack your things quickly, or I can help you? Shui took a couple of steps down the stairs, her hand caught by Shiryu as he smirked. I'll pack. You go keep Nian Nian company while he watches TV. All right. Auntie Shu. I can take care of myself. Night fell, and Nian Nian entered the guest room, flopping onto the soft bed and rolling around without bothering Auntie Shu for anything. Okay, if you have any issues, just knock on the door next door. Shui closed the door behind Nian Nian and, upon returning to the master bedroom, found no sign of Shiryu. She heard the sound of water trickling from the bathroom. He was taking a shower. Having completed all her exams, Shui considered herself on winter break. She sat at the desk, pulled out her iPad, and began watching a simple car repair tutorial she had downloaded some time ago. As she couldn't always trouble master you for repairs. Shui. The man's voice came from the bathroom. Shui removed her headphones and approached the bathroom door. The water sound ceased. I'm here. What's up? I forgot something. What is it? I can get it for you. Shiryu replied, come a bit closer, I want to tell you something. Shui pondered. There was no one else in the room. Was there something he felt shy to say? She stepped closer. Suddenly the bathroom door swung open. A pair of long, bony hands seized her wrist. Before Shui could react, her body was pulled forward, and the cunning old fox locked the door behind them. You deceived me, let me out. Not a chance. Chapter 54, You are also a bad man. Madam? Butler Jiang entered with 2 warm cups of milk. Noticing Shui was absent, as she usually enjoyed a warm drink before sleep, the master was also missing. The car repair video continued to play on the desk. As Butler Jiang turned, he heard voices from the bathroom. Seemingly Shui scolding the master. Understanding dawned upon him, and he quickly placed the milk on the table and left the bedroom, discreetly closing the door behind him. Little Nian Nian had become the strongest ally. Butler Jiang hoped this adorable little one could stay at Qingfeng Villa for a while longer. Inside the bathroom, mist swirled around them, the air thickened with an intimate warmth as Shui found herself pressed against the door, her lips swollen from his fervent kisses, delicate marks adorning her neck. The lingering kiss left her legs slightly weak, their lips entwined, the air filled with the crisp scent of cedarwood emanating from Shiryu, whose eyes sparkled with a hint of crimson. The silky bathrobe hung loosely, slightly disheveled, while his dark eyes swirled with desire. Shui felt a twinge of pain on her neck, breathless and hazy, as she sensed his hands deftly unbuttoning her clothing. 2 buttons had already come undone. She wore a thin silk nightgown, and as the last button slipped free, the fabric fell away, revealing her smooth shoulders and the delicate butterfly bones of her back. The young woman had a long, graceful neck, her skin so fair it almost glowed, with slender legs and a curvaceous figure that was undeniably enchanting. His hands hovered over the clasp of her bra, and Shui's lashes fluttered as she murmured, I'm on my period. Shiryu abruptly halted. His Adam's apple bobbed as he regained composure, his dark gaze fixated on the girl before him. Does it hurt? What? Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, she stood frozen, both of them slightly stirred from their kiss.
She had anticipated him teasing her or complaining about her irregular cycle, yet she had never expected him to instinctively inquire about her discomfort. Shiryu fastened her nightgown, buttoning each one with care. Shui stared at him in disbelief, realizing he remembered how unwell she had felt the previous month. "It doesn't hurt," she replied honestly. "Perhaps the herbal medicine or acupuncture is working. I've been soaking my feet in herbal solutions.
And this time my stomach feels fine."
Shiryu grasped her hand, pulling them closer together. "I'll take responsibility."
Ha!
Shui's heart raced. Responsibility. As Shiryu leaned in, Shui understood he meant to continue kissing. She gently closed her eyes, but instead of his lips, her hand was guided elsewhere. After a considerable time, the bathroom door swung open. Shui emerged, collapsing onto the large bed, her face flushed and on the verge of tears. Wondering if the man inside was still the reserved Shiryu, Shui's palms tinged with warmth. Soon, Shiryu, freshly showered and clad in a bathrobe, emerged, sitting at the edge of the bed. The refreshing scent of men's body wash wafting around him.
He. Don't call me he. Am I not yours now? Can I call you he?
Shui felt utterly embarrassed. Just moments ago in the bathroom, the teasing whispers of he echoed in her ears, his soft voice nearly driving her mad. She looked up at him, observing the flush of satisfaction coloring his fair features. His tousled hair glistened with droplets of water, tracing a line down his jaw to the well-defined collarbone and onto his strong chest. Shui buried her face in the blanket, flustered. He was far too alluring. She averted her gaze. Shiryu picked up the remote, closed the curtains, and noticed the car repair tutorial on the tablet, puzzled. "What are you watching?"
"A car repair video." Shui got up to wash up.
"The hour growing late, I can't always trouble master you. I'm not very knowledgeable about cars, so watching these videos is somewhat educational." Shiryu clicked on the video, noting it had a duration of 2 hours. With 80 already completed, the instructor was a prominent figure in the automotive social media realm, and Shui had downloaded these to become proficient in car repairs. The obedient girl was becoming quite skilled. The man couldn't help but chuckle, his long, tranquil eyes reflecting a fleeting, unreadable shadow, allowing her to continue her studies without interference. After soaking her feet, Shui lay in bed, discovering it was warm. Shiryu had prepared a hot water bottle for her.
"Thank you."
Shiryu placed the book he had been reading on the nightstand. Removing his glasses from the bridge of his nose, "No need to thank me in the future." He turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. Sleeping together again, Shui no longer resisted the unfamiliar man's presence as she nestled into the inner side of the bed. Her waist suddenly encircled, Shiryu pulled her into his embrace, the masculine scent enveloping her, bringing a sense of calm. She rested her head on his shoulder, clutching the fluffy hot water bottle in her arms. Her hands felt warm against his dry, gentle palm as it caressed her abdomen. Shui smiled contentedly. "Tomorrow evening, I'll visit my sister. I might be home late."
"Why go in the evening?"
After a long silence without a response, Shui pondered, gently closing her eyes, her voice soft. I prefer to go later." In the stillness of the night, Shiryu gazed at the hazy silhouette of the young woman, kissing her smooth forehead and tucking the blanket around her.
"All right.
As you wish." Perhaps it was because May would visit the cemetery to accompany her daughter tomorrow. "I'll take you there." "The cemetery isn't far, I go there every year, it's quiet. And not many people visit, so I won't linger too long." Shiryu countered, "No, it's not safe for a girl to go out alone at night."
"Why not? There are more bad men at night."
Shui retorted indignantly, "If it weren't for so many bad men. Women wouldn't get hurt, it would be better to lock all the bad men away."
"Madam speaks the truth. Are you a bad man? What do you think?" Before Shuhua could utter a word, the man's hand, which had been gently rubbing her belly, suddenly began to wander upward. She was most sensitive to tickling, and since she wasn't wearing any undergarments while sleeping, you should eat more. Shuhua felt slightly embarrassed. Thinking that Shiyu was implying she lacked in that department, she let out a cold huff and swatted away his intrusive hand. "If you think it's small, then don't touch it." Shiyu chuckled softly, "That's not what I meant." "You are also a bad man." The next day, Shuhua awoke naturally. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 10:30. Why hadn't her alarm gone off? She hadn't even sent Nian to school yet.
This year, the elementary school had a later vacation, and next week would be the final exams. After completing her morning routine, she opened the door only to be greeted by the exceptionally loud voices of children reading downstairs.
As if they were using a loudspeaker, the innocent, sweet voice rang out. There are 23 initial consonants: B, P, M, F, D, T, N, L, G, K, H, J, Q, X, Z, H, C, H, S, Y, W.
Shua felt a bit dazed. Only then realizing it was Saturday, upon descending the stairs, she found Nian Nian standing in the living room, with Professor Shi seated on the couch beside him, supervising the little one's studies. Nian Nian held a brand new Chinese textbook in his hands. He sneakily glanced at his uncle, who narrowed his eyes dangerously, causing Nian Nian to quickly shield himself with the book from that sharp gaze.
Uncle was far scarier than the homeroom teacher. Nian Nian continued to read loudly. Zhing D Zubi, Zubi Yun, Zubi by N. Y11 OGM.
Shiyu remained unfazed. He did not turn his head but instead twisted open his thermos, calmly blew on the tea mist, and took a sip.
You're supposed to read, instead. You either going to the bathroom or daydreaming. After moving Grandpa, you've now brought out Auntie. Even if you summon the armor warriors, they won't save you.
However, Auntie was just behind him on the staircase. Nian Nian suddenly had a brilliant idea and began to tease. Uncle, are you afraid of your wife? Many of my classmates' dads are scared of their moms.
Have you ever seen me afraid of anyone? Wow, Uncle is so cool. Not afraid of his wife. Who pursued whom between you and Auntie? Auntie is so beautiful. You must have been the one chasing her, right?
It was her who chased me.
Wow, Nian Nian gazed at him in awe.
Stars in his eyes. Uncle is amazing. He was chased by his wife.
What's so special about that? When did Auntie start to like you?
Shiyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, the tea mist obscuring his lenses. Rendering his gaze as enigmatic as the deep sea. He replied slowly, 4 years ago, during the opening ceremony.
Wow, that's a long-standing affection.
Nian Nian chuckled, noticing Auntie's furrowed brows tightening more and more. Laughing until his belly hurt. He knew Uncle was just boasting. Surely Uncle was speaking in jest, and he would soon get a spanking. Shiyu paused his tea drinking, sensing a chill creeping up behind him. He turned to see Shua tilting her head,
gazing at him with a meaningful expression, as if to say, I've liked you for 4 years?
Shiyu set down his thermos and shot a warning glance at the mischievous Nian Nian.
With that look, Nian Nian quickly covered his bottom, crying out, Auntie, save me. I've been reading for the entire morning. Uncle is so mean, he won't let me rest.
Shiyu scoffed, that's just how it is.
Nian Nian.
Shua approached the little one and ruffled his hair. You have your final exams in 2 days. Studying a bit more will help you achieve good results.
I'm a bit hungry.
Haven't you had breakfast?
Nian Nian,
with a soft and adorable pout, held his tummy. I only had a little bit. Kids grow fast and get hungry easily. Oh, 2 boiled eggs, 2 custard buns, 1 sesame ball, 2 beef egg burgers, and a glass of milk. What you call a little bit is quite a feast. The little glutton felt wronged. I didn't mean to eat so much. Don't scold me for it. And don't send me away. Shua took the little one's hand and guided him to sit on the sofa, soothing him. I won't send you away. Eat as much as you want. Don T, listen to your uncle, and now Nian Nian, sit and read for a while. I'll make you some candied chestnuts. Yay! As Shua crouched down, her phone slipped from her pocket. Shiyu picked it up for her. He noticed the prominent words on the back of her phone case, better to believe in ghosts than in a man's words. Shua retrieved her phone, upon hearing the man's low chuckle. She shot him a glare, causing Shiyu to instantly suppress his laughter, rubbing his nose and redirecting his attention back to Nian Nian.
Hee, don't spoil him, hee.
Wow, Nian Nian had just read 2 sentences when he covered his face and burst into tears. I can give all my red envelope money to Uncle to buy food.
I am growing, I'm so hungry, woo.
Shiyu stared incredulously at the little brat, pretending to see her. No wonder his father was sent to the hospital out of anger.
Nian Nian, don't cry.
The child's cries were heart-wrenching.
Shua recalled her own childhood at the Shi household, sometimes feeling too shy to go to the kitchen for a snack, enduring hunger instead. Her heart ached for Nian Nian, and she walked over to Shiyu, gently kicking his foot. You're the elder, don't bully the child. Shiyu pointed at himself.
Little Nian Nian peeked with one eye as Shiyu met his gaze. Shua was turned away from Nian Nian. while the little one grinned widely, shrugging his shoulders and sneakily standing up, wiggling his bottom happily.
Little rascal.
Shiyu frowned, rolling up his sleeves, ready to spank Nian Nian. I'm going to make your bottom blossom today.
Shuhua pressed down on Shiyu's shoulders with both hands,
bending one knee against his long leg to hold him back from punishing Nian Nian. You made him cry, go make him a portion of candied chestnuts, stop drinking tea.
Nian Nian sat on the sofa,
continuing to wail loudly, I'm starving. Shiyu was utterly defeated. Nian Nian had truly found a great ally. The fragrant jasmine tea wafted enticingly, and as Shiyu lifted his gaze, he watched Shua's affectionate interaction with him, lazily raising an eyebrow and smiling, moving slightly, which made Shua press down tighter. Are you going or not? Shua's tone was soft, perhaps unaware of the sweet, pleading undertone in her voice, resembling a cat spoiled by its owner.
All right. Shiyu's expression brightened,
his eyes glinting with amusement as he swallowed, heading to the open kitchen. I'll make you a portion of roasted chestnuts too. He instructed the servant to bring over raw chestnuts.
Shiyu, just wait for a big fat 0 in your exam.
As butler Zheng delivered the raw chestnuts, he couldn't help but smile widely. This cheerful scene resembled a happy family of 3, radiating warmth. By the sofa, Shua tutored Nian Nian, who noticed the marks on her neck. Uncle hit you.
Shiyu? Shuha? Nian Nian set down his textbook,
his adorable brows knitting together as he pointed at the red marks on Shua's neck. Yesterday there were no injuries, but today there are so many. Auntie, does it hurt? I'll tell Grandpa that Uncle bullied you. But
Shuha touched her neck, wondering what injuries he was talking about. In her rush that morning, she hadn't had time to examine herself in the mirror. Could it be a hickey? Ah, the mark from last night was discovered by the little one? Shuha felt her face flush. Shiyu immediately set down the chestnuts he was washing.
I'll tell Grandpa, Nian Nian babbled, much like a monk reciting a spell, pulling out his childless phone from his pocket. Uncle bullied Auntie.
Shiyu hurried to the sofa,
snatching away Nian Nian's little phone. Your auntie is allergic because she snuck some cat treats. She broke out in a rash all over. Now read your book properly, or I'll spank you.
Shuha? Sneaking cat treats was a rather peculiar excuse.
Her lips twitched as she continued to deceive the little one. I just saw Duo enjoying the cat treats so much that I was tempted to try a pack, but they weren't tasty. And I had an allergic reaction. Nian Nian, your uncle did not bully me, and I've taken my medicine. I'll be fine soon, so don't worry. Nian Nian, innocent and pure, reminded her, cat treats are for cats.
Humans can't eat them, it will be poisonous.
Right, I'll never eat cat treats again. Nian Nian nodded, continuing to read. There are 4 nasal finals, on ing and hing ing ying.
On hing.
Shua stood up and went to the bedroom, intending to cover the marks with foundation, later claiming the allergic reaction had subsided. With a child at home, she would need to be more mindful of such matters in the future.
Behind Nian Nian, as Shua walked ahead, Shiyu purposefully smiled and blocked her path. Whenever Shua moved left, he blocked her there. When she moved right, he stood in her way. Shua halted, gazing at the man's lazy grin,
and stepped on this childish man's foot, accusing him of sneaking cat treats. Shiyu crouched down in pain, stifling a laugh, and Nian Nian, oblivious, turned his head, and Shiyu's smile vanished as he pretended to diligently wipe non-existent dust off his slippers. Shua bit her lip, suppressing laughter, and dashed upstairs. Nian Nian continued to read, and as he read on, the little glutton sneakily reached for an orange on the coffee table, beginning to indulge in it secretly.
Wow! This is so sweet. Chapter 56, Zhou Hongfang faces retribution. As dusk descended, the sky began to shed a veil of hazy rain. The forecast had predicted a mix of rain and snow. Holding a black umbrella, Shua arrived at the cemetery, having procured the necessary offerings, only to discover Xiangmei still seated before Zijing's grave. The dim light made it difficult for Shua to discern Xiangmei's expression. Yet it was evident that she had not taken shelter under an umbrella. The chilled earth of winter must have felt frigid against her skin. How long had she been sitting there? The rain soaking her would surely lead to illness. Gripping the handle of her umbrella tightly, Shua's fingertips turned pale from the pressure as she took a step forward to offer her mother some protection. Feeling guilty? Are we? The hollow voice of a middle-aged man resonated from behind. Shua turned to see Zhou Hongfang, noticeably aged and emaciated since their last encounter, yet his eyes remained as selfish and cold as ever.
He snatched the umbrella from his daughter, using it to shield himself. He had forgotten his own umbrella, soaking in the rain. Shua's hair clung to her forehead, droplets cascading down her face. You should hold the umbrella for Mom, she's out here in the rain. Sure. But first give me 2 million, and buy me a retirement home, and then I'll hand over the umbrella. After that, I won't bother you again. Zhou Hongfang had recently been diagnosed with stomach cancer. The doctor informed him that his frequent outbursts and alcoholism had exacerbated his gastrointestinal issues. The examination revealed a malignant tumor on his gastric mucosa, with many internal organs severely affected, without immediate hospitalization and surgical intervention. The cancer cells would continue to spread. Having long lost his standing in the Zhou family, he faced significant costs for treatment, and his pension was woefully insufficient. Xiang Mei controlled the family finances and refused to pay for his medical care. After returning from Xinjiang, Xianji had been promoted, gaining both rank and title, yet he offered not a single cent to his father. When Zhou Hongfang presented his medical report to his son, the boy merely laughed and said, "I can buy you a coffin. At least that'll be dignified." This son, heartless and ungrateful, had been a waste of effort to raise a prideful. Zhou Hongfang refused to humble himself and seek help from relatives or friends, given the high costs of cancer treatment and his retirement. Who would genuinely lend him money? Everyone would only mock him, tossing around cold words of disdain. The only hope left for Zhou Hongfang rested with his daughter. As the rain mixed with snow intensified, Shua raised her hand, attempting to reclaim the umbrella to shelter Xiang Mei, but Zhou Hongfang would not relent. "What about your bride price? I heard that when you got engaged, Shirmu gave you a hefty sum. Hand it over to me. It's quite inappropriate for a daughter to hoard such wealth." "I will not give you a single cent." Zhou Hongfang gritted his teeth. "I have cancer and need money to save my life. My stomach pains every time I eat." "Then don't eat. As my daughter. Can you bear to watch your father die? Have you no heart? Give me your money. I'm using my money to buy cat treats for Duo. You." Zhou Hongfang, enraged, raised his hand to strike Shua, but Xiang Mei rushed forward, shielding her daughter and confronting him. "Try hitting her, and see what happens." The slap from Zhou Hongfang landed harshly on Xiang Mei's face, and he ceased pretending, cursing. "Do you not understand who the head of the family is? If I hadn't disciplined you in the past, you wouldn't be crying and threatening to sue me now. Why don't you go ahead and do it?" "Mom!" Shua exclaimed, her breath sharp with pain. Her eyes welled with tears, heartache igniting a furious fire within her as she positioned herself protectively behind Xiang Mei, rainwater soaking her hair. She stepped forward and struck Zhou Hongfang across the face. Retaliating for her mother, it was the first time she had ever hit her father. The resounding slap left her palm numb. Zhou Hongfang could hardly believe it. His daughter had struck him? How could she dare defy her father? He ground his teeth, raising his hand to retaliate against Shua. Xiang Mei quickly wrapped her arms around her daughter. Ultimately, Zhou Hongfang was still a man, and the cancer had stripped him of restraint. In his desperation, he only sought money for his survival. Xiang Mei glared at him. "Dare to lay a finger on Shua, and I will call the police." Zhou Hongfang lowered his hand, a mocking smile creeping onto his face. "You think you can intimidate me with the police? If I end up in jail, it will tarnish Xianji and Shua's futures. Are you willing to risk that? You wouldn't dare. If you were going to, you would have done it years ago." "Xiang Mei, do you have the courage to tell the children how I used to hit you? Oh, now that the children have grown, you've become bold and assertive." Xiang Mei held Shua's hand and began to lead her away. "Shua, let us go. Do not engage with him. He has received his due retribution. He won't have long to live." Zhou Hongfang's words struck Shua like a blow, rendering her nearly incapacitated as tears blurred her vision. What had her mother endured over the years? As they walked, Shua took out her phone, dialing the number to report him. What of his criminal record, if it meant sending this beast to prison? She would sacrifice her own future to do so. "Shua," Xiang Mei intercepted her, soothingly, "do not believe him. I am fine. See, I'm okay. He has been expelled from the Zhou family, and with late-stage cancer, he has at most 6 months left. He will not threaten us anymore. Let us go." Leading Shua away, Xiang Mei cast a glance back at Zhou Hongfang, whose face contorted in rage. Such a cold-hearted wife and daughter, would they not spare a single cent to save him? Even in his dying moments, the grinding of his teeth echoed in his skull. His eyes blazed with a furious red as he, in a fit of rage, rolled up the umbrella. Fine, if they wished him dead. Then he would ensure Xiang Mei lost another daughter on the very same day of mourning. A vein throbbed dangerously on Zhou Hongfang's forehead as he took 2 steps forward, gathering all his strength to raise the heavy umbrella and bring it crashing down on Shuai's head. Suddenly, someone seized his collar. A solid fist came crashing down towards his eye socket. The sound of impact reverberated through the air. The umbrella slipped from Zhou Hongfang's grasp as he staggered back. Struck by the forceful blow, pain shot through him as he stumbled back 3 steps, struggling to regain his footing, only to be met with another punishing punch. The assailant's fist was harder than iron. Zhou Hongfang's head buzzed, and he fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he coughed violently, choking on the taste of iron. His vision blurred and darkened as he pressed his hands into the muddy ground. Clutching his left eye, which felt as if it were swelling shut, rendering him sightless, after 2 punches, he hadn't even seen who had struck him. Hearing the commotion, Shuai and Xiang Mei turned around. The dim night enveloped the man's imposing features as he stepped into the glow of the street lamp. Casting a long shadow, Zhou Hongfang squinted at the figure. The man stood against the light, unfastening his watch and tossing it aside, rolling up his shirt sleeves as he approached Zhou Hongfang, seizing his collar once again. He aimed another fierce punch at Zhou Hongfang's face. The heavy sound of impact echoed as Zhou Hongfang was knocked backward against a tombstone, the collision sending shockwaves through his lower back. Accompanied by the unmistakable sound of cracking bones, blood seeped from his mouth. Chapter 57. Mother and daughter reunited. Shirmu's eyes were pools of pure black, his gaze laden with intensity as he stood before Zhou Hongfang, looking down at him. You inflicted severe injuries on her when she was just 8 years old. The violent trauma resulted in broken ribs and nearly cost her left eye its sight. How much shadow have you cast over her body and mind, and now you still dare to strike her? Zhou Hongfang's eyes blazed with fury. I am your father-in-law. Whether you are or not. It does not matter. You hit her, and that is all that counts. Zhou Hongfang pointed an accusatory finger at Shirmu, cursing, you are defying moral standards and disrespecting your elders. Throughout history, no son-in-law has dared to rise above his father-in-law. Do you not fear divine retribution or the scorn of others? Do not impose your antiquated beliefs on me. Zhou Hongfang was rendered speechless. He could neither retaliate with force nor words. The blows he had received had left him reeling. Unsure if it was the pain in his eyes or the chilling presence of the man before him that instilled such fear. Aren't you afraid I'll call the police? Shirmu produced his phone. How about this? I'll lend you my phone. You can call the police right now, and we will see who ends up in jail. His tone was cold, the words laced with an undeniable threat. Zhou Hongfang glanced at the cemetery's surveillance cameras. He had just slapped Xiang Mei in a fit of rage and, in a moment of impulsiveness, attempted to strike his daughter with the umbrella. If he went to the police station, he would be the one at fault. With Shirmu's status, he had no shortage of top-tier lawyers. The legal department of Hengxin Group was not to be trifled with. Zhou Hongfang had no intention of calling the police. The shame of a son-in-law striking his father-in-law would be unbearable. Shirmu picked up the black umbrella, which appeared somewhat familiar. It was the very umbrella he had gifted Shuai at the resort. Opening the umbrella, he moved to stand beside Shuai and Xiang Mei, shielding them from the rain, and ruffled Shuai's hair affectionately. Shuai looked up at him. Thank you. Thank you for always being there to rescue me at critical moments. Just as you did over a decade ago. Didn't we agree that you needn't thank me? Shirmu replied, pulling out tissues from his pocket to offer to Shuai and Xiang Mei to wipe away the rain. Xiang Mei took the tissues and gently dabbed at the tears on Shuai's cheeks. However, the more she wiped, the more tears flowed. Understanding her daughter's heartache for her, Xiang Mei said, I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. I didn't mean to embarrass you. Thank you for coming to protect us today. We would have been in real trouble without you. Xiang Mei struggled to suppress her emotions, but her voice trembled and faltered as she spoke. Mom! Please don't be so formal with me, we're family. Shuai noticed the slap mark on her mother's face had yet to fade. Holding Shuai's hand gently, Xiang Mei continued, I dreamed of your sister yesterday. She said you bought her a jade bracelet. Coincidentally, this morning, Xianji gave me a jade bracelet, claiming it was from you. You were such a good child. Shuai's emotional defenses crumbled entirely. She incessantly wiped her tears. Yet the large droplets cascaded down, her sobs becoming uncontrollable, her vision blurred. Mama, Shuai embraced her mother before her, her lips trembling. Mama, Shuai, I am here. Xiang Mei gently patted her daughter's shoulder. Zhou Hongfang, hesitant to approach Shiyu, observed the poignant reunion of mother and daughter. Interjecting with a cutting remark, if given another chance, would you still bring Shuha back from Sydney to raise her? Surely not, for Zijing is your biological daughter. Xiangmei, you are the true culprit behind Zijing's demise. Just as Shiyu took a step forward, Xiangmei blocked his path. Calm and composed, she gazed back at Zhou Hongfang. I do not regret raising Shuha. If given another opportunity, I would ensure that Zijing and Shuha never left the house on that fateful day. Or I would take Zijing's place in that car, rescuing my Shuha. Upon hearing her mother's words, Shuha wept like a sorrowful child. The most underestimated emotion in this world is a mother's love. 15 years later, Shuha stood in her bedroom at the Zhou household, the decor unchanged, the tabletop devoid of dust. In her childhood, she shared this room with her sister. The soft pink princess bed was adorned with a myriad of stuffed toys, Xiao Huihui, Mei Yang Yang, Little Carp Bubble, the Two-Faced Turtle, Doraemon, and Patrick Star. Shuha, come here. Xiangmei brought a bowl of warm ginger tea to the table. It's best not to keep wearing that drying cap, or you might get a headache. All right. Having just bathed, Shuha removed the drying cap. Xiangmei, having also bathed and changed clothes, approached her daughter with a hairdryer, saying, "Let me dry your hair." "Mama, I can do it." Shuha wished to spare her mother any trouble. Xiangmei sat beside the writing desk, retrieving 2 bags of spicy snacks from the drawer, a smile gracing her eyes. "Once, when I took you to the zoo to see the animals, you sneaked some spicy snacks and ended up with a stomachache. It was this brand, though it's no longer in production and cannot be found now." The hairdryer operated quietly, prompting Shuha to recall childhood memories. "I remember you used to style my hair into a bun." She noticed the jade bracelet on her mother's wrist, a gift she had bought. Her mother, with her fair skin, appeared even more elegant wearing the jade, though she had intended for her brother to gift it on his behalf, only for him to bluntly reveal it was she who had purchased it. Yet her mother's eyes bore many more wrinkles and strands of white hair now, untouched by dye, adorned only by the passage of time. A pang of emotion welled up in Shua's chest. Outside, rain mixed with snow fell gently, while the interior remained warm and inviting. Xiangmei gazed at the picture frame on the table, which held images of her 3 children, her heart serene and peaceful. "Your sister also loved snacks, and she often had stomachaches. The next time we visit Zijing, let's bring her plenty of treats." Hearing her mother mention her sister caused a jolt in Shua's heart, yet she quickly reassured herself that her mother spoke of it with calmness. The departed have passed, but the beautiful memories Zijing left for her mother and sister are still worthy of reminiscence. It seemed her mother had found some closure. They could now openly discuss Zijing and share familial anecdotes. "All right." Shuha spoke softly, "Let's get sister a portion of candied chestnuts. She will surely enjoy them. You 3 adored the candied chestnuts from that shop by Jing University. I remember how it had the longest queues when I finished work." "Yes. That shop is thriving. I bought a portion just before the winter break, and the owner mentioned they have opened over 10 branches now." "Your brother mentioned you can make candied chestnuts now." Shuha widened her eyes slightly. "Oh? How does he know I can make candied chestnuts?" She had cooked before at Moon Bay but had never made them for her brother. Her first attempt was for Shiyu, having finished drying her hair. Shuha set down the hairdryer. "Would you like to try? I think the air fryer makes the chestnuts quite fragrant." "I would love to," Xiangmei nodded. "How about we try it tomorrow, Shuha? It's snowing outside. You should stay here tonight." "All right." Shuha was more than willing. Chapter 58, The reason for Shirmu and Zhou Shenji's breakup. Recently, I saw Mumu post on her social media, stating she was in a hurry to find a partner, since you were close to her. Has she found someone yet? Shuha recalled the Grand Adventure game. That's not true, we were just playing a game and she lost, so she jokingly posted that. Xiangmei sighed in relief. Shuha, rarely indulging in gossip, inquired, "Do you know why brother and Mumu broke up?" "A year ago, your brother concealed many things from me, and it wasn't until he returned to Beijing that I learned the reason behind his breakup with Mumu. The southern regions had also grown colder." Awakening in the middle of the night, Shirmu reached for the air conditioning remote to raise the temperature. The hotel bed lacked the comfort of her own. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded her. She glanced at her phone, noticing it was already past 2 in the morning, with Zhou Shenji's friend request still pending on WeChat. Having sent it twice, Shirmu's thoughts were a whirlwind as she lay restlessly in the dark. The room enveloped in silence. Clutching her blanket, she felt drowsy, yet somehow she remained partially awake. The breakup with Zhou Shenji occurred in late autumn. At that time, Zhou Hongfang did not approve of her as a daughter-in-law. accusing her of showing him disrespect and claiming she could not provide any assistance to his son's career. But how could she respect someone who had treated He so poorly? Zhou Hongfang repeatedly sought to create trouble for her. Unable to endure it any longer, she confronted him. Ignoring you is my greatest tolerance. I am in a relationship with Xianji, not with you, so mind your own business. Zhou Hongfang slapped her across the face. Marking the first time in her 20-plus years of life that she had been struck at, he berated her as an ill-mannered, unruly girl, insisting that no junior would dare speak to an elder in such a manner. The daughter of the director of the Beijing North Public Security Bureau, Su Yuan, also harbored feelings for Zhou Xianji and treated his father with great respect. When Zhou Hongfang was diagnosed with liver cirrhosis, Su Yuan introduced him to a hospital and arranged for renowned medical specialists to treat him. Standing beside Su Yuan, anyone would assert that Su Yuan was more deserving of Zhou Xianji. Back then, she had yet to graduate from university, and her institution was hardly prestigious. Su Yuan privately contacted classmates to post on the confession wall, claiming that Shirmu was being kept by someone and led a chaotic personal life. Shirmu thought, with graduation approaching, she could disregard such comments, but Su Yuan's words were relentless. Throughout their relationship, Zhou Xianji had always been kind to her. During their cohabitation, he would kiss and embrace her, and even in moments of passion. He never overstepped boundaries. Xianji had promised that once she graduated, they would marry. Therefore, Su Yuan's fabricated tales held no power over her. She sent Su Yuan a photo of Zhou Xianji cooking at home, only to find that Su Yuan had taken offense and reported her to Zhou Hongfang. The day after sending the photo, while hailing a cab outside the school gate for lunch, Zhou Hongfang forcibly held the car door. Demanding to speak with her, Shirmu was unwilling to engage in conflict. Zhou Hongfang's greatest fury lay in the perceived lack of filial piety from the younger generation. His temper was volatile, and he refused to let her close the car door as she attempted to pry his hand away. In a deliberate act, Zhou Hongfang slammed the door against her fingers. The pain was excruciating. As if her fingers were breaking, she cried out in agony as they swelled grotesquely. Zhou Hongfang scolded her. Who told you to send that photo? If it weren't for the long-standing friendship between the Shi family and the Zhou family, would I bother to speak to you so politely? How shameless can you be, clinging to my son, and yet you have the audacity to send photos? Why don't you address Su Yuan for spreading rumors about me? Can you even compare to Yuan? Her father is a director, while your father is merely a lowly curator, someone who married into the Shi family. How dare you? Zhou Hongfang, my father loves his wife and cares for his children. He is 1,000 times better than you. She went to the hospital for an X-ray and had her injury bandaged. Fortunately, her fingers were not broken, but the doctor warned her that the injury was severe. When Zhou Xianji arrived at the hospital, his eyes were red, and his knuckles bore numerous cuts stained with fresh blood. He had clearly been in a fight and had not held back against his opponent. That day, Zhou Xianji carefully held her hand, his own trembling. Repeatedly apologizing to her, she smiled and reassured him that her fingers were merely caught accidentally. She did not blame Zhou Xianji. What could a child do with such a father? Legally, failing to support one's father and assaulting him could be seen as abuse, warranting imprisonment. She could not let Xianji make a mistake. However, Xianji had already confronted his father. She regretted sending the photo to Su Yuan. Had she made a mistake? At the time of sending it, she had no idea Su Yuan would react so vindicatively, reporting her to Zhou Hongfang and seeking backing from influential parents. Su Yuan also sent her a message. She had been assigned to the city center's administrative department, the very department where Xianji worked, allowing them to interact daily. As the night grew late and autumn rain fell, her injured fingers prevented her from sleeping, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Xianji fed her painkillers and comforted her to sleep. Yet, when the effects of the medication wore off in the middle of the night, she awoke. She saw Xianji, clad in thin clothing, standing on the balcony, his silhouette solitary and enduring. He had smoked numerous cigarettes, and upon noticing she was awake, he quickly extinguished the cigarette, opened the balcony door, and re-entered the bedroom. He asked if her fingers were hurting again, to which she replied that she was merely thirsty. Xianji poured her a glass of water, voluntarily taking a week off work to care for her at home. He would prepare delectable dishes for her in various creative ways, coaxing her to eat. Once her finger injury healed, she flexed her fingers and told Xianji that it no longer hurt, urging him to go to work. Even though he would spend every day in close proximity to Su Yuan, she refrained from questioning or interfering, trusting that he would remain faithful and uninvolved with Su Yuan. However, on the morning he went to work, he casually proposed a breakup. She was at a loss, unaware of her missteps. the abrupt end to their relationship left her bewildered. He was resolute, dismissing her inquiries and steadfastly choosing to part ways. Zhou Xianji confessed that after spending so long with her, he had lost all feelings. The men are often enamored with novelty. She inquired whether he had genuinely developed feelings for Su Yuan. Given that Su Yuan was indeed beautiful, came from an illustrious family background, and had a charming demeanor, aiding him in his daily endeavors, he remained silent for a long while before responding, yes. A wave of grievance washed over her. If that were the case, then they should break up. The world was not lacking in men, and Zhou Xianji was no exception. Suddenly she recalled Zhou Hongfang chastising her for being clingy and shameless back then, buoyed by Xianji's affection. She dismissed those words as harsh, but now that Zhou Xianji no longer loved her, lingering by his side would indeed be an act of desperation. Resolutely she deleted Zhou Xianji from her contacts and discarded her phone after their breakup. At home, she had no appetite or desire to move, weeping uncontrollably, undoubtedly exacerbated by the pain in her finger. On the day Zhou Xianji went to work, armed with comprehensive evidence, he reported Su Yuan for defamation, inciting trouble, and neglect of duty, among other violations. He also exposed the head of the Public Security Bureau for various infractions, leading to both Su Yuan and her father being taken in for investigation. Subsequently, the allegations were verified, resulting in Su Yuan's dismissal from the D province, while her father faced severe disciplinary action. His rank diminished significantly. This incident caused Zhou Xianji to incur enmity from many. The day after he reported Su Yuan, he himself was accused of mistreating his father, failing to provide for him, and even injuring him to the point of hospitalization. Zhou Xianji was taken away by the police for the abuse of his father. Zhou Hongfang, fearing for his son's well-being, rushed to the police station, claiming the altercation was merely a playful disagreement. Ultimately, the police mediated the family dispute based on the circumstances. Nevertheless, Zhou Xianji's lack of filial piety remained a serious issue with far-reaching consequences, resulting in a significant disciplinary record at his workplace, leading to his reassignment to an obscure county in the northwest. Many speculated that Zhou Xianji's career was effectively over, having squandered his bright future. He had shattered a good hand of cards, never to return from the northwest. Chapter 59. A brief separation surpasses a new marriage in Jingbei. At the club. 10-meter air rifle training. To cultivate focus and steadiness, the shooter, with naked eyes, could only discern a small dot on the target 10 meters away. Sure, you put down the air rifle. After a prolonged period, his arms ached, and he glanced at the large screen recording Zhou Xianji's shooting performance, noting a consistent downward trend. Director Job, perhaps it's time for a break. At this rate, you'll end up shooting me. Teased for his poor aim, Zhou Xianji chuckled lightly as he too set down the air rifle, stretching his stiff neck before heading to the changing room to remove his shooting attire. Has Mumu accepted your friend request yet? No. After changing, Sure, you reclined in the massage chair in the relaxation area, twisting open a bottle of mineral water. Ah, so this is what they call a temporary thrill for the husband, leading to a fiery pursuit of the wife. Sure, DUI. If you keep that up, you'll find yourself in a similar predicament. When the time comes, I shall only care for my sister and not support you. That's not possible. Youthful arrogance, you've never tasted the bitterness of love. A fleeting emotion crossed Shiryu's eyes. Who says I haven't? Oh. Have you been in love before? Zhou Xianji lay back in the massage chair. The massage chair applied just the right amount of pressure, easing his muscles and providing full-body heat therapy. After a round of massage, he felt less stiff. He picked up his phone and glanced at the screen, finding it devoid of notifications. Shiryu suggested, perhaps you should increase your attempts, given Mumu's temperament. If you try often enough, she will inevitably agree once, and then scold you. I wouldn't mind being scolded. Zhou Xianji lowered his gaze, his usually calm voice taking on a slightly hoarse quality. But she shows no reaction at all. As if she truly no longer cares for me. Xianji, why did you initiate the breakup? Clarifying this with her is crucial to whether you can mend your relationship. Zhou Xianji parted his lips. His expression dimmed, momentarily lost in thought, recalling the injury to Mumu's finger. His heart ached with longing, his eyelids drooped. At that time, he had submitted the complaint, prepared for a head-on confrontation, fully aware that his career might be irreparably damaged. He had also braced himself for the possibility of his father being imprisoned. If he were truly sentenced, he would no longer be able to provide a future for Mumu, though she appeared carefree and untroubled. She was deeply sentimental. If his future crumbled, she would undoubtedly stay by his side. He never anticipated being assigned by his teacher to participate in the Xinjiang Aid Program, a rare opportunity that would require him to settle in the Northwest and reflect. Upon returning to Beijing, his rank was elevated from deputy director to director. Sure, you shifted the topic. How are the hospital arrangements coming along? I've found a good private hospital. We can send Zhou Hongfang there soon for his well-deserved rest.
Terminal cancer would bring him ample suffering. When will my wife return home?
You'll have to ask He about that, Zhou Xianzhi replied with a smile. Last week. She and Mom visited the ancient city of Kashgar, then went to Seram Lake, followed by the Terracotta Army and the Tingwang Pavilion. This morning, they flew to Arai Lake and flooded their social media with photos from various ancient towns this afternoon. Shiryu's brows twitched, and a smile spread across his chest. How lovely it seemed they were planning a nationwide tour during the winter break. Shiryu opened his phone and checked social media. Until now, he had not seen Shui sharing snippets of her life online. Yet now she posted daily photos with her mother, radiating joy, and sharing the delightful meals they savored in various attractions they visited together. She is truly enjoying life. My post-marriage travels have not vanished. They've merely shifted.
Sure, you liked Shui's recent post, leaving a comment, happiness renewed dear.
He saved several of her photos in a dedicated album, the last one being a striking image of a youthful girl playing the guitar at the school opening ceremony.
Uncle. That evening,
Nian Nian lay on the bed in the guest room, savoring the local specialty Shui had sent, unwrapping a bag of yogurt almonds.
Auntie has been traveling for nearly 2 weeks. When is she coming back? Missing her?
Under the warm glow of the desk lamp, Shiryu, wearing glasses, meticulously corrected Nian Nian's daily homework assignments.
Yes, I miss her a lot. I received a certificate and a small car pencil case. I want to show it to Auntie.
A little philanthropist.
Are we? Humph, Nian Nian sat up, chewing on the almonds.
Though I'm not a model student, being a little philanthropist is quite impressive. I care for the environment, protect the flowers and plants in school, and even stray cats.
The teacher praised me.
You're absolutely right. A little philanthropist is also a good child, and Nian Nian is amazing. Sure, you circled a spelling error in red pencil.
Now, tell me, what is the pinyin for Earth, Earth? That's easy for me. Sure, you couldn't help but chuckle. You've got some skills, I'm impressed. Don't idolize the pot, it's merely a legend.
I see you as a pot. Come here and correct your mistakes.
Okay.
As Shui returned to Qingfeng Villa, dragging her suitcase behind her, butler Jiang stood dumbfounded, as if he had seen a radiant goddess.
Madam?
Aunt Jiang, Shui beamed, placing down her suitcase and rushing to embrace her.
I brought you a gift.
Jiang Yi's attentive care had always touched Shui's heart. She could not forget Aunt Jiang's presence. Shui presented a gift box containing precious ginseng and a jade pendant shaped like a gourd named Fortune and Prosperity. Jiang Yi, who had no children of her own, looked at the gift with a soft heart, momentarily unsure whether to accept it. Shui gently placed the gift in Jiang Yi's hands.
Thank you, madam.
A warm current spread through Jiang Yi's heart. In the master bedroom, Shui did not see Shiryu. Perhaps he was still working overtime. Feeling a bit fatigued after the flight, she decided to take a hot bath. They had returned 3 days early. Skipping the last attraction due to her mother's urgent matters with the Literary Association, after drying her hair, Shui stepped out of the bathroom. Where was her phone? She had no idea where she had placed it. She still needed to reassure her mother of her safe return. Her suitcase and bag remained in the living room downstairs, yet to be brought up. As she pulled open the bedroom door, she was greeted by the sight of a man entering the room. In that moment of eye contact, both froze, the surrounding air seeming to suspend in time. Shiryu's eyes were as dark as obsidian. After half a month apart, he noticed that Shui's delicate face now bore a hint of fullness, a testament to her youthful vitality, her skin glowing with a pearly sheen, a soft pink hue replacing her previous pallor and frail appearance. She shone like exquisite jewelry, radiant and captivating.
Sure, you.
Shui smiled gently, taking the initiative to greet him as she stepped out of the doorway. I forgot to mention that I returned early. The scent of cedar suddenly enveloped her senses. The world around Shui dimmed momentarily as she was swept into a man's embrace, his lips descending upon hers in a fervent kiss. She staggered back, her steps uncertain, her chin firmly grasped by him and her waist ensnared, pressed against his solid chest. Her mind swirled in confusion as he forcefully pried her lips apart, before she could fully comprehend the situation. The sound of a door shutting echoed in her ears. Shui continued to retreat, breathlessly uttering, "Sh." She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her words tumbling out in a fragmented rush, yet all fell into the abyss of his appetite. As she backed into the wall, he relentlessly continued to kiss her, from the threshold to the corner of the room. His urgent kisses left her feeling vulnerable, her hands frantically seeking the wall behind her for support. Shui's eyes grew misty from the kisses. She pushed against him in a daze, only to have him capture her wrist effortlessly. His warm lips danced over hers, intertwining in a kiss that was both restrained and passionate. Filled with longing and desire, she could feel the fervent beating of his heart against her chest. The cool taste of mint lingered on her lips as Shiryu held her tightly. As though he intended to meld her into his very being. Finally, she gasped out in tears, "I can't breathe." Chapter 60. The couple now officially married. Shiryu gently withdrew his lips. Shui felt as though she had just been pulled from a deep pool. Her breaths coming in rapid succession, her body feeling weightless as her lashes fluttered while she sat in the crook of his arm. "Shiryu," her voice trembled, laced with the remnants of her tears, "please. Don't do this." He laid her gently on the bed as he observed her reclining there, her hair tousled upon the pillow like a soft lamb. Her large, misty eyes appeared innocent and bewildered. Shui caught a glimpse of the deep desire lurking in his gaze. A smoldering ember that seemed to burn solely for her. Startled by his sudden assertiveness, she, an inexperienced girl in matters of intimacy, felt her fingers tremble. In the next moment, his powerful hand encircled her waist. His demeanor shifted, losing all tenderness. Fearful of his unrestrained nature, she instinctively closed her eyes and curled up, terrified of the pain that might ensue. Yet, unexpectedly, a gentle kiss landed on her brow, his beautiful eyes locking onto hers as he soothingly caressed her with his soft lips. His voice, tinged with warmth, whispered, "He, don't be afraid." The gentle murmur caressed her ears, devoid of any aggression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she protested, "You scared me. I wouldn't let you kiss me." His earlier kisses had been so domineering. As if he had not encountered a woman in 18 years. "I missed you," he replied, tenderly wiping her tears with his fingertip, drawing her into his embrace, resting his chin on her soft neck. Inhaling the long-forgotten scent of green tea, his words emerged husky and low, "I'm sorry, it was my fault. Seeing you just now, I couldn't help myself." His palm gently patted her, reminiscent of an older brother soothing her to sleep. Gradually, her mind settled, nestled in his arms, and after a while, she softly said, "I brought you a gift. It's on the table, just what you wanted." "You know what I want?" he asked with a smile. "Of course." "Then tell me. What is it that I desire?" The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear as he kissed her sensitive spot. "What you want is, She let out a soft whimper as he nibbled on her earlobe. It was not painful, but rather a tingling sensation, electrifying her entire being with a strange yet pleasant feeling, leaving her wanting more. Her heartbeat became increasingly erratic. "What I want is you, Zhou Shuhe." His heavy sigh and passionate words lingered in her ear. As if this confession had been suppressed within him for far too long. His words, Shui froze momentarily before bowing her head. An inexplicable joy blossomed within her, her small tiger teeth peeking out. An electric current of sweetness flooding her heart, rendering her body weak. A rosy hue spread across her fair cheeks, reaching her ears. Shiryu swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on her, parched yet restrained, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Their unexpected encounter at the door had caught him off guard. After a fortnight apart, his rationality had failed to suppress his yearning for her. He had lost control, startling her. Shiryu's fingers caressed her flushed face. And after a moment, a mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes. "You just got off the plane. Rest well. I'll go help Nian with his homework. He has been pestering me these past couple of days." Shui grasped Shiryu's large hand, her brow furrowing slightly, reluctant for him to leave, desiring to embrace him, yet she felt too shy to voice it. After half a month apart, she realized she had missed him a bit. "You're doing this on purpose." "I swear. I haven't graded his winter break homework yet." "All right, then go ahead." Shui understood his intentions. This man wanted her to make the first move. She released his hand and climbed into bed. Teasing him, "I'm going to sleep, good night." Shuryu stood by the bed, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. Was he not going to keep him? It made no sense. She had just held onto his hand. Shuryu sat on the edge of the bed, poking her waist. I really am leaving. I might end up sleeping with Nian Nian tonight. You won't be scared sleeping alone, right? I won't be scared. Just close the door when you leave. Then make sure to cover yourself with the quilt at night. Don't catch a cold.
I am going now.
Turn off the lights. Shui turned her back to Shuryu, pulling the quilt over herself, feigning sleepiness. A pretentious little tsundere, let us see how I'll deal with you. Shuryu remained silent for a long while, gently tapping her shoulder. Hey, I'm really leaving. Shui stifled a laugh, shifting closer to the edge of the bed. Professor Sure, it's already past 9, you should go.
Or Nian Nian will fall asleep.
What a good little baby you are. Shuryu walked towards the door. The lights were extinguished, and Shui heard the bedroom door open and then close. Plunging the room into complete darkness, where one could not see a hand in front of their face, she furrowed her brow. Did Shuryu really go to help with homework? Was he truly so devoid of desire? Shui pondered. Suddenly she was enveloped in a pair of strong arms. He had pulled her back into his embrace. Affectionate kisses rained down upon her. Humph, so you didn't leave after all. Did you? Shui playfully punched and kicked, evading his kisses, refusing to give him the satisfaction. Didn't you say you didn't want to touch me and were going to help Nian Nian with his homework?
I was just pretending.
You didn't try to keep me either. Hearing his slightly aggrieved voice, her lips were captured by his, their softness melding together in an alluring dance, their breaths intertwining.
You little tsundere, always pretending. I won't coax you.
Shuryu had her lay on the bed, one hand pressing her shoulder down, while the other gently patted her rear. Will you let me coax you?
I won't. The man chuckled lazily. Will you let me?
Shui squirmed like a little turtle trying to escape. Realizing that besides Nian Nian, she too would receive a playful slap on the rear.
Fine, I'll coax you.
Unable to evade, Shui pleaded for mercy. His kisses traveled to her neck, and she slightly raised her chin.
Unable to suppress a soft moan, you be gentle. It wouldn't be good if Nian Nian saw. I can't possibly be punished again, can I?
His clear, gentle voice resonated. Is that all right? Shui understood what Shuryu was asking. On this belated wedding night, her eyes curved with delight as she obediently nodded. As their garments slipped away, the man descended upon the girl, gentle kisses trailing from her lips down to her neck, collarbone, and abdomen. Yet Shuryu was not inclined to stop at her abdomen. He continued downward. Shuryu, don't. Shui immediately curled her legs up, startled to the point of tears, her voice hoarse and barely audible. Her body instinctively recoiling, she felt overwhelmed by such intimate proximity. How could a man of such noble lineage and icy demeanor? The man pinned her slender legs, denying her any chance of escape.
Be
good, close your eyes.
I won't.
Shuryu picked up the tie he had just undone and blindfolded her. With her sight obscured, her other senses heightened significantly. Confused, Shui asked, "What on earth are you covering my eyes for?"
Guess. Shuryu pressed her legs down.
Soon a cool sensation enveloped her, causing her to kick and cry out in surprise, but her legs remained firmly held. Shuryu, her small hands clutched the blanket helplessly, her toes curling in distress as she let out soft sobs. Shuryu paused momentarily, chuckling. Don't cry, I won't actually devour you. Please, just stop talking. This man was audacious beyond measure in matters of intimacy. Shui kicked him lightly on the shoulder, feeling utterly helpless. And he leaned in for another kiss. Shui whimpered through her tears, her heart racing, surrendering to his advances. Her husband was driving her to the brink.
In the early hours of the morning.
On the balcony, the wooden lounge chair swayed incessantly, the tranquil space filled with the creaking sounds of the chair. Shui's bangs were damp with perspiration. She lay against the man's neck. Her eyes gently closed, her breaths coming in soft, fragmented gasps, her delicate voice mixed with low sobs.
Shuryu,
The man brushed her stray hair away from her ear. Shu, he murmured softly, tell me the truth.
Am I your first woman?
Chapter 61. Please like me from now on. The following morning, Shuhi was awakened by the vibration of her phone. Her sleeping position was usually serene, but at this moment, She was practically sprawled across the man, her head resting against his neck, one leg draped over his, and her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, nestled snugly in his embrace. Her posture resembled that of a child clutching a plush toy in slumber. The man's large hand enveloped her waist. The alarm clock belonged to Shiryu. Through their interactions, Shui had come to understand his daily routine. Shiryu had a steadfast habit of morning exercises. Regardless of the weather, each day, he either jogged around the wetland park or worked out in his home gym. Furthermore, he had a distaste for overly sweet foods, snacks, and coffee, preferring instead to sip on tea. When it came to discussing films and television shows, he was utterly oblivious. His interests lay in financial and sports channels. As the sound of the phone's vibration ceased, Shiryu turned off the alarm. Shui closed her eyes. She felt that the happiest thing in the world was that she was on winter break while Shiryu was diligently working every day. She could indulge in sleeping in. While he could not. As the man stirred awake, Shui pretended to be asleep, only to suddenly hear a melodious laugh, followed by Shiryu's fingertip gently poking her forehead. He was poking her again.
Good morning. Little octopus Heezy, could you please let go of your husband? The little octopus Heezy felt herself blush, pushing him away, turning around, and pulling the blanket over her head. It seemed there was something at her side. In the darkness of the blanket, Shui groped around. Recalling the enchanting scene from last night, Shui bit her lip and tossed the deep gray tie at the man who was getting up behind her. Your thing. Don't leave it here again. Keep it, I'll need it tonight. Shiryu, BT, the last two words were conveyed through her lips. In matters of intimacy, Shiryu appeared to be quite experienced, adept at shifting locations without causing her discomfort while ensuring her pleasure. The man couldn't help but chuckle, teasing her. How about this, tonight, my lady can blindfold my eyes, and I won't resist. The room was illuminated by a warm nightlight. Shui glanced at him and noticed he was changing his clothes. The wedding ring on his distinctly boned fingers had never left his hand, at least not in her memory. The prominent Adam's apple, the broad shoulders tapering to a slim waist, the defined musculature of his 8-pack abs, and the alluring V-line all exuded a potent mix of hormones and sexual tension. Shiryu maintained an impassive expression, allowing Shui to observe him as he dressed. Once he was fully clothed, he donned a sports watch and locked eyes with her. Is that all right? He inquired. Shui's cheeks flushed crimson. She shrank into the blanket. He was too captivating, radiating charm that was almost criminal. With a face akin to that of a star and a model's physique, Shiryu was extraordinary. Intentionally sparring with him, she teased. Not really. Does this outfit not look good? Shui bit her lip. He, the proud and playful one, was clearly not inquiring about the outfit. Shiryu sat at the edge of the bed, smiling as he tucked the blanket around her. If I'm not good enough, then why did you cry last night? If you have the capability, don't beg me tonight. After all, you were the one who offered me those candies as a bribe. Shui felt her heart racing. She had only brought out the candies around 2 in the morning, exhausted to the point of falling asleep. While his energy was truly abundant, she touched her arm, feeling a wave of heat course through her. Was there really no one to rein him in? She was so tempted to confront him. Sure, you spoke candidly. I have no other women. Since I was 10, I have known about my engagement, that I am to have a fiancée. Though at that time I did not know who she was, as the Zhou family had not confirmed the engagement. Eventually, there was only you left in the Zhou family, and thus my fiancée is you. Shui was momentarily taken aback. If Shiryu was aware of their engagement, why had he never sought her out? If she had known of the engagement, she certainly would not have gotten involved with Fu Henning. When did you find out about my relationship with Fu Henning? There was a long silence before the man replied. Feeling guilty, Shui slightly lowered the blanket and sneaked a glance at him. Shiryu's eyes, both clear and captivating, were somewhat dim, resembling the mist rising outside, hazy, tranquil, yet slightly cold. 7 years ago, when I first followed Yorsha Hui plays guitar ID. Shui was astounded. So he had followed her 7 years ago? Back then, her ID had hardly any followers, and her performances were rather lackluster. He had shown interest so early? However, something seemed amiss, Shui questioned, but I was still in high school 7 years ago. And I wasn't with Fu Henning. I visited your school once, and at that time, the news of your relationship with him was circulating around. When I left the school, I saw you dining together at a small eatery near the entrance. And I thought the relationship was genuine.
Shui could not bear to meet his gaze, feeling increasingly guilty. It seemed that all these years, Shiryu had believed that his fiancée Yi was aware of their engagement and had disregarded his feelings to date another man for 7 or 8 years.
You have a good relationship with your brother, didn't you ever ask him about me?
I did.
What did he say?
Shiryu lowered his gaze. Casting a shadow with his lashes, he said you liked Fu Henning and that you were his deskmate for 3 years. Shui recalled her brother had once stumbled upon her writing a note and had learned of her crush on Fu Henning. But he had merely ruffled her hair without saying much. Shui felt it necessary to clarify to Shiryu, I never knew about the engagement. It was only the night before you added me as a friend that I learned you were my fiancé.
Was it because you discovered the engagement that you felt compelled to break up with him?
It wasn't a forced breakup. He occasionally made me wear a green hat and even named his cat Hibao to insult me as his cat. I initiated the breakup myself. Ironically, it was on the night of our breakup that I happened to meet you and learned of the engagement. Sure, you merely smiled that night. It was anything but coincidental. According to their agreement, the time for the proposal was approaching, and he intended to visit the resort to discuss matters with Fu Henning regarding Shui. If she still chose that young man from the Fu family, he would let her go. When he arrived at the hot spring, he witnessed the scene unfolding on the second floor, Shui alone, standing amidst a group of spoiled rich kids, being laughed at. While Fu Henning remained indifferent, the content of their conversation was beyond his hearing. Later, when Shui spilled red wine and Fu Henning kicked over the coffee table, the sound of shattering glass was deafening. He feared for her safety and rushed into the hot spring pavilion, only to see her crying as she left. He followed her outside, ignoring the chilly autumn rain. She knelt beside her car, feeding a disabled stray cat. Shiryu surmised she had endured considerable distress. She saved the stray kitten, but it scratched her hand. Her old umbrella was blown off the cliff by the wind, so he went over to offer her a new one.
Do you still like Fu Henning?
To be honest, I liked him before, but I don't anymore. Shui was truthful. The Fu Henning of her high school days had been sunny, carefree, and devoted solely to her, providing her with a sense of security. Her innocent and tender 3 years of unrequited love were genuine. She did not deny having liked him. However, once they were together, they argued daily, their values clashing. His proud nature led to a plethora of admirers surrounding him, gradually eroding the sweetness of their past. Being with him had become exhausting, and she truly no longer liked him. Shiryu studied Shui's brow and eyes. She was calm and composed, showing no signs of evasion. The man was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, "From now on, like me." Shui snapped back to reality, slightly bewildered. "What did you say?" She looked at him in confusion. His voice had been soft and faint, as if he had said something offhand that she hadn't quite caught.
"Nothing."
Shiryu averted his gaze first, heading to freshen up. "You can sleep a little longer. I'll bring you roasted chestnuts from the entrance of Jing University tonight. Buy more, Nian Nian loves them."
"All right."
Shui smiled, curling back into her blanket for a bit more rest. Chapter 62, Academic Progress. Husband's reward of red envelopes. Around noon, Shui was awakened by the notification sound of a message. Blinking her eyes open, she found an email from the editorial department. Her paper on the Northern Song dynasties, Wanyuan Enghua, had passed the review process and was accepted for publication. The excitement banished her sleepiness as she sat up and sent a message to her teacher, Shi Junting, sharing the good news and expressing her gratitude for his guidance. This marked her third paper in a core journal. According to their agreement, she had promised to treat Mumu and Yuting to a meal. The curtain slowly parted, and as Shui stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, the bright sunlight poured in, enveloping her in warmth. She still recalled the scattered clothing on the floor from last night. But Shiryu had picked everything up. He was indeed a tidy man, an exemplary husband. Buzz, the phone vibrated, and Shui approached the bed to check the screen. Transfer, 100,000.00. Please accept. Deshion Cat, congratulations to classmate Zhou Shui on the acceptance of her third core journal article. Your academic progress deserves a small reward. Please check, my lady.
Deshion Cat, Dad just called to brag about it.
Shui paused her fingers above the screen. Perhaps the sun was a bit too bright, causing her eyes to feel warm and teary. An inexplicable wave of emotion surged within her. She clicked to accept the payment. Just as the words "thank you" appeared in the suggestion box, she suddenly remembered that Shiryu had told her not to thank him, so she deleted those words. Searching for an emoji, she scrolled through the collection of little yellow beans and selected the most polite smile to send back, thanking Shiryu for the reward. Xiao Hui Hui, smile, boss moo, daily nurturing of little he seedlings. Let us go out for a meal. Nian Nian will surely cling to you and ask to go out to play at he. Do not take that troublemaker and the dirty little bag with you. Shui set her phone down and headed for a shower and some makeup before setting out. Hengxing Group, Chairman's Office. As Xiao Su delivered documents, he spotted Shiryu resting his chin on his hand at the desk. His crimson lips pursed, staring intently at his phone screen for quite some time. Madam, smiling, Shiryu refreshed the chat interface, and he had not sent any further messages. Xiao Su placed the documents on the table. Mr. Sure, the technical delegation from Realkan Medical in the Netherlands has arrived in Jingbei, and our collaboration discussions are scheduled for tomorrow at 10 in the morning.
Shiryu nodded. Have the staff made the necessary arrangements for the meeting?
They arrived this morning, and their accommodation has been properly arranged. Director Lee from the administration department personally guided them, taking several senior members of Realkan Medical on a tour.
Very well, send out another notification. The employees attending the meeting tomorrow must not take leave for any reason unless it is an emergency. Understood. Mr. Sure. As Xiao Su was about to leave, he was called back by Shiryu, who inquired, under what circumstances would one send a smiling emoji to the other party? Are you referring to that smiling little yellow bean? Yes. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Su replied, generally speaking, young people tend to use this emoji when they are mocking someone or are extremely angry. Many older individuals, not understanding the nuances of youth culture, prefer to send smiles, perceiving it as a polite and courteous expression. The man's brows furrowed slightly, his fingertips tapping twice on the table. He sent a message to Shu Yes, please treat me to lunch. In front of the vanity mirror, He applied a light touch of makeup. Her lipstick was a rose-colored hue, a new shade gifted by Mumu. Having just bathed, her hair was voluminous. She used a disposable curling wand to create soft curls in her long hair, adorning her ears with two small milky white pearls from the wardrobe. She selected an elegant peach-pink cashmere coat, layered over a relaxed, loose-fitting turtleneck sweater dress, complemented by light blue high heels. The bag rack in the wardrobe was filled with a dazzling array of custom bags. Shui chose a crossbody Hermes bag, stuffing her phone and daily essentials inside. She was ready to leave. Wow! In the living room, Nian Nian, engrossed in watching Peppa Pig, turned to see Shu He and his eyes sparkled with delight as he snapped a photo with his children's phone. The little one exclaimed, Auntie, you look stunning today, standing in the sunlight, you shine brighter than an eggplant, I want to take a picture. All right. Shui walked to the window where the sunlight poured in, her eyes crinkling with joy as she flashed a peace sign. Oh, all done. Auntie is so beautiful that even her hair seems to be glowing. Thank you, Nian Nian, I might be a bit late returning home today. So please tell Aunt Jiang not to prepare dinner for me. Okay. Nian Nian flopped onto the sofa, sending his little uncle a pretty picture of his aunt and sneakily recording an adorable voice message. Lowering his voice, he whispered, Nian Nian voice message, Auntie looks so beautiful with her makeup today, she is so pretty, is she going out to meet a handsome appa? Nian Nian also wanted to go out to play. He jumped off the sofa and ran over to his aunt, exclaiming, You smell so good, it's a refreshing and sweet peach-scented perfume. I want to go out too, take me with you, I'll be your little servant. Shu He chuckled. However, recalling Mumu's earlier warning, she looked at Nian Nian again. He was dressed in pajamas featuring the hellfire skin of Sun Wukong from the game Honor of Kings, and due to indulging in too much fruit, he had splattered colorful juice on his chest. His chubby little face bore purple stains from the dragon fruit, with even some seeds stuck to him. His 10 tiny fingers were dyed purple with dragon fruit juice, likely from playing on the floor today, and the knees of his pajama pants were dirty, yet he truly resembled a little messy bundle. Shui bent down, ruffling the little one's hair, softly coaxing, Auntie will take you next time. All right? Nian Nian shook his head, clinging to his aunt's arm with a pitiful pout. I want to eat KFC, I promise I won't tea cause any trouble, just good food, please take me out, Auntie, you're the best. How about I bring you back a bucket of chicken? If there is anything else you want, just let me know and I'll buy it for you. My little darling is the most obedient. Okay, the little darling hopped back to the sofa. Continuing to watch Peppa Pig, suddenly, a message pinged on the phone. His uncle,
Nyen Nyen girls can dress up whenever they want to. It's their freedom, and it has nothing to do with who they meet. Nyen Nyen voice message, wow, I understand now, dressing up as a girl is freedom. Sure you looked at the photo sent by Nyen Nyen. Shuhi stood gracefully, her eyes sparkling like clear water. With her curls, she exuded a playful charm. Sure you suddenly recalled the embroidered little bird on her small pouch. He saved the photo and sent a small red envelope to Nyen Nyen as a reward for his photography skills. Nyen Nyen voice message, wow, $200, love you, uncle. It was already noon break. Xiaosu knocked on the door, announcing that the nutritionist had delivered the boss's lunch. Mr. Shi, lunch is ready.
Have you had lunch yet? Not yet. Then you can have my meal, I have an appointment. All right. Thank you, Mr. Shi.
Xiaosu closed the door. Joy filled him. If only the boss had appointments every day, he could enjoy free lunches daily. Today, the nutritionist had brought a variety of dishes for the boss.
Xiaosu headed to the break room, eager to treat himself. Shiryu glanced at his phone. Shui had not yet replied, and judging by the time, she was likely still on her way.
Nearing the group headquarters, Chapter 63, The Crisis of Intoxication Link. The moment Shermu laid eyes on Shuhi, she chased after her to connect, utterly amazed. I'm ordering this cashmere coat too, it's such a gentle pink.
Let us swap clothes later, I'll give it to you.
Sure. Shuhi and Mumu often exchanged clothes. A habit they had developed over the years. Shermu cupped her cheeks with both hands, frustrated. Have I gained weight recently? I haven't dared to weigh myself, fearing the truth.
Actually, I've gained 3 pounds too. Ha ha. Ha ha ha, what a good friend, suddenly, I feel much better.
The dining location was at the restaurant Shiryu had previously taken Shuhi to. Xuanlu Chinese restaurant. Mu expressed a desire to try the dishes there. Yu Ting parked the car, opened the door, and as her 8-centimeter heels touched the ground, she carried her bag, still wearing her Bluetooth headset, reprimanding a subordinate for their lack of efficiency.
Dynamic information release must ensure timeliness and accuracy. I instructed you on your first day, and you tell me you overslept. How many times has this week been for you oversleeping?
Are you a sleep bug reincarnated, always dazed at your workstation? Either work faster or get lost. If I don't see the documents by the time I arrive tomorrow, you can stay home and sleep all you want, don't bother coming back to the office. Shuhi and Shermu had arrived early. Waiting at the entrance, watching the commanding Yu Ting speaking sternly, they exchanged glances, afraid to breathe, standing at the door like two little lions guarding the gate.
Shuhi, Mumu.
Yu Ting, having expertly managed her emotions, hung up the call and smiled brightly at the two. It's cold outside, let us go in.
Sure, Ms. Yu.
Shermu thought she should learn this powerful and commanding aura from her cousin, which was entirely different from Yu Ting's usual modest and polite demeanor. Why Yu Ting sincerely complimented, you both look more radiant today.
You look great too. The three settled into a private room on the second floor. The waiter began playing music, and Shui asked, is there still a limited time event for free figurines today?
The waiter replied, sorry, we have never held such an event in our restaurant.
Shuhi's eyes widened in disbelief. It took her a moment to process that the little gray figurine the manager had gifted her last time was actually a gesture from Shiryu. At that time, they were still unfamiliar with each other, in a state of estrangement. Shuhi, thank you for the birthday gift. Shuhi looked confused, huh?
Birthday gift? She had not given Yu Ting a birthday present. Why Yu Ting raised her wrist, showcasing an exquisite ivory white watch. Elegantly dazzling, Longgin's little square, I love it, and I've been wearing it lately. Shermu pushed the juice towards Shui, we spent quite a while picking this out together, and Shui said this style suits you best. Shui took a sip of juice. This little square watch was a gift from Mumu, she always considered her without telling her. It really suits me, and it feels comfortable to wear. Yu Ting pulled out her phone, let us create a group chat for the three of us? We can plan meals together more often. Sure. Shui smiled, took out her phone, and created the group chat face-to-face. She then noticed Shiryu had sent 2 messages. Big bad cat, please treat me to lunch. Shui glanced at the time. This message was sent at noon while she was in the shower and doing her makeup, thus she hadn't seen her phone. Big bad cat, have you reached Cambodia yet? The second message was sent at 1:30. Now it was already 2 in the afternoon. Shui stared at the second message in disbelief, her brow furrowing. Cambodia, Little Gray. Sorry, I just saw the message.
Little Gray, I'm at Xuanlu Chinese restaurant, not in Cambodia, having lunch with Mumu and Yu Ting.
Big bad cat, I hate you.
Shu He?
Sure, you sent another sticker. Featuring a cute little yellow duck holding a knife, with the caption I'll chop you.
Big bad cat, order me some takeout. Ah, hasn't he eaten yet?
Shui hurriedly opened the takeout app. Her fingers hovering over the screen, momentarily unsure of what he liked to eat. All she knew was that he didn't like sweet things. Upon reflection, when she first moved into Qingfeng Villa, breakfast featured her beloved red bean paste, and the chef prepared dishes that suited her palate. Sure, you must have inquired with his brother about her preferences, yet she knew too little about him.
Little Gray, what would you like to eat? It's on me.
Big fierce cat, octopus Siahizi. A flush crept across Shui's cheeks. Sure, you possessed a certain charm, his personality balanced between warmth and coolness, gentle, humorous, and devoid of scandal. He exuded a strong husbandly aura. Moreover, he had never been in a relationship before. Was she his first love? Marrying him seemed like a fortunate stroke of luck for her. Halfway through the meal, Shermu rested his chin on his hand, letting out a silent sigh, feeling an inexplicable sense of emptiness and loss lately.
I feel like drinking. Drink.
Shui readily raised her hand. Calling for the waiter, you enjoy your drink, and I'll be your driver home after we finish eating. Shermu leaned closer to Shui, planting a kiss on her cheek. Love you. Yu Ting's lips curled into a slight smile. You two seem to have great chemistry.
I might as well drink a little too, to accompany a gentleman. Boss lady, can I take a leave this afternoon? Of course, you two enjoy yourselves, and I will see you home.
Shui sensed that Yu Ting was also a carefree and interesting girl.
Aren't you drinking?
Shu He? I'm allergic to alcohol, she always claimed.
Okay, after consuming 2 bottles, Shermu, slightly tipsy, gazed at his rice with a look of accusation, poking it with his chopsticks, venting his frustration. If you're so capable after breaking up, then don't add me as a friend. You were quite arrogant before, adding me 5 times, and now he's chasing me for debt.
Shu He was tempted to ask, do you still like him?
No. Have you really moved on?
Yes. I truly do not like him at all anymore. Zhou Shinji is just, well, forget it, I don't want to mention him. Shui keenly noticed that Mumu had emphasized really twice. Shermua's fair cheeks flushed. I need to go to the restroom.
I'll walk you there. No need. Just a turn around the corner.
Shui glanced at Yu Ting across the table. She had fallen asleep, her cheeks flushed, seemingly burdened with heavy thoughts during their drinking, yet she kept them to herself. Shui sent a message to her brother, wondering if he would come to apologize to Mumu. Regardless of the reasons for their breakup, he had indeed hurt Mumu, and if he wished to mend their relationship, a sincere explanation and apology were necessary. She would play matchmaker this time. If Mumu truly had no intention of forgiving her brother, she would refrain from matchmaking in the future and respect Mumu's choices. Shermu touched her flushed face, feeling a bit lightheaded, and stepped outside for some fresh air. She had been feeling stifled lately. She wanted to collaborate with a renowned gold medal fitness club in Jingbei. If they could co-host a sports event, the reputation of her Jingshang Taekwondo school would undoubtedly improve. The negotiations had been progressing well until the club's owner Duan Ting, known for his cunning in the business world, had unexpectedly requested her to travel south to meet him. Considering his status, she complied. Upon arriving in the south, Duan had kept her waiting for an unreasonably long time. She had repeatedly sought him out, waiting outside his hotel time and again. Duan had treated her with utter disdain. Discouraged, she decided to return to Beijing, but just before her departure, he knocked on her hotel room door in the middle of the night. Solemnly carrying a briefcase, she assumed it was for signing the contract. Instead, he produced a scantily clad bunny outfit from his bag. Chapter 64. I want to speak with my wife Duan Ting. A 40-year-old businessman with a family had the audacity to demand that she strip and change into the bunny outfit in front of him for a night of intimacy in exchange for signing the contract and supporting her taekwondo school. Holding the outfit, she placed it over his head. You look like an abstract alien, and you think you can sleep with a fairy? Duan, seasoned and unfazed, merely chuckled, stating that she was unaware of industry norms and would eventually regret offending him. The collaboration fell apart. Duan, petty and manipulative, had since been colluding with other martial arts and taekwondo schools to undermine her establishment. Both overtly and covertly, the image of Jingshan Taekwondo School had deteriorated significantly. The teachers responsible for enrollment were quite troubled, having never encountered such a crisis. Negative public sentiment had deterred many parents from registering their children. Her father had recently returned to their hometown to care for her grandmother and was unaware of these troubles. She hesitated to inform him of the massive blunder she had made by offending such a formidable businessman, nearly jeopardizing her father's hard work. Shermu refrained from weeping in public. Her own romantic troubles, compounded with the potential ruin of her father's endeavors, left her feeling despondent. Tears welled in her eyes as she retreated to a secluded corner on the third floor. She crouched against the wall, covering her face, sobbing uncontrollably.
Do you realize your mistake?
A male voice laced with sarcasm broke the silence. Shermu looked up. The man, clad in a suit, appeared to have indulged in much drink, his demeanor frivolous, exuding shrewdness and hypocrisy. It was Duan Ting, the owner of the fitness club. Shermu initially intended to curse him, but warily surveyed her surroundings. There was no one else present. Duan, muscular and imposing, was intoxicated. Provoking him could lead to dire consequences. Wiping her tears, Shermu stood to leave.
Where do you think you're running off to, little beauty? His hand suddenly seized her wrist. Shermu gritted her teeth, struggling fiercely. Duan Ting, you have a family, a wife, and children. Don't go too far. What am I doing?
With a forceful tug, Shermu was drawn closer to him. The scent of alcohol enveloped her as he leaned in, whispering lewdly in her ear, "Let us make love."
I'll be your father, Shermu retorted angrily,
attempting a few taekwondo moves, but they were deftly thwarted by Duan, who possessed considerable skill. As she raised her hand to slap him, Duan seized her delicate wrist, kissing it before inhaling the scent of her skin, so fragrant.
Let me savor it. Mad, you're more repugnant than maggots.
Shermu felt nauseated by his presence. She aimed to kick him where it hurt, but he swiftly pinned her legs down, restraining her hands with one of his. A ripping sound echoed as he effortlessly tore her shirt apart. Panic surged through her as she realized that Duan's drunken state had driven him to madness. If she didn't escape now, she might face a dire fate. Shermu screamed for help, but he clamped a hand over her mouth and tightened his grip around her neck. Her face flushed as she neared suffocation. Her struggles proving futile. Would Duan really murder her? Had she known better, she wouldn't have sneaked away to this isolated corner on the third floor. The dim lighting offered no hope of rescue. Duan's throat bobbed as his bloodshot eyes fixated on her fair skin. Recognizing that she was not only beautiful but also possessed an alluring figure, her collarbone was exquisitely defined, her shoulders delicate and flawless. Her skin as white as jade. She was truly a stunning temptress. Duan's desires ignited. He swallowed hard, leaning in like a dog after a bone, ready to kiss her. Shermu's arms trembled as she desperately pushed his face away.
Let me kiss you.
Quickly, let me kiss you. Duan's greedy breath washed over her cheek as she tilted her head in terror, crying out for help. Just then, he had not yet touched her. Suddenly, someone yanked him by the collar, and Duan turned to see who had interrupted his advances. Bang! A heavy punch landed. The assailant had gathered all his strength. Duan was struck, his head spinning, his tall frame staggering backward 3 meters before crashing to the floor. Warm liquid spilling from his mouth. Dazed and disoriented, half of his face quickly swelled up. Before he could rise, a foot landed heavily on his chest.
Ugh! Duan's face turned pale. The man's foot pressed down hard,
nearly suffocating him. Though well-trained, Duan found himself immobilized, gazing up at a refined and elegant face through blurred vision. However, this person's eyes glowed with a furious crimson. Devoid of reason, Zhou Xianji's expression was dark and terrifying. He leaned down, fists clenched, ready to strike the scoundrel beneath his feet. Damn it, if he had arrived just half a minute later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Shaken by fear, his fists trembled uncontrollably. Just as his third punch was about to descend, Zhou Xianji's arm was suddenly seized. Shermu, with reddened eyes, pulled him away as Zhou Xianji's fist still hovered in the air. Shermu, her nostrils stinging, cried out, "Stop hitting him, Zhou Xianji, stop. We need to call the police, don't hit him." Last time, he had nearly ruined his future for her when he fought and reported a colleague. Why hadn't he learned his lesson? The sound of her cries broke through Zhou Xianji's rage, restoring some semblance of rationality to his dark, brooding eyes. He halted his fist, his gaze shifting to Mumu. She looked disheveled, trembling with fear, her eyes brimming with tears, each drop falling heavily. Her voice, when pleading him to stop, was hoarse and bitter. Mumu had completely broken down. Zhou Xianji's heart ached, and he quickly shed his coat. Wrapping it around her, holding her tightly in his embrace, soothing her, his lips were pale with worry. Mumu sobbed in his arms, shaking uncontrollably.
Don't cry, Mumu.
Zhou Xianji comforted the girl in his arms. I'm here.
I am here, Mumu. It's all over now.
Tears surged forth from Shermu, an overwhelming tide of accumulated despair and suffering that had built up over the course of more than a year. Finally proving unbearable at this moment, Zhou Xianji, his eyes misty with emotion, murmured, I'm sorry. It felt as though a sharp blade, tempered by the merciless frost of winter, had sliced through his layers of skin,
peeling away the layers of his being. Mumu.
When Shui rushed over and beheld this scene, the color drained instantly from her face, and her legs felt weak with fright. Duanting, propped up on his arms, stumbled in a desperate attempt to flee. She hastened toward him and delivered a swift kick. Duanting was knocked senseless by the force of her high heel. Shui retrieved her phone and called the police. Glancing up at the corner where a surveillance camera was located, equipped with infrared night vision, thankfully, the camera was recording. Hengxing Group. As evening fell, Shiryu completed the final document on his desk. Leisurely twisting the cap back onto his pen to signal the end of his workday, he began to tidy his desk when his phone vibrated. Shiryu stretched his neck and answered.
His tone calm, hello. Good evening, I am an officer from the Criminal Investigation Unit of the Jingbei Municipal Police. May I ask if you are the husband of Ms. Zhou Shui?
Yes.
Your wife is linked to a sexual assault case at Xuanlu Chinese restaurant and has been temporarily summoned for questioning. Please be informed. Is my wife all right?
Shiryu's pupils dilated in shock. A sharp pain radiated from his chest throughout his body. He grabbed the car keys from his desk and hurriedly exited, saying, Please calm her down and tell her I will be there shortly, and to wait for me, not to dwell on negative thoughts.
Understood. Could I trouble you to hand the phone to her? I wish to speak with my wife. Chapter 65, Hee hee.
All I desire is your safety, Mr. Shi. Please don't panic. The victim is not your wife. Shiryu raised his hand to summon Xiao Su, who was working outside. Notify Lawyer Yang to arrive at the city police station within half an hour.
Understood. Xiao Su immediately called Lawyer Yang.
He noticed that Mr. Shi had hurriedly left the top floor, his expression tense, clearly facing an urgent situation. Police station. The surveillance video was retrieved by the criminal investigators. The sequence of events was clear. Duanting was implicated in illegal operations and attempted rape, exhibiting tendencies of intentional homicide such as choking and suffocating, with irrefutable evidence of wrongdoing leading to criminal detention. Starting from at least 12 years, Zhou Xianji and Shu He bore no criminal responsibility. Shermu had already provided her statement. Shu He and Zhou Xianji each completed their records. Zhou Xianji remained in the room, his lawyer beside him, observing the tremors in the director's hands. In the reception area, a female officer poured hot tea. Glancing at the girl on the sofa, her gaze vacant, still draped in a man's coat.
Here, have some warm water.
Shermu was in a dazed state, her complexion was as pale as parchment. And when she reached for the cup, her arm trembled violently. Devoid of strength, Shui took the warm cup from her. Sitting beside Mumu, she embraced her, placing the comforting cup in her palm,
whispering, Don't be afraid, it's all right, Mumu.
Tears fell into the cup, one drop then two, creating ripples across the surface. Shermu clung to Yi, opening her mouth, yet unable to articulate a single word. As if her throat was constricted by a bitter, acrid rope. The female officer recognized Director Zhou, but he appeared distressed and did not take a seat. She politely urged, Director Zhou, please sit.
Can I go home now? Shermu asked mechanically.
The female officer nodded, yes, but please do not leave Jingbei for a while, as you may need to cooperate with related procedures at any moment.
All right.
Zhou Xianji approached Shermu, bending down to lift her and carry her home. But she averted her gaze, evading his touch. The man forcefully scooped her up in his arms, cradling her as if she were a precious treasure, and began to exit, soothing her, Once you regain your strength, you can handle me however you wish, hit me, scold me, Mumu, express your frustrations as you see fit.
Shermu's vision blurred with heat. I don't want to go home. All right, wherever you want to go. We shall go.
The female officer handed Shui the temporarily confiscated phones and belongings, and Shui, shouldering her bag, followed suit. She collided with Shiryu, who was hurrying toward them, accompanied by an unfamiliar man, someone she recognized from the news. A renowned attorney, her hand was seized by the man, and before she could react, Shiryu led her into the well-lit area. Shiryu's brow was furrowed, his complexion pale, his palms slick with cold sweat. And he dared not breathe too heavily as he circled around her to check for injuries. "I'm fine, Shiryu," Shui reassured him, lightly smiling to soothe his worries, squeezing his hand, seeing she was unharmed. Shiryu's previously unsteady footing finally found stability, his tension easing slightly though beads of anxious sweat still trickled down his forehead, pulling her into his embrace with residual fear. His large hand gently stroked her shoulder. Shui pressed against his solid chest, hearing the rapid beating of his heart, clear, powerful, frantic, and anxious. Lawyer Yang stood in the background, oddly enough, although it was Mr. Shi who came to the police station to comfort his frightened wife. The scene appeared more like his wife was calming her distressed husband. "I want to take care of Mumu." Shiryu kissed Shui's forehead, then held her tightly, saying, "Don't worry. Your brother is here, she doesn't need your care for now." Qingfeng Villanyan Nian sat on the sofa, diligently working on his winter vacation homework, patiently awaiting his uncle and aunt for corrections. The night outside deepened, and finally, he spotted the two approaching, but his uncle wore a grave expression as he embraced his aunt and hurried upstairs to the second-floor bedroom.
"Auntie," Nian Nian called after them. "I still have my KFC bucket and DQS exquisite pudding ice cream."
Butler Jiang rushed over, scooping up the little one, cooing, "The chef has fried chicken legs for you, and there are plenty of delicious treats. Our little star is the best. Shall we go eat?"
"Okay."
Nian Nian was particularly fond of being called the best little star lately. Shiryu, in the dimly lit room, Shui was swept into the door, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, she was pulled into the man's embrace, his arms tightly encircling her waist. Pressing her into him with considerable force, as if wanting to meld her into his very being, the lights were off, so Shui could not see Shiryu's expression, only feeling the heaviness and disarray of his breath. Their heartbeats resonated in synchrony. Shui noticed that Shiryu's heartbeat remained unusually rapid. "I am unhurt, and your brother rescued Mumu in time," she said, wrapping her arms around his waist. Leaning against his chest, softly soothing him, "Don't worry, we're both fine."
He.
His voice trembled slightly.
"Yes?
"From now on, no matter what happens, just ensure your safety. All I desire is for you to be safe. Everything else is inconsequential."
"All right."
Shui replied softly, "I will be safe."
"And so will you."
His large palm cradled her cheek. Shui could distinctly feel the thin calluses on his palm, accompanied by cool sweat. Her husband was still shaken, his lips gently captured hers. Shui closed her eyes, leaning against the wall, and this time, his kiss was tender, as if snowflakes were softly falling in the tranquil night, silent yet gentle. The fresh, crisp scent of pine enveloped her senses. And as their lips met, she began to respond to his kiss, gently nibbling on his soft lips. Moon Bay in the master bathroom, Shirmu soaked in a warm bath, the soothing water enveloping her frozen body. Dissipating all her fatigue and tension, with her mind at ease, she felt drowsy. Perhaps the effects of the alcohol were taking hold, or perhaps the fact that someone was waiting just outside the door diminished her sense of crisis. As she leaned against the edge of the tub, her eyelids gradually drooping, unable to resist, she succumbed to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound echoed outside. Zhou Xianji glanced at his watch. Half an hour had passed since he had called out to Mumu, who had been scolding him for being noisy, but now, there was no sound at all.
"Mumu, please respond."
Zhou Xianji gripped the doorknob, his voice tinged with anxiety. No response came, his brow furrowed deeply as he disregarded etiquette. Pushing open the door to find the girl with one arm draped over the edge of the bathtub, lying motionless.
"Shirmu."
Heaven knows, in that moment, his heart nearly stopped. Shirmu's eyelashes fluttered, startled awake by his booming voice. As she sat up, she saw the man's eyes were red, filled with tears. He grasped her arm, preparing to lift her. Shirmu's eyes widened in shock, and she screamed, shaking off Zhou Xianji's hand. She flailed in the tub like a panicked cat, frightened enough to slap him. "Zhou Xianji! You pervert, spying on me while I bathe, get out."
Chapter 66, You've seen everything. Apologies.
Zhou Xianji exclaimed, his face now marked with a bright red handprint. Upon realizing that Mumu had not done anything foolish, he sighed in relief, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding his heart. Regaining his composure, he stood up, a slight smile forming on his lips. Relieved that Mumu had merely fallen asleep.
"You're still watching me." "Apologies."
Zhou Xianji suddenly snapped back to reality. He hurriedly turned away, his refined features tinged with an unnatural flush, his earlobes reddening as he rushed out of the bathroom. Before exiting, he gently advised, "Don't soak for too long." Shermu felt like crying without tears. She quickly dried off, donning her bathrobe, unsure of just how much that scoundrel had seen. Certainly everything is. Zhou Xianji was even smiling.
What is he laughing at?
That infuriating ex-boyfriend. With merely 2 sentences of apology, he laid her bare. The master bedroom in Moon Bay belongs to Shuyi, yet the closet is filled with Mumu's clothing as well. Before her marriage, Shuyi shared the same bed with Mumu. Just then, Shermu stepped out of the bathroom, her hair blow-dried upon noticing a steaming cup of ginger tea and a bowl of her favorite clear noodle soup on the coffee table. She felt a warmth in her heart. Zhou Xianji had brought over the medical kit. He approached the balcony and secured the window for ventilation, saying, "You can stay here at ease. I am at your service. There are medicines in the box, and you have a bit of bruising on your neck." Shermu, expressionless, pointed toward the door. Her lips formed the word gun. Zhou Xianji understood, after being slapped and sent away. The man's fair cheek bore the imprint of a hand, yet the corners of his eyes danced with a charming smile as he stepped out of the bedroom. Shermu gazed at the bowl of noodles on the table.
"Trying to please me, humph, I would never eat the clear noodle soup you made. It actually smells quite good."
Shermu picked up a chopstick full of noodles, blew on the steam, and began to eat while video calling Shuyi.
"Just like that. He exploited me thoroughly. Brother is worried about you."
Shuyi, dressed in dance attire, was stretching her legs beside the bar in the dance studio after finishing her classical dance practice.
"The clean underwear is in the old spot in the wardrobe. All brand new. I just saw it."
On the way home, I heard Yang Lu say that the leaders of the city's industrial and commercial department personally intervened to shut down the club run by Duan Ting. And his other businesses have also been halted, currently under investigation. The leaders of the industrial and commercial department have taken action. Shermu blinked her eyelashes twice, understanding who had lent a helping hand in this matter.
"Hi, sister." A cute little dumpling appeared on the video.
Nian Nian proudly displayed his certificate and a toy car pencil case, saying, "You've been working for the past few days. You don't know I've become the school's little charity expert. Look at this pencil case. It was given to me by the teacher as a reward. It has 4 wheels and can roll on the ground." Shermu chuckled softly. Her beautiful brows and eyes sparkled with indulgent amusement as she looked at her brother's toy car pencil case. Nian Nian squatted on the ground, showcasing his prize to his sister. Shuyi held her phone, capturing Nian Nian in the frame. "Little charity expert, not bad. Your half-year classes haven't been in vain."
Shermu,
while eating the noodles with a poached egg, remarked, "In my day, I never received a single certificate in 6 years of elementary school, and look at you, little one, you've got some talent. Hee, what did you score in your final Chinese exam? 26 points.
What about math? 13 points. And English? 7 points. Shermu gave a thumbs up.
Nian Nian attended a prestigious international elementary school in Jingbei, offering various minor language classifications. He chose English, but with a score of 7, he was truly a patriotic little darling.
Can you come to Moon Bay to sleep with me these days? I miss you so much.
Shuyi nodded, sure. Shermu heard a low male cough in the background of the video call, but there was no sign of Shiryu. Her little uncle was actually there. Well, Shermu tactfully changed her words, you can keep me company during the day.
But you don't have to sleep with me at night, alright?
I'll stay with you at night too.
Who will you keep company at night?
After Nian Nian left, Shiryu approached the girl beside the stretching bar like a predator closing in on a deer. Shuyi circled the stretching bar, saying, I'm with Mumu.
Are you two just normal friends?
Yes. Shuyi explained, it's perfectly normal for close friends to share a bed. Shiryu took a few steps after her. Pausing as he found the scene somewhat amusing, chuckling, you spent one night with me, and now you don't want to sleep with me anymore. Is it that once you possess me, you no longer cherish it?
Shuyi's bright eyes widened in astonishment.
Oh my, this man just doesn't hold back with his words. Why does he always bring up such intimate matters so seriously? Could you possibly? Shuyi felt her cheeks flush as if they might bleed.
Could I what?
The man stared at her leisurely. Shuyi swallowed her words, sure you looked as if he might devour her, so she decided to flee.
Just a few steps later, the slender waist of the young girl was suddenly encircled by the man's arm. Her legs lifted off the ground, and she cried out in panic. Shiryu covered her mouth, saying, "Nian Nian just left." Shuhi bit his palm, whispering, "Then let me go." Shiryu did not relent, she could only remain captured in his embrace. Sitting on the man's arm, she heard the sound of a door locking, her eyes widening as she realized what was about to happen. "This is the dance studio, your audacity is astounding. We should return to the bedroom, it's all our home." In the next moment, all the bright lights were extinguished. "This dance dress costs 100,000, I like the style, I've only worn it once." "Why did you have to tear it? If it's damaged, we can buy another." Shuhi muttered the word spendthrift under her breath. Outside, a full moon hung high in the sky, casting its cool, serene light into the room. The large dance mirror reflected a romantic and tender scene. On the sofa, the young girl sat on the man's lap, nestled against his neck, while clothes lay strewn across the floor. The man hummed softly in her ear. Shuhi was unsure of the soundproofing in the dance studio and covered Shiryu's mouth, fearing the passing servants might overhear. "Can you keep your voice down? What if someone hears us?" "But I can't help but make noise if I'm comfortable." That was not Shuhi's intention. Mainly she meant, "But your sounds are too, but it doesn't matter. Have you previously worked in this industry?" The man's face darkened. He spat out 3 chilling words through clenched teeth. "Joshua." The man tightened his embrace around her waist, applying a bit more force. Shui's eyes shimmered with tears as she softly protested, "It hurts." "So you know pain." Shuhi pouted and pushed him away, not yet realizing that she had gradually developed a princess temper due to her husband's indulgence. She descended from the sofa, intending to put on her clothes. Shiryu pulled her back into his embrace, apologizing, "I was wrong." "Don't mind me. I truly was wrong." Shiryu gently arranged her bangs, saying, "Don't be angry, Hihida. I shouldn't have sulked when you referred to me as your servant from a certain profession, that was my mistake." Shuhi let out a soft laugh. In a light-hearted exchange, he truly was. Shuhi found herself once again in the man's lap, a wave of softness washing over her as she bit her lip, curling her toes. "Don't touch me, I haven't accepted your apology yet." "Accept or not?" "I'm tired and want to lie down for a bit, is that alright?" As you wish." Shiryu released her. Shuhi slid off his lap, feeling slightly sore in her waist, lazily sprawled out on the sofa. Clutching a pillow to her chest, Shiryu held her tightly, their fingers intertwined, kissing her soft cheeks. "Baby, call my name." Every door in the villa was soundproofed to the highest standard, and the man was exceedingly gentle. Shuhi had never told Shiryu that she quite liked it when he called her baby. Being called that made her feel cared for and cherished. The sofa creaked rhythmically. Feeling comfortable, she gently closed her eyes. Gripping his fingers, her cheeks growing increasingly warm as she murmured softly, "Dui. Shiryu couldn't help but smile. "Is that what you want to be called?" "That's what I'm called." "Alright, then that's your name." The man grew passionate, gently kissing his wife's cheek, his movements light and slow, whispering sweet nothings in her ear. He continuously indulged his wife, and Shuhi was overjoyed to hear him call her baby numerous times. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, and when she inadvertently glanced at the reflection in the dance mirror, her face flushed with embarrassment. She quickly averted her dreamy gaze, burying her head in the pillow. The man smiled softly, whispering something to her. Shui's long eyelashes fluttered, her cheeks warming, her earlobes turning fiery red as a faint blush covered her skin. After a while, the young girl began to sweat, her voice growing softer until she was nearly asleep. Shiryu, fearing she might catch a chill, fetched a blanket and wrapped her up. "Are you tired?" Shiryu did not press further. He retrieved clean clothes from the changing room and personally dressed her. "I want to take a shower." Shuhi found herself being princess carried by the man. Exiting the dance studio, she was so exhausted that she could barely keep her eyelids open, feeling uncomfortable due to the sweat on her body. "I'll help you shower, go to sleep." Chapter 67, Fu Hining learns that Shuhi is married. Shermu, sleeping in late till noon, awoke to a message from the enrollment teacher at Jingshang Taekwondo Gym. This morning, leaders from the City Sports Bureau and Taekwondo Association, accompanied by media reporters,
took the initiative to observe the Jingshan Taekwondo Gym, even proposing a collaboration. The Sports Bureau plans to partner with Jingshan to host Taekwondo events for youth and children, targeting elementary and middle school students in the city interested in Taekwondo. Encouraging their well-rounded development in virtue, intellect, physical fitness, and aesthetics while promoting the spirit of Taekwondo, Shermu sprang up in excitement. The winter air created static, causing her long hair to stand on end. Resembling a puffed-up little lion, joy had descended upon her. Collaborating with the city's sports bureau would garner media coverage on Jingbei TV, bringing great prestige to Jingshan, far surpassing any collaboration with Duanteng. Her father had returned from their hometown and was currently signing contracts with the leaders. Shermu stood on her bed, bouncing twice. Woohoo! The soft, bouncy bed propelled her up. Mu hummed a tune. Jumping on the bed, leaping 3 feet high, when suddenly she spotted a man at the door holding a cup of hot water. Zhou Xianji remained frozen in the act of knocking on the door. After her social demise, Shermu's ankle cracked painfully. She fell to the ground beneath the bed. Moo moo. Shermu instinctively shut her eyes, bracing for a painful impact. Instead of pain, she was enveloped by the refreshing scent of mint emanating from a man. Shermu recalled her midnight excursion for water. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, and she had sprinted back to her bedroom as if pursued by a ghost. Had the bedroom door not been properly closed? Zhou Xianji embraced Shermu and placed a cup of water on the bedside table. Shermu sat on the edge of the bed, inhaling sharply and curling her right leg, her hands cradling her aching ankle. Did you twist your ankle? Zhou Xianji extended his hand, his cool fingertips resting on her delicate, pale ankle. It hurts. Tears welled in Shermu's eyes as she withdrew her foot and playfully punched Zhou Xianji's shoulder. Why are you standing outside watching me? Zhou Xianji, you're becoming more and more like a rogue. I wanted to call you for dinner. Zhou Xianji grasped her wrist, halting her attempts to massage her ankle. Don't rub it, I'll take you to the hospital for an X-ray. A dab of red flower oil will suffice. It's better to have it checked. Change your clothes. Shermu had twisted her ankle before. She had always been a wild child, accustomed to rough play. This minor injury would heal itself, with a simple cold compress doing the trick. She crawled on the bed, intending to retrieve the first aid kit. I'm heading to the Jingshan Taekwondo Club. Shermu. A cold, heavy voice drifted into her ears. Shermu turned to face him. The man stood at the foot of the bed, tall and composed, gazing intently at her without uttering a word, an aura of authority enveloping him. Shermu coldly inquired, Are you going to reprimand me? No, Zhou Xianji softened his expression, adopting a conciliatory demeanor. Your ankle is already swollen, we're going to the hospital. Shermu cast a glance at her throbbing ankle, which had indeed begun to swell. It seemed somewhat serious. She couldn't afford to jest with her health. She acquiesced. I'll change my clothes. You wait outside. All right. Zhou Xianji exited the bedroom, in the Silver Orchid International Building. The business lounge was filled with high-ranking executives in suits, as the Fu Group and Bofeng Technology were discussing a cooperation agreement. Bofeng Technology is a leading domestic firm in wireless keyboards and mice. As applause erupted, both parties amicably signed the contract. Fu Henning, fatigued from a night of work, stretched his arms, feeling stiff all over. His bloodshot eyes reflected his exhaustion. With the collaboration secured, he planned to leave the conference room, eager to return home and get some rest before seeking out his father. Surely he couldn't continue to refuse to let him marry. The representative from Bofeng Technology extended an invitation. Mr. Fu, work should be balanced with leisure. Let me treat you to entertainment on the second floor? Fu Henning narrowed his eyes slightly. Everyone knew what the second floor of Silver Orchid International was for. This Mr. Li, dressed impeccably, certainly knew how to indulge. Accompanying Fu Henning was his father's assistant, who stepped forward to advise him quietly. Go ahead, young Master Fu. You've just started to make a name for yourself. Socializing is essential. Many resources are exchanged through social channels. Fu Henning lazily smiled. No, I have other matters to attend to. He had promised Shuhe that he would no longer frequent such places. In preparation for this significant collaboration, he had tirelessly studied his family's business for nearly a month. It was now time to demand his marital rights from his father. He hadn't seen Zhou Shuhe in quite some time either. A few days ago, he had sent someone to inquire about her situation. The report indicated that she was traveling across the country with her mother, without any involvement with other men. A break, quite beneficial. Once he felt better, he would pursue her again, just like in high school. As he stepped out of the elevator onto the first floor, Fu Henning spotted senior executives from Hongxing Group alongside a technical delegation from the Dutch Rialken medical firm, who appeared to have concluded their discussions. As he gazed across the crowd, he noticed Shiryu at the forefront, surrounded by admirers, moving with measured steps in a well-tailored dark gray suit, his demeanor calm and dignified as he engaged in light-hearted conversation with a middle-aged foreigner. Fu Henning's gaze fell upon the wedding ring on Shiryu's ring finger, his dark eyes quivered slightly, his fingers involuntarily curling in a moment of agitation. After a brief pause, he began striding towards Shiryu.
Young Master Fu.
The chairman's assistant swiftly caught hold of Fu Henning. Ahead stood General Shi from Hongxing Group, and the assistant, aware of the delicate dynamics, quickly sought to redirect Fu Henning's focus.
Your father is waiting for you at home.
Fu Henning clenched his fists, a flicker of burning anger igniting within him as his knuckles cracked ominously. Veins visibly throbbed on the back of his hands. The assistant sighed inwardly. Mr. Fu, your son will eventually uncover the truth. He suffers from congenital rage syndrome and emotional disorders. Jo's girl has been his infatuation since he was 16. How will you cover up this lie? A loud bang reverberated through the spacious living room as Fu Henning kicked open the door. The household staff observed Fu Henning storming in fury radiating from him, while the family patriarch Fu Zhengqiu remained composed, leisurely engaging in the tea ceremony at the square table. Fu Henning hastily approached the table and overturned it, fine jade tea sets shattering across the floor.
Zhou Shui is married, isn't she?
Fu Zhengqiu blew at the steam rising from the tea. She is not suitable for you. I will arrange other marriage prospects for you.
You can choose whomever you desire.
Fu Henning felt as if the ground had collapsed beneath him, his legs giving way as he collapsed into a chair.
She's married.
The words tumbled from Fu Henning's lips mechanically, his ears ringing with a deafening sound, his chest constricted as if he could hardly breathe. Zhou Shu, he was truly married, his first love had wed another, not him.
Young Master Fu, the chairman's assistant,
horrified by the scene, was taken aback. Fu Henning was having a breakdown, veins bulging ominously on his forehead, extending down his neck, creating a frightening visage. Tears welled in his eyes as he gripped his father's collar,
screaming, "You knew I only wanted Zhou Shui. I only want her. I want no one else. Why did you deceive me into going abroad? Who is suitable for me if she isn't? Those women you keep as mistresses are suitable for me?
Fu Zhengqiu, I swear I'll sleep with your women first tonight." Chapter 68, House Arrest. Smack. Fu Zhengqiu delivered a harsh slap to his son.
You wretched child.
With your myriad of ailments, showing disrespect to your elders, causing chaos throughout your life, when have I not cleaned up your messes?
There are countless women in the world. With your credentials, you could have anyone.
Why waste all your efforts on one woman for all these years, you incapable dolt?
Then why did you even have me?
The staff moved forward to restrain the emotionally unhinged Fu Henning. He struggled fiercely against their hold, glaring at his indifferent father.
If you resent me for being a burden, why didn't you just end my life early? Why allow me to grow up and harm others? Why can't I marry Zhou Shui? If you have the guts, end me now.
She is married now, and you still think of her. Lock him upstairs and starve him for 3 days and nights. He'll forget about Zhou Shui. Fu Zhengqiu remained unfazed, his deeply sunken eyes exuding a ruthless coldness. Fu Henning's eyes turned crimson as he fought desperately against the restraints, unwilling to be imprisoned. He is gentle and honest. She wouldn't marry easily. She must have been forced by her family. She is being bullied. She wouldn't marry her uncle.
So what if she doesn't like him? How many family marriages are based on genuine affection?
And Ning, you are naive. Don't take emotions so seriously. There are plenty of women. You'll understand in time.
Let me go.
Fu Zhengqiu signaled to the staff. One of them struck Fu Henning on the neck from behind, knocking him unconscious. Fu Zhengqiu's tone was cold and stern. Lock him in his room, seal the windows and doors. Don't let him have a drop of water. Cut off all means of communication with the outside world. He'll be released only when he pleads for mercy. I don't believe Zhou Shui is more important to him than his own life. Such suffocating methods of education were unbearable for the assistant to witness.
Mr. Fu, young Master Fu just underwent cranial surgery last year. Although the borderline tumor was removed, emotional agitation could trigger a relapse. He is his first love. It's fine, he won die. At Jingbei Hospital,
Zhou Xianji held the examination results in his hand. Shermu's ankle was severely swollen. The X-ray showed no fractures, but the doctor indicated soft tissue damage resulting in subcutaneous bleeding and swelling. Accompanied by ligament injury, it was almost akin to a fracture. She was advised to rest for 2 months to avoid potential complications. In the waiting area, Zhou Xianji noticed a sheen of sweat on Shermu's forehead. He fetched her a cup of warm water and handed her an ibuprofen capsule for pain relief. Shermu gazed at the ibuprofen resting in his palm. A year ago, when her finger was caught in a car door, he had similarly fed her medication. Now, with her ankle sprained, her luck seemed to have run out. She accepted the medicine and said lightly, "You should get back to work.
Today is Saturday."
Zhou Xianji took her empty cup and spoke softly, "I'm sorry for causing your ankle injury. You should stay at Moon Bay during this time. I'll take care of you and ensure you're well looked after." Shermu chuckled lightly. The man, who appeared refined and elegant, was adept at feigning an air of sophistication. Did he truly believe that she had forgiven him? "Zhou Ting, are you aware that watching Mei Yangyang bathe incurs a fee?" "What?" Zhou Xianji was momentarily taken aback. After pondering for a while, he realized that her reference to Mei Yangyang bathing stemmed from his abrupt intrusion into the bathroom last night. With a smile dancing in his eyes, he asked, "What compensation do you desire?
What can you offer?" "Anything I possess is at your disposal."
Shermu chuckled softly, "You almost moved me to tears."
"Do you really think we can continue to be together?"
Zhou Xianji fell silent. Her demeanor remained remarkably composed, devoid of anger or turbulence, as she even managed to jest lightly with him. Shermu seized the examination report from Zhou Xianji's hands and smiled, "Thank you, Director Zhou, for escorting me to the hospital. Given your busy schedule and high position, I won't trouble you further."
"Shermu."
Zhou Xianji grasped her delicate wrist. His throat felt parched, and a sharp pang pierced his chest. "When I broke up with you, it was with the intention of reporting Su Yuan and her father. I feared they would retaliate against me, and if I got into trouble, your future would inevitably be affected. I didn't want you to suffer alongside me."
"I understand."
Shermu's expression remained unchanged.
She nodded gently, rose to her feet, and leaning against the wall, limped toward the exit. It seemed she would need to purchase a cane. Zhou Xianji swept her into his arms. Shermu struggled briefly, but to no avail. Her frustration boiling over, "I accept your reasons for the breakup and respect your choice at that time, but if you were truly concerned about dragging me down, why add me as a friend? Why maintain contact with Zhou Xianji? Don't you find this contradictory? Since you disregarded my feelings and pushed me away, I implore you not to seek me out again, lest you fear dragging me down once more and push me away again. I have feelings too, my heart aches as well. I am not a mere plaything for you to summon and dismiss at will. Do you understand?" The final words were spoken through tears. Hearing her choked and trembling voice, Zhou Xianji felt his throat constrict painfully, his complexion paling as he realized the extent of his error. Indeed, Mumu was aware of the reasons behind their breakup. She was upset that he had so thoughtlessly cast her aside, and now, after intruding into her life once more, sought to reclaim her. She feared being cast aside again. She could not endure such torment any longer. It was his fault. He should have been more considerate of Mumu's feelings. In the parking lot, Zhou Xianji carried Shermu into the car, leaned down to fasten her seatbelt. As she sat up, he pressed her back into the seat with his large hand, and she found no escape from his hold. Enveloped in his masculine scent, anger surged within her as she cried, slapping him once, twice, thrice, testing whether he would evade her strikes. Zhou Xianji allowed her to vent her frustrations, his cheeks rapidly swelling, a sharp nail having cut his lip. The seatbelt secured, he remained still, permitting her to strike him as she pleased. Time passed, and Shermu's palms grew numb from the slaps. As her vision blurred, she cupped Zhou Xianji's injured face in her hands, a dull ache in her chest washing over her, regret flooding in for having hit him. Zhou Xianji produced a tissue to wipe her tears, soothing her emotions. "I was a jerk, disregarding your feelings. You were right to hit me, and it was wrong of me to bring up the breakup. I am sorry, Mumu, please stop crying, it's all my fault." Shermu's sobs intensified, her tears cascading down. Zhou Xianji was handsome, kind, and accomplished, yet he feared burdening her, worried about this and that. But she felt no apprehension about being a burden. Even when Zhou Hongfang and Su Yuan bullied her, she brushed it off, not caring as long as he remained by her side. But in the end,
He had left her. He was willing to jeopardize his future for her sake, confronting the most powerful figure in the Public Security Bureau without even consulting her, nearly landing himself in jail. Why did he never think of himself? Ascending to the position of director took immense effort, and yet he would destroy his future without a second thought. As the year draws to a close. Your parents are busy with work. I'll take care of you. Treat me as your servant. Feel free to hit or scold me. Once your foot is better, I'll leave and won't trouble you.
All right?
Shermu's voice was thick with emotion. I won't pay you a single cent for your services.
All right.
Zhou Xianji's eyes softened as he gently reassured her, I don't need a salary.
Chapter 69, Fig Yolk Pastry Sweet Moon Beishu. He bought 2 pomelos from the fruit shop at the community entrance,
along with some kiwis and oranges that Mumu loved, and carried them home. Mumu was reclining on the sofa, munching on a bag of chips, the bag larger than a cushion, spotting the bandage wrapped around her ankle.
Shui promptly placed the fruits on the coffee table and sat beside her. What happened to your foot?
It's nothing, I just twisted it a bit, the ligaments are slightly injured.
And the doctor put me in a cast, advising me not to put weight on my right foot for a month. I'll go buy you a cane.
Shermu pulled her back. I ordered one online, it should arrive today.
Zhou Xianji emerged from the bedroom. He is here. Brother?
You, Shui exclaimed in surprise, staring at the cluster of handprints on the man's cheek.
Your face, allergic reaction.
Although Shui was not a medical student, she could tell at a glance that her brother had been hit.
As a prominent figure in the political arena, the only person capable of hitting him was likely. She glanced at Mumu, who wore an expression of I didn't do it.
Ah, so he was taught a lesson by his ex-girlfriend.
Zhou Xianji cleared the table and carried the dishes into the kitchen. Have you eaten, he? Not yet, I was hoping to bum a meal. All right, what do you want to eat? Anything is fine.
Shui washed her hands and began peeling the pomelo for Mumu. It was a red-fleshed pomelo.
Here, try this pomelo and see if it's sweet. I heard on the midday news that the Beijing Shang Taekwondo School is holding a competition. MHM.
Shermu took a bite of the pomelo. It's very sweet. They're collaborating with the Sports Bureau, allowing children from all primary and secondary schools in the city to sign up.
Boss Mu is impressive.
Shui's phone vibrated in her bag. She pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Frowning slightly, how could Gu Chuan be messaging her when they had barely spoken before? He was a childhood friend of Fu Henning. Gu Chuan, are you there? Gu Chuan, Fu Gu found out you got married and had a huge fight with his father. Now he has been placed under house arrest and isn't even given a drop of water nor food to eat.
Gu Chuan, he smashed everything he could in his room.
His hands are all bloodied, and no one is there to tend to his wounds or care for him.
Gu Chuan, can you go check on him at the Fu family home? Who is it? Shermu inquired. Gu Chuan, that he says Fu Henning has been placed under house arrest and wants me to check on him.
Don't listen to Gu Chuan. With his brain, even a dung beetle would give him a nudge. You know he had hemorrhoids in high school. You're already aware that you and Fu Go have broken up, so his issues are none of your concern.
MHM.
Shui shut her phone, not replying to Gu Chuan's messages. Fu Zhengshu was known for his ruthless methods but was notoriously indulgent towards his son. It seemed he only intended to curb his son's wildness. Shui got off the bus at Wetland Park. As dusk fell, the park resembled a traditional Chinese landscape painting splashed with ink, serene and profound. She had always been sensitive to the cold. Her hands felt icy as she tucked them into her down jacket pockets, the chilly wind howling through the streets and rustling the treetops.
Zhou Shuhe. Gu Chuan had waited all afternoon and finally spotted Zhou Shuhe near Qingfeng Villa.
Unable to enter the villa, he could only wander nearby. The cold wind nipped at his face.
I'm freezing to death. Gu Chuan stomped his feet for warmth and ran over to Zhou Shuhe. Did you not see my messages? I saw them. Shuhe's expression remained calm. What? Gu Chuan stared at her in disbelief. Why didn't you reply? Do you have any idea what Fu Gu is going through right now? I've already broken up with him.
Shuhe stated succinctly. Gu Chuan did not see an ounce of sympathy on her face. Her words were so indifferent, as if she were speaking of a stranger.
Do you realize that he has been working himself to the bone at the company to marry you? Manipulated by his father for so many years, his father has been deceiving him, saying you weren't married. Even during your wedding, he was forcibly sent abroad, cut off from all contact back home. Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken up with you, you too, Gu Chuan. Shui interrupted him, her voice calm. My breakup with Fu Henning has nothing to do with his father, it's an issue between him and me. What issue? He never slept with Yao Feifei, he did that to grab your attention, to make you jealous. I gave them the chance to explain, and you were present at the time. He had a mouth but chose not to use it. It was late, he kicked over the coffee table and disregarded my welfare. Those were just Fu Gui's words out of anger. You're just being stubborn, knowing the dangers of the forest. Why did you insist on venturing in? Isn't this just a matter of your own pettiness? Gu Chuan failed to comprehend that day. It was clearly Zhou Shui who spilled red wine on Fu Gu. And Fu Gu hadn't even thrown a tantrum. What was she so upset about? Shui opened her mouth. Her issue? Stubborn, petty. Gu Chuan, you have developed a mouthful of hemorrhoids. Shui retorted, then circumvented the obstructive Gu Chuan and proceeded home. Who did you learn that from? Your insults are truly filthy. Whose good person has hemorrhoids on their lips? Gu Chuan blocked her path, gripping her arm tightly, insisting on uncovering the truth. Have you been threatened by Shiryu? He could be your father if he were just 2 years older. Shui, marrying your own uncle, are you out of your mind? Let go of me. Shui frowned, attempting to shake off his grip. But Gu Chuan held on firmly. A Rolls-Royce approached from the roadside. Shiryu alighted from the vehicle, striding over, his deep-set brows cast in shadows that exuded an undefined danger. He towered over Gu Chuan. A faint smile graced the man's eyes as he addressed Gu Chuan. Mr. Gu, if you do not release my wife, I may have to invite you for a cup of tea at the police station. Gu Chuan immediately relinquished his hold on Shu He. This marked his first encounter with Shiryu. The man, tall and elegant, bore a polite smile, yet the intimidation and chill within his words sent shivers down one's spine. Shui hurried behind Shiryu, instinctively grasping his large hand, subconsciously feeling safest in his presence. Shiryu reciprocated her grip. Gu Chuan stiffly tugged at the corners of his mouth. As a seasoned figure in the business world, he knew better than to provoke Shiryu and could only insinuate to Shui, I've mentioned Fu Ji's situation, he adores you. Are you truly prepared to forget past kindness? Gu Chuan departed from the wetland park. In the frigid winter, beads of sweat had already formed on his back. Shiryu was inscrutable, his piercing gaze reminiscent of a cold cobra flicking its tongue. Your hands are so cold. Shiryu's icy gaze softened as he warmed her hands, ushering her into the car. Next time you go out, wear gloves. All right. Shui settled beside Shiryu, the warmth of the car melting the frost from her lashes. Outside, the chill was biting. Shiryu handed her a box of pastries. Upon receiving the exquisitely packaged gift, she opened it, and the delightful aroma of the treats wafted forth. Egg yolk pastry, where did you buy this? I didn't buy it. Shiryu ruffled the young lady's hair. Today, I had a dinner meeting with a business partner. I tried a piece, it had red beans and was quite tasty. I thought you would enjoy it, so I had the kitchen prepare a special batch for my wife. Shui's eyes lit up. She pinched an egg yolk pastry and took a bite. The sweetness of the red beans was just right, complemented by chewy mochi and a hint of savory meat floss, delicate and crisp. Is it delicious? It is wonderful, thank you for thinking of me. No need to thank your husband. She offered him a piece of the pastry, which he accepted, taking a bite from her fingertips. Shui withdrew her hand, looking at him. You bit me again. Coincidentally, he was gazing back at her, and from the depths of his dark eyes, she perceived a softness he seldom revealed. Shui momentarily lost her train of thought. His gaze was so profound that one might mistakenly believe he had cherished her for quite some time. As she swallowed the pastry, seated close to him, she detected no trace of alcohol on Shiryu. Instead, he emanated a clear, clean scent of cedarwood. Since it was a dinner meeting, did you not drink? The man's features were striking and charming. From now on, I've developed an allergy to alcohol. Regardless of the occasion, I will no longer partake. Is it because I dislike the taste of alcohol? Yes. Shui was momentarily taken aback, although his tone was soft. Each word struck her heart, sending ripples of emotion through her.
As the night deepened ever since they moved into Qingfeng Villa, Shiryu and Shui dedicated each evening to parenting, helping their little one with homework. They had entered the child-rearing phase ahead of schedule. In the secondary bedroom, Shui sat at the edge of the bed, holding a children's storybook, reading to Nian Nian about even elephants have houses. Shiryu was at the desk, correcting Nian Nian's daily winter vacation assignments. The little squirrel, the little bird, and the little rabbit all want to play with the elephant, but the elephant is too tall to enter their homes and cannot play with the little animals inside.
What should we do, Nian Nian? How can we allow them to play together in the same room? After his bath, Nian Nian lay on the bed, munching on a cheese stick. The elephant is too tall. Correct. Shui gently rubbed the little one's soft cheeks. So what should we do? Shiryu glanced at the big friend and the little friend on the bed. Shui's long silky hair cascaded down her shoulders, exuding a tranquil and elegant aura. Nian Nian bit his finger, contemplating the question. How about, we just don't play with the elephant, it could stomp on the other little animals. And they would be unsafe. Shui found herself at a loss for words. Shiryu let out a muffled chuckle. Nian Nian's eyes brightened. Or, I can go play with the little squirrel, the little rabbit, and the little bird. I'm smaller than the elephant and can play Honor of Kings. I can squeeze into the little animals' houses and take them to play, but wait, we need 5 people to play together. Auntie, how about you squeeze in too? Shui's mouth twitched. She took a deep breath, trying to continue guiding him. But then the elephant would have no friends. It would be lonely to think about it. Besides the little animals' houses, whose house could it go to? The elephant can play with its trunk. Its trunk is long. It can suck up water and spray it out. Haha, oh, I ate too much for dinner. Auntie, will there be beef egg burgers tomorrow morning? I really want to eat one, especially the spicy flavor. Do I look like a beef egg burger to you? Kind of. Shui maintained a polite smile. Refusing to get angry, however, after narrating 3 or 4 enlightening stories, none succeeded in enlightening Nian Nian. In fact, they nearly dulled her own wit. Defeated in her attempts, she shoved the storybook into Shiryu's hands. You tell him a story, I'll correct the assignments. Shiryu's smile had not waned. Are you sure you want to correct his assignments? It might be harder than telling a story. I need to correct the assignments. Shui dismounted from the bed and sat at the desk. The corners of the winter vacation assignment book were wrinkled. She organized each page, pressed them down, and took up a pencil to correct today's work. Let's start with the math assignment. In the 7th problem, there was a little duck, beside which was a dialogue box. Dear little friend, if I subtract 3, I get 6. What am I? Nian Nian's answer, duck. Shui stared at Nian Nian's response, face-bombed, and chuckled softly. Shiryu flipped through the storybook leisurely, commenting, I told you that you wouldn't be able to correct his assignments. Do you believe me now? I'll correct the language arts. Nian Nian's math answers were increasingly absurd. So Shui chose to correct his language arts assignment instead, lest she burst into laughter. For the first question in language arts, using the word Xiaomei, friend, I am, and of, Nian Nian wrote, friend, Xiaomei is mine. Shui laughed until her stomach hurt. Finally she understood why teacher Shi Junting had been driven to the hospital. Nian Nian's wit was truly formidable. Uncle. Will you and Auntie have a little baby? Many of my classmates have little sisters. And I envy them. I'm the only one without a sister. Shui's face flushed crimson. The man's lips curled into a knowing smile as he glanced at her. His fair profile already flushed. In the master bedroom, as Shui lay on the bed after her shower, the question Nian Nian had asked echoed in her mind. She heard the steady footsteps of the man behind her. He wrapped his arms around her waist, sitting at the edge of the bed. Shui's slightly damp hair was lifted by Shiryu's slender fingers as he leaned down, using a hairdryer to dry her hair. Why are you blushing? He chuckled softly. Shui covered her blazing cheeks. Am I? It seems to be quite hot. The hairdryer gently caresses her strands. The man moves with utmost caution. Let's not have children for now, Shui lifts her gaze, looking at him with intensity. We shall consider it once you graduate. I am enrolled in a direct doctoral program, which lasts 5 years. Will that? It won't. Shiryu's fingertips lightly brush against his wife's skin. It is delicate and soft, and recently he has become increasingly pampered, her complexion visibly improving, resembling the exquisite luster of fine white jade. You are still young,
focus on your studies first, I will take good care of you, Shiryu says. Placing the hairdryer on the table, sitting on the edge of the bed, and pulling Hehe into his embrace, once your health is better, your vitality replenished, and you have completed your studies, then we can reconsider the matter of children. Alright, Hehe.
Do you truly think I am getting old? No.
Shuhi merely feels that 5 years is not a short time. Observing Shiryu's interactions with Nian Nian, she discovers that he genuinely enjoys being around children and is quite patient with their education. Professor Shi employs a balanced approach to teaching. She had thought he wanted a child, yet every time he meticulously takes precautions, ensuring there are no contraceptive medications in the house, having instructed her not to consume such things. It turns out he fears that pregnancy would hinder her studies. Shuhi wraps her arms around the man's waist, resting her head against his neck. I will listen to you, let's not have children for now. These years are just right for us to enjoy our world as a couple. Alright, Shui's eyes shimmer with a sprinkle of starlight. Will you always be this good to me?
I will, the man promises his wife. And you? As long as you continue to treat me well.
I will reciprocate, the man chuckles softly. At that moment, Shui did not comprehend the meaning behind his laughter, nor did she grasp the distinction between her response and Shiryu's. She believed they were the same. The light in the bedroom was extinguished by the man. Shui lay on the bed, and Shiryu nestled beside her, enveloping her in his arms, covering her with the blanket. The curtains were not drawn,
revealing a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window through which Shuhi could clearly see the night sky twinkling with stars, the moonlight bright and dazzling. Look, isn't the moon beautiful tonight?
Beautiful, I think so too. I meant you. Chapter 71. Zhou Shui truly no longer likes me. 3 days later. At the Fu residence, when Dr. Shin arrived at Fu Henning's bedroom, he was horrified by the sight before him. An antique vase lay shattered, the coffee table overturned, and fragments littered the floor, where faint traces of fresh red blood were visible from where someone had been injured. Henning had not consumed a drop of water for 3 days and nights. Dr. Shin frowned as he approached the bedside, noticing that Fu Henning's hands were stained with dried blood, marred by numerous lacerations and bruises. Fu Zhengqiu attempted to rouse his son, but since noon, the room had been silent, devoid of shouting or commotion. Fu Henning had fallen into a state of unconsciousness. He had caused a ruckus for 3 days. In a hoarse voice, Fu Zhengqiu had implored his son to eat, hoping to reason with him. However, upon seeing the bedroom door open, Fu Henning instinctively tried to flee. Yet having been deprived of light for so long and in a state of extreme exhaustion, his legs buckled, and he tumbled down the stairs from the 3rd floor, sustaining a grievous head injury. Despite his condition, Fu Henning still attempted to get up and leave, his eyes bloodshot, fervently insisting on seeking Shui. Fu Zhengqiu dragged his son back into the room. No matter what food was offered, Fu Henning would throw it to the ground in a frenzy, and after a while, he fell silent. When Fu Zhengqiu opened the door, he found his son using a shard of glass to cut his own arm, the sharp edges drawing blood in vivid streaks. Dr. Shin rolled up Fu Henning's sleeves, gasping at the sight of his arms, marred with deep bruises. It was akin to abuse. Mr. Fu, we must admit Henning to the hospital. He is suffering from severe mood disorders, and his head injury has only recently healed. He cannot remain in such a heightened state of mental distress. Alright, Fu Zhengqiu's palms were clammy with sweat. Arrange for him to be hospitalized. Jinyan, you must help Aining. He is my only child. Why is he self-harming? Aining's love interest is married, and he cannot get past that mental barrier. I can find him at home for his own good. But he is stubborn and has even resorted to a hunger strike, refusing to drink water. Is it Zhou Shui?
Fu Zhengqiu was taken aback. How do you know that name?
Dr. Shin had been working in Switzerland for years and was Aining's neurosurgeon. Yet he was unaware of Aining's past with Shui. Dr. Shin recalled, before the surgery, he did not inquire about the risks involved. He only asked whether he might lose his memory when I mentioned it was possible.
He wrote down a name. Was it Zhou Shui?
Fu Zhengqiu's heart trembled slightly. Yes, he said that was his first love. What an ungrateful son. I raised him for over 20 years, cleaned up his messes. And he chooses to write a woman's name instead of his father's. Sure, Nian Nian was relishing spicy chicken wings. Almost half of the family bucket had been devoured, as customers came and went. And his aunt had gone to buy him DQ ice cream. On the 2nd floor at the DQ counter, Shui sat on a sofa in the waiting area, surrounded by a crowd during the winter break. Waiting for her DQ sundae to be prepared, suddenly she caught a whiff of a faint aroma of mugwort. Shui looked up to see a gentleman sitting opposite her. He wore a neat, simple casual jacket, his features refined and elegant, with long fingers and impeccably manicured nails. Shui thought he resembled a doctor in demeanor. The joy of eating ice cream in winter is unparalleled in summer, the man said. His voice crisped. He ordered 2 cups of vanilla mochi ice cream and handed one to Shui. She glanced around, realizing there were no other patrons in this spot. Was this man speaking to her? Yet she did not recognize the stranger. Just as Dr. Shin settled down, Shui stood up warily, stuffing her phone into her backpack. As she prepared to leave, he called after her, "Henning is hospitalized. I am his attending physician.
May I take a few minutes of your time to ask you some questions to assist in his treatment?" Shui's eyes widened slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she sat back down. "What would you like to ask?" "Was your marriage voluntary?"
"Yes, Dr. Shin nodded gently. This girl spoke with conviction. It was clear she was not coerced. He continued, "After marriage, does Shuryu treat you well?"
"Yes, there is no possibility with Henning anymore, is there?" "If his condition deteriorates and he wishes to see you." "What then?"
Shui refused. "I am afraid that would be of no use. I'm not a doctor." "That is quite right," Dr. Shin said, smiling calmly, leaning back in his chair, leisurely enjoying his ice cream. Assessing the young woman across from him, calm, composed, and unflinching, evidently, there was no trace of lingering affection for Fu Henning in her eyes. "Even in a critical situation, you would not see him?"
"If he is in a critical condition,
the person he should wish to see is you, not me. Please convey these words to him. I have truly ended things with him." Dr. Shin nodded in understanding. "Very well, I will relay your message." A waitress informed Shui that her DQ sundae was ready, and she went to the front desk to collect it. Before leaving the store, Dr. Shin took out his phone from his pocket. His tone was relaxed as he spoke to the person on the line. "Look, your first love is doing much better than you. Stop pining for her." The other party fell silent. "Henning, the ice cream here is quite delicious. Would you like me to bring you some?"
"No, thank you." Fu Henning hung up the phone. At Jingbei Hospital, in the VIP ward, the afternoon sun was gentle and warm. When Fu Zhengqiu pulled back the curtains, he turned to see his son sitting on the hospital bed, eyes red-rimmed and motionless. Crying again? What a pathetic waste. How many times has he cried these past few days? Is he not a man? Just a moment ago, this rebellious son had awakened and attempted to pull out his four, insisting on seeing Zhou Shui, oblivious to the hold she had over him. Dr. Shin had advised him to rest, so he went in his stead. Fu Zhengqiu sarcastically remarked, "I've never seen you cry like this before." "Aining, can you not cry like this when I die?" "Zhou Shui truly no longer likes me." Fu Henning's fingers trembled slightly as he clutched his phone. His voice was low and hoarse, as if he had swallowed bitterness, waves of sorrow swelling within him. Yet he had already clarified the situation regarding Yao Feifei. He desired to cohabit with He, but she was unwilling and had gone cold on him. In a fit of misguided intentions, he sought another woman to make He jealous, but it seemed he had erred. Fu Henning pulled out the 4-needle, got out of bed, and went to find Shu He to explain once more. "Fu Henning." Fu Zhengqiu, exasperated, pinned his ungrateful son to the hospital bed, his hand hovering as he restrained himself. "Do you wish to drive your father to his grave? Did you not hear the doctor say, if you continue to exert yourself, the old head injury is bound to resurface?" Chapter 72, He's hard-earned happiness. I have misunderstandings with He that have not been clarified. I will say it again, she is married. Fu Henning obstinately retorted, "So what if she is married? Does that mean she is no longer Zhou Shui? Even if she is pregnant and has children, I wouldn't care. You could directly become a grandfather." With a resounding slap, Fu Zhengqiu's hand finally fell. He has grown elderly, struggling to breathe, his head feeling heavy while his feet feel light. Sitting in the chair, he is on the verge of being driven to madness by his ungrateful son. This disappointing offspring even wishes to become a father. Fu Zhengqiu incisively rebukes, "What were you doing all this time? If you truly valued Shuhi, would she have the inclination to break up with you? You had such a strong bond in high school. I frequently visited her at school to support her. Shuhi is a wonderful girl, and I was quite pleased with her as my daughter-in-law. I had high hopes that you two would end up together. But look at what you've done, you've brought this upon yourself. I've heard about your outburst at the hot spring resort. You've made quite a scene. When Shuhi wanted to break up, you didn't even make an attempt to pursue her. You let her leave in the rain at night, infuriated. After the breakup, you spend your days in entertainment venues, surrounded by revelry, utterly chilling Shui's heart. Look at the dubious company you keep, those rascals who indulge in all manner of vices. Cut ties with them at once. Take a look at the friends around you, they are of a far better caliber. Birds of a feather flock together. Oh, now Shuhi is married to someone more capable than you, and you are seething with jealousy. You want to reclaim her. Let me tell you, that door has long since closed. If I were Shuhi, I wouldn't even consider you.
A barrage of words strikes deep, leaving a profound wound. Fu Hanning's ears begin to buzz. The slap his father just delivered was not light.
His vision suddenly blurs, and as he regains his composure, he seizes his father's collar in anger, exclaiming, "If it weren't for you deceiving me into going abroad, would I have let Zhou Shuhi marry someone else? I've liked her for 8 years, you've ruined me."
Always blaming others, at that time Shuhi was already engaged to Shiryu. If I hadn't tricked you into going abroad, how much trouble would you have caused? Were you intending to be a third party in someone else's marriage? The Fu family cannot afford such disgrace. Fu Zhengqiu clenches his fist, ready to strike his son. Shen Jinyan bursts through the door.
Witnessing the conflict between father and son, rushing over. A punch accidentally lands on Fu Hanning's temple. "Mr. Fu, you cannot hit your child."
Shen Jinyan stands protectively in front of Fu Hanning, breaking up the scuffle. Noticing Fu Hanning's nose bleeding, drops of crimson splattering onto his clothing and the floor, she feels a pang of fear.
"Hanning." Shen Jinyan realizes something is amiss. Fu Hanning's lips are chapped, his face growing paler.
Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the sudden ringing in his ears makes it difficult for him to stand. He touches his nose, the metallic scent of blood overwhelming, warm blood flows steadily from his palm, trickling down his arm, staining his sleeve. Why is there so much blood all of a sudden? Fu Zhengqiu's heart races as panic sets in. Aning. What has happened to his son? He didn't intend to strike him, he was overwhelmed by his own childish anger. Shen Jinyan presses the call bell by the bedside, using a tissue to staunch the bleeding. Fu Hanning's limbs feel cold and devoid of warmth. He has already lost consciousness. Qingfeng Villa, it is evening. And Shuhi has moved her guitar to the music room. The space is expansive, filled with various instruments. Shiryu had expressed a desire to hear her play last night, and glancing at the time,
"He should be finishing work soon. Xiao Weihui, are you off work?" "De Xiong Mao, I'm home."
Shui's eyes light up. She is unaware of when her relationship with Shiryu began to blossom. Resembling a couple in the throes of romance, marrying first and falling in love afterward. Is it truly like this? The room is imbued with a faint scent of roses as Shuhi turns to see Shiryu holding a bouquet of pink snow mountain roses interspersed with stars. He is changed into a loose, comfortable sweater, the high collar accentuating his elegant neck and graceful shoulders, giving him the air of a refined gentleman from a noble family. Pink roses, he presents, symbolizing first love. Shiryu kneels beside her, offering the bouquet. Shuhi accepts the flowers, her beauty striking, her bright eyes sparkling, particularly radiant when she smiles. Is today Valentine's Day? What beautiful roses! Even if it's not a holiday, one can receive flowers. Shiryu kisses her lips lightly, a fleeting kiss. Shuhi bites her lip, his breath lingering on her skin. Her husband possesses a romantic streak, bringing gifts daily to delight his wife.
Shiryu takes her hand, pulling her up. "I always see you crouching. You're not a little frog, are you? Isn't it uncomfortable?" "I feel more comfortable this way." "Truly a frog." Shuhi lets out a soft chuckle. All right, your wife is a frog. Can you croak?"
Shuhi playfully punches Shiryu's shoulder. What nonsense! The scent of roses envelopes her, refreshing and soothing. In the past, she always thought happiness was far from her grasp. But now happiness is right before her. This happiness is hard-earned, and Shuhi should cherish it.
"What are you thinking about?"
Shuhi smiles warmly. For the first time, I feel that being in love is a deeply healing experience. Life after marriage has been simple and steady. Shiryu, I truly believe marriage is wonderful.
"That's because you married a good husband. Proud little thing."
Shiryu raises an eyebrow. Of course, I also married a good wife.
Shuhi places the bouquet on the windowsill. "What song would you like to hear today?"
"I brought my guitar, I can play here from now on."
"Anything is fine."
Shiryu settles down on the sofa. Nian rushes in from the door, climbing onto the sofa and jumping into his uncle's arms.
Humming a nursery rhyme. "I also want to hear you play the guitar." Shiryu feigns disdain. "What did you eat? A bioweapon?"
Shuhi glances at the little one. Nian has eaten dragon fruit again. His face smeared with purple seeds, his small hands clutching Shiryu's arm.
"Sure, Nian."
Shiryu's expression darkens as he stares at the dragon fruit stains on his clean sleeves. Rolling up his sleeves to spank the little troublemaker, Nian covers his bottom and scurries behind his aunt. "Save me." Shuhi holds Shiryu's hand, stopping his motion if the clothes get dirty. They can be washed. Nian Nian has been very well behaved today, you must not hit a child. Shiryu's eyes twinkle with laughter as he gazes at her. Shui meets his gaze.
And after a moment, she is the first to laugh, squeezing his hand, her demeanor sweet and charming. Do you still want to hear the guitar? I do.
Shiryu spares the mischievous little one. Nian Nian beams with delight. I knew uncle is most afraid of auntie. Shiryu says nothing. Enjoying the moment, Shui sits on the sofa, cradling her guitar, adjusting the strings. With Nian Nian present, she decides to play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Chapter 73, Moral Coercion. Shui's fingertips rest on the strings. Yet she hasn't strummed them.
Madam, your phone.
Steward Zhang stands at the door of the music room holding her phone. It has rung 4 or 5 times already. With no other option, she heads upstairs to answer it. Hoping it's not an urgent matter, Shiryu crosses his legs, admiring Shui's serene and lovely face, his eyes curving with fondness. Answer the call, Nian Nian, and I will wait for you.
All right.
Shui takes the phone and steps outside the music room to answer.
It's an unfamiliar number. Hello, this is Shu He.
Fu Jingchu's voice carries a sorrowful tremor, as if suppressing deep pain. Shui, it's Uncle Fu. I'm outside your house. The situation is urgent.
May I speak with you?
At the entrance of Qingfeng Villa, as Shui approaches, she notices bloodstains on Fu Jingchu's clothes. His sunken eyes are bloodshot, and his hair has turned significantly gray. Uncle Fu, who had assisted her greatly during her high school years, had always seemed so composed and confident. How could he now appear so haggard and distressed?
Uncle Fu.
Fu Zhengchu takes a couple of steps forward. Grasping Shui's arm, tears welling in his eyes as he chokes out, Aning had undergone surgery for an intracranial junction tumor last year. He recovered at that time. Today, he desperately wants to see you.
But I prevented it. I in the scuffle, I accidentally struck his head.
Now he has intracranial hemorrhage, pressing on multiple nerves. Just now, he suddenly couldn't see. The doctor took a CT scan of his brain and said it's critical. He refuses to cooperate with the treatment.
Shui's eyelashes flutter. Open brain surgery?
She had no idea Fu Henning had undergone surgery. Fu Zhengchu, regretting striking his son, is aware that Shui is now married and that she would likely refuse to visit her ex-boyfriend. He reluctantly brings up the past, morally coercing Shui. Could you, for the sake of the help I provided you in high school, visit the hospital and say a few words to him? Encouraging him to cooperate with the doctors. He only listens to you right now. I'm begging you to save his life, please Shui. It's a matter of life and death. I promise I won't trouble you again in the future. Seeing Shui in a daze, Fu Zhengchu bends his knees, ready to kneel. Aning has wronged you in the past. I apologize on his behalf. Shui is startled and quickly supports Uncle Fu. Asa Jr. She cannot bear to see him kneel. Please.
Don't do this. Moreover, Uncle Fu has done her a favor.
I'm begging you this one time, Shui. Aning is my only child. The once stern and authoritative business magnate now speaks with a tone of desperation. Nearly abandoning all dignity as he weeps, all for the sake of saving his child. As Shui nods, I will agree, but this will be my last visit to him.
It is evident that Fu Zhengchu is employing moral coercion.
He leverages the help he provided during her high school years to persuade her to visit the hospital today and save his son's life. However, if she chooses to disregard Uncle Fu's past kindness and something were to happen to Fu Henning, her conscience would be burdened for the rest of her life. By going this time, she would no longer owe the Fu family anything. Fu Zhengchu wiped away his tears, his arms trembling as he pulled Shui towards the family car,
saying, "Thank you, Shui, we are heading over now."
Shui opened the door for Uncle Fu. You go to the hospital first, I will follow shortly. I need to discuss this matter with Shiryu.
All right.
Shui, please hurry, and Ning is waiting. I understand. In the music room, as Shui hurried back, Shiryu was also exiting. He had just realized that Shui had run to the entrance.
Who was looking for you?
Shui appeared somewhat pale. Feeling the gentle touch of Shiryu's fingers on her cheek, she was enveloped in his embrace, her gaze fixed on the untouched guitar and the concern reflected in his eyes. Shiryu gently ruffled her hair,
soothing her emotions. Don't be afraid, I'm here, what's wrong, hee.
Shui felt guilty and distressed, as if she were being roasted over a fire by the Fu family.
Fu Henning is hospitalized and needs surgery.
He wants to see me, otherwise he won't cooperate with the treatment. I must go to the hospital. Upon hearing that name, Shu Yu's heart sank sharply, pierced by a multitude of pricks. He swallowed hard. His fingers, which had been caressing her cheek, fell to his side as he pleaded, I want to hear you play the guitar, you promised me last night.
Can we wait until I return, or you could come with me?
You have already broken up with Fu Henning, it doesn't matter anymore.
His refusal to cooperate with treatment is his own issue, besides, there are many doctors at the hospital, why must it be you who sees him? Please don't care so much about him.
Just now.
Uncle Fu, go ahead.
Sure, you clearly sensed Shu Yi's anxiety and worry. Her eyes revealed her concern for that person. Tonight, she would undoubtedly go to see him. He did not press her further. Before Shu Yi could explain more, she heard Shu Yu's calm two-word reply. When she looked up, he had already left. As he paused on the staircase, his hand gripping the railing tightly, she noticed his shoulders slightly tremble. His voice strained to maintain composure. It's getting late. Let Master Kong take you over. When you enter the hospital, let him accompany you to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Downstairs, Butler Jiang observed the master's demeanor, very calm. Almost devoid of expression, yet, the veins on the back of his hand were slightly protruding, and the dark red in his eyes concealed a turbulent emotion, while the light in his gaze appeared sparse and fragmented. Butler Jiang sighed. The master had tried to retain her twice, contrasting himself with Fu Henning. He wished for Shu Yi to choose him, but evidently, on both occasions, he had been the one left behind.
The family driver took Shu Yi to Jingbei Hospital. Nian Nian clutched the large guitar and rushed downstairs, but he did not see his uncle's figure. He seemed very upset just a moment ago.
Unsure if he had misjudged the situation, he recalled how his uncle's eyes had reddened when pleading with his aunt to stay.
Uncle!
Nian Nian finally spotted his uncle at the gym's entrance.
He ran over the innocent little boy, with pure thoughts adorably comforted his uncle.
Nian Nian can play the guitar for you, okay? Aunt just had to go out for something. It doesn't mean she won't play for you.
Thank you. Nian Nian.
Sure, you bent down, ruffling Nian Nian's hair, his voice hushed. Uncle doesn't want to listen right now, let's put the guitar away.
Oh. Nian Nian nodded and returned to the music room with the large guitar.
His uncle had always said he enjoyed listening to Aunt play. How could he suddenly not want to hear it anymore? Chapter 74, 8 Years of Youth, coming to an end during the evening rush hour. Caught in traffic, Shu Yi arrived at Jingbei Hospital just before 8:30, with driver Kong closely following her. In the VIP ward, the corridor was eerily quiet. A janitor was cleaning bloodstains from the floor. The chaotic footprints revealing that a fierce struggle had occurred. Shen Zhizhen closed the ward door and saw Shu Yi rushing towards him, dressed only in a thin sweatshirt on such a cold day.
Where is Fu Henning? In the room.
There was another conflict just now. His emotions are very agitated. Shu Yi was about to twist the doorknob when Shen Zhizhen stopped her, instructing, don't argue with him, first calm him down. And convince him to cooperate with the surgery. Shu Yi desperately wanted to ask, can't we just knock him out and take him to surgery? It would save the trouble of anesthesia.
Shen Zhizhen was momentarily taken aback.
Then smiled and gave her a thumbs up. You're quite ruthless. It is possible to knock him out, but post-craniotomy he needs rest. If he remains agitated, it would be no different from not having the surgery at all. He needs your guidance, that is crucial.
Shu Yi entered the room, the sterile scent mingled with a faint trace of blood in the air. Uncle Fu sat on the sofa, his hair slightly disheveled. His glasses askew from being struck. Shu Yi? Fu Jingchu's eyes brightened. You made it here. Uncle Fu.
The medical instruments beeped rhythmically. Shu Yi glanced at Fu Henning on the hospital bed. After a few days, he was clad in a hospital gown, his face gaunt, an oxygen mask over his nose, no longer the proud and imperious Fu Henning of yore.
He.
Fu Henning attempted to remove the breathing mask. Fu Zhengchu stood up, ready to scold his unfilial son, only to hear Shu Yi calmly say, don't move. And so Fu Henning obediently sat back down, his emotions gradually steadied, his eyes fixed intently on Shu Yi. Struggling for clarity through the oxygen, he said, I have something to tell you.
Fu Zhengchu was shocked, as if witnessing a horror film. His son was actually listening to Shu Yi? He noticed a middle-aged man standing in the room,
resembling a bodyguard, and pushed him outside, saying, let the children talk, we'll wait outside.
Driver Kong asked, Madam, should I go out as well?
No need, Kong, stay here, and by the way, start recording.
Understood. Shu Yi approached Fu Henning. Her gaze somewhat cold. What do you want to say? Today, we will say everything that needs to be said. I really have nothing going on with Yao Feifei. Not this topic again. Fu Henning reached out to grasp Xu Yi's hand but was evaded by her. Her expression was indifferent. Devoid of any affection, his heart twisted in pain. Fu Henning, do you truly believe that our breakup was caused by Yao Feifei? It wasn't? No. Xu Yi's tone and expression were both devoid of warmth. After we got together. You rarely respected me. Just because you want to live together, must I comply? Just because you want me to wear something suggestive, should I? Did you ever consider my feelings when you forced alcohol down my throat? What were you doing when your friends were laughing and ignoring me? The Cold War was a quarrel between us. Instead of seeking the cause to mediate our differences, you went out to flirt with others. Wanting me to feel jealous, to be upset, to see how popular you were, so I should set aside all my pride to beg for your attention? You are always like this, never willing to lower your head. When you are angry, you don't even care about my safety. The more Fu Henning heard, the paler he became. His breaths were unsteady as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, but his words came out as mere whispers. He seemed incapable of defending himself. For Xu Yi was absolutely right. Xu Yi spoke with a calm yet resolute tone. I no longer like you. I can change. Fu Henning's eyes burned with tears, a sharp pain radiating from his left chest. I can change. I won't be like that anymore. For the first time, Xu Yi saw the trembling sadness, struggle, and panic in Fu Henning's eyes. His hand clung to the bed's protective railing as if grasping at something to find a semblance of stability. You're lying. Aren't you? How could you so quickly stop liking me? Quickly, perhaps, indeed, Xu Yi had genuinely lost her feelings for Fu Henning. Instead, Shiryu had entered her heart. Today, she had inadvertently hurt Shiryu, yet he managed to maintain his composure. Arranging for the driver to escort her and protect her, Shiryu subconsciously respected her. Reflecting on their past, she remembered how Shiryu treated her gently and considered her feelings to in her relationship with Shiryu. It was often she who made him angry, yet he could easily placate her with a simple candy. How could a mere candy hold such power? It was merely that Shiryu was magnanimous. Not quibbling over trifles with his wife, always favoring her, pampering her whims like a doting elder. To ensure her well-being, he could go 5 years without children. He clearly adored children, had established a family, and was at the age to have children, yet he indulged her whims. A few days ago, I secured a cooperation deal. I will focus on work from now on, and I want Fu Henning. Have the surgery. Xu Yi remained as tranquil as a still pond. If you don't want to allow me peace, you can continue to threaten me with your life or create trouble for me. If I have the surgery, can you take care of me afterward? Are you dreaming? Xu Yi replied coldly, I am not your nurse. Why should I take care of you? Your life is your own, and it has nothing to do with me. Uncle Fu has done me a favor, which is why I am here to persuade you for the surgery. Don't break your father's heart again. Shen Zhizheng appeared in the ward at some point. Holding the freshly analyzed CT report, the situation dire and far from optimistic. Henning, will you undergo surgery? Just one word. Haven't you felt dizzy or unwell? If you delay further, you may lose your life. I still have a chance to save you with surgery. Fu Jingchu's eyes burned with unshed tears. The elderly father, much like an ant on a hot griddle, was in a state of anxious turmoil, wishing fervently to knock Fu Henning unconscious and push him into the operating room. Ah Ning. I implore you, think of your father, he pleaded. Why must it be Zhou Shua? You are on the brink of death. Zhou Shua does not even harbor feelings for you anymore. Fu Henning's gaze fell upon Shua. His vision blurring once more. Was it tears, or was his illness obscuring his view of her? All he knew was that he had shattered her heart. Fu Henning had lost Shua. Observing the man's gaze losing focus, Shua addressed Shen Jinyan directly. He said he would undergo the surgery. I heard him. A tremor ran through Fu Henning's heart, but he remained silent, as it was Shua who spoke on his behalf. Shen Jinyan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Shua, thank you for persuading him. Henning, let us proceed with the preoperative preparations, trust me. After a prolonged silence, Fu Henning lowered his head and softly acquiesced. All right, I will have the surgery. Shua let out a profound sigh of relief. The hospital room's curtains remained undrawn, and Shua gazed at the pale, sparse moonlight outside. Realizing she needed to return to Qingfeng Villa swiftly, she wondered how Shiyu was faring and felt compelled to apologize.
Just before leaving the room, Fu Henning called out to her. His eyes were red and brimming with hot tears, his voice choked. I'm sorry, Shua. I'm so sorry that if Shiyu treats you poorly, please tell me. I will surely help you deal with him, just like in high school when I was merely your deskmate, solely responsible for your protection.
Shua did not turn back. After exiting the ward, she closed the door behind her.
Leaving behind 8 years of her youth that had come to an end, with her future now lying ahead. Shua, you have repaid all the debts owed to the Fu family. Chapter 75, Shua pursues her husband. The night deepened. Upon returning to Qingfeng Villa and entering the main living room, Shua found no sign of Shiyu. Aunt Jiang approached with a worried expression. Sir has been in the gym for quite some time. Boxing alone, his knuckles are bleeding, and he is drenched in sweat. After leaving the gym, he poured alcohol on his wounds. We didn't dare to stop him. The sight was painful just to watch. Let alone for him year after year. I see my nephew pouring alcohol on his wounds, crying uncontrollably. I just managed to lull him to sleep.
Where is Shiyu? Shua's heart ached. Why not use iodine to disinfect? Iodine is less painful on wounds. Pouring alcohol on large injuries equates to self-harm. In the bedroom, Shua located the medicine cabinet and hurriedly ascended the stairs. Aunt Jiang then noticed that Shua was merely clad in a thin sweatshirt. It was 13 degrees below zero outside. Shua pushed open the bedroom door, hearing the sound of water splashing from the bathroom. Shiyu was taking a shower, but wasn't his hand injured? Approaching the bathroom door, she raised her hand to knock, only for the door to suddenly swing open, enveloping her in the fragrance of men's shower gel. Shiyu, towel in hand, said, "You're back." MHM. How is your ex-boyfriend? Why are you not at the hospital caring for him? This is my home, you are my husband. Shiyu walked past her, stating coolly, at least you remember I am your husband.
Shua noticed the ghastly wounds on Shiyu's hand reddened from the hot water. She opened the medicine cabinet, retrieving iodine and ointment. Your hand needs some medication, don't let it get infected.
As she approached Shiyu, intending to apply the ointment, he evaded her grasp. Leave it, I can manage myself.
Shiyu's evasive motion caused Shua's heart to constrict. She lowered her outstretched hand and placed the medicine cabinet on the table. Shiyu, seemingly unfazed, continued drying his hair. Sitting at the table, he methodically disinfected his wound with alcohol, as if nothing had transpired. The side profile of the man, illuminated by the light, appeared gentle and soft, his slightly tousled hair and lowered gaze, as he attentively applied the ointment, cast a faint shadow over his long eyelashes. Shua offered him the iodine. Using alcohol, does it not hurt? Where do you mean? Shua thought, it is the pain in my heart. Or perhaps the pain in my body. Shiyu continued with the alcohol, his expression unperturbed, as though he felt no pain. The connection between them was profound. Shua took away the alcohol. I mean the injury on your hand. It hurts terribly.
Outside,
the chill was biting, while inside, it was warm. Shua sneezed thrice in succession, her head feeling foggy. She began to apologize, her voice tinged with nasal congestion. I'm sorry, I failed to fulfill my promise to you.
I broke my word and went to see Fu Henning, but I recorded everything at the hospital and have sent it to you, you can check.
Today Uncle Fu called me. I met him at the door. His son's condition is critical. Uncle Fu has been kind to me. He knelt down and begged me.
Even without owing him a favor, you would still go. Shiyu's tone was calm and assured.
You love Fu Henning, it has never been me. Your concern for him tonight is impossible to disguise. Shiyu wrapped his hand in gauze, found some cold medicine in the medicine cabinet, tossed it to Shua, and walked to the bed, preparing to rest. Take the cold medicine, don't infect me.
Your hair is still wet. I won't dry it. Shua watched the cold medicine in her hand.
Her husband was not worried about being infected, rather, he was concerned that she would feel unwell if she caught a cold, yet, he was going to sleep without drying his hair, which would surely lead to a headache. He did not think of himself. Shua fetched the hairdryer from the bathroom and approached Shiyu, who gently closed his eyes. Breathing evenly, she climbed onto the bed, sitting beside him, and cautiously turned on the hairdryer, drying his hair while once again apologizing. I'm sorry, Shiyu, today was my fault. All my fault. You have every right to be angry with me. Punish me as you wish. Not drying your hair will lead to a headache. Let us dry it first before sleeping.
Shiyu did not turn around.
The cool pads of her fingers brushed through his hair, and he slowly opened his eyes, his typically proud and aloof gaze now dim and desolate. His heart felt as though it were being shattered by her touch. He had thought that Shuai had developed feelings for him, but he still found himself utterly defeated before Fu Henning. It was he who had been deluding himself all along. Shiyu's hair was nearly dry, and he did not allow her to fuss over him any longer. He took the hairdryer from her, placed it on the table, and said, "Take the cold medicine and sleep." "All right." Shua obediently got off the bed and prepared a cup of cold medicine for herself. The warmth of the cup providing a semblance of reality, the events of the night felt like a dream, passive, fleeting, insubstantial, and unstable. The bedroom fell into an extended silence. She glanced at the man beside her, opening her mouth to apologize once more, but the hour was late, and Shiyu needed to work in the morning. He had already fallen asleep. Shua sighed softly. She would not disturb him, though Shiyu was angry with her. He remained in the master bedroom, not leaving the house, nor going to the company or entertainment venues. He even reminded her to take the cold medicine. The steam from the hot water in her cup curled around Shua's eyes, and thinking of Shiyu pouring alcohol on his wounds made her gaze slightly redden. She had promised never to deceive Shiyu, yet she had still managed to hurt his heart. How could she make amends for his forgiveness? Would Shiyu ever forgive her? The happiness Shuai had fought so hard to attain slipped away once again. The warmth and beauty of the past felt like a fleeting dream, one she had scarcely had the chance to cherish before being abruptly awakened. Shua touched her forehead, feeling a bit warm. She quickly drank the medicine while it was still hot. The chill in her limbs gradually thawed. Warmth spread through her stomach. After finishing her medicine, she took a hot bath to ease her fatigue. The steam enveloped the bathroom. The scene before her became hazy as she lay in the bathtub, only her head above water, the warmth enveloping her body. Bones beginning to feel warmth. After a while, feeling exhausted, Shua sat up, curling her knees, her thoughts wandering. It seemed as if fate were mocking her. Whenever she found stability for a while, destiny would play a cruel trick, stripping away the life she so desperately desired. All she longed for was a simple, ordinary life with her husband. Suddenly, the bathroom door was pushed open from the outside, the sound urgent, causing Shua to awaken from her reverie. Her muddled consciousness dissipating instantly through the steam, she glimpsed a man's deep features blurred in the mist. Shua saw Shiyu's dark eyes, denser and deeper than the night itself, seemingly casting a fleeting glance at her. "Shiyu!" she called out, her voice trembling. Shiyu exhaled in relief, grabbing a bottle of something from the cabinet, then exited the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Shua's gaze fell, feeling a sudden emptiness. So he had merely forgotten something. Tears unexpectedly filled her eyes, blurring her vision, droplets cascading into the bathtub, creating ripples. Her husband was ignoring her. Shua finished drying her hair in the bathroom. Upon returning to the bedside, she found Shiyu asleep. She carefully lifted the covers and lay down, realizing that Shiyu only covered himself halfway. The soft silk blanket rested on his waist. He lay on his side, his back to her, a sleeping position she had only witnessed on their wedding night. As he usually held her close while sleeping, Shua felt that Shiyu was genuinely upset with her this time. She gently covered him with the blanket, moving cautiously to avoid waking him. Fortunately, Shiyu did not stir. She turned off the light, afraid to sleep too close to him. In the early hours of the morning, Shua slept fitfully, her mind clouded and confused, perhaps overwhelmed by the events of the day. She began to have illusions. She felt someone adjusting the blanket around her, a large dry hand testing her forehead temperature repeatedly. Since she had developed psychogenic aphasia at 8, her ability to speak had diminished, her health deteriorating, and her sleep quality suffering. Minor colds could escalate into serious illness. Shua awoke from her nightmare. Sweat trickled down her brow as she turned her head, finding Shiyu still fast asleep beside her. His back turned to her. Tentatively she tested her forehead. Perhaps it was merely a dream she was experiencing. The night was tranquil, and Shua felt utterly awake, unable to reclaim her slumber. The curtains were left undrawn, and her serene gaze drifted towards the window. Moonlight cascaded upon the barren treetops, not a whisper of wind stirring the leaves. Once she harbored a disdain for winter. The winters of the north always seemed cloaked in a shroud of frost, biting and unyielding. However, one winter, she encountered a snowfall that changed her perception. In the midst of the snow, she met the tender-hearted deity who lifted her from the roadside, melting the frost that clung to her. Shiyu, I have begun to cherish winter. I have also come to cherish you. Chapter 76, Shua's Pursuit of Love. Daily banter. The following morning, Shiyu's phone alarm vibrated. The sky was still shrouded in darkness, and the bedroom was dim. He sat up, only to discover the absence of Shua beside him. He felt the empty side of the bed, devoid of warmth, donning his glasses from the bedside table. He flicked on the light. The surroundings remained eerily silent as he ventured into the bathroom, finding no sign of her. He opened the wardrobe door, but she was not there either. The balcony was equally deserted. A sense of unease crept into his heart as he furrowed his brow and hastened out of the bedroom, pausing abruptly in the hallway on the second floor. There he beheld Shua, busily engaged in the open kitchen below. Shua, slender and graceful, possessed a gentle profile and tranquil eyes. Her long hair was fashioned into a low bun with a jade hairpin as she dipped toast into egg mixture. Preparing sandwiches. Just as Shua lifted her head, Shiyu sensed her movement and quietly retreated into the bedroom, gently closing the door behind him. He stood still, his hand resting on the doorknob, gripping it tightly. Hesitating to let go, Shua cast a glance towards the bedroom, contemplating that Shiyu should be awake by now. But he had a penchant for exercising on an empty stomach. Once he finished his workout, breakfast would be nearly ready. Butler Jiang, spotting the lady preparing breakfast, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Madam, good morning. Do you need to instruct the kitchen to prepare breakfast?" "Yes, but don't serve it just yet." "Understood." Shua harbored a small secret. Her culinary skills were modest at best, and the breakfast she prepared lacked aesthetic appeal. If Shiyu were to see the breakfast prepared by the chef, he surely would not choose to eat the less than attractive portions she made. If he disapproved of her cooking, he could always opt for the chef's offerings. After frying the bacon twice and burning it both times, she reluctantly consumed the slightly charred pieces, grimacing at the bitterness. Fortunately, the milk she boiled turned out well, rich and aromatic, and she relished the layer of cream that floated atop. After washing the lettuce, she turned around to find Shiyu descending the stairs. "Good morning," she greeted, her fingers instinctively tightening, uncertain whether he would still engage in conversation with her. "Good morning," Shiyu replied, fastening his sports watch. It was still not yet 6:30, and his gaze fell upon Shua's hands as she washed the lettuce. After a moment's pause, he remarked, "You need not cook anymore, we have a chef at home." Shua's movements grew somewhat stiff, for the egg-soaked toast was still baking, and she placed the lettuce into a clean plate. Mumbling, "All right, I won't cook anymore." Shiyu headed to the gym for his workout. Once breakfast was prepared, Shua carried the plate of sandwiches to the table, where the milk boiled vigorously, bubbling away. She retrieved a clean cup from the cupboard. But before her hand could grasp the spoon and the pot of milk, Shiyu swiftly took the cup and spooned the hot milk, quipping, "Have you poisoned me?" "You startled me." "No, of course not, you're not Wu Dalong." Shua was taken aback. When had Shiyu returned? "Who was to say I'm not Wu Dalong now? I usually wake up naturally. It's the first time I've seen you up early making breakfast." "What schemes are you concocting?" Shiyu coldly retorted, "I'm not at ease, step aside and let me serve the milk." All right, you do it." Shua moved aside, allowing Wu Dalong to serve himself the hot milk. He didn't even seem worried about the heat of the cup. Beads of perspiration formed on his smooth forehead from his workout. Shua instinctively raised her hand, wishing to wipe the sweat from him. But recalling how he had evaded her last night, she instead adjusted her own low bun. Having just begun her winter break, it was Shua's first time waking up this early, sitting at the dining table. She stifled a yawn. Her sleep last night was as fragmented as a game of Pinduoduo with a 99 yuan red envelope. She prepared a sandwich for herself as well, unable to fry the bacon properly without burning it. She opted for 2 thick-cut steaks, layering them with tomato slices and lettuce in the toast, adding a dollop of salad dressing. It looked acceptable. Perhaps. Shiyu placed a cup of steaming milk beside Shua, settling down across from her, and turned on the television to the morning news. Its sounds enveloping the dining area. He took a bite of the sandwich she had prepared. "How is it?" Shua asked, her tone soft and timid. After all, Shiyu was a discerning man, and this was her first attempt at making a sandwich, yet she had followed the process from a social media guide meticulously. "Not good." He hadn't even chewed yet. Well, it was reasonable for him to be upset. Whatever he said was right. Shua scratched her cheek, telling herself it was fine to yield to him. After chewing a couple of bites, Shiyu's gaze momentarily shifted from the television to the thick-cut steak in the sandwich, revealing that it was still tender and not fully cooked. The taste was less than satisfactory. Before Shua could take a bite of her own sandwich, a large hand snatched it away unexpectedly, startling her. "That's mine." "I'm still hungry," came the succinct reply from the man. Shua was left with only a cup of hot milk in front of her.
She gazed at the man across from her, who remained focused on the television, aloof and indifferent, slowly eating his meal. Indeed, a grown man would naturally have a hearty appetite. Shua chose not to contest him. Watching someone enjoy the food she prepared brought her inexplicable joy. She politely offered, "If you like it, I'll make some for you tomorrow, 3 or 4 sandwiches, so you can take them to the company. Just don't mind the appearance, it may be a bit unsightly." "It's indeed ugly, don't bother next time." "Oh." Shua's spirits deflated, her voice fading. Butler Jiang arranged for the kitchen staff to bring over the breakfast prepared. A variety of dishes that she favored. "Madam, this one is for you." Shua picked up a red bean bun. "All right, thank you, Aunt Jiang." With only a week until the new year, Shiyu's Hanshin Group would start its holiday break in 2 days. He had previously mentioned wanting to take her to England during the break. She wondered if that plan would still hold. Shiyu finished both sandwiches, his tone flat as he stated, "After breakfast, you should go back to sleep, otherwise the police might think I'm raising a panda at home." Raise a panda? Shua grabbed her phone from the table and checked her reflection in the front camera. There were no dark circles under her eyes. "Shiyu, you're the real panda here." Yet she truly felt tired and planned to catch up on some sleep shortly. In the evening at Hanshin Group, Pei Shu carried a cat cage, whistling cheerfully, containing a stray cat he had rescued from the roadside. Passing by Hanshin, he decided to check on Duo Duo. He had treated Nian Nian to pizza for lunch. Nian Nian's train of thought revealed that her uncle and aunt had quarreled the previous night. Leaving her uncle in tears while her aunt stormed off, Pei Shu felt compelled to console Duo Duo. Standing before the office mirror, Pei Shu adjusted the stylish hairstyle that Tony had just styled for him. Alas, his brotherly relationship was faltering, and his mouth turned downward in disappointment. The image in the mirror reflected a young man of elegance and charm, a quintessential male college student. It was nearly 7:30. Well past closing time. Shiyu, the workaholic, was still in the conference room, as reported by his secretary, having worked tirelessly throughout the day without even pausing for lunch. As the new year approached, Shiyu's workload was daunting. But he shouldn't be pushing himself to such extremes. The office door swung open, and Shiyu stepped in, removing his suit jacket, revealing a finely tailored dark shirt beneath, the collar slightly undone. His long legs and well-proportioned physique were accentuated by the shirt which hugged his firm waist. Hanging his jacket on the coat rack, he instructed his assistant, Xiao Su, "Please resend me the itinerary for the next few days, along with the flight information for tomorrow morning." His high-bridged nose and glasses exuded an air of sharp intellect. "Understood, Mr. Sure." Xiao Su closed the door behind him. Pei Shu, seated in the boss's chair, shook his head in jest. "Oh my, Mr. Sure, that figure of yours is quite alluring. I almost had a nosebleed. Your legs are longer than my life. You could easily earn a fortune even without being a CEO. Yet you keep telling me to work on my glutes. It seems you've been training too. You've been indulging in pickled vegetables again." "You," Pei Shu retaliated, "you're the one who is salty." Chapter 77, Stomachache. "I heard you had a quarrel with Shua." "My word, how did you end up with your hand wrapped in bandages? Did you hit Shua?" "Shiyu, where is your decorum? A gentleman speaks but does not act. Only a man lacking integrity would strike a woman. And I shall not condone that. If she doesn't hit me, that's already a blessing. I wouldn't dare touch her." Shiyu settled onto the sofa, after 2 hours of lengthy meetings. His face showed signs of fatigue, and his stomach felt uneasy. The 2 undercooked sandwiches he had consumed this morning were wreaking havoc. Pei Shu began his incessant chatter again. "Come on, let us talk about it. After your argument, what were your thoughts? Is it a cold war now? Did Shua go back to her family? Let me, your emotional advisor, help you out." "But you've been single for 30 years. Damn," Pei Shu retorted. "I take pride in my single status. I don't have to worry about wearing a green hat. I am also saving plastic for the country." "Ha, you're out of comebacks now." Shiyu remained unfazed, rolling up his shirt sleeves. He poured himself a cup of tea. "If your mouth is so idle, why not go lick the toilet of the public restroom on the roadside? It would be a contribution to society." "Shiyu." Pei Shu was visibly shaken, his face turning pale. "Who are you talking about?" "I came to visit you out of kindness." "What a heartless person." Sure, you sipped 2 cups of tea, feeling a warmth spread through his stomach. He leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and picked up his tablet, finally finding a moment to address the mountain of work emails in his inbox. "In my opinion, our group name is quite inauspicious. Single protection zone surely means we will all end up single. Let's change it. Perhaps if I rename it, my next confession might actually succeed. You should tell Song Shang, I'm not the group owner. Even if you're not the owner, you can still change the group name. I came up with a great one, Beijing North Successful Men's Group, Yuan Fong. What do you think? Successful men, I have no objections, Yuan Fong replied. Sure, you lazily interjected, but you seem more like a shredded potato. Pei Shu straightened up. You re the one who is both tacky and amusing. How can I not be a successful person? My army of cats and dogs is nearing 2,000. Well, a compassionate shredded potato then, Pei Shu teased as he played with a stray kitten he had rescued, whistling softly while feeding it. The kitten was nearly dozing off when he noticed Shiryu's complex expression. It didn't seem to be work-related. He had just been replying to emails on his tablet, but now he had switched to his phone? Pei Shu stealthily approached, peering over Shiryu's shoulder to see him watching a video in their chat history, featuring Sister Shuid. However, he hadn't clicked on the video. If you're too scared to watch, allow me to help you. Pei Shu had inquired about the events from last night at Qingfeng Villa. Sitting on the sofa, he grabbed Shiryu's phone, since Shui dared to post it. There must be no lingering feelings for her ex-boyfriend. Shiryu, timid, avoided watching. No one knew when Shiryu had developed feelings for Shui. A few years ago, during a gathering with friends, he would casually ask, Shinji, how's your sister doing lately? Perhaps Shiryu had liked Shui for a long time, but that was many years ago. Back then, Pei Shu recalled Shinji mentioning that Shui had a white moonlight in her heart, which caused Shiryu to feign indifference. Deep down, he must have been quite heartbroken. Shui was his fiancée, yet unfortunately she had her affections for someone else, Fu Henning, who had nearly monopolized Shui's youth. That lad from the Fu family had certainly caused Shiryu considerable psychological distress. Pei Shu understood why Shiryu was reluctant to accompany Shui to the hospital and why he couldn't bear to watch the video. He feared that within the footage, Shui might reveal a lingering affection for her first love, the white moonlight. Even the slightest hint of it would feel like a knife to Shiryu's heart. Yet, there was nothing wrong with Shui posting the video. She wanted Shiryu to not misunderstand her relationship with her ex-boyfriend. In a sense, this video was meant to provide him with reassurance, even if he had never dared to open it. Pei Shu, you fool, give me my phone back. Shiryu suddenly snapped back to reality. The phone was snatched away, and he punched Pei Shu's arm, trying to reclaim it, only for Pei Shu to run off. Oblivious, Shiryu stood and chased after him for a few steps, but his stomach pain was too intense. As he stood, he felt a wave of nausea, his lips began to pale, and sweat beaded on his forehead. He sat back down saying, fine, let us just watch. The headphones are on the table, just don't let me hear his voice. Which her? Fu Henning. This was within Pei Shu's expectations. He was curious about one thing. Tell me the truth. When did you start liking Shui? It must be more than 3 years, right? Shiryu's stomach twisted in pain. Pei Shu settled into the boss's chair, retrieved the Bluetooth headphones, connected them, and began to watch the video. Which was quite clear, the disheveled man on the hospital bed was Fu Henning. He had changed quite a bit. Just a few days ago, young Master Fu had graced the cover of a financial magazine. Pei Shu had seen it. Fu Henning, despite his poor temperament, truly possessed the looks of a high school heartthrob, tall, radiant, and handsome. It was easy for girls to fall for such a youthful and flamboyant man. No wonder Shiryu felt insecure. Mr. Sure, Xiaosu knocked on the door. He had already prepared the materials for tomorrow's trip to Shanghai, but the other party's schedule had changed. Director Liang has some personal matters and asked if we could postpone the meeting by a few days. A private hospital in Shanghai had scheduled a meeting with Mr. Sure to discuss the introduction of new medical equipment developed by Hangxing Group. That hospital had been a long-term partner of Hangxing. However, there was an urgent situation with Director Liang. That's fine, we can discuss the timing later, Shiryu replied. Feeling the teapot's temperature on the table, it had cooled down. Please bring a fresh pot of hot tea. Understood. Xiaosu approached the tea table. Mr. Sure, your complexion, it looked poor. Do you need me to contact a doctor or take you to the hospital? Shiryu leaned back on the sofa, propping his forehead with his hand and eyes closed, and softly replied, no need, just bring me some stomach medicine. Pei Shu finished watching the video and removed the headphones. He walked over to the sofa and patted Shiryu's leg, trying to comfort him. Last night Fu Henning was indeed in a dire state. It seemed like he couldn't see afterward. Fu Zhengchu, that old fox, forced your wife to save his son's life. She owed the Fu family a debt from high school, and she had no choice. DUI. If I were Shui, I would also go in that situation. Just think if Fu Henning really died. Forget it, life shouldn't be taken lightly. Every life is precious.
I take back what I said. In the video, that little brat Fu Henning shamelessly said he wanted your wife to take care of him after the surgery. Ha, your wife scolded him fiercely, leaving no room for old feelings. Shiryu merely acknowledged with a slight hum. Pei Shu suddenly noticed that Shiryu's complexion was unusually pale, and his voice had grown weak. What's wrong?
Are you feeling unwell?
Xiao Su, holding a medical kit, rummaged for stomach medication. Mr. Shi had always been healthy due to regular exercise, he rarely needed medicine. To the hospital.
Pei Shu grasped Shiryu's arm,
pulling him up. You looking like a pale-faced ghost. I'll drive you, let me be your chauffeur. Upon hearing hospital, Shiryu's jealousy flared. It's just a case of indigestion, there's no need to worry, I'll be fine after taking the medicine. Pei Shu's eyes started.
And after a moment of contemplation, he released Shiryu. So it was stomach pain, huh? Not going to the hospital, is it? Stubbornness kicked in, huh? Fine, I'll text your wife and have her come to take care of you.
What a perfect opportunity to warm up your relationship. At Qingfeng Villa, in the pet room, a spa tub filled with comfortably warm water was where little orange Duo was bathing, with floating fish toys adorning the surface. Almost done washing up, Shui scooped water with her hands, rinsing the shower gel off the kitten. Duo was so obedient. Meow. Little orange Duo cooperated with Hehe during the bath, nuzzling her palm, its purring resonating softly. After the bath, Shui wrapped the kitten in a towel. Madam. Your phone. Butler Jiang handed Shui her phone before picking up Little Orange and placing it in the drying box, turning on the gentle breeze to dry its F-word. It was Pei Shu calling. As Shui's fingertip hovered over the answer button, Pei Shu's anxious voice came through. Sister-in-law, Shiryu is in so much pain he can barely take it. He is being stubborn about not going to the hospital.
Oh no, this is serious. His face is all white. I'm so worried.
With a crash, the phone slipped from her grasp, falling to the floor. Shui's face drained of color, her fingers trembling as she picked up the phone and rushed outside.
Shiryu was in despair. Chapter 78, Happiness Again. DUI. During the evening rush hour, the city was bustling with traffic and flashing neon lights. Shui sat in the back seat, her eyes brimming with frantic tears. Her voice trembling. Driver Kong, can you drive a bit faster? Sure. Having called Shiryu countless times with no answer, she tried calling Pei Shu, but to no avail. With no one answering her calls, Shui's palms began to sweat and feel cold, her legs trembling uncontrollably as she continued to call Shiryu. Driver Kong took a different route, accelerating to reach Hengxing Group as quickly as possible. After taking the stomach medication, Shiryu no longer felt pain. Where's my phone? Give it to me. Pei Shu swallowed hard, feeling guilty. How could DUI return to normal? Was he made of iron? One pill and he is fine. No wonder his wife doesn't worry about him. Earlier, he had discreetly stepped out to make a call, estimating that Shui was almost there. I told your wife you were sick. You should act a little. A child who cries gets pampered. Do you understand a woman's heart? Didn't you see how Fu Henning cried and made a scene? Shiryu's tone was frosty. Are you going to give me my phone or not? Okay.
Pei Shu pulled out the phone he had hidden in the drawer. He had even muted it earlier. Shiryu stepped over, took his phone, and saw 23 missed calls, all from wife. Pei Shu, you idiot! Anger surged through Shiryu as he realized how helpless he must have felt after receiving over 20 calls. Some jokes could be made, but this was not one of them. He didn't have time to deal with Pei Shu and was about to return Shui's call when knock. Knock. The office door was knocked on frantically. Shiryu quickly opened the door to find Shui, her face streaked with tears, filled with anxiety, her eyes red and swollen. Without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms. As he felt her embrace, Shiryu's heart seemed to leap, his hands hesitating in midair. Large tears cascaded down Shui's cheeks like raindrops. Her cries were laced with tremors of anguish. She opened her mouth to call his name but was so overcome with fear that no sound emerged. Her legs felt weak. I am fine, he heaved. Shiyu's eyes instantly turned red. The sound of Shui's tears pierced through him sharper than a blade, jabbing relentlessly at his heart, one stab after another. It was a sudden onset, offering him no respite or defense. Tears welled in Shui's eyes as she sobbed. Pega said you were feeling despondent. I thought you truly were in despair, Shiyu. I thought you really were. Pei Shu interjected. Huh? Did he really say that Shiyu was feeling down? Did he? I don't think he did. This is a colossal misunderstanding. Pei Shu was questioning his very existence. Shiyu tightened his embrace around Shua, clearly alarmed by her distress. He gently caressed her shoulder, assuring her, it's a misunderstanding, see? I'm perfectly fine now. Pei Shu just sent out some errant messages. I merely have a slight stomachache. I'm not in despair. Shua wiped her tears away, feeling as though a 1,000-pound weight lay upon her chest. She grasped his wrist, checking for any injuries, circling him anxiously. Thankfully, Shiyu was not in despair. With lingering apprehension, Shua held him close, her cold limbs slowly warming up. How could he make such a joke? It's not funny at all. Pega stood frozen. Shiyu shot a glare at Peishu. Peike, look at the mess you've created. You're the only one who knows how to use a smartphone or make calls. If you frighten my wife, I won't let this go. Peike was taken aback. Shuha remained silent for a long while. The fear that had gripped her began to subside. It had been a false alarm. Shiyu tenderly wiped away her tears with his fingertip, gently patting her shoulder. Soothing her with a soft voice, he's been single for 30 years, jealous that I found someone, and he's been restless, his mind must be troubled. Don't cry, I have a wife more beautiful than Shishir, how could I be in despair? Shua couldn't help but laugh through her tears. How could she possibly compare to Shishir? He certainly knew how to comfort her. Pega seemed to have some issues himself. Peishu chuckled lightly. My bad, I take full responsibility, sister-in-law, from now on, at any Green Cottage chain pet hospital. All products are free for you, and as for those adorable cats and dogs, take whichever you like. Shuha nodded, accepting the apology. I can send you Dr. Yan's business card. Who is Dr. Yan? My childhood psychologist and sign language teacher. He's a wonderful person. Pega was taken aback. Sister-in-law. Are you serious? Shiyu lifted Shua into his arms, seating her on the sofa. He crouched before her, retrieved 2 tissues, and helped wipe her tears. You've cried into quite the little flower cat. Suddenly, Shiyu realized something. When he knew he was in trouble, she had cried like a little flower cat, yet when she heard Fu Hanning was in trouble last night, not a single tear had fallen. A subtle ripple surged within him. Your stomach hurts, let's go to the hospital. Shua grasped Shiyu's hand, his complexion was pale and fatigued. We should go to the hospital. No hospital, Shiyu interrupted Shua, I don't want your ex-boyfriend to see you. Lest that useless little boy cries and throws a fit, clinging to you. He's spoiled with all sorts of bad habits, always fixating on other people's wives. Hearing Shiyu scold Fu Hanning made Shuha laugh. So shall we go to a different one? There are more hospitals in Jingbei. We're not going to any hospital. After taking the medicine, Shiyu's stomach no longer ached. There was no need to trouble Hihi further. Her hands were cold, so Shiyu poured a glass of warm water. Placing it in her palms to warm her frozen fingers, he walked over to the coat rack and took down his suit jacket. Suddenly, he recalled something Peishu had mentioned earlier. A glimmer of something crossed his eyes as he held the jacket. His fingers slightly curling inward. I don't need a doctor, I can take care of myself. Shuha, feeling a pang of concern, replied, I'll take care of you. Previously, it had always been Shiyu who meticulously cared for her. Whether in her daily life or her mental well-being, he was a competent and dedicated husband, far exceeding the standard. She longed to care for her husband too, for that was what a married couple should do. Shiyu had his back to Shuai, facing Peishu instead. Peishu squinted, observing Shiyu intently as a smile emerged in his eyes, reminiscent of a cunning fox. Lo and behold, he was feeling aggrieved, comparing himself to others. The crafty boy, Peishu, had just mentioned that in the video footage Fu Hanning had begged Shua to take care of him, only to be scolded by her. Shua had not acquiesced. Now, Shiyu was deliberately coaxing Shua into expressing her desire to care for him. How blissful indeed, Peishu finally understood. Shiyu was a jealous man in front of his wife, always wanting to compete with her ex-boyfriend. The elegant scent of cedar enveloped Shua as the man's jacket draped over her shoulders. She lifted her hand to wear Shiyu's clothing, fearing a beating. Peishu planned to sneak away, but he vaguely felt that he might have inadvertently done something good. Had Shiyu and Shua's relationship softened a bit? Well then. Another day I'll treat you both to dinner. Shiyu approached Peishu, donning a courteous smile. Don't move, I'll go to the tea room and cut some fruit for you. Chapter 79, Male Model U vs. Little rich woman. Shiyu's smile concealed a blade, a look Peishu was all too familiar with. Damn it, are you preparing to cut me? I don't want to undergo any bone-slimming diets just yet, I've got things to attend to. No more fruit for me. Sister next time I'll invite you to a cat CAF to play with cats. There's a beautiful ragdoll cat, we won't bring Shiyu along. Shiyu clenched his fists, Peishu grinned. Holding a cat cage and dashed off, leaving his words hanging. Shua mused, Pega is like a mischievous child. Shiyu closed the door. Upon hearing Shua's description, he couldn't help but smile, though the smile quickly faded into calmness as he was still in stomachache mode.
Shuha rummaged through the medicine cabinet for pills. Have you taken your medication? Yes. Does your stomach still hurt? It aches a bit more. The medication isn't working. Shuha worriedly asked, Why are you having stomach pain? You used to be fine. Should we go to the hospital for a thorough checkup?
Why was he experiencing stomach pain? Shiyu gazed at the Greek god presiding over dark cuisine, pausing momentarily before saying, It's a common ailment for CEOs, no need for a hospital.
Oh. Shuha recalled Mumu mentioning this before.
In romantic novels, the domineering CEO typically suffers from stomach issues supposedly due to irregular meals, but having a lovely wife nearby would alleviate it. It seemed the novels were indeed based on reality.
CEOs do suffer from stomach problems. Then you should eat on time and balance work and rest. All right. Shiyu walked over to his desk, tidying up his briefcase and picking up the keys to the Cayenne.
Tossing them to Shuha, It's time to get off work, take me home. Master Joe raised his hand to catch the keys. Sure, Mr. Sure. On the congested road, Shuha gripped the steering wheel tightly, her mind intensely focused. As if she were retaking the driving test, the cars behind her incessantly honked their horns. She was the first car in line at the left turn.
Honk honk, the green light hadn't even lit up yet.
Behind her was an aggressive driver who began honking like mad, increasing the pressure on Shuha. She took a deep breath. Stay calm. Shiyu sat in the passenger seat, embodying the role of a driving instructor. No rush.
Take it slow.
The Cayenne moved forward slowly. The aggressive driver overtook, rolled down his window, and yelled at Shuha, Damn it, another female driver. Can all women just stop driving?
Giving women licenses is sheer madness. Are you driving a children's go-kart? Shiyu calmly responded, Roll down your window. Shuha complied, lowering the window. The man exuded an elegant demeanor as he addressed the furious driver, smiling nonchalantly. What's wrong with female drivers? Do you have no women at home? Your family has no women. Even a dung beetle pushing a dung ball is faster than you. Sir, if you're in such a rush to push dung balls, you might want to speed up, otherwise, you won't get a hot meal for dinner. Eating cold food in winter is quite distressing. The aggressive driver was momentarily speechless upon noticing that the other party was driving a limited edition Cayenne. He muttered, You a gigolo relying on a rich guy. Shameless. Shiyu caressed Shuha's soft cheek. What's wrong, my little rich woman? Not only are you beautiful, but your face is also so soft. Shuha focused on driving, stifling her laughter.
Damn, the aggressive driver was utterly defeated, unable to retort against the man.
He glanced at his own car and then at the little rich woman's vehicle, and the Cayenne's license plate number. Oh my, the little rich woman's plate was all nines. Such a plate number couldn't be bought even with money. It required both wealth and power. This plate was far more esteemed than the Cayenne she was driving. She was a woman of influence. A high-ranking little rich woman, who was also fair and delicate, a stunning beauty. Damn, that male duck was taking full advantage. Little rich woman. Look at me, men shouldn't only be judged by looks and physique. I've been sturdy since childhood, carrying a 100-pound sack up 20 floors without breaking a sweat. If you choose me, it's at least 3 hours to start. Shuha cast him a sidelong glance. With just a look, the driver felt a chill run down his spine, hurriedly rolled up his window, and stepped on the gas. He had to escape. He didn't want to face the wrath of the little rich woman again. Shuha laughed until her stomach hurt. Sometimes she truly felt that her husband was remarkable, able to insult others while maintaining an air of refinement, leaving them utterly speechless. Shiyu turned on the music in the car. His gaze meaningful. I can also go 3 hours without tiring, right, dear? Shuha silently pondered. Not only do you get tired, but you also know how to breathe heavily. Qingfeng Villa. Shuha parked the car in the parking lot at home. Shiyu pushed open the car door, his complexion as pale as ash. After getting out of the car, he stood by the ventilation vent, one hand resting on the wall. Removing his glasses, he quietly steadied his breathing. Shuha, her face drained of color, hurriedly exited the vehicle, supporting Shiyu's arm. What's wrong? Is your stomach hurting badly? I feel carsick. For the first time in his 31 years, Shiyu experienced motion sickness, due to heavy traffic in the evening rush hour. A journey that should have taken 20 minutes stretched to an hour, as he, a novice driver, struggled with her inexperience. With a desire to keep her at ease, Shiyu maintained his composure throughout the ride home. Shuha was aware of her poor driving skills, compounded by a childhood trauma associated with driving, thus she approached every journey with extreme caution, meticulously circling the vehicle to assess her surroundings. In winter, some stray animals, lacking homes, would seek warmth beneath cars, treating the undercarriage as their refuge. It was in such a manner that she had rescued a small orange cat. She drove at a deliberate pace, hoping that the more experienced drivers would extend a bit of patience to beginners like herself. Shuha proactively assisted Shiyu with his briefcase. I apologize for my driving skills, perhaps we should have master you drive next time. He has slightly better than your culinary skills. Really? A spark of joy ignited in Shua's eyes. Shiyu had praised her cooking as a feast, implying her driving might also be commendable. Thank you for the compliment. Shiyu raised an eyebrow. After receiving such praise, Shua appeared adorably bashful. Actually, I passed my driving test on the first try. My instructor even commended my quick understanding. May I inquire from which esteemed school you graduated? The Go-Kart Academy, perhaps, she mumbled weakly at the front door. Nian Nian had waited a long time. Upon seeing her uncle and aunt return home together, she joyfully leaped up and ran to her aunt. The little one embraced her, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Auntie, you're like a sweet little cake, strawberry flavored. Shuha felt her heart soften. Thank you, Nian Nian. Shiyu scoffed, all the honey at home has been consumed by you. Shiyu Nian Nian, only you have such a sweet tongue. Honey isn't as sweet as auntie. Shiyu fell silent. Shua bent down, gently poking the tip of the little one's nose. No wonder Xiaomei likes Nian Nian, you are truly adorable. Have uncle and auntie reconciled? Shua's eyes curved with a smile. About to speak. Not yet. Shiyu pressed his hand against his stomach, a pained frown creasing his brow as he took the briefcase from Shua's hands and ascended the stairs to the bedroom. No one could see the expression on the man's face. Shua felt a pang of disappointment. Was it not the case? Shiyu had been so gentle with her today, even holding her close and soothing her tears. She had thought they had reconciled. He still had much to strive for. Nian Nian, hands on her hips, huffed. I feel like uncle is pretending. Uncle is naughty, wanting auntie to comfort him. Your uncle is not pretending, he genuinely feels unwell. I must go attend to him. I'll review your homework later. Today's homework doesn't need to be graded. Shua was taken aback. Have you already had someone review it? I didn't write it. Nian Nian covered her bottom and slipped down to the dining table, eagerly awaiting dinner. Her little mind could only consider beef burgers in Xiaomei. Chapter 80. Nu Hula Duo. Shua entered the bedroom. Shiyu was in the bathroom. Despite his stomach pain and the wound on his hand still unhealed, he was meticulous about his hygiene, showering every day, particularly after social engagements. He would wash for an extended period until all traces of smoke and alcohol were gone. Shuha recalled the healing ointment Shiyu had given her, tucked away in the drawer. She needed to find it. Such beautiful hands as his should not be left with scars, once the scab on his hand had formed. She would diligently apply the ointment for him. The bathroom door swung open, and Shiyu emerged, towel-drying his hair. Shuha rummaged through the drawer. Where had she placed the ointment? As she squatted down, her gaze fixated on a particular item in the second-to-last drawer, a pocket watch. It was exquisitely vintaged, embodying a refined British style, and its craftsmanship was undoubtedly valuable, featuring a silver-plated exterior and a glacier blue HUE. As she cradled it in her palm, it seemed the clasp had not been secured properly, causing it to spring open inside. Apart from the delicate snowflake pattern dial, lay a photograph as the backdrop. He. A voice suddenly emerged behind Shua, startling her. The man moved swiftly, his strong hand catching her before she stumbled. Taking the pocket watch from her grasp, Shua inhaled the scent of cedar emanating from Shiyu. Standing before him, she took a deep breath, relishing the fresh and clean aroma that was uniquely his. Are you admiring a cat? Oh, caught red-handed, Shua pointed at the pocket watch, her curiosity piqued. May I take another look? No. Shiyu playfully tapped her forehead with his fingertip. Shua rubbed her temples, a smile tugging at her lips. This familiar, affectionate gesture had resurfaced. Could it mean they were nearing reconciliation? The bandage on his hand remained dry, indicating he had worn waterproof gloves while showering. I saw a photograph. Is it one from 4 years ago at the university's opening ceremony when I was playing the guitar? I only caught a glimpse of the guitar.
I couldn't see the rest clearly. Shiyu did not deny it. He walked to the bedside, placing the pocket watch beneath his pillow, asserting, "It's perfectly reasonable and lawful to collect photos of my fiancée."
Is it not?
Shua pondered. A fragment of memory flickered in her mind. She vaguely recalled a midday conversation when Nian Nian had asked Shiyu when Auntie had started liking him. Shiyu's response echoed in her ears.
Deep and lingering, 4 years ago, during the opening ceremony.
Shua's mind raced, her heart skipping a beat. The man's bathrobe hung loosely on him, the tie knot properly secured, revealing his sculpted collarbones, as he prepared to recline and rest.
You haven't dried your hair.
My stomach hurts, I just want to lie down.
Shua retrieved the hairdryer from the bathroom and climbed onto the bed.
She wrapped her arms around Shiyu's arm, gently assisting him to sit up, her gaze softening as she spoke softly, "Let me dry your hair, it won't take long."
Shiyu complied and sat up.
Her voice wafted into his ears, always gentle and slow, now resembling a playful coaxing, sending a warm sensation from his ears to his heart. Shua set the dryer to low speed, soothing her husband, "You don't have much hair. It's easy to dry."
"Once I'm done, though, Shua,"
Shiyu interjected, his expression darkening. Just as he was beginning to enjoy her ministrations, he nearly suffered a heart attack. He snatched the dryer from her grasp. "You don't have any hair. I'll do it myself to prevent you from taking revenge by pulling my hair."
I didn't mean it that way." Shua froze.
Shiyu had an abundance of hair. Realizing she had inadvertently stepped on a landmine, she tugged at his bathrobe and explained, "What I meant was that a man's hair isn't as long as a woman's. Your hair is easier to dry than mine, so it won't take much time. If we don't dry your hair, it will." The man's silk bathrobe was loose, and with a gentle tug,
a glimpse of spring emerged, utterly exposed, sensual yet restrained. "Zhou Shua."
Shiyu gritted his teeth in frustration. Shua's face flushed. She hadn't realized his clothes were so loose and quickly helped him rewrap the silky robe,
securing his waist tie.
"I didn't do it on purpose." The man stepped away from her, standing at the edge of the bed. He stared at Shua with a composed demeanor. "I am no longer available for free. Rein in your crafty thoughts and refrain from harboring any notions about me.
I truly didn't intend to take advantage."
"Difficult to assess. You're smiling so much that your little canine teeth are showing."
Shua immediately covered her mouth.
Retracting her small fangs, she laughed with her eyes crinkling, yet genuinely had no ulterior motives. However, Shiyu was indeed quite handsome, with an admirable physique. Alas, after her indifference yesterday, today she felt as if she had climbed too high. The two had unknowingly slipped into a playful banter typical of married couples.
The atmosphere relaxed, no longer as tense as the previous night. "Now you are new Hulu Duo. What on earth is new Hulu Duo?
Shiyu continued drying his hair, warning her, "Be serious, otherwise I might have to reconsider whether I can continue sleeping in the master bedroom with you."
"Comrade, it's quite dangerous." Shua murmured, "You're such a tsundere, always pretending."
"What did you say?"
I meant, Mr. Sure, would you like some soup with dinner?"
The corners of the man's mouth lifted in a barely perceptible smile.
"What do you think?"
"Assistant he?" Shua touched her face, feeling a bit warm, and stepped off the bed, donning her cotton slippers.
"It's better to have some soup. I'll check to see if dinner is ready." Shiyu watched her.
This girl had turned crimson. He set down the hairdryer, understanding the reason for her shyness. "Isn't my husband's physique decent? If you want to see, you'll have to pay. Don't expect to enjoy it for free."
"How much do I have to pay to see you? You tell me honestly how much I'm worth."
"I have no money. I want to dine and dash." The man strode toward her. Shua bit her lip, running out the door while playfully locking the proud man inside, refusing to let him out. She would enjoy a free meal. Chapter 81. I love winter, and I love you. Dinner was still being prepared. Shua specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare something lighter today. As Shiyu was feeling unwell, she sat on the swing chair in the garden, gently swaying back and forth while conversing with Mumu on the phone.
"That's right. And then I pursued my husband to the crematorium."
Fu Henning truly is like an old monk's wooden fish, deserving of a good beating. This afternoon, Dr. Shin sent me a message saying the surgery was successful and thanked me for my encouragement yesterday.
Finally, I no longer owe the Fu family any favors.
Mumu was munching on an apple. It was indeed the right decision, but from Uncle's perspective he was genuinely hurt.
Last night he was boxing,
and the knuckles on his hand were bleeding, pouring alcohol over them.
Do you know why he got hurt?
Shu, he asked.
The
pain in Uncle's heart is directly proportional to how much he cares for you. The injury on his hand is nothing compared to the anguish within. This incident clearly shows how deeply he loves you, darling. You have married a man who cherishes you immensely. Mumu continued, the more one loves in a relationship,
the stronger the possessiveness, leading to jealousy and sorrow.
Mumu's tone was resolute. Shui's swinging came to an abrupt halt. Her husband, who cared for her so much, she recalled the pocket watch hidden by Shiryu in the drawer,
along with the photograph inside it, her fingers tightening around the swing's rope. Had Shiryu liked her since 4 years ago?
His mood is much better today than last night. He even joked with me.
I'm going to change his bandage now and soothe him. Mumu, I'll hang up now. Wait a moment. Mumu interrupted, no longer chewing the apple.
You two were still in a Cold War last night. How can Uncle's mood improve today? He is just reluctant to continue the Cold War with you.
Reluctant?
Yes, you told me you didn't sleep well last night. You both shared a bed, so Uncle must have sensed your unrest. He realized that the Cold War would lead to your inner turmoil and overthinking.
So he didn't want to continue it today.
Don't you think that when it comes to emotional matters, Uncle and Fu Henning are polar opposites? Fu Henning can go months without contacting you, living lavishly, while Uncle can't endure a single night. Even if he's hurting inside, he will still respond to you.
Shuvi was rendered speechless. It did seem as Mumu had said last night.
Shiryu's eyes had appeared red, yet he responded to every word she spoke, even worrying that she might catch a cold and reminding her to take her medicine this morning while she made breakfast. He came over to her, playfully teasing her and asking if she had poisoned him, urging her to stay away from the boiling pot. Shiryu was simply concerned that the hot milk might scald her. Regardless of what happened, Shiryu couldn't bear to ignore her. Their seemingly childish banter was, in truth, his way of making her happy today. She truly felt delighted by him. But what about Shiryu?
Was he genuinely happy inside? Then what should I do? Mumu, you read so many novels. Give me some advice. I want to reconcile with him. Help me out.
When my boss Mu lends a hand.
Success is inevitable. Mumu began to offer suggestions. Do you know how to make Uncle completely happy? How?
Men are inherently jealous, and he must be incredibly envious of Fu Henning, probably thinking you still have feelings for him. To win him back, you need to tell him that the person you like is him. You like him a lot. Fulfill that missing sense of security for him. Make him feel that he is more important to you than Fu Henning.
All right. I'll follow your advice.
As for how to confess, be a bit more proactive, tease Uncle a little. A woman pursuing a man is like a thin veil, it's easier. Tonight, be a bit more forward.
Hug him or something. Oh, my Uncle will be overjoyed.
But he is not free now. He warned me not to touch him.
Pfft, what man doesn't enjoy being touched by the woman he loves?
Just listen to me, initiate a kiss, tackle him, overbearing he's forced love, I guarantee you two will have a treasure by morning and won't get out of bed. When Shuhi returned to her room,
Shiryu was absent. Aunt Jiang brought dinner. Sir received a work call unexpectedly and went to the study. He'll probably be busy for a long time. He has always been busy with work during the new year.
Madam, please eat first. Don't let the food get cold.
All right, thank you, Aunt Jiang.
Shui sat quietly at her desk, propping her chin on her hands, troubled. How does one flirt? How does one enforce love? She was rather dull in matters of romance, always seeming like a wooden block, never having flirted with a man before. It was always Shiryu who teased her after their marriage. She wasn't hungry yet, and Shiryu would take a while to return. Unsure of what to do, she decided to write a diary. He retrieved his wish jar from the bottom drawer, pulled out a brand new rainbow card, and began jotting down her recent happy thoughts to share with her sister. January 28, sunny. 4 Joyful events. First, Shuhi reconciled with her mother. Second, her third core journal article received acceptance. Third, Shuhi loves winter. Fourth, her beloved Shiryu. Shuhi enjoyed writing with a fountain pen. Just as she finished the last punctuation mark, a gentle male voice suddenly broke the silence.
What bad things are you writing about me?
Shuhi was startled and quickly covered her diary with her hand. Her heart raced, and in disbelief, she turned to see Shiryu had appeared in the room. how did you walk in without making a sound? Shiryu had changed into his pajamas.
You were so focused. Like a high school student rushing to finish homework on a weekend night.
He hadn't caught all she had written while changing clothes, but he had glimpsed a line that seemed to say, Shuhei loves winter. Shiryu sat at the edge of the bed, removed his glasses, and placed them on the bedside table. You love winter, yet you are clearly afraid of the cold. Spring,
summer, and autumn would suit you better.
Shuhei tightened her grip on the small card, her fingertips turning pale. Suddenly she made a decision. Her heart raced as she prepared to confess, but now I have started to love winter. Can you guess why?
Shuhei had never written a confession letter to anyone.
She wondered if her rainbow diary to her sister could count as a confession letter. In that fleeting moment, she suddenly wanted Shiryu to see it. She didn't know how to flirt or enforce love. Perhaps she should simply show him this diary card. Shiryu leaned against the headboard, studying Shuei's delicate face. Why was she so shy? Now a rosy hue spread across her slender neck.
Her earlobes turning red, resembling a soft, floppy-eared rabbit. He merely asked an inconsequential question, yet she appeared incredibly anxious. You love winter because you enjoy hibernating and staying in bed. No.
Shuei's cheeks warmed as she ran over to him. I wrote about my beloved in my diary. I want you to see.
Wait a moment. Shiryu's heart ached suddenly.
She had just mentioned her beloved, catching him off guard. Heaven knows who Shuei had written about. Her hand now seemed to hold an atomic bomb, and she was running to throw it at him. Shiryu lowered his gaze, changing the subject. My stomach is uneasy. I need to find some stomach medicine first, then I'll look at it.
He stood to leave. My beloved is you, Shiryu.
Shuhei hurried after him. This man had long legs and crossed the room in mere seconds. Was he walking or escaping? Shuhei couldn't tell, yet she felt strongly that Shiryu truly lacked a sense of security. Shiryu's ear buzzed with a whirling noise. He thought he must be hearing things. As he paused, he suddenly felt someone hug him from behind. Shuei's arms wrapped tightly around him. Her cheek pressed against his back. Her hands were not warm. At that moment, they held his large hand, sharing the warmth of their palms. I like you very much, very much. Shuhei clutched the slightly crumpled rainbow card. Fingers unfurling to show Shiryu, look, I told my sister about my beloved. I never lied to her. Shiryu, it was you who saved me in winter, married me, and cherished me. I love winter.
And I love you.
Chapter 82, Reconciliation. Shiryu looked at her diary on the rainbow card in Shuei's palm. She shared 4 joyful events with her sister, and he read through the contents one by one.
Shuei's beloved.
Shiryu. The man picked up the card, and upon reaching the 4th line, a sharp pain abruptly pierced his chest, like being deeply scratched by a claw. Shuhei pouted. Let us reconcile.
Remembering what Mumu said about how men like their beloved women to take the initiative.
She gathered her courage and walked up to Shiryu, standing on her tiptoes to wrap her arms around his neck. Just as she was about to kiss him, she suddenly noticed his body had tensed up. His fingers, gripping the rainbow diary, trembled slightly, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Shuhei reached up to check Shiryu's forehead. His temperature was normal.
What is wrong with you? Is it your stomach again? Or is something else uncomfortable?
Her lips were captured by the man's kiss. It was a biting kiss. His breath surged into Shuei's nostrils, and before she could react, Shiryu scooped her up with one arm. Shuhei felt weightless as she was gently tossed onto the soft bed, the thick mattress bouncing her slightly back up, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Sure, just as she propped herself up on her elbow. The man's kiss descended upon her once more. Shiryu's heart pounded heavily. The corners of his long, narrow eyes held a hint of red as he grasped Shuei's diary. Holding her head, not allowing her any chance to evade, lying on the bed, Shuei's hair sprawled around her. Though they had only been at odds for 2 days, it felt as if it had been ages since they had been intimate. She wrapped both of her hands around Shiryu's neck, responding to his kiss. The man's lips were warm, and as their mouths melded together, she felt him pry open her jaws, their lips and teeth entwining as if conducting an electric current. This kiss was infused with an overwhelming tide of emotions from Shiryu. The tenderness lost its control, transforming into a surging desire. The scent of his masculinity permeated the room. At this moment, a fiery possessiveness ignited in Shiryu's eyes. His possession of his wife, Shuhei, was kissed into a daze, softly gasping for breath. He lifted her sweatshirt, and she complied by raising her arms. Shiryu helped her out of her clothing, a chill sweeping over her as her slender shoulders shivered, leaving only her bra.
Aren't you going to turn off the light? Not tonight, the man replied. His voice husky, his fingers found the clasp of her bra at the back, deftly undoing it with practiced ease. You're quicker at unbuttoning my clothes than I am. Then you should undo mine. Just as Shuhei placed her fingers on Shiryu's pajama button. She felt his kiss on her neck, biting her gently. She lowered her hands and tilted her chin slightly, allowing him to take what he desired. Be gentler with your bites. This time, I'll just say you're sneaking a taste of cat food. What nonsense! Shuhei laughed. Playfully tapping his chin, suddenly a cool, wet sensation brushed against her chest, causing her breath to hitch in a moment of fluster. Her small hands caught in his grip, then, their fingers intertwined tightly. Shiryu, he. Close your eyes and just feel me. Shuhei obediently shut her eyes. Does it hurt? He murmured, nibbling softly, mindful of her feelings. Shuhei shook her head. It didn't hurt, rather, it sent a thrill through her heart. When he bit her, it felt as if her very core was electrified with a sense of intoxication. Her husband knew exactly how to make her feel good. Knock, knock, knock. There came a sudden rap on the bedroom door. Shuhei, like a little mudfish sprinkled with salt, instinctively bent her legs to push him away, frantically patting his chin. Get off, someone's coming. Shiryu was momentarily jostled by her knee, the dull pain eliciting a chuckle. Marrying you. I'll have to buy a few more insurance policies. His wife possessed dangerous culinary and driving skills, and now, what? In the next moment, darkness enveloped her as the man yanked the blanket over her, covering his unclad wife. Shuhei nestled under the covers, wrapping herself tightly. It's all your fault, Shiryu. It's your fault. What time is it? Alright, blame it on me. Shiryu held a colossal cup of popcorn, the aroma wafting enticingly. Sweet to the core, his tiny hand knocked on the door again, the fresh popcorn just made by the chef uncle, eager to share it with his little aunt. It was his little uncle who opened the door. Ding ding ding. The popcorn smells amazing. You look like popcorn, Shiryu munched on his snack. I look just like Crayon Shinchan. Shiryu leaned against the doorframe, snatching the popcorn from the little boy's arms to offer it to Hehe. Stop eating. Crayon Shinchan, have you finished your homework? Not yet. I'll check your homework soon. Humph. His little uncle was greedy, stealing his popcorn. He is so mean, always making me do my homework, and why can't homework just do itself? Shiryu closed the door. Placing the popcorn on the table, the it was still warm, and the dishes were too. Come eat first, your little nephew shared his popcorn with you. Oh. Shuhei sat up. He used to call me sister every time he saw me, after marrying you. I've climbed a generation. Oh, so you think your little uncle's generation is too high, huh? Wrapped in the blanket, her sweatshirt discarded on the floor, she couldn't reach it. Help me get a nightgown. Shiryu chuckled as he picked up her sweatshirt and placed it on the sofa. Then headed to the wardrobe. Most of Shuhei's clothes were coordinated by Yuting with the brand, with Yuting putting thought into selecting styles for her. Shiryu chose a nightgown. Its shoulder straps adorned with a charming bow, the fabric soft and smooth to the touch. Approaching the bedside, he saw Shuhei still cocooned in the blanket, teasing, You always make me serve you when you shower, I've seen everything. And now you're shy with me. Shiryu. Shuhei scolded, extending her hand. Give it to me. I knew you wanted it. Shiryu began to tease her again. Shuhei's cheeks flushed a vibrant red. That wasn't her intention. She meant, give me the nightgown, you wicked man. Shiryu handed her the dress. What is improper about being serious with my wife? After putting on the spaghetti-strap nightgown, Shuhei approached the desk. There is only one chair here, I'll have Aunt Jiang bring another. A gust of wind swept her away. Shiryu, indeed skilled in movement, promptly pulled her onto his lap, her heart racing as she wriggled against his waist. Alright, he was solid as a rock. You startled me. Shiryu encircled her slender waist, pulling her close, raising his other hand. My hand hurts, feed me. Shuhei grasped his hand. After dinner, I'll change your bandage. Your hand is more beautiful than a Model S, it shouldn't scar. Oh. If it scars, you won't like me anymore. Not at all.
Shuhi gently touched the gauze, feeling pity for his injury.
I like you no matter what. Didn't you send a few bottles of healing ointment to your godmother over a decade ago? Sure, you raised an eyebrow.
You call her godmother, I'm at a loss for what to call her.
Right. Back then. Your injury was quite severe, so I sent some healing ointment to my sister, thinking that little girls love beauty and would be saddened by scars. The ointment worked wonders. I see you bear no marks from those days.
Chapter 83. Only soft for my wife, excessively sweet, thank you. A warm current flowed through her heart as Shuhi embraced Shiryu's waist. Resting her chin on his neck, resembling a slightly tipsy cat, he was truly attentive, respecting and caring for a girl's feelings. Shuhi grew increasingly enamored with the scent of cedar that clung to Shiryu.
Inhaling deeply, if you keep that up, I'll react.
Shuhi instantly sat upright, her face flushed, the exposed skin of her shoulders and back dusted with a rosy hue. She covered his mouth.
Sure, Dewey.
Your mouth, no filter, Shiryu gestured with his eyes.
My mouth is craving broccoli.
Shuhi tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of broccoli.
Feeding it to him. Be gentle. He chewed, grumbling.
Shuhi was exasperated, his tone was so deliberately spoiled.
No wonder everyone calls you Dewey Dewey, is that really your nickname? Yeah. How could Dad name you that?
Shiryu swallowed the vegetable. Reminiscing, when picking my nickname, Dad told me to draw lots. I was only 2 years old, right? Someone added Dewey Dewey to the pile of papers, and I happened to draw that one. Shuhi burst into laughter. You really know how to banter.
In what sense, Dot?
Shuhi conceded. He never missed a chance to tease her. She picked up a peeled shrimp, feeding it to Shiryu, but he hesitated. Shuhi withdrew her chopsticks, acting childishly.
Beg me. I beg you to pamper me.
Shiryu held her gaze. His words landing in Shuhi's ears like pebbles, striking the softest part of her heart, and she fed him the shrimp.
All right, from now on, I'll only pamper you.
The room was aglow with warm light as Shiryu consumed the shrimp. His eyes shimmering with a flicker of light, the shadows dancing, reflecting only his wife.
You mustn't deceive me, he.
His gaze deepened, his voice low and intoxicating, the fragrance of tea wafted in as Shuhi pressed her soft lips against his lowered lashes. Wrapping her arms around his neck, kissing his brows and eyes.
I won't deceive you.
She spoke softly. In fact, since the day we reunited, I've stopped liking that person. After marrying you, I remember and feel all the kindness you shown me. When you hurt your hand last night, I felt so distressed and hardly slept.
Shiryu smiled gently.
I knew you didn't sleep well, so I covered you with the blanket a few times.
Thankfully, you didn't catch a fever.
Shuhi stared in disbelief.
That wasn't my dream. No.
But when I woke up, you were asleep. I was pretending. You pushed me away yesterday, and I planned not to talk to you today. But I didn't expect you to cry in the bathroom. I was outside the door, wanting to go in to comfort you, but you were already coming out. Shuhi gasped. So sure you knew she had cried in the bathroom last night. He had pretended to go in for something, but was actually worried she might stay in the bath too long. She suddenly recalled Mumu's words, so, I couldn't bear to be in a cold war with you. Shuhi felt her heart tremble as she softly said, Your heart is very soft. Only soft for my wife.
Does your stomach still hurt?
That's also an act, it doesn't hurt anymore.
Shuhi responded with an O.
She had already showered.
Comfortably lying on the large bed.
I was thinking of giving you a massage, but if it doesn't hurt, then it hurts like hell.
Spoiled brat, always pretending.
Shuhi turned off the bedroom light, drew the curtains, and climbed beside the spoiled brat, unbuttoning his pajamas, her hands beginning to massage him. You're rubbing the wrong spot.
This is the stomach.
The man's broad, warm hand enveloped Hihi's delicate fingers, trailing down to rest at a certain place.
You.
My sweet baby, he chuckled softly. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Shua nestled against her husband, her breath shallow as she slept soundly, her soft pink lips receiving a gentle kiss from him. Shiyu tenderly lifted her arm. Shua, in a light slumber, stirred awake, wrapping her arms around Shiyu's neck, her eyes soft and gentle. Stay with me a little longer. I must go for my morning exercise, hee hee.
Don't go, she insisted, a touch domineering. Shiyu lay back down.
Retrieving something from the bedside table, alright then, let's just change the way we exercise this morning.
Ha!
With her mind still hazy from sleep, the man leaned over, gently parting her legs with his knee beneath the covers.
She let out a soft whimper. Go away. You asked me to stay with you, yet you're unhappy.
Shua found herself completely swayed by his logic. Was this what he meant by stay? The room remained shrouded in darkness. As the winter sun in northern Beijing would not rise until around 7. The thick mattress creaked softly, mingling with the girl's gentle murmurs.
You go do your morning exercise.
Shua's voice was barely coherent. Her words fragmented. She felt so drowsy after falling asleep the previous night. She had only been released from Shiyu's embrace at 1 in the morning. How could she possibly have the energy for this again?
I'm already exercising.
The girl, just waking, felt especially sensitive, her senses heightened as she was embraced by the man, her hands encircling his neck, the mist of sleep still clouding her eyes, biting her lower lip. Shiyu,
Be gentle.
I'm not being rough, he replied, though his tone remained tender.
What time is it? You're going to be late. It's 7:30. Aren't you having breakfast? I'm currently enjoying my octopus little heezy.
Shiyu gazed at the drowsy Hehe, pinching her soft waist. The girl was truly like water. Hehe's body was supple, her skin delicate and smooth.
Have you fallen asleep again? With his pinch, Shua became much more alert. She began to banter with Shiyu. Aren't you Nyo Hulu Duo? Just yesterday you told me it wasn't tea-free anymore.
Just settle the bill later. Are you satisfied with the service?
Not satisfied.
No sooner had she spoken than Shua found herself taken care of. She grasped the man's shoulders tightly, leaving marks as she begged for mercy. Satisfied, very satisfied.
How much am I worth? The assertive little Hehe replied, no payment, I want to eat for free. Shua broke another record, sleeping until 2 in the afternoon.
Her waist ached as she answered Shiyu's call, her head still muddled.
You woke me up.
Since being spoiled by Shiyu, she had gradually developed a morning temper. Usually, when she was irritable, Shiyu remained unfazed. He seemed to relish her little tantrums.
My dear wife. Do you see what time it is now? Shua clutched the blanket, rolling over to peek at the clock. Goodness, it was already 2 in the afternoon. It's your fault.
Alright, blame me. Shiyu's voice was clear and pleasant. Coaxing her, Shua noticed he seemed to be discussing work, as there were others nearby laughing heartily, the kind of laughter belonging to the affluent.
What do you want for dinner? I'll bring it home.
Krispy Kreme puffs.
No problem.
Just get up now and drink the herbal medicine for replenishing your energy and blood. I'll bring you Krispy Kreme puffs, but you mustn't secretly pour the medicine away. Let Butler Jiang supervise you while you drink it.
After eating, we'll go to the hospital for some moxibustion.
Shua was puzzled. How did he know she had secretly disposed of it once before? That medicine was just too bitter. Wait, Shiyu even knew she had to go for moxibustion today?
She had planned to slack off and not go. How did he know everything?
Wear more clothes to put on a hat, and don't forget your gloves. Let Master Kong take you over.
Okay, I understand. I'm getting up now. Such a good baby.
Shua smiled sweetly, her dimples showing. Her husband was very adept at soothing her, resembling a gentle, caring boyfriend. Chapter 84. No more Zhou Hongfang dressed and bundled up like a dumpling. Shua descended the stairs and discovered Aunt Jiang had already prepared the herbal medicine for the day. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Aunt Jiang was a spy arranged by Shiyu, for otherwise Shiyu would not know her schedule for moxibustion or that she had secretly poured out the medicine once. Aunt Jiang was warm-hearted and highly capable, keeping Qingfeng Villa in impeccable order and taking excellent care of Hehe each time. It was Aunt Jiang herself who brewed the herbal medicine for her.
Butler Jiang wore the jade gourd pendant that Shua had purchased for her around her neck.
Madam, you are awake. The medicine is at the right temperature. Please drink it on an empty stomach.
All right. Shua held her breath as she drank the medicine.
How bitter it was! After finishing, Aunt Jiang opened her palm, revealing a piece of rock candy. Due to years of labor, Aunt Jiang's hands were slightly rough, with many calluses and wrinkles, but they were impeccably clean.
Thank you. Aunt Jiang, please wait a moment. Shua consumed the rock candy Aunt Jiang offered. A glimmer passed through her eyes as she dashed upstairs, retrieving a set of skincare products she had bought for her mother and brought it down to Aunt Jiang. I can't accept this. Aunt Jiang was taken aback. This brand of cosmetics was exceedingly expensive, costing around 70 to 80,000. She couldn't accept such a lavish gift from her employer. Her work was labor-intensive, and skincare would be a waste of money. Madam, I am too old for these skincare products, thank you for your kindness. Shua pressed the gift box into Aunt Jiang's arms, her smile radiant. No, I think Aunt Jiang is still quite young. And you've devoted yourself to taking care of me, forgetting to take care of yourself. Aunt Jiang's child was already grown. From now on, Shua would provide her with skincare products. Aunt Jiang's eyes glimmered with gratitude and a hint of blush as she accepted Shua's gift and kindness. Thank you. Madam. At the Zhou residence, the birdcage at the entrance was removed by the servants. Zhou Hongfang held his birdcage, teasing the flock of small birds he had raised. Not a single one will be left for you. I am taking them all. Xiang Mei remained indifferent, seated on the sofa inside. You'd best clean up all your belongings. I don't want to see them again. You. Do you even know how to speak? I speak human words to others. And to you, of course, I speak ghost words. You. Zhou Hongfang was infuriated. Are you cursing me to death? Do you think I want to see you, ignorant woman? I should have married Ruan Lan back then and brought her back from Sydney. I have a higher education than you, clearly. You are the one who is ignorant. You. Zhou Xianji had prepared a cup of nourishing mulberry and goji berry tea for Xiang Mei. Mom, be careful, it's hot. Don't mind him, you don't want to upset yourself. Xiang Mei felt frustrated. Xianji. Why did you send him to a private hospital for treatment? Why not let him die outside so the doctors don't save him and he doesn't harm others? Xiang Mei was truly at a loss for what to do. Zhou Hongfang was a cold-hearted man who looked down on women from the bottom of his heart. He had previously harmed Shua and Mumu, even forcing Mumu to break up with Xianji. Zhou Xianji's eyes were filled with unspoken depths. Sending him to a private hospital could only prolong Zhou Hongfang's good days. Late-stage cancer couldn't be cured. Zhou Hongfang had at most half a year left. These matters would be revealed to his mother once Zhou Hongfang entered the hospital. If they were to act, they must do so thoroughly. After finishing her moxibustion, Shua arrived at the Zhou residence with the skincare products she had bought for her mother. As she passed the entrance to the banquet hall, Zhou Hongfang snorted coldly. He glared intently at the gift Shua held for her mother. What about mine? In this cold winter, I don't even have moisturizer, my face is dry and peeling. Why didn't you buy me a set of skincare products? You have no face, what do you need moisturizer for? Zhou Shua, I am your father, I gave you life, don't you understand gratitude? Can you even buy me a gift when you visit the Zhou residence? Shua raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, returning his words to him, you don't deserve to receive a gift. Upon saying this, she felt a profound sense of relief. Zhou Hongfang intentionally mocked his youngest daughter. There's an old saying, raise a son to prevent old age. Look at your brother, then look at you. What is the point of having a daughter? You're utterly ungrateful. If I had known, I should have suffocated you in Sydney. Shua merely smiled. Daughters can also serve you in your old age. You. Zhou Hongfang was nearly spitting blood from rage. You wretched creature. The backlash is all falling on you. You. Upon hearing the term backlash, Zhou Hongfang gritted his teeth, scanning the area until he found a stick. Grasping it tightly as if to strike his daughter, Shua flinched back a couple of steps. Zhou Hongfang. Xiang Mei quickly stepped forward, shielding Shua, holding her hand and leading her back into the living room. Don't be afraid, he has to rely on your brother now, so he won't dare to hit you. Zhou Hongfang was seething with rage. Throwing the stick away in frustration, deciding to endure it for now, Xianji would soon be sending him to a renowned private hospital in Beijing. Yesterday, Xianji had taken him to see the medical equipment in the hospital, which was comprehensive and advanced. The attending physician had expressed great confidence in prolonging his life and alleviating his suffering. With active cooperation in treatment, living another 10 years was not out of the question. Xianji had only one request. He could enter the hospital, but once cured, he must not trouble Xiang Mei Shua,
or Mumu again. He had agreed. At least the son still had some conscience. During dinner, Xiang Mei specially arranged for the kitchen to prepare hot pot. A bubbling yin-yang pot, perfect for winter. Shua picked up a piece of tripe with her chopsticks and placed it in her mother's plate, saying, "Here.
What about mine?"
Zhou Xianji observed his sister, who was diligently serving their mother,
ignoring him entirely.
"I only serve mom, not my brother." Shua then picked a green Sichuan pepper and placed it in her brother's plate. Zhou Xianji was left speechless. Shua appeared somewhat disheartened, asking, "Brother, why are you treating Zhou Hongfang so well? Just now, you sent him to such a fine hospital for recuperation. He has hit both me and mom before, and nearly crushed Mumu's finger. And Mumu practices taekwondo, and if her finger were to break,
her future would be ruined."
Xiang Mei was equally baffled. "Yes, Xianji, your behavior is quite unusual." Zhou Xianji set down his chopsticks and explained, "That hospital is a one-way ticket. Once he enters, he won't come out again. The advanced medical equipment isn't meant for him. I've arranged for someone to keep an eye on him. He can spend the next 6 months inside in pain and repentance, preventing him from causing trouble here today and seeking trouble elsewhere tomorrow.
Finally, he can be quiet."
Shua fell silent, finally grasping her brother's strategy. Xiang Mei felt a wave of relief wash over her, the heaviness in her chest dissipating completely. He deserves it, having committed so many sins.
It would be best if he suffers immensely. From now on, the Zhou family will no longer have Zhou Hongfang.
Xiang Mei smiled, lifting her cup of cola. "Cheers, my son, my daughter. I don't seek great wealth or power. I only wish for you two to support one another. Live in peace and joy, and always be each other's refuge and reliance. Cheers." Shua raised her cola and clinked glasses with her mother and brother. Zhou Xianji nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips as he promised his mother, "I will. Mom. I will take good care of my sister, and of you as well."
Chapter 85, Blood Donation. "Brother, how are things with Mumu?"
Xiang Mei was even more concerned about her son's romantic affairs. "Yes, tell us."
"Shua mentioned you two are living together in Moon Bay." "Indeed, we are cohabitating."
Zhou Xianji gently rubbed his fingertips over the cola cup, chuckling softly, "But for now, I am merely Mumu's. What are you?"
Shua looked at him expectantly. "Servant."
As soon as these words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the room for 2 seconds, followed by the simultaneous laughter of Shua and Xiang Mei. Shua couldn't help but reflect on it. The esteemed director Zhou from Jingbei, willing to be a servant one day. Love truly is ineffable. On the way back to Qingfeng Villa, Shua noticed an urgent help message in the Panda Hero group chat. This group consisted of individuals with Rh-negative blood. Soon, her phone received an emergency text from the blood center of Jingbei Hospital, alerting her to a Rh-negative mother who was experiencing severe hemorrhaging. This blood type is exceedingly rare, and the blood bank is perpetually in short supply.
Master Kong, to Jingbei Hospital. Understood.
Master Kong noticed Shua's tense expression in the rearview mirror and asked, "Madam,
what has happened?"
"There is a critical situation with a mother. She needs blood."
Master Kong pressed the accelerator, but doubt lingered in his mind. What kind of blood type necessitates an urgent blood donation? Could it be panda blood? At Jingbei Hospital, the medical staff in the blood department conducted a physical examination on Shua, inquiring, "You are not on your menstrual cycle, right? Are you feeling unwell?"
"I am not on my cycle.
And I feel fine."
Shua donates blood biannually at Jingbei Hospital. The doctor drew out a syringe roughly the length of her finger. As Shua reclined on the donation chair, she closed her eyes, unwilling to look. Each blood donation was accompanied by the anxiety of witnessing that large needle piercing her arm, which was quite painful. The doctor began to apply disinfectant iodine to her arm. The cool sensation made her take a deep breath. The doctor observed her delicate arm and patted it gently, saying, "You are too slender, your veins are a bit thin. Now clench your fist tightly." Shua tightened her fingers. The doctor tapped her arm several times before the needle pierced her skin.
"Drawing blood. All done. Relax your hand, and don't be tense."
Master Kong stood nearby, and despite being middle-aged, he felt uneasy at the sight of that large syringe. The doctor continued to draw a significant amount of blood.
Master Kong inquired, "How much are you taking?"
The doctor hesitated, stating, "The mother's condition is critical. She requires a large amount of blood, and there aren't many donors with Rh-negative blood, so we need to draw
400 cc.
Master Kong was astonished. 400cc is the maximum amount for adult blood donation. He quickly pulled out his phone from his coat pocket, sending a message to his husband to inform him in advance. As his wife has a frail constitution, he hoped nothing else would go wrong. After the blood was drawn, Shua had some bruising on her left arm, and the doctor placed 2 large band-aids on it. Rest for a while.
Thank you for helping that pregnant mother.
Shua nodded gently. Her lips began to turn pale, and she felt no strength in her left arm as she pressed on the blood draw site. Lying back in the chair to rest, her mother had passed away during her birth, likely due to severe hemorrhaging. The blood bank was in short supply, which prevented timely rescue. Zhou Hongfang has type A blood, but she is Rh negative, leaving only one possibility. Ruan Lan is a rare Rh negative blood type. A panda-blooded mother giving birth is a perilous affair. Shua had done everything in her power. She hoped the pregnant mother could safely weather this ordeal. Sure, you rushed to the blood department of the hospital. Seeing Shua lying motionless in the chair, her brows furrowed, and her complexion ashen, devoid of any color, her lips had lost their hue, and her skin appeared almost translucent. Resembling a shattered porcelain doll, had she fallen asleep, or had she fainted? After donating blood, she needed to apply pressure to the puncture site, yet no one had covered her with a coat in this frigid weather.
Master Kong seemed to have disappeared.
Sure, you hurried over and caught sight of the extensive bruise on her slender left arm, shocking him. The air he inhaled felt sharp enough to pierce his lungs. He picked up her down jacket. After donating 400 cubic centimeters for the first time, Shua felt dizzy and faint, gradually waking up wrapped in the warmth of the clothing. She then found herself nestled in an embrace. Her vision cleared gradually, and in the bright light, the man's jawline was tense, his eyes reddened, and his deep black pupils trembled slightly. His usually calm demeanor bore an anxious gravity at this moment.
I'm fine, Shua softly reassured him.
Seeing her awaken, Shiryu's rigid body relaxed slightly. He perched on the edge of the chair, his cheek resting against her forehead, holding Shua's icy hand and warming it with his breath.
Where do you feel unwell? I'll call the doctor to check on you. I feel fine, I just want to go home. All right.
Shiryu cradled her in his arms, mindful of her dizziness, so he moved slowly, his voice softening for her. Get some rest, I'm right here.
I'll take you home.
Shua replied faintly, then sleepily closed her eyes, succumbing to a drowsy state. Shiryu's embrace was steady and strong, instilling her with a profound sense of security. Master Kong emerged from the restroom and returned to the blood donation recovery room. But Shua was nowhere to be found. In the bedroom, Shua lay on the soft bed. After he finished his examination, he reported to the man standing by the bed, Mr. Shi, your wife is fine, feeling weak after blood donation is normal. She just needs to rest for the next few days. Ensure she supplements her protein intake and consumes iron-rich foods. Shiryu nodded, his heart finally easing. Doctor, he cautioned Shua, Mrs. Shi, if it weren't for the rarity of your blood type, I would strongly advise against blood donation. Should there be another urgent situation, you must emphasize to the doctor that the maximum amount drawn should be 200 cc, not 400 cc. I work at Jingbei Hospital, so next time you donate blood, contact me first, I'll accompany you. Shiryu sat on the edge of the bed, tucking the blanket around Shua, softly saying, Did you hear what doctor he said? Don't donate blood unless it's a crisis. If there's an emergency, contact Dr. E first and only go after he gives his consent. I heard. The pounding in Shua's head had eased considerably, and she felt a bit stronger. That pregnant mother had severe hemorrhaging. There weren't many people donating blood today, and the doctor had no choice but to draw 400 cc. I've only ever donated 200 cubic centimeters before.
Chapter 86, His Little Panda, Extra Update. Shiryu bore no intention of blaming her.
He ruffled Shua's hair, comforting her. The primary condition for saving others is to ensure your own life and safety first. Remember this for next time. Promise me, hee.
Okay. Shua assured him, I promise you.
If I encounter another urgent situation, I will inform Dr. He and you first. I'm sorry for making you worry again today.
No need to apologize. Now I know you have Rh negative blood. I truly have a little panda at home that I must protect well.
Shua smiled softly. Today I donated blood to save them. Perhaps one day if I know ifs.
Sure, you interrupted.
His gaze deepening. He could not fathom Shua facing any danger. Seeing her lying there motionless in the hospital had nearly paralyzed him with fear. He never wanted to experience that heart-wrenching sensation again.
Shua stood still for a moment, then softly replied, "Yes, Noasta, I will be safe, don't worry." "Are you hungry?" "Not hungry, I had dinner before donating blood, guess what I had?" "Sure you teased her, bamboo." Little panda, dot. Doctor, he noticed a dessert on the table. "You can have some sweets to replenish your energy, Mr. Sure. I need to return to the hospital for a surgery." "MHM, go ahead." Upon bidding farewell to Dr. He, Shui encountered the familiar dessert shop box. "Did you buy cream puffs? That sugar poetry shop is quite popular. I imagine you had to wait in a long line, as it tends to be quite crowded." Hongxing acquired it. "I noticed you and Mumu often visit that shop for desserts. Just a few days ago, it was purchased. I in the future, if you two wish for anything, simply call them, and they will arrange for delivery." Shui was astounded. Is this what financial prowess means? What is it like to have a wealthy husband? He directly bought a trendy dessert chain in Jingbei as a gift for his wife and niece. Shiyu helped Shui sit up, placing a cushion at her lower back, and brought over a box of crispy cream puffs from the table. Shui lifted the covers, preparing to get out of bed. "Don't move." Shiyu gently returned her to the bed, tucked her in, and draped a shawl over her shoulders. "Just eat in bed, but you have a cleanliness obsession. I'm afraid I might dirty the sheets." "Not with you," leaning against the headboard. Warmth and contentment filled Shui's heart. "You're such a good person. I've earned my good person card. Remember to cherish this good person. I will treasure you." Shui wanted to kiss him, her fingers tightening around the blanket as she bit her lip. "Come closer. I have something to say." Go ahead." Shui leaned forward, drawing near, and suddenly he kissed his cheek. "Is it just the left side?" Shui paused and then kissed the right side of his face. "Is it just the cheeks?" Shui blushed as she gently kissed his lips, nibbling on his lip, and murmured, "I want to eat cream puffs." "Alright." Shiyu smiled and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Returning to the bedside, he fed her a cream puff. "They were freshly made when I bought them. They've been sitting for a bit now." "Is the taste still alright?" "Delicious." Shui devoured 2 matcha-flavored puffs. "So sweet. I want another chocolate one." "Sure." Shiyu picked up a chocolate puff and fed it to Yi. Suddenly Shui noticed a little figure hiding at the doorway. Nian Nian was hesitantly holding something and didn't dare to enter. "Come in." "Nian Nian." Shiyu turned his head, on guard. Crayon Shinchan. Only after receiving permission did Nian Nian enter the master bedroom, rush to the bed, remove his little shoes, and climb beside his aunt. Just a moment ago, his aunt had been kissing his uncle, and his uncle's lips had nearly reached the sky. Moreover, his uncle spoke to his aunt in such a gentle tone while feeding her, a stark contrast to his usual serious demeanor. For Auntie, Nian Nian rummaged through the suitcase, pulling out all sorts of medicine boxes, cold medicine, digestive tablets, Chuanbei loquat syrup, and fever medication, among others. He didn't know what illness his aunt had. He had seen the doctor examining her earlier but hadn't given her any medicine, so he brought his own. He wasn't sure if it would help Auntie. Shiyu looked at the scattered medicine boxes on the blanket and caught sight of one box, his face turning pale. "Shiyu Nian Nian, you brought out the suppositories too, and you left them on my bed." Nian Nian didn't realize that suppositories shouldn't be brought out. Previously, he hadn't enjoyed eating the meals his mother prepared, always craving snacks, and after several days without a bowel movement, his mother would give him this medication. Shui laughed so hard her stomach hurt. "You little troublemaker, are you my nephew or my little nemesis?" "I am your Yulamai." Shui nearly died laughing. Shiyu picked up the dirty bag with one hand. "Are you a crawling little creature? How did you get your new clothes so dirty? It's as if you've cleaned the floor with them." "Humph." Harry Potter. Nian Nian flew around for a bit, then sat on the sofa, arms crossed. "Uncle treats me differently." He had no cleanliness obsession towards his aunt but was severely fussy about others. Shui tidied up the scattered medicine boxes on the bed and placed them on the bedside table. Nian Nian was such a cute and warm-hearted darling. "Nian Nian, don't worry, I'm not sick, and I don't need any medicine." Then, Nian Nian swallowed hard, lifting his little finger and pointing at the box of crispy cream puffs, cautiously asking, "Are you still going to eat?" Shiyu. "What do you mean, still eat? He has only eaten 3. This greedy little boy is just a little glutton, trying to snatch food from his aunt." Shui chuckled softly and handed the box of puffs to Nian Nian. "I am done, here. There are still plenty left. I am full, you can have it." Shiyu learned his lesson. When there are children at home, he must bring back double the food next time, one for the big friend and one for the little friend. Nian Nian bounced over to the bedside, snatching the box of puffs, his favorite treat, as his chubby little hands grasped a cream puff. Just as he took a bite, sizzle, the cream from the chocolate puff burst out, landing on Shiyu's slipper.
Startling Yin Yen as his pupils quivered. He covered his bottom with his little hand and dashed out the door. Oh no, I'm doomed.
Shiyu Yen Yen, you little troublemaker, tomorrow I'll sell you on Xianyu. Shiyu gazed down at the dark mess on his shoe.
His head aching from anger as he heard Hihi's melodious laughter behind him. Children are just too adorable. Shiyu pulled out 2 tissues, squatting down to disdainfully wipe off the sticky mess from his shoe. And headed to the bathroom. Indeed, children are too adorable, unlike me, pitifully unloved. Big Trouble vs. Little Trouble. The 6-year-old little troublemaker scores another victory. Chapter 87. She lies on the light. On the 25th day of the 12th month. It was sunny. It was already 11:30 in the morning, and Shiyu was making blackbone chicken and red date soup from scratch. He was still sleeping in, and the chef stood beside Shiyu, teaching him culinary skills. Chefren wore a chef's beret, a pristine apron around his waist, and a clean plastic mask covering the lower half of his face. After washing the dried shiitake mushrooms, soak them in warm water for half an hour, Shiyu replied with a hum.
Placing the washed mushrooms into a mixing bowl and pouring warm water over them, and then?
Uncle Rin, how can we eliminate the fishy smell? I want Hihi to enjoy a couple more bowls, then wash them a few more times. Use cold water in the pot, and when the water is about to boil, skim off the foam from the top. This blackbone chicken is fresh, so the fishy smell isn't strong. Alright, Shiyu donned gloves and proceeded as Chef Rin instructed. Shuhi received a message from Jingbei Hospital. The pregnant woman had been successfully rescued by a group of kind-hearted blood donors. Shuhi stretched, noticing the bruises near her blood draw site had turned purple. The bruises had spread, looking quite unsettling, resembling the aftermath of a beating. No wonder Shiyu had been startled yesterday. It was already noon. After freshening up, Shuhi drew back the curtains, revealing a bright, clear day. A splendid weather. Shiyu must have gone to work by now. He would start his annual leave tomorrow. Oh, you're not going to work? As Shuhi descended the stairs, she spotted Shiyu busily working in the open kitchen.
Dressed in a loose cashmere turtleneck, he was cooking, his demeanor focused and earnest. Shuhi vaguely recalled the day they reunited. He had worn this very turtleneck. Shiyu had an elegant demeanor, resembling a walking clothes rack.
As if any attire draped over him appeared luxurious and refined. Shiyu lazily raised an eyebrow. Why are you up so early? It's already noon. It's not early at all. Then this little light bird of yours has gone without food today. The mention of light bird made Shui's brows twitch as she leaned over the railing to observe him. Do you know what light bird means?
What could possibly stump your husband?
The man spoke with calm assurance. Shuhi rushed to Shiyu's side. Just as she reached out to hug him, she heard him say softly, I smell like smoke. Let me change before I finish cooking. I still want a hug, alright? Come here. Shuhi wrapped her arms around Shiyu's waist from behind, her cheek pressed against the soft wool of his sweater, inhaling his scent, feeling her mind and body relaxed. It felt as if she were enveloped in a soft,
fluffy cloud. Your hand. Shuhi suddenly remembered that Shiyu's hand injury hadn't healed yet, and she grasped his hand to check. Thankfully he was wearing gloves. It is fine, the wound has scabbed over. Looking at his hand,
Shuhi felt a pang of concern and frowned. Don't cook for a while, what if it gets infected?
Alright, Shiyu's gaze softened. Aren't you curious about the meaning of Lightbird?
Then tell me.
What does it mean? If you get it right, I'll reward you.
Light means the light of Fusang. I specifically looked up this term. Fusang is a mythical tree from the East Sea, only growing where the sun rises. So light in ancient times specifically referred to the sun. The little bird symbolizes life, vitality, and freedom. The man explained to his wife, if you like light birds, it signifies that you appreciate the sun and freedom.
Am I correct?
Meshem, Shuhi and expected him to take the time to research. A soft warmth surged within her heart. I fear the cold, so I prefer sunny places where the warmth envelopes me. And I enjoy a carefree and unconstrained life. Since their marriage, Shiyu had never constrained her. Shuhi cherished this carefree and liberated life. In Qingfeng Villa, she could say whatever she wanted and do whatever she pleased,
free from any in-laws difficulties.
Your specialty is ancient literature. You should be quite familiar with the meanings of Chinese characters. Let me ask you a question. Sure, Professor. Sure, go ahead. Professor Sure parted his thin lips. What does the character you in my name mean?
Shuhi was momentarily taken aback.
The prolonged silence and lack of response caught Shiryu's attention. And he noticed he was momentarily dazed, as if ensnared by a spell.
Caught off guard? Shuhi's eyes sparkled with clarity. Day by day, it is you that rises with the sun. And by night, it is you that accompanies the moon. This is a philosophical saying from Yang Shomstai Xian, Yuan Gao. The name Yu signifies the rising sun, thus Shi Yu, your name embodies the essence of the moment the sun ascends? Shi Yu found himself perplexed by He's earlier reference to classical literature. However, her subsequent interpretation resonated well with him. Indeed, my name translates to supporting light, which seems quite faithful with your little bird. A smile danced at the corners of Shu He's eyes, as if she had just unlocked a door to a new realm. The notion of supporting light and the little bird appeared to hold an endearing synergy. Shi Yu began to seek his reward. You mentioned a reward earlier. What shall it be? What kind of reward do you desire? Come a bit closer. Shu He leaned in closer. And the man bent down, whispering softly in her ear, tonight, blindfold my eyes, and then, Shi Yu. Shu He interrupted him, her cheeks flushed, she slipped her hands beneath the man's sweater and playfully twisted his sturdy waist. Mumu was indeed right, men only wish to snuggle with their wives. Boss Moo's remaining New Year's gift money is gone. Shu He huffed softly, I am now a super addition to the family, I am Mumu's little aunt. I shall give her a grand red envelope, deducted from your salary card. The household finances were firmly in Shu He's grasp. Shi Yu often surrendered his salary to her, offering various cards until her wallet could scarcely accommodate the plethora of VIP cards and bank cards. The black-bone chicken soup was nearing completion. Shi Yu retrieved 2 bowls from the cupboard, his voice as warm as jade. Well, my salary is yours to use as you wish. How are you feeling today? Any discomfort? No discomfort, it smells wonderful. What have you simmered? Bird. So she was to be stewed, was she? But the black-bone chicken indeed resembled a plump little bird. If you say it that way, I feel reluctant to eat it. Delicious. Shu He savored the tender meat. Your culinary skills surpass mine by a margin. Next time, I shall prepare a pot for you to taste. Who are you preparing a pot for? For you, of course. What are you going to cook? Black-bone chicken. Who is to stew a pot of black-bone chicken? Ma Dongmei, is that satisfactory? This man did not believe she could concoct such a soup. Shi Yu attempted to jog her memory. I recall your brother mentioning that you once prepared black-bone chicken soup for him. How was it? Tasty? He has a very delicate stomach. What do you mean? That day, I made black-bone chicken soup for my brother. He indulged a bit too much, drinking the entire pot without leaving a drop for me. As a result, he overstuffed his stomach and ended up beside the toilet for quite a while, turning pale. I had to call an ambulance. Ah, so he merely overindulged. Shi Yu's smile deepened, unaware that Su Ji remained oblivious to his own reckless eating habits. The black-bone chicken soup was indeed delectable. Shu He finished her first bowl, and Shi Yu approached her, ruffling her hair. He is wonderful. Shu He looked up, dazed. At that moment, the man exuded a gentle warmth. As if the brilliant light outside cascaded into his profound gaze. Had she merely consumed a bowl of soup to deserve such praise? Shi Yu took her bowl, returning to the kitchen to serve her a second helping, placing it beside her. If my wife could finish another bowl, she would be even more marvelous. All right. Shu He's eyebrows lifted in delight. Oddly enough, a simple, sweet compliment from Shi Yu made her appetite blossom. He began to relish her second bowl. Chapter 88, a rejuvenation of his wife. With the new year approaching, I will begin my vacation tomorrow, according to the customs of Jingbei, in the first year after marriage. I shall take you to visit relatives and friends. Visit relatives? Indeed, in the north, we refer to it as visiting relatives. The gifts are all prepared. Tomorrow we will drive around to pay our respects. After the new year, we'll head to England for a few days and ask Mom for our red envelope money. The mention of this made Shu He feel a bit anxious. I've only met your mother once at the wedding. And I'm uncertain of her preferences. What should I buy her as a gift? I will prepare the gifts. Shi Yu recalled something. However, Mom has a particular fondness for calligraphy. She fell in love with Dad's brushwork when they were courting and married. Calligraphy? Shu He felt a thrill of excitement. I can write a bit. In previous years, during the spring festival at Moon Bay, my brother would have me write the couplets for our home. Upon hearing this, Shi Yu raised an eyebrow. My wife is well versed in the arts. Excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. To marry such a talented beauty like you, I consider myself extremely fortunate. Shuhi's cheeks bloomed like cherry blossoms. You certainly know how to flatter. From now on, the couplets for our home will be written by He. All right. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, light snow fell. Since Shuhi moved into Qingfeng Villa, the underfloor heating in the main house had warmed up, creating an environment ideal for a young lady. As they were set to visit relatives, Shuhi rose early. During her morning shower, Shiryu attended to her, the bathroom enveloped in warmth. She stood beneath the showerhead, raising her left arm. Although bruised, it no longer pained her. Is it cold? Shuhi shook her head. Not at all, the house is very warm. Shiryu rolled up his sleeves, squeezing some jasmine-scented body wash onto a loofah, creating a lather. The foam cascaded over Hihi's shoulders. Her skin was a warm ivory, slender and delicate, with a graceful neck and smooth, tender complexion. Her waist barely fitting within his grasp. His wife's beauty truly tested his composure. He picked up the handheld showerhead, testing the water temperature with his palm. The warmth was just right. Shiryu began rinsing the body wash off her, soft and fragrant as jade. It is fortunate that your ex-boyfriend was a man of misfortune. The fragrant bubbles were washed away by the clear stream. Shuhi's cheeks flushed, radiant and alluring, resembling petals drenched in rain. He was indeed fortunate. Surrounded by so many beautiful models donning seductive lingerie. In the past, his circle of friends was filled with new faces every day. That is not a man's fortune. She looked at him, puzzled. Is it not? To bring home the woman he loves and cherish her. That is a man's true fortune and skill. Shuhi felt her heart skip a beat. The more she interacted with Shiryu, the more she recognized his principled views. As the chairman of Hengxing, he inevitably encountered various social gatherings and had seen numerous women over the years, yet he remained virtuous, traversing through the flowers without being tainted, even willing to abstain from alcohol for the sake of his wife. If you and your unfortunate ex-boyfriend fell into a river, who would you save first? Shuhi was taken aback. She had not anticipated being asked such a childish question. Shiryu halted the shower, playfully pinching her waist, knowing she was most ticklish, teasingly saying, "Jo Shuhi, you hesitated, didn't you? I'll make you hesitate. I'd save you." Shuhi laughed, stepping back a couple of paces. "Sure dui, you're such a child. I wouldn't have asked such questions at this age." "Don't run away." Fearing she might slip, Shiryu grasped her arm, wrapping her in a towel to dry off the droplets of water on her skin. Shuhi wrapped her arms around Shiryu's waist. The room was enveloped in steam, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. During the shower, Shuhi noticed the glimmer of desire in the man's eyes, albeit restrained. Last night, Shiryu had not touched her out of consideration for her having donated blood 2 days prior and feeling weak. He had limited himself to kisses and hugs, refraining from any further activities. "If you don't let go of me soon, I might just have to indulge in breakfast." "Feel free to indulge." Shuhi lowered her gaze, her long curled lashes gently resting, still holding onto him, her voice barely above a whisper, reluctant to release Shiryu. Raise your head." Oh, Shuhi forgot. Shiryu had reminded her countless times not to develop the habit of looking down. The moment she lifted her head, the warmth of his lips met hers. The white mist enveloped her, mingling with her delicate fragrance, causing Shiryu's thoughts to swirl, unable to resist his every subtle invitation. Their lips intertwined tenderly. The man's expression softened, his well-defined fingers resting on his waist, veins faintly visible on the back of his hand. Shui's heart raced like a drum, aware of what was to come, as she wrapped her arms around the man's neck, intoxicated by his embrace. "Wait for me a moment." The man suddenly snapped back to reality, nearly forgetting a crucial step due to his enchanting charm. As Shuhi watched Shiryu leave the room, she seemed to understand what he was heading to retrieve, having forgotten that detail herself. He truly did not wish for her to take any emergency contraception. An hour later, the bathroom door swung open. Shiryu carried Hihi out, placing her gently on the bed, pulling the quilt over her. "I will fetch you some clothes, don't move, or you'll catch a chill." Shuhi's eyes glimmered with a misty sheen. Nestled under the covers, she felt drowsy, yearning for a nap. After their intimate moment, she felt utterly languid, devoid of strength. Her arm exposed outside the silk quilt, soft and rosy like dawn, the lingering sensation of tenderness throughout her limbs had yet to fade. Shiryu selected a vintage red knitted dress, embodying Eastern aesthetics.
Gentle and elegant, Shuhei lifted her eyelids, enchanted by the beauty of the traditional garment. The design is stunning, it's perfect for the New Year and Christmas.
Come, put on your clothes.
Shiryu supported her waist, helping her sit up. As the quilt slipped, a chill brushed against her shoulders. Shiryu dressed Hihi in seamless lingerie and the knitted dress, squatting by the bed to put on a pair of cotton socks adorned with a fawn pattern for her.
I can manage.
Shuhei felt her strength returning somewhat. Her hand had yet to descend when she heard Shiryu's relaxed chuckle followed by his words, I enjoy doing these things for you. Are you trying to steal my job?
All right, Shuhei replied.
Her hands propped on the bed, the young lady, with her eyebrows resembling verdant mountains and her eyes like glistening waters, gazed quietly at her husband.
I won't compete with you, you can do it. Still doing it,
Shiryu playfully turned to tease her, and Shuhei lightly kicked him with her leg, laughing in mock annoyance. You're so frivolous, always enjoying teasing me.
As my wife, of course, it's my privilege to tease you.
Shiryu gently helped her into her cotton socks and slippers.
Shuhei rose from the bed, and the man leaned against the desk admiring his lady. Shuhei tightened her grip on her clothes, asking, Do I look good?
Her heart raced, with the new year approaching and snowflakes falling gracefully.
He wore a beautiful dress and, standing before her beloved, asked him, Do I look good, oh Mr. Sure?
This accelerated fluttering in her heart was something she had never experienced before. Shiryu never withheld his praises and affection for Hihi. You look splendid.
My little princess, today resembling a vibrant red rose.
Shuhei felt a sense of fulfillment. Little princess, she felt as if she might float to the heavens from his compliments, sitting in front of the vanity.
Shuhei watched as Shiryu stood behind her, his long fingers weaving her hair into a new Chinese-style hairstyle that suited her outfit for the day.
Will this take too much time? She inquired.
Not at all, adorning you can never be a waste of time.
Shuhei glanced at the mirror. Where the man's gaze was solely focused on her, his eyes deep and dark, his brows gentle and graceful, she picked up her lipstick and lightly applied it to her lips, the corners of her eyes curving softly.
Look! It's snowing again. Yes, tomorrow we can build a snowman at home.
For the first time, she clearly felt the warmth and healing of life with Shiryu, the tranquility and simplicity of married life. Shiryu took a brow pencil and began to shape her brows. Shuhei gently closed her eyes, savoring her husband's brow-shaping service.
Shiryu, what are you thinking about? Nothing much. At that moment, snow fell upon the branches, everything glistening. Shiryu was contemplating how to nurture his Hihi anew, as one would a daughter. Chapter 89, a test for Professor Shur with the snow falling. Shiryu drove at a leisurely pace. The world was cloaked in a pristine layer of white, with delicate snowflakes fluttering through the air like willow catkins. Shuhei held the camera Shiryu had gifted her. Capturing numerous beautiful snowy landscapes, suddenly inspired, she turned to capture a candid shot of the man's profile. Professor Shur, do you know the next line of What Does the Falling Snow Resemble? Shiryu had studied abroad since childhood but enjoyed tea and literature. Sometimes he was scholarly, and his study was filled with many renowned domestic classics, including selections from Mao Zedong. Today, Shuhei decided to quiz her. Professor Shur, what could possibly stump me?
The exquisite features of Professor Shur were momentarily obscured by the snowy haze. Enhancing his elegance, that line is from Ode to Snow by Xian, who was asking his juniors what the snowflakes resembled, and the next part goes, like salt sprinkled in the air, it cannot compare to willow catkins stirred by the wind. Am I correct?
Shuhei was momentarily taken aback.
Her mouth agape in surprise. After a long while, she emerged from her astonishment, her eyes sparkling brighter than the snow outside. He actually knew classical literature from the northern and southern dynasties.
Is that incorrect?
Sure, you. Not hearing a reply, assumed he had mixed up his facts.
Not a word out of place.
Shuhei gave a thumbs up. You're a finance professor who hasn't studied domestically, yet you're well versed in such ancient texts? My father is a member of the education committee and has participated in textbook compilation. Our home is filled with books. Though I did not receive an education in the country, I have read the selected texts from domestic middle and primary schools, and the piece you mentioned is indeed in the 7th grade language textbook.
You.
Shuhei's expression shifted from astonishment to admiration. I had no idea you possessed such a photographic memory. You truly remember everything. She thought for a moment, realizing Shiryu having graduated with a Ph. D.In finance from MIT at the age of 25, was indeed a prodigy, the man lazily replied. My lady can quiz me as she pleases. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to challenge Professor Sher with a difficult question. Certain he wouldn't be able to answer. Alright, then tell me, in which grade does the ancient poem In the Quiet Night, the moonlight is like silver appear in the language textbook? As expected, Sher Yu fell silent. Ha ha. Couldn't he answer that, could you, you proud creature? I cannot. Hoof. Shu Yi's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. Finally she could take down Professor Sher and temper his arrogance, upon reaching a red light. Sure you stopped the car. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze resting on Yi's face, and casually remarked that as because there is no Xing Xiang Zi, on feelings by Su Sher in the textbook. My dear baby, you're trying to cheat. Oh, caught. Shu Yi felt her earlobes flush, smoothly averting her gaze. Her fingertip traced a small circle on the car window, where the cold air met the warmth inside. Leaving a misty layer on the glass. In moments of embarrassment, one often engages in peculiar little actions. How does Sure you know everything? Sure you couldn't help but chuckle. Humph. Hoof. Shu Yi deliberately mimicked his tone, unconsciously becoming a bit cheeky in front of Professor Sher. Drawing a circle to curse me? Outside the circle, she drew two pig ears, playfully declaring, this one's Peppa, and it looks just like you. All right, George. Shu Yi took out her phone and opened Little Red Book. Visiting relatives had changed from earlier years. Nowadays, it was common to visit all relatives in one day, dropping off gifts and exchanging pleasantries before leaving. This morning, Sure Yu had taken her to many homes. Now that she was married to Sure Yu, she had to change her previous titles, quickly researching the appropriate terms for the next family to avoid any faux pas. Sure Yu noticed she had reopened that bomb app. What are you looking at? I'm searching for titles. What should I call my father's uncle's son? Cousin. And my father's cousin. What should I call her? Cousin aunt. Sure you drove into Uncle Lee's community. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the children's playground for a ride on the merry-go-round. I'll make sure you enjoy it, but... Sure you rang the doorbell, the door opened promptly, and Aunt Lee warmly welcomed them. Shu Yi sweetly called out, Auntie, Uncle. Uncle Lee's surname was Lee. Uncle Lee stood at the entrance, carrying the gifts Sure you had brought. Dui. You come here, no need for gifts. Oh you look lovely today. Dui is indeed lucky. Come in, it's warm inside. Aunt Lee took Shu Yi's hand and led her into the living room. She pulled out two thick red envelopes from her pocket and stuffed them into Shu Yi's down jacket. Auntie, Shu Yi began to protest, but Aunt Lee pressed her hand down, cheerfully insisting, Take it. Take it, the new year is just around the corner, this is your early lucky money. Sure you smiled and said, just accept it. Looking at her bulging pocket, which must have contained at least 20,000 yuan. Shu Yi nodded, thank you, Auntie. Come, let us have tea. Uncle Lee brewed some tea and placed it on the coffee table. The long table was adorned with the year-end goods prepared by Uncle and Aunt Lee, peanuts, sweets and sunflower seeds, and the house was decorated with red lanterns. At the end of the year, it had a festive atmosphere. Aunt Lee sat on the sofa, holding Shu Yi's hand, her expression warm. When are you planning to have children? It's best to have them early. Just the other day, I heard, Shu Yi. Well, indeed, when visiting relatives during the new year, in addition to inquiries about job salaries. One cannot escape the elders' urgings for marriage and childbirth. Aunt Lee rambled on. Sure you blew on the steam rising from his teacup, helping Shu Yi respond. We'll consider it once we save enough for baby formula. Dui is saving for baby formula? Uncle Lee, catching on to Sure Yu's joke, chimed in, haha, your baby will certainly eat a lot then. Shu Yi's phone rang. It was a call from Moo, and she stepped out onto the balcony to answer, avoiding interrupting the conversation inside. Hello, Moo. Babe, what time are you coming to see me today? Xian Jigu has bought a lot of ingredients and New Year snacks, all the things we love to eat. Come to Moon Bay for lunch. Nian is also here, don't eat at other relatives' homes. Auntie, I love you. The adorable voice of Nian chimed in. Shu Yi felt her heart melt. Nian. You re so good, I'll go with your uncle to Moon Bay soon to eat with you. Yay. After hanging up, Shu Yi returned to the living room. Sure you glanced at his watch and stood up. Uncle. Auntie, he and I wait.
Adli interrupted, rising as well. Don't go, stay here for lunch, your uncle specially bought a lot of dishes. I promise to come next time. Uncle Lee laughed heartily. You lad. You said that last time too. Be careful on the road, it's snowing today, drive slowly. All right. The elders of the Schur family were very warm-hearted. Seeing them off downstairs, Adli hugged a large box of specialties sent from their hometown. Opening the car door of the Cayenne Schur UNT had a chance to stop her. Adli stuffed it inside, closing the door, and looked at her niece-in-law with affection. Take it, take it. It is for he to enjoy, don't leave it behind. Shuhi's eyes curved in gratitude. Thank you, Auntie. As the Cayenne started, Schur lowered the car window, and Shuhi looked outside. Uncle Lee waved his hand and said, drive slowly on the road, come over to play at our house next time, you are always welcome to bring Duoduo along. All right. As the vehicle exited the community, Shua took out the red envelope from her pocket, her eyes sparkling with joy. 20,000 yuan, I am now a little wealthy lady. Throughout the morning, she received numerous red envelopes, all in double portions. Since she would be heading to the UK after the new year, her elders gifted her the red envelopes before the year ended. Come on, little wealthy lady, let's go ask your brother for a red envelope. Shua replied, these red envelopes have a share for you. Shiyu turned on the music within the car. His tone imbued with gentleness, all of it is yours, the household finances are managed by the lady of the house. Shua retrieved 2 large red envelopes from her bag, cradling them in her arms. They were gifts from Shiyu for Mumu and Nian Nian. The proud little rascal claimed he wouldn't give his niece any New Year's money, yet this morning, he handed her 2 custom-made, super-sized red envelopes. 80,000 yuan in total. Shua could already envision Mumu soaring with joy, and as for Nian Nian's red envelope, her sister would keep it safe. Boss Mumu earns a staggering 160,000 daily. At Moonbay. Shermu exclaimed, oh my goodness, her heart brimmed with glee as she hugged the supersized red envelope. Uncle, if it weren't for my foot being inconvenient, I would definitely bow to you. Shiyu smiled, you can make it up to me once your foot is better. That would be a remedy. Little Nian Nian, clutching her supersized red envelope, joyfully danced a segment of the colorful Sunshine National Primary and Secondary School radio gymnastics. She then dashed in front of her uncle, pretending to bow. Mother said receiving New Year's money required a bow. Shiyu caught the little one, unable to suppress a smile. You little rascal, just refrain from annoying your uncle on regular days. The little darling blew a kiss to her uncle and cheerfully performed a hand gesture dance. Listen to me, thank you, because of you the seasons are warm. Shiyu, I love my uncle. When you grow old, I will bring you lots and lots of eggs. Shiyu, perhaps you could return the New Year's money to me. Oof. Little Nian Nian hugged the supersized red envelope tightly, refusing. Uncle, can I still come to your house for tutoring next summer vacation? Shiyu, as the new year approached. Nian Nian was taken back home. Shua ruffled her little head. Of course, your room will be reserved by your aunt, you can come and stay whenever you wish. Yay, when aunt returns from the UK. I will still live with you, let us buy starch sausages together. All right. Shiyu, brother, come, the New Year's money will still be managed by your sister. Okay. Nian Nian, soft and endearing, handed her large red envelope to her sister for safekeeping. When I grow up, you must give it back to me. Absolutely. Zhou Xianji had washed the fruits that he loved to eat and brought them over. He could clearly see that since her marriage, his sister's complexion had visibly improved. And her demeanor had become much livelier. Shiyu took excellent care of Hihi, unlike her ex-boyfriend, who had caused her to be melancholic every day, burdened with worries that led to her gradual weight loss. During that time, he was stationed in Xinjiang, often video-calling Hihi, who always had swollen eyes from enduring too much distress. Shua approached the coffee table, extending her little hand toward a bunch of grapes. But before she could grab one, her wrist was caught by the man. Shiyu gently reminded her, wash your hands first. Oh. Her husband always kept a watchful eye on her. Shiyu and Zhou Xianji busied themselves in the kitchen preparing lunch. Not allowing the girls to enter, Shua lay on the sofa, resting her head on Mumu's shoulder, munching on the New Year's goods her brother had bought. I can devour 10 sugar oranges in one go. Only 10? Mumu pointed to the trash can. Look at the results Nian Nian and I have achieved. Ha, we've been flaunting all morning and the trash can is nearly full.
Nian Nian ran to the trash can. I want to throw the garbage away.
Mumu praised her brother. Little darling, you did a great job. Shua reminded Nian Nian, don't talk to strangers, after throwing away the garbage. Come back upstairs. Nian Nian loved being complimented, okay?
Mumu peeled a piece of chocolate-filled candy and fed it to Shua. So I see you've made up with your little uncle already.
We reconciled the night you suggested it. Multiple times in one night. Shua nearly choked. She had forgotten that Mumu was also a little rascal. Is it a family trait? Mumu enjoyed the sweet sugar oranges. Men, after all, love to be pampered by their wives. Besides, your little uncle adores you. So it's perfectly normal for couples to have minor squabbles. Next time you encounter such a situation, just tackle him directly. What about you and brother? What are your thoughts? Mumu pondered for a moment. Then sighed softly. Actually, I don't blame your brother anymore. He is the type who never thinks of himself these days. Whatever I ask him to do, he does without complaint, and he never loses his temper with me. His nature is too gentle.
Zhou Hongfang was sent to the hospital by him.
So there are no longer any obstacles between you two. You know mother likes you very much.
Yes, he told me the other day. It was exhilarating.
Shua's eyes sparkled with delight. So that means you're on the verge of reconciliation? But your brother acts like someone from ancient times.
Very self-disciplined. He treats me well, but he can't always expect me to take the initiative. Mumu pouted. I want to take the initiative. He was the one who proposed the breakup.
Shua understood what was going on.
Such a conversation would warrant a message to her brother once they returned home, initiating her support.
Overindulgence. In the kitchen, Zhou Xianji, who was stir-frying, pointed to himself. Me?
Yes. Shiyu, still wearing disposable gloves, adeptly wrapped dumplings. She has no idea that the chicken soup was the culprit. She thought you simply overindulged that day and fainted.
Good sister.
Zhou Xianji smiled faintly. Fortunately, in the future, you will be the one eating the meals he prepares, making you her primary target.
Suddenly Shiyu recalled the 2 undercooked sandwiches and touched his stomach.
I have a brilliant idea, Zhou Xianji said as he scooped out the bamboo shoots from the frying pan. You should have her uninstall that source of all evil app.
She doesn't let me touch her phone. Like a little dog guarding its food.
Zhou Xianji shot Shiyu a cold glare. What a description. Be careful, or I'll tell Hihi, and you'll be in for it.
Withdraw that statement. Coincidentally, Mumu also doesn't let me touch her phone.
A few days ago, I wanted to help her answer a call, and her sprained ankle healed in an instant. In 2 seconds she dashed from the bedroom door to the sofa, pushing me away.
Guarding her phone from me.
Shiyu's calm gaze momentarily faltered, then a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes, accompanied by a low chuckle as he realized that Hihi and Mumu must be harboring secrets. Intimate words shared in the boudoir should not be seen by outsiders? After wrapping the dumplings, Shiyu turned on the gas, preparing to boil water. Then let us not look at them, otherwise if we do, no one will say a word.
Agreed. Xianji, what's your blood type?
A type.
Shiyu paused in his actions. You're a type?
Yes.
Why? Do you know that he has Rh-negative blood?
Zhou Xianji nodded. Yes, Zhou Hongfang is a type, so Hihi's mother must have panda blood, which she inherited from her.
Have you investigated?
No, but Hihi is the daughter of Zhou Hongfang and Ruanlan.
Ruanlan has always lived in Australia and never returned to Jingbei. She passed away giving birth to Hihi, apparently due to a medical accident? Shiyu's gaze deepened considerably.